Chapter 1. A Decade of Slumber. The world remains unchanged. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon the inky earth as a young man spat out the dirt from his mouth. They promised that the golden silk Nanmu would not decay for 1,000 years, yet has turned to dust in just a few short years. Curse that lead the lame for daring to deceive me with counterfeit goods. After clearing his mouth, Chen Changsheng stretched his somewhat stiff limbs. In the dim glow of the moonlight, one could vaguely discern the rounded contours of Chen Changsheng's form. However, at that moment, he seemed rather indifferent to his nocturnal stroll. System, has the decade of slumber come to an end? Response to the host. The 10-year slumber has concluded, and the attribute points have been credited. Upon hearing the system's reply, Chen Changsheng directed his gaze inward to the interface in his mind. Host, Chen Changsheng. Strength 1. Speed 1. Defense 1. Mystical energy 0. Lifespan 80. Indeed, Chen Changsheng was a bona fide transmigrator. The system he possessed was neither a sign-in system nor an overwhelmingly powerful invincibility system. It was merely the unremarkable longevity system. As long as Chen Changsheng slumbered, he would gain corresponding lifespan and attribute points. However, there were limitations to this slumber, namely that it could not exceed the upper limit of his lifespan. Moreover, the lifespan he had already lived would recharge after slumber. In other words, should Chen Changsheng live for 80 years before entering slumber, even if he slumbered for just a day, upon awakening he would possess a lifespan of 80 years in one day, rather than a mere day. Furthermore, upon awakening, the interval before the next slumber could not be less than 1/10 of the total lifespan. Thus, theoretically speaking, as long as Chen Changsheng nurtured himself prudently, he could truly embody his name and achieve genuine longevity. Gazing at the 10 attribute points at his disposal, Chen Changsheng chose not to allocate them immediately. Instead, he retrieved a set of clothing from the system's space and donned it. Then, relying on his memory, discerned the general direction before hastening down the mountain. A decade had passed. The turmoil of war should have subsided. The beloved one, separated by the chaos of conflict, should have returned. Steamed buns, piping hot steamed buns. As he wandered through the bustling marketplace, Chen Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Although the town remained as it once was, the faces he once knew had vanished. 10 years may seem neither short nor long, yet it was ample time for many things to change. After observing the transformations in the town, Chen Changsheng followed the threads of his memory to a familiar location. Soon, he arrived at a farmhouse on the outskirts of the town. Gazing at the familiar house, a smile crept upon his lips, and he called out, "May I ask if Nian Ci is home?" At the sound of his voice, a delicate girl with a porcelain-like countenance peeked out from within. "Who are you looking for?" Upon seeing the little girl, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't this Nian Ci's home?" "I don't know anyone named Nian Ci. You must have the wrong place to the girl's words. A flicker of disappointment crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. During the tumult of war, Nian Ci had been an ordinary person. Perhaps she had long since departed. Upon this realization, Chen Changsheng prepared to turn and depart. "Changsheng, is that you?" A familiar voice echoed from behind him, and he felt as though struck by lightning. Calming his agitated heart, Chen Changsheng slowly turned around, and the once familiar visage returned to his view. Bang! The basket of vegetables in the woman's hand tumbled to the ground. Upon confirming the identity of the person before him, Niancy immediately covered her mouth with her hand, and tears cascaded down her cheeks in torrents. "You must not bully my mother." Upon seeing her mother in tears, a small girl rushed out from the house and positioned herself between the two, arms outstretched. Hearing the little girl's address, Chen Changsheng cast a puzzled glance at his childhood companion. Meeting Chen Changsheng's gaze, Niancy did not flinch. Instead, she gently reached out to caress his face. "It has been 10 years, yet you remain unchanged. Why?" Ultimately, Chen Changsheng voiced the question that lingered in his heart. In response, Niancy smiled softly, then lowered her head to affectionately stroke the little girl's hair. "After we parted, I was pursued by bandits, and it was he who rescued me from a pile of corpses. Half a year later, I had healed from my injuries, and the turmoil ceased. He returned me here, and at that time, Li Chiezi mentioned that you had purchased a coffin from him. Then I waited for you for 3 years at this point." Niancy paused, a flicker of disappointment and helplessness crossing her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she smiled and continued, "For these 3 years, he has taken care of me. He has truly been wonderful." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness that a decade of slumber felt brief to him. Yet for Niancy, 10 years stretched interminably. How many decades can one's life truly hold? When they parted, both he and Niancy were but 20 years old. Now, a decade later, he still appeared as 20, while Niancy had matured into her 30s. From the moment he arrived in this world, it was evident that they belonged to two distinct realms. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng crouched down and affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. "What is your name, little one?" At Chen Changsheng's inquiry, the girl turned to glance at her mother, seemingly seeking her approval. Tell your brother. He is a friend of your mother's." With her mother's consent, the girl cheerfully replied, "My name is Li Nianxing, and I am 6 years old." Nianxing. Chen Changsheng repeated the name several times before smiling. "What a lovely name. In my name, there is also the character Sheng, but I am called Chen Changsheng. You may call me Brother Changsheng." With that, Chen Changsheng rose to leave. Observing this, Niancy instinctively asked, "Where are you going?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng paused momentarily, then, with his back turned to the mother and daughter, waved his hand and said, "My original home is no longer here, but it seems Li Keezy's coffin shop still stands. I shall stay there for a while." As Chen Changsheng's figure gradually receded, Li Nianxing tilted his head and inquired, "Mother, is Brother Changsheng your friend?" "Not a friend, but rather a very familiar acquaintance," she replied. "Then who is Nianci? Perhaps she is his childhood sweetheart after all." The name Nianci distinctly suggests a term of endearment from a man to his beloved. "Oh, I see. Will Brother Changsheng be able to find his beloved?" "I do not know. Perhaps he has already found her," Nianci murmured to herself, then turned to Li Nianxing with a smile. "All right, your father will be back soon. Shall we prepare a meal for him together?" "Sure," Li Nianxing exclaimed joyfully, then bounced towards the kitchen. Chapter 2. The Endless Passage of Time and the Inescapable Cycle. "Li the Lame, there's an issue with your coffin. I demand a refund." "Nonsense. No one has ever complained about my coffins." A figure abruptly sat up from within the coffin, his eyes blazing with indignation as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for the individual who dared to slander his craftsmanship. However, upon spotting the person at the door, Li the Lame was so frightened that he hastily lay back down in the coffin. "It appears my time is truly drawing near. Why has that destitute Chen Changsheng come to find me?" Listening to Li the Lame's muttering, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but smile and walked directly to the coffin. Observing Li the Lame, whose eyes were tightly shut, Chen Changsheng remarked, "Li the Lame, you once assured me that if there were any issues with the coffin, I could come to you for a refund. Are you now attempting to evade your debt?" Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Li the Lame reluctantly opened his eyes. "I have no money to give, only a life to spare. If there's anything here that catches your eye, feel free to take it." Faced with Li the Lame's blunt attitude, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. "Li the Lame, are you not afraid of me? You were the one who helped bury me in my grave," he replied. This. Li the Lame glanced at Chen Changsheng and said, "I am 60 this year, and the doctor has told me I have at most 3 years left. I, Li the Lame, have no children or family, nor any old flames, but you think I would care about living 3 years less or more? Moreover, when you came by the coffin, I knew you would return. Why is that? I have seen individuals who buy coffins for themselves, but you're the first I have encountered who does so with such exuberance." With that, Li the Lame scrutinized Chen Changsheng once more and hesitated before saying, "By the way, young man, would you be interested in working with me? Room and board included, but no salary. This trade is most suitable for someone like you, who is all alone. Furthermore, once you master my craft, you are unlikely to starve in this lifetime. After all, in this world, there is a shortage of everything, except for the dead." Upon hearing Li the Lame's words, Chen Changsheng felt a stir of interest. Although he could indeed live for a long time, he was still vulnerable to harm and could perish. Starvation was merely one of many causes of death. Initially, he had only intended to stay here for a brief period. However, suddenly possessing a long-term ticket to sustenance seems quite a favorable choice. "Li the Lame, your terms are rather stingy, are they not? How much will you offer as compensation?" In response to Chen Changsheng's complaints, Li the Lame casually retrieved a funeral manual from his pocket and tossed it towards him. With your lively demeanor, how could you possibly outlive me? Once I am gone, all that I possess will rightfully belong to you. This confined space you see before you is all there is no other place for you to rest. This coffin beside you shall serve as your bed, perfectly suited for your affinity for sleeping in coffins. With that, Li the Lame prepared to return to his coffin for slumber. Yet, Chen Changsheng seized him by the arm. Wait, aren't you supposed to teach me how to make coffins? What do you intend for me to do with this? Faced with Chen Changsheng's bewilderment, Li the Lame rolled his eyes and remarked, as the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never burdensome. If you only sell coffins, who will attend to your enterprise? Let me be frank, I am well versed in all aspects of funeral services. You have much to learn. With that declaration, Li the Lame shrugged off Chen Changsheng's grasp and reclined back into his coffin. Gazing at the funeral manual in his hands, Chen Changsheng paused for a moment before chuckling. Well said, a multitude of skills is never burdensome. With that, he promptly climbed into another coffin to be honest. Having grown accustomed to sleeping in a coffin, a bed now felt quite uncomfortable. As the seasons cycled and the years passed, 8 years slipped away like fleeting shadows. Chen Changsheng settled permanently in Li the Lame's coffin shop, spending his days engrossed in reading and honing his coffin-making skills. Whenever there was a funeral feast, he could relish a modest improvement in his meals. However, during these peaceful times, there are only a few occasions throughout the year when Chen Changsheng could truly indulge. As for the 10 attribute points he had acquired, he devoted them all to enhancing his defense. Theoretically speaking, as long as he could bide his time for just a tad longer, he could attain an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan. Thus, it was only natural that defense became the attribute Chen Changsheng valued most. Notably, Li the Lame did not perish in the 3rd year after Chen Changsheng's arrival. He lived for a full 5 years. Yet, he ultimately could not outlast Chen Changsheng. One fateful evening, after lying down in his coffin, Li the Lame never rose again. Brother Changsheng, the door of the coffin shop was pushed open by a young girl. Chen Changsheng was roused by the commotion and reluctantly rose from his coffin, saying, Nianxing, how many times must I tell you? This is a coffin shop. What business does a girl like you have coming here so often? Upon hearing this, Li Nianxing stuck out her tongue and replied, I don't care about that. They can say whatever they wish. Besides, with the plague rampant, who has the time to concern themselves with me? I'll go prepare your meal now. Please come out of the coffin. You shouldn't spend all day sleeping in there. With that, Li Nianxing confidently made her way toward the kitchen at the back. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. The plague had been rampant for a full year now. At the onset of the plague, the couple Nian Ci tragically passed away. They managed their own funeral arrangements. The duration of slumber must not fall below 1/10 of one's total lifespan. 8 years had elapsed since his last awakening, and logically, he could once again enter into a deep slumber. However, he could not bear the thought of leaving Niansheng, this young girl, all alone in the world. With this thought in mind, Chen Changsheng shook his head and leapt from the coffin. Never mind, whether I sleep early or late, it matters not. I shall wait until this young girl is married. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of breakfast were placed upon the table. Chen Changsheng and Li Niansheng silently consumed their plain porridge. Suddenly, Li Niansheng lifted her head and asked, Brother Changsheng, are you an immortal? What nonsense are you spouting, my dear girl? He replied, If I were an immortal, how could I bear to witness your mother and the others perish from the plague? Your mother was a dear friend of mine. In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Li Niansheng lowered her gaze to the bowl at her hands. Brother Changsheng, I am 14 this year. I am no longer the little girl I once was. Some things you cannot deceive me about. Upon seeing her expression, Chen Changsheng affectionately ruffled Li Niansheng's hair and chuckled. What whimsy has possessed you today? It's not that I won't buy you candied hawthorns, it's simply that your teeth cannot bear to eat them anymore. I will take you to buy some another day. Nian Ci is my mother's given name. Before Chen Changsheng could finish his sentence, Li Niansheng interrupted, causing him to set down his bowl in surprise. Chapter 3. The Celestial Being's Arrival. The exceptional water's spiritual root. Are you blaming me for not saving your mother? Chen Changsheng gently inquired. Li Niansheng hastily replied, No, I have never held you accountable. When my mother passed away, I saw sorrow and anguish reflected in your eyes. From a young age, you have cared for me as though I were your sister. I know you all too well. If you had the means to save her, you would never have allowed her to perish. This secret was imparted to me by my mother on her deathbed. She was aware that before Li Nianxing could finish her sentence, a steamed bun was abruptly stuffed into her mouth. Chen Changsheng chuckled softly. Tomorrow, I shall take you to catch rabbits. Let's put this matter to rest. With that, he resumed drinking his porridge, seemingly unfazed by Li Nianxing's words. Seeing Chen Changsheng's demeanor, tears welled up in Li Nianxing's eyes. Why? You missed one opportunity back then. Must you repeat the same mistake now? Faced with her agitation, Chen Changsheng set down his bowl once more and spoke softly. I wish for your descendants to bury you, not me. Do you understand my meaning? Upon hearing this, Li Nianxing Kunanchet had feasts. 18 years ago, before she was born, Chen Changsheng had already shared a profound bond with her mother. Yet, 18 years had passed, and Chen Changsheng still appeared to be in his 20s. Though the reason for this anomaly eluded her, Li Nianxing understood that Chen Changsheng could endure for an eternity, far beyond mortal comprehension. Reflecting on this, Li Nianxing's lips trembled, yet she managed a forced smile. Brother Changsheng, you are always so easily deceived. I have tricked you once more. As punishment, what do you intend to gift me today? Noticing the tears cascading from the corners of Li Nianxing's eyes, Chen Changsheng retrieved a small wooden carving of a rabbit from his pocket and offered it to her. This is your birthday gift. Grasping the rabbit tightly in her hands, Li Nianxing's fingers turned pale from the pressure. Brother Changsheng, I have heard that a celestial being will come to the town tomorrow to select disciples. I wish to try my luck. Celestials live for an eternity. Perhaps then I could always be by your side. Nianxing, celestial beings are not so. Brother Changsheng, please allow me this one indulgence, will you? Li Nianxing interrupted. Her determinaten unjaviding. Observing her resolute expression, Chen Changsheng nodded. Very well, it shall be as you wish. With his affirmation, Li Nianxing rose to depart. I shall return now. Brother Changsheng, make sure to step outside and soak in some sunlight. Do not remain cooped up in your coffin. As she turned to leave, Li Nianxing paused at the door. Brother Changsheng, have you ever heard the saying that one is often bound in life by unattainable desires of youth? By doing so, are you not adding another shackle to yourself? With that, her figure vanished from sight. As Chen Changsheng gazed into the direction where Li Nianxing had vanished, he remained silent for a long while, and the thoughts that occupied his mind were known to no one. Suddenly, a yellow talisman radiated a brilliant golden light above the small town. Under the illumination of this golden glow, the plague that had shrouded the town was swiftly dispelled. The townsfolk were filled with gratitude for the divine intervention. However, the woman standing atop the flying sword maintained an air of aloofness, keeping all at a distance. With a mere wave of her right hand, a colossal stone, towering 10 feet high, soared from her ring and crashed heavily to the ground, causing the surrounding floor to crack like spider webs. Those under the age of 16, who seek longevity, may step forward to test their celestial affinity. Although this was but a brief statement, it ignited excitement throughout the town. If the imperial throne represented an unattainable aspiration for ordinary folk, then a celestial being was an existence beyond their wildest dreams. To become an immortal meant liberation from hunger and the suffering of reincarnation, granting one the ultimate freedom of this world. Even an emperor seated upon the dragon throne would bow in reverence upon encountering a legendary immortal. Before long, the townspeople brought their children forth to test their celestial affinity. Alas, such opportunities were not as common as cabbages at the market. Most of the town's children had already undergone testing. However, only a select few could illuminate the stone with their prowess, and even among those fortunate souls, the light they emitted was dim at best. After a lengthy wait, Li Nianxing finally approached the colossal stone. As she gently placed her hand upon it, the stone erupted with a dazzling blue light. Witnessing this, the woman who had been hovering in the air immediately appeared beside Li Nianxing, scrutinizing her constitution intently. Indeed, she possessed the rarest water spirit root. Confirming this, the veiled woman expressed her excitement. Child, do you wish to take me as your master? Initially overjoyed at the prospect of being accepted by an immortal, Li Nianxing's smile soon faltered, and uncertainty clouded her expression. Observing her hesitation, the woman remained calm. It was common for mortals to feel anxious when first encountering celestial affinity, as many were reluctant to part with their earthly familial bonds. The woman was well versed in addressing such concerns. "Are you worried about your family?" she inquired. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yinxing looked up and asked, "Immortal, if I become your disciple, will I be able to return home?" "Of course," the woman assured her. "Once you have completed your studies, you may descend the mountain. Additionally, I have something for you to take back to your family." As she spoke, the woman retrieved a bundle from her spatial ring and handed it to Lin Yinxing. Curious, Lin Yinxing asked, "Immortal, what is contained within this package?" "You will know once you return home and open it. You have 1 hour to tend to your familial matters. After that, I shall take you away." Gazing at the parcel in her hands, familiar faces flooded her mind. Lin Yinxing performed a respectful bow and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Immortal. Please allow me to attend to some trivial matters." With that, he turned and departed. As she watched his retreating figure, the woman narrowed her eyes. During the usual recruitment of disciples, there had been instances of individuals reluctant to leave. For those of mediocre talent, their absence was inconsequential. However, an exceptional water spiritual route was indeed a rarity. Had she not fortuitously passed by and acted on a whim, the sect might have missed this monumental opportunity. Such a chance must not be allowed to encounter even the slightest misfortune. In the coffin shop, Chen Changsheng reclined within a coffin, perusing the funeral scriptures. When Lin Yinxing entered, his lips pressed together. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng's face, a feeble voice escaped Lin Yinxing's lips. "Brother Changsheng, the immortal wishes to take me as a disciple." Chapter 4. A journey of 50 years for immortality. Upon hearing Lin Yinxing's words, Chen Changsheng set aside the book in his hands. During the test of celestial affinity, he had been amidst the crowd, merely returning a step ahead of her. Observing Lin Yinxing, who dared not meet his gaze, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and inquired, "Do you truly wish to go?" "Yes," she replied. "For what reason?" At this question, Lin Yinxing tightened her grip, then softly uttered, "For immortality." These for seemingly light words, however, bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. For only by attaining immortality could one remain eternally with the immortal. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Chen Changsheng could not help but smile as he approached her. Throughout the world, many have transformed from mortals into immortals, yet never has an immortal reverted to a mortal. This clearly illustrates that the path to immortality is a one-way road. Should you ever find yourself weary, merely turn back and behold, your elder brother in immortality shall always be behind you. With that, Chen Changsheng enveloped Lin Yinxing in a warm embrace. Yet, during this moment, he whispered rapidly in a low tone, "The cultivation of immortality is a realm that devours without mercy. One must remain vigilant." After speaking, he released her with a smile. "Oh dear, the presence of an immortal graces this humble abode, truly illuminating it." Chen Changsheng exaggeratedly bowed to the woman at the entrance, his demeanor no different from that of the townsfolk. However, the woman responded to his flattery with a slight expression of disdain. She had never anticipated that such a prodigious talent would emerge from a dismal coffin shop. This girl possesses celestial affinity. Her future is boundless. Despite her aversion to Chen Changsheng, she feigned a simple acknowledgement for the sake of acquiring a gifted disciple. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's smile grew even brighter. All of this was due to the immortal's discerning eye. Yinxing had been mischievous since childhood, and she would surely require the immortal's guidance in the future. "By the way, may I inquire about the location of your celestial mountain? If time permits, I would be honored to pay a visit." The woman's impatience intensified at Chen Changsheng's inquiry. "There exists a sect named Linglong Sect, situated thousands of miles to the south, a journey that even ordinary folk may not complete in 30 years. If you wish to come, then by all means do so." Afterward, she turned to Lin Yinxing and stated, "I have urgent tasks to attend to. We must depart swiftly." Upon hearing this, Lin Yinxing gently set down her bundle. "Brother Changsheng, I shall remember your words and will certainly seek you out." With that, she followed the woman as they departed. Once the two had left, Chen Changsheng cheerfully tidied the room, occasionally muttering joyful phrases. An hour later, his demeanor shifted abruptly as he became serious. coldly declaring, "You have hidden for long enough. Come forth." His voice echoed through the coffin shop, yet aside from the cold, lifeless coffins, there was nothing else to be found. "Still not emerging? Do you intend for me to coax you out?" With a cold expression, Chen Changsheng uttered another remark, waiting for a response that never came, before finally exhaling in relief. It appeared that the old woman had indeed departed. So what if she could fly? I could slumber for a millennium and still soar. You would do well to refrain from harboring malevolent thoughts. Otherwise, I shall unearth your ancestral graves. Having said this, Chen Changsheng proceeded to store the coffins from the shop and the bundle left by Nianxing into the system space. He had lingered here for 8 years, yet his appearance had remained unchanged throughout this duration. Such peculiarities had already given rise to rumors in the town. If he continued to stay, mere claims of good maintenance would no longer suffice to explain it away. With this thought, Chen Changsheng strode out of the coffin shop where he had resided for 8 years. 30 years might elude me, but surely I can endure 50? I possess an abundance of time. After another round of lamenting about that woman, Chen Changsheng vanished at the end of the street. His disappearance sparked prolonged speculation among the townsfolk regarding his whereabouts. Some claimed that Chen Changsheng had attained enlightenment, elevating all around him, as the celestial being favored Nianxing, thus extending the same grace to him. Others posited that a conflict had arisen between Chen Changsheng and the celestial being, leading to his demise. In the end, myriad theories circulated, but as time passed, the memory of Chen Changsheng gradually faded from the collective consciousness of the town. Refining qi, establishing foundations, golden elixir, nascent soul, Chen Changsheng lay upon a patch of grass, perusing a tattered tome. This marked the 20th year since he had departed from that small town. Naturally, he had examined the contents of the bundle left by Nianxing. Within it were few items, a manual on cultivation, a medicinal pill, and some gold and silver. The manual's content was simplicity itself, even bordering on the rudimentary. It vaguely outlined the realms of cultivation, accompanied by the methods for refining qi. Upon first acquiring this treasure, Chen Changsheng had felt as though he had struck gold. After all, it was a manual for cultivating immortality. Mastering these techniques would spare him the need for an extended slumber to attain flight. However, as he ventured into the vastness of the world, he came to realize the mediocrity of what he held. In the realm of cultivation, true progress began only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, he discovered that cultivators were not as rare as he had previously imagined. The reason for his lack of encounters with them was simply the remoteness of his dwelling. The qi refining manual in his possession was merely a common commodity in the martial world. While not ubiquitous, one could easily procure a few copies for a mere 1,000 or 1,800 taels of silver. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng sat up and cast the manual into the flames. Over the past 2 decades, he had studied this manual daily, each character now etched in his memory. The system had stated that achieving the first layer of qi refining within 3 days marked one as a genius, while accomplishing it within a single day denoted a prodigious talent. A genius capable of reaching the first level of qi refinement within a single hour is a rarity that appears once in a century. What does that make someone like me, who took 2 decades to achieve the same level? Host, the system replied, cultivation realms are merely one criterion for measuring strength, not the sole one. Cultivation techniques are but one means of attaining power, not the only avenue. The cultivation system of this era may not suit the host, but that does not imply that the system of the next era will also be ill-fitting. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. System, what do you mean by the next era? No dynasty is eternal, and the realm of cultivation is no exception. Beings believe that certain things will endure forever simply because their own existence is fleeting. Chapter 5. The Nameless Undertaker's Shop, the first business as the host lives long enough. One inevitably realizes that nothing in this world remains unchanged. Such is the way of heaven, and such is the nature of humanity. The system is indeed systematic, articulating its thoughts with precision. With a smile, Chen Changsheng rose, casting a glance at the dawn's light peeking over the horizon. He extinguished the fire pit with ease and continued his journey southward. When an individual possesses an interminable lifespan, they become not only cautious but also susceptible to ennui. In the face of such profound monotony, Chen Changsheng set himself a modest goal to ascertain the well-being of Lin Yinxing. However, while pursuing this simple objective, he stumbled upon another passion, learning. Whenever he encountered a field that piqued his interest, he would pause his travels and dedicate years to its study. Over the course of 2 decades, Chen Changsheng had lived as a beggar, sold tofu, and even mastered the art of winemaking. Yet among all these professions, his greatest affinity lay with the intricacies of funerary services. The rationale was simple. Aside from the realm of funerals, even beggars were not exempt from strife, as they too competed for territory. In contrast, the business of selling coffins offered a certain tranquility. Thieves would not steal, and bandits would not rob. Whether one was a dignitary or a noble, they were all ultimately confined within the confines of those wooden boards. Moreover, Chen Changsheng's proficiency in geomancy steadily improved. While others relied solely on theoretical knowledge from books, the efficacy of which remained uncertain, Chen Changsheng observed the subsequent fortunes of the families he assisted in burial. During these 2 decades, the longest observation he undertook lasted 5 years. It was through this methodical wandering that he traversed a mere 3,000 miles in total. Linglong Town. Observing the fleeting shadows overhead, Chen Changsheng remarked with a sigh, "No wonder that woman wore a look of disdain upon hearing of my visit. It took me 50 years to arrive here. For an ordinary person, reaching the age of 50 is already a formidable challenge." After briefly lamenting the relentless passage of time, he began to search for a suitable storefront within the town. This locale was a small town under the aegis of Linglong's sect, frequented by lower-tier cultivators and the sect's attendants. Initially, Chen Changsheng intended to infiltrate Linglong's sect to learn about Lin Yinxing's circumstances. However, upon arriving in Linglong Town, he abandoned that notion. This was due to the widespread tales of Lin Yinxing's prowess that circulated within 100 miles of the sect. The Linglong sect had produced a once-in-a-millennium genius, who, having only entered the sect for 50 years, had already achieved the golden core stage. Her astonishing talent had even stirred the long-reclusive sect master. In the face of such a celestial prodigy, countless young aspirants flocked to her, eager to forge a partnership. Yet, amidst this throng of brilliance, Lin Yinxing's response was invariably the same. "All of you combined cannot compare to Changsheng." Over time, Lin Yinxing came to be regarded as the most unadulterated practitioner of immortality in the realm of cultivation, for her obsession with eternal life was unparalleled. In stark contrast to the attention lavished upon Lin Yinxing, the presence of Chen Changsheng was almost non-existent. The inhabitants of the quaint Linglong town remained oblivious to the fact that in the most secluded corner of the town, a modest coffin shop had opened, capable of accommodating only a few coffins. "Is anyone here?" A small, bald figure peered cautiously into the coffin shop. Upon hearing a sound, a silhouette suddenly rose from within a coffin. The sight of someone sitting upright in the coffin startled the little bald fellow. Once he confirmed that the person before him was indeed alive, he patted his chest to calm his nerves. "Benefactor, how can you lie in coffin? Coffins are for the deceased." Observing the little monk's earnest demeanor, Chen Changsheng chuckled. He had been running this coffin shop for 3 years, during which it had garnered almost no visitors. Were it not for his occasional sale of some low-level spiritual herbs, the shop would surely have closed its doors long ago. "Little monk, your statement is rather flawed. Whether mortal or cultivator, death is an inevitable fate. If that is so, why should the living disdain their final resting place?" Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the little monk tilted his head in contemplation, then clasped his hands together and said, "Amit Ba. Thank you for your guidance. It seems I've been misguided. I did not expect you to possess such understanding despite your small stature." With that, Chen Changsheng leaped from the coffin and affectionately patted the little monk's shiny head. "So, little monk, what brings you to my coffin shop?" In response, the little monk lowered his gaze and said, "Recently, the Tianfu Temple and the Linglong sect have joined forces to subdue a notorious demonic cultivator. This villain, unwilling to yield, was ultimately slain by an elder of the Linglong sect. Though he was indeed a scourge, I do not wish to see his body left to decay in the wilderness. so I seek to purchase a coffin for his burial." Upon hearing the little monk's request, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and replied, "Do you have the means to pay? As a businessman, I cannot afford to incur losses. I am prepared." The little monk stated as he retrieved 3 medium-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and offered them to Chen Changsheng. Gazing at the valuable spirit stones, Chen Changsheng smiled and accepted one of them. "1 medium-grade spirit stone entitles you to my finest service. When shall we depart?" "Immediately, for if we delay further, the benefactor's body will begin to decompose," the little monk urged. Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng agreed and accompanied the little monk. As for the coffin shop, he did not even bother to close the door. With only 2 coffins inside, anyone with a semblance of sanity would not attempt to steal 2 ordinary coffins. In the wilderness, guided by the little monk, Chen Changsheng finally laid eyes upon the so-called demonic cultivator. At this moment, he bore no resemblance to the departed mortals. If one were to insist on identifying any distinction, it would be that half of his visage had been utterly shattered. Witnessing such a scene, Chen Changsheng could not help but exclaim, "Little monk, is it true that those of your sect, the cultivators, possess so little humanity?" Regardless of his past deeds, this individual was, after all, someone you went to great lengths to capture. To take a life without so much as a grave to mark their passing. How can one leave them in this desolate wilderness? In the realm of cultivation, it seems you, dear little monk, exhibit the last vestiges of compassion. In response to Chen Changsheng's words, the little monk merely continued to recite the Buddhist scriptures in silence. Observing this, Chen Changsheng shook his head and commenced the task of collecting the remains. Chapter 6. The Artificial Spiritual Roots and Chen Changsheng's Unexpected Gains with Meticulous Care. Chen Changsheng cleaned away the blood and meticulously stitched the fragmented flesh back together. He discarded the tattered garments and adorned the body with a pristine burial robe. Each step he took in preparing the deceased's visage was executed with utmost diligence and precision. After half an hour, the appearance of the departed had been largely restored, with even the scattered teeth diligently gathered by Chen Changsheng. Having completed the preparations, he tapped the leather pouch at his waist, and a fine coffin materialized before him. As he placed the body within, Chen Changsheng began to use a compass to seek out a suitable burial site. Even with the assistance of a young monk, the tasks of digging and interring the coffin consumed a full 2 hours of his time. However, when it came to erecting the gravestone, Chen Changsheng paused in his efforts. The gravestone requires knowledge of the deceased's name, as well as the name of the person erecting it. "What's his name?" he inquired. The young monk, hands clasped in reverence, replied, "This benefactor is the leader of the heavenly demon sect, known as the Blood Demon Ancestor. His true name remains unknown. As for the one erecting the gravestone, that is for you to decide." Bound by the sect's regulations, the young monk could not perform the task himself. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng pondered briefly before inscribing on the gravestone, "Here lies the blood demon ancestor of the heavenly demon sect, funeral director." Observing the inscription, the young monk asked in confusion, "Benefactor, is your nickname funeral director?" "Indeed, I am a purveyor of coffins, specializing in retrieving and interring the deceased. If not a funeral director, what else could I be?" With that, Chen Changsheng turned to leave, waving his hand as he said, "I have completed my duties and shall take my leave. Should similar matters arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." As he departed, the young monk tilted his head in contemplation for quite some time, for this was the first encounter he had with such an unusual individual. There was an ineffable quality about him that evoked a sense of intrigue. Linglong Town. Upon returning to his coffin shop, Chen Changsheng promptly shut the door and curiously examined a tooth in his hand. This tooth had been discovered on the blood demon ancestor. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary tooth, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate patterns etched upon its surface. Had Chen Changsheng not been engaged in preparing the deceased's visage, he would never have conceived that a tooth could conceal such secrets. After scrutinizing it carefully, he stroked his chin and murmured, "It seems to be a storage-type array pattern." The blood demon ancestor must have had significant intentions behind this. Whatever is contained within is likely of great importance. With a flick of his wrist, more than a dozen thick tomes materialized before him. These volumes pertained entirely to the study of array formations. Chen Changsheng's cultivation talent was lamentably poor. Despite 50 years of effort, he had barely attained the third level of qi training. Such a level could be achieved by prodigies in the span of a mere meal. Upon realizing that he truly lacked the talent for cultivation, Chen Changsheng began to redirect his focus toward the study of formations and alchemy. After all, these pursuits were cumulative in nature, and he relished endeavors that required significant investment of time. Lighting an oil lamp, Chen Changsheng embarked on his research into the formations inscribed upon his teeth. Although he had only grasped some fundamental knowledge of formations, and despite the remarkable intricacies of those laid by the blood demon ancestor, none of this posed a challenge for him, as he possessed an extraordinarily long lifespan. If he could not succeed in a day, he would try for a month. If a month proved futile, then a year. As long as Chen Changsheng did not surrender, he was confident that he would eventually decipher the formations on his teeth. 3 months swiftly passed, during which Chen Changsheng remained nearly confined to his humble coffin shop. Fortunately, his establishment garnered little attention, thus sparing him from unwanted scrutiny. With a sigh of relief, he stretched his somewhat stiff body. After dedicating 3 months to his efforts, Chen Changsheng finally succeeded in erasing the formations left by the blood demon ancestor. Pseudo-spirituelle route, observing the title of the book in his hands. A look of perplexity crossed Chen Changsheng's face. Spiritual roots were fundamental to practitioners and served as the benchmark for assessing their innate talent. The most common types were the 5 element roots, which could be categorized into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades. Exceptional spiritual roots represented the pinnacle of cultivation talent. While there existed other anomalous roots as well, each potent in its own right, though contingent upon various factors. However, amidst the myriad terminologies for spiritual roots, he had never encountered the term pseudo-spiritual root. Intrigued by this notion, Chen Changsheng's curiosity was piqued, for he delighted in learning about the unknown. How fascinating! I must discover what this pseudo-spiritual root entails. With a murmured thought, he opened the first page of the book. As the words came into view, Chen Changsheng realized that this tome was not a treatise on techniques or secret arts. Rather, it was an autobiography chronicling the life and cultivation journey of the blood demon ancestor. The blood demon ancestor's talent was rather mediocre, almost the lowest tier in the realm of cultivation. He possessed a mixed elemental spiritual root, and its quality was dismally poor. After struggling for many years during the qi refinement stage, the blood demon ancestor conceived a notion. Since spiritual roots existed, could their quality be enhanced through postnatal cultivation? Once this idea took root in his mind, he immediately commenced experiments. Yet, being an almost fantastical notion, he dared not test it on himself. Thus, he began conducting experiments on living subjects. As the number of lives extinguished by his hand increased, he indeed unraveled some secrets regarding spiritual roots. It became evident that spiritual roots could not be improved through any currently known means such as pills, techniques, or formations, but the consumption of one spiritual root by another could indeed elevate their quality. Upon uncovering this revelation, the blood demon ancestor truly embarked on his path of resurgence. As the blood demon ancestor consumed numerous practitioners weaker than himself, the quality of his spiritual roots was significantly enhanced. Thus, in this virtuous cycle, his power continued to grow, ultimately establishing him as a formidable force. However, as time progressed, this method seemingly began to falter, and his frenzied slaughter attracted the ire of rival sections. At this juncture, the blood demon ancestor's autobiography came to an abrupt halt. What a remarkable individual the blood demon ancestor was. Such peculiar and extraordinary methods were birthed from his intellect. With that thought, Chen Changsheng retracted the book into the confines of the system space. System, do you believe that the artificial spiritual roots mentioned by the blood demon ancestor in the text could indeed be realized? The latter part of this autobiography frequently references the concept of artificial spiritual roots, accompanied by many hypotheses from the blood demon ancestor himself. I find them quite compelling. Chapter 7. Master IQ. A reunion after 80 years, as Chen Changsheng's words echoed. The voice of the system resonated within his mind. If the host harbors doubts, why not seek the truth for oneself? At this, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. Do not jest. I would never undertake such perilous endeavors on my own. If an accident were to occur, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, I have no desire to be relentlessly pursued like that blood demon ancestor. Host, what I mean is that you can seek the safest and most reliable approach. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng paused momentarily. The safest and most reliable method? Does such a solution truly exist? Why would the host believe it does not? Nothing in this world is ever absolute. The blood demon ancestor resorted to such a hasty solution because his lifespan was dwindling. However, you are different. You possess an almost infinite lifespan. Over time, this challenge may very well be resolved. Contemplating the system's response, Chen Changsheng tilted his head and remarked, "You make a valid point. Time may seem weak and powerless, yet it wields the sharpest of blades. Whether one is an ancient being of transformation or divine weapon, none can withstand the erosion of time. In the face of time, all matters shrink into insignificance, and thus this minor cultivation issue is surely no exception." The concept of artificially created spiritual roots was another hypothesis proposed by the blood demon ancestor, who sought to implant external substances into the human body to form spiritual roots. However, this method presents numerous challenges yet to be conquered. For instance, what kinds of rare materials are suitable for spiritual roots? And how can these materials be prevented from being absorbed by the body and transformed instead into spiritual roots? Nevertheless, Chen Changsheng was in no rush to resolve these issues, for he possessed an abundance of time. After engaging in casual conversation with the system, he climbed into the coffin where he often rested. After 3 months of relentless toil, it was time for him to enjoy a well-deserved respite. The matter of retrieving the remains of the blood demon ancestor did not stir any significant turmoil. Chen Changsheng resumed his tranquil and solitary existence. However, it is worth noting that the kind-hearted little monk would frequently visit him. Sometimes he requested Chen Changsheng to assist in retrieving the remains of others, while at other times, he shared his own cultivation insights. Yet, their most frequent discussions revolved around Buddhist teachings. Over the decades, Chen Changsheng had immersed himself in literature, ranging from Buddhist scriptures and Taoist classics to popular tales and lowbrow novels. Anything that contained knowledge was within his grasp, coupled with 50 years of worldly experience. Most of their debates ended in Chen Changsheng's favor. Chen Changsheng, today I must engage you in a debate of 300 rounds. A bald figure clad in monk's robes stepped boldly through the door of the coffin shop. Noticing the audacity of the visitor, Chen Changsheng cast him a glance and replied nonchalantly, "You are indeed the heir of the Tianfu Temple, the master Ikkyu known to many. If one were to witness your current appearance, would it not invite ridicule?" In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Ishi rolled his eyes and casually perched himself atop a coffin, declaring, "Let them laugh if they wish. Even if they elevate me to the heavens, it cannot alter the fact that I have been defeated for 2 decades. Indeed, the monk Ishi before us is the very same young novice who once implored Chen Changsheng to retrieve the remains of the blood demon ancestor. Time flows inexorably. 20 years have slipped away in the blink of an eye. The once youthful monk has transformed into a capable and promising young man." Hearing Ishi's lament, Chen Changsheng set aside his book and remarked, "Are you suggesting that you wish to engage in a debate with me today? Of course. What purpose would it serve to seek you out if not to spar in doctrine? Among all whom I know, only you can rival me in Buddhist teachings. Yet, to be frank, your aptitude for cultivation is rather dismal. 20 years ago, you were at the 3rd level of Qi training, and now you have only reached the 4th level. The pace of your advancement is exceedingly slow. I worry that one day you might inadvertently pass away, and then who shall I debate with?" In response, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and said, "My talent for cultivation is not within my control. What can I do about it? I can assist you despite your lack of spiritual roots. While I cannot alter the fact that you lack a spiritual foundation, I can certainly extend your lifespan. You never disclose how long you have lived. I do not wish to lose a friend such as you." To Ishi's words, Chen Changsheng merely smiled, offering no direct response. The greatest advantage of mingling in the realm of cultivation is the absence of concern regarding one's appearance, for longevity elixirs are hardly rare. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility are determined by fate. One should not place undue weight on lifespan, but rather let things unfold naturally. Today, I do not wish to debate. I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Refusal. Ishi promptly rejected Chen Changsheng's request. Unless you consent to extend my lifespan. Observing Ishi's obstinate demeanor, Chen Changsheng could only smile in resignation. No problem. If you assist me with this task, I shall agree to your request to prolong my life. Upon hearing this, Ishi leapt down from the coffin, brimming with excitement. What is it? Speak freely. Master Ishi guarantees its completion. You have come to Linglong's sect to attend the ceremony for Changsheng Fairy assuming the role of elder, correct? Do you wish to witness it? No. Chen Changsheng shook his head, replying, I seek your aid in delivering this item to Changsheng Fairy. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng produced a wooden carving resembling a tiger from his bosom. Upon seeing the object in Chen Changsheng's hand, Ishi's expression twisted in dismay. Chen Changsheng, do not tell me you harbor feelings for Changsheng Fairy. This woman has no interest in matters of partners, so spare yourself the effort. Simply ensure that the item reaches her. No further words are necessary. If you accomplish this, I shall consent to extend your lifespan. Faced with the perplexing request of Chen Changsheng, Isho anxiously scratched his head. Ultimately, Isho seized the wooden carving from Chen Changsheng's hands and proclaimed, Let it be clear, I can deliver this item, but I cannot mention your name. If the suitors of the immortal Changsheng become aware of this matter, you might meet a dire fate. Agreed. Upon receiving Chen Changsheng's affirmation, Ishio departed from the coffin shop with the wooden sculpture in hand. Watching Ishio's retreating figure, Chen Changsheng murmured, Little monk, we shall meet again in 80 years. With that, he embedded several spirit stones into the floor. Instantly, intricate patterns emerged within the coffin shop, a random teleportation array that Chen Changsheng had meticulously arranged over a decade. The range and destination of the teleportation remained unknown, a precautionary measure to thwart anyone from tracking his whereabouts. With a hum, a flash of light enveloped him, and Chen Changsheng vanished within the array, rendering the random teleportation formation utterly inoperative. Chapter 8. The path to immortality is long, yet I remain at Linglong's sect. Countless cultivators converge from all directions. Some traverse the skies on swords, others ride upon clouds, while yet others command formidable flying beasts. Their sole purpose for gathering is to celebrate the ascension of the immortal maiden to the esteemed position of elder at Linglong's sect. 70 years ago, the immortal maiden arrived at Linglong's sect, and through her remarkable talent for cultivation, she achieved the nascent soul stage within a mere 70 years, a feat unprecedented throughout the great Qian dynasty. However, what captivates the minds of many, beyond her extraordinary talent, is her unwavering resolve and steadfast heart. She shuns disputes, refrains from forming romantic bonds, and remains indifferent to the allure of power within the sect. If one were to inquire about her motivations for such arduous cultivation, her response would invariably be two simple words: immortality. Nianxing, the ceremony is about to commence. A voice roused Li Nianxing, who stood entranced atop the mountain. Upon hearing the call, she sighed softly and turned to see her revered mentor, Shui Linglong, approaching. Gazing at Shui Linglong, Li Nianxing murmured, Master, I have no desire to become an elder. I merely wish to cultivate in peace. In response, Shui Linglong spoke. You still cannot let go of him? I embarked on the path of cultivation for him. Without him, everything would be devoid of meaning. Yet he is but a mortal, and after 70 years, he has inevitably aged into a frail old man. He may very well have succumbed to eternal slumber beneath the earth. You are two beings from entirely different worlds. Do you not understand? Listening to Shui Linglong's words, Li Nianxing smiled faintly and replied, Master, you do not comprehend. Brother Changsheng's words hold weight. He once said that the path to immortality is long, and if ever I look back, he will surely be there behind me. He has promised, and I believe he will fulfill that promise. Faced with Li Nianxing's determination, Shui Linglong could only sigh. Since her arrival at Linglong's sect, Lin Yinxing had begun to shine, yet her obsession with that man only intensified. The sect leader was aware of this, and to alleviate Lin Yinxing's fixation, the sect dispatched someone to her hometown with the intent of bringing Chen Changsheng to her. Extending the lifespan of a mortal by several decades would require minimal resources, and if it could resolve Lin Yinxing's obsession, it would be the most advantageous transaction imaginable. Regrettably, when the sect's envoy arrived, the coffin shop was long abandoned. After some inquiries, they learned that shortly after Lin Yinxing's departure, Chen Changsheng had also left. To locate a mere mortal in the vast sea of humanity is no simple task. Observing Shui Linglong's silence, Lin Yinxing's lips curled into a smile. Very well, master. I shall accept the position of elder. For only by becoming an elder of Linglong's sect can I acquire greater resources and superior techniques. I do not wish to halt my progress on this path, for I know that Brother Changsheng will not cease either. Upon finishing his words, Lin Yinxing skipped merrily towards the distant sect, his joyful demeanor tightening Shui Linglong's brows even further. For the past 70 years, a smile had only graced her face when the name Chen Changsheng was mentioned. Yet, how long could this ephemeral fantasy endure? The pursuit of longevity is a yearning shared by all cultivators, yet none have ever achieved it, let alone a mere mortal. If one day Lin Yinxing's illusions were to shatter, it would likely lead to an instantaneous collapse of her resolve. Contemplating this, Shui Linglong could only sigh once more, for it was an enigma without a solution. In the martial arena of the sect, gifts were being presented. The Qingqing Temple offered 2 Lioli pills, while the Tianfu Temple contributed a sutra. One after another, congratulatory gifts ascended. However, in the face of these coveted treasures that stirred envy among countless cultivators, Lin Yinxing remained seated quietly on the elder's platform, not even casting a glance. As the offerings from Tianfu Temple were delivered, Yishio anxiously scratched his head, for he was at a loss regarding how to present Chen Changsheng's wooden carving. Furthermore, Chen Changsheng was resolute in his principles. Should he fail to fulfill their agreement, he would never allow Yishio to extend his lifespan. As the next sect prepared to offer their gift, Yishio, gathering his courage, spoke up. Elder Changsheng, I have another gift to present on behalf of my disciple. His words brought an abrupt silence to the ceremony, all eyes converging upon Yishio. The gift from Tianfu Temple had already been made. This was evidently a personal offering from Yishio. In such a setting, a man presenting a personal gift bore an unmistakable implication. Upon hearing Yishio's declaration, Lin Yinxing turned slightly, her expression devoid of emotion, replying, "Thoughtful of you." Her indifference was anticipated by all, yet they also harbored a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama. The most gifted heir of Tianfu Temple had entertained worldly sentiments, particularly towards the devoted Changsheng fairy. This gossip would surely be the talk of the town for at least 2 decades. Swallowing hard, Yishio, under immense pressure, presented the wooden carving with both hands. Today's events would likely earn him a scolding from his master upon his return, and perhaps he would be barred from leaving Tianfu Temple for a decade. As Yishio revealed the gift, countless spiritual senses swept over it. Upon realizing that the offering was merely a simple wooden carving, many stifled their laughter. Young people often indulged in such fanciful pursuits. Over the past 70 years, Changsheng Fairy had received numerous gifts representing heartfelt sentiments, yet all had been incinerated by her fiery disregard. Just as everyone presumed this occasion would unfold like the previous ones, the previously composed Changsheng Fairy suddenly rose. With a swish, her formidable Yuan Ing stage cultivation allowed her to appear before Yishio in an instant. Gazing at the wooden carving in his hands, Lin Yinxing's body trembled slightly as she picked up the carving and gently caressed the marks left by the carving knife. She once again felt the presence of Chen Changsheng. This singularly shaped creature is known only to Brother Changsheng throughout the world. True to his promise, Brother Changsheng has remained by my side. Contemplating this, Lin Yinxing grasped the wooden carving in his hand and subsequently revealed a smile that could eclipse the very heavens. I hold a deep affection for this object. Once the ceremony concludes, you are to meet with me alone. Remember, just the two of us. The gathered guests were left bewildered. What is happening? The immortal Changsheng has taken an interest in a young monk in the foundation building stage. The leader of the Linglong sect, with a knowing smile, expressed gratitude to the ancestors of the Linglong sect, for Nianqing has finally come to understand. Although Ishi's lineage, strength, and age may fall short, it poses no significant issue. Once the elder monks of Tianfua Temple step down, Ishi's status shall naturally rise. However, the matter of strength is somewhat more complex. As it appears, the Linglong sect lacks any commendable dual cultivation techniques. Chapter 9. The Golden Brick Embraced by Women of a Greater Age. Artificial spiritual roots. Upon realizing that Li Nianqing might harbor feelings for Ishio, the esteemed leader of the Linglong sect swiftly devised several plans. Dear Ishio, how is your master? The wise Huaihai Zen master, faring these days? Ishio felt somewhat bewildered by the enthusiastic greeting from the leader of the Linglong sect. He could hardly fathom how the notoriously indifferent immortal of longevity would take an interest in such an ordinary wooden carving. Moreover, it seemed that a misunderstanding had arisen. Returning to the sect leader, my master is in good health. He merely urged me to come here due to recent insights. Composed and respectful. Indeed a testament to your esteemed teacher's guidance. We elders shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of the younger generation. After a century, when your cultivation is more stable, do remember to visit Linglong sect to propose. Ishio. Leader, you have misunderstood. I am not. Hearing this, Ishio immediately grew flustered and sought to clarify. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the sect leader. Young one should not be so fussy, nor should you feel embarrassed due to a momentary lapse in strength. As the saying goes, women older by 3 years embrace golden bricks. At 30, they bestow empires, and at 3,000, they ascend to celestial ranks. Though my cherished disciple is 50 years your senior, this is no significant issue for a cultivator. As for your master, I, Zhao Dizhus, shall personally speak on your behalf. After all, there have been precedents of couples forming at Tianfua Temple, and your master owes me this courtesy, considering we have known each other for over 3 centuries. Seeing the situation spiral further out of control, Ishio quickly abandoned his intention to explain. The only course of action was to clarify matters when he met with his uncle Changsheng in private. Li Nianqing returned to the elders' table, and the ceremony at Linglong sect resumed. Linglong Town. Uncle, the situation is as follows. This wooden carving is not mine. This place was originally a coffin shop. You must believe me. Gazing at the empty coffin shop, Ishio was on the verge of tears. That scoundrel Chen Changsheng had vanished without a trace, and even if he had 100 mouths, he could not clarify his innocence. After the ceremony concluded, Ishio hurried to find Li Nianqing to explain. To convince Li Nianqing, Ishio recounted all his encounters with Chen Changsheng over the years. However, just as Ishio brought Li Nianqing to meet Chen Changsheng to prove his innocence, the former coffin shop was gone, and all traces of Chen Changsheng's existence had vanished, leaving only an empty storefront. It was as if Chen Changsheng had never existed at all. Yet, in the face of Ishio's anxiety, Li Nianqing remained composed throughout. After a long pause, Li Nianqing spoke. Ishio, do you wish to become my Tao partner? Upon hearing this, Ishio's eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Not now, nor will I ever wish for it. That is best. Li Nianqing nodded and said, if you dare entertain such thoughts, I shall remove your bald head from your shoulders. From this moment forth, should anyone inquire, you are forbidden from uttering the name Chen Changsheng. Should you dare to reveal even a syllable, your life will be forfeit. Faced with Li Nianqing's menacing threat, Ishio immediately sensed something amiss. It seemed that his master, the elder, was acquainted with Chen Changsheng, and it appeared that their familiarity had endured for quite some time. Rest assured, master, I vow not to disclose a single word. However, Ishio pondered, I frequent this place often. If a discerning individual were to investigate, they might uncover some traces. How then shall I respond? Upon hearing this, Li Nianqing contemplated for a moment before replying. You may recount your experiences truthfully, but omit his appearance and name. Should anyone insist on his title, simply state that he refers to himself as the mourner. Understood, but will I have the opportunity to see him again? Ishio asked. It is likely, for he is a man who cherishes the past. With that, Lin Yinxing turned and departed. Isho cast a glance at Lin Yinxing's retreating figure, then at the desolate coffin shop. His mind brimmed with questions, yet no one could provide the answers he sought. The only means to unravel these mysteries, it seemed, was the passage of time. In a certain wild expanse, with the azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, the vermilion bird in front, and the black tortoise behind, it was indeed a sight of extraordinary geomantic significance. After carefully examining the compass in his hand, Chen Changsheng was instantly filled with excitement, slapping his thigh in delight. Once the teleportation array activated, he found himself transported to this wilderness. Upon arrival, Chen Changsheng immediately set about searching for a site of auspicious energy. After spending 8 years accompanying Yinxing and 50 years journeying to Linglong's sect, he lingered for another 20 years in Linglong town. With a lifespan of 80 years, only 2 remained. As he was on the verge of slumber, it was imperative for him to find an ideal resting place. Having determined the location, Chen Changsheng promptly began the excavation. Yet, this endeavor consumed a full year of his time. Marvelous! How could I conceive such a brilliant idea? Chen Changsheng exclaimed, unable to contain his glee as he traversed the cavern. After a year's labor, he had successfully carved out a cave halfway up the mountainside. To prevent disturbances during his slumber, he meticulously camouflaged the entrance. Above the cave's mouth, he heaped a considerable amount of earth, blending in various seeds within the soil. Whenever it rained, the soft earth above would wash away, and the residue would cling to the stones blocking the entrance. As the seeds naturally flourished over the course of a year or 2, all traces of human excavation would vanish without a trace. Taking a moment to revel in his clever design, Chen Changsheng retrieved a jade coffin from the system space. Within the jade coffin lay a liquid that exuded an enchanting fragrance of medicinal herbs. This was the second task that Chen Changsheng aimed to accomplish before his slumber, creating an artificial spiritual root. System, is this method truly viable? Whether it is or not, the host shall soon discover, came the reply. The only consequence of failure is merely the waste of slumber that you, in truth, hold no regard for. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng nodded and replied, indeed, even if I fail, there is little for me to lose. With that, he divested himself of his garments and immersed himself in the jade coffin brimming with the medicinal liquid, embarking on an 80-year slumber. After receiving the autobiography of the blood demon ancestor, Chen Changsheng had been contemplating the creation of an artificial spiritual root. After a decade of reflection, he indeed devised a method that was both safe and reliable. Chapter 10. 80 years of slumber in the beginning. Chen Changsheng struggled to find the right approach. Although the spiritual root resided within the human body, its form had never been revealed to anyone. Consequently, he ventured a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the notion of a spiritual root within the body was merely a reflection of an individual's sensitivity to certain attributes. The greater the sensitivity, the higher the quality of the spiritual root. With this theory in mind, Chen Changsheng devised a safe and harmless method to immerse himself in the essence of plants. Given that the attribute of spiritual herbs is wood, prolonged exposure should enhance his sensitivity to wood attribute spiritual energy, thereby granting him the so-called wood spiritual root. Furthermore, while he remained in a state of deep slumber, his body would enter a lifeless condition, effectively circumventing the challenge of actively absorbing the plant essence. To put it more simply, Chen Changsheng envisioned himself as an ingredient steeped in medicinal liquor. Boom! As the coffin lid was sealed, all traces of life vanished from Chen Changsheng. His organs ceased to function, rendering him indistinguishable from a corpse. With the cessation of life, his body naturally halted any absorption of energy. Yet, the essence of plants within the jade coffin continued to permeate his being, albeit at a slow and steady pace. Time flew by like an arrow, and 80 years for Chen Changsheng might have felt like the briefest of moments. However, for the world around him, 80 years was far from fleeting. The mountains where he lay had witnessed countless cycles of growth. Once tiny saplings at the cave's entrance had blossomed into towering trees, thick as a man's waist. Creak the sound of grinding echoed within the cave as the splendid jade coffin lost its luster. The heavy lid began to shift slowly. Clap! A hand covered in green fur grasped the edge of the coffin. Soon after, a creature of humanoid form, entirely cloaked in green fur, sat upright. Huff, a faint green mist escaped the lips of the green-furred being. Indeed, this creature was none other than Chen Changsheng, who had awakened from an 80-year slumber. Upon rising, Chen Changsheng did not rush to enhance his attributes. Instead, he retrieved the artifact to test his spiritual root. His green-furred hand rested upon the crystal orb, which instantly radiated a vibrant green light. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Changsheng could no longer contain his laughter. Ha 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 ha! The notion of an artificial spiritual root was indeed viable. He no longer had to worry about being captured by powerful entities for experimentation. Since his introduction to the realm of cultivation, a lingering fear had plagued Chen Changsheng, the dread of exposing his secret to others. Although slumber could grant him attribute points, the path to becoming powerful enough to contend with those ancient beings at the god transformation and nascent soul stages was interminable. Who could say what unforeseen events might arise during such an extended period? The prospect of peril loomed ever closer. During this transitional period, it is essential for one to acquire the strength for self-preservation, and cultivation serves as an excellent method to achieve this. After confirming that he possessed a superior wood spirit root, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards the system panel within his mind. Host, Chen Changsheng, strength, 1 speed, 1 defense, 11 spiritual power, 0 lifespan, 160 Chen Changsheng. Upon observing his system panel, a multitude of questions filled Chen Changsheng's expression. What is the meaning of this? Why has my attributes regressed? If my memory serves me correctly, I was at the 4th level of Qi refinement before my slumber. Although my strength was negligible, all my attributes had seen some improvement. Why have they now reverted to that of a mere mortal? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. During your slumber, the spiritual power within your body gradually dissipated. Without the support of spiritual energy, your attributes naturally revert to the standards of an ordinary person, except for the strength gained through attribute points. Chen Changsheng curled his lips in acceptance of this explanation. It is merely the 4th level of Qi refinement. If it is lost, so be it. With the talent of a superior wood spirit root, it would take him but a few days to regain the 4th level of Qi refinement. Subsequently, Chen Changsheng promptly allocated all 80 attribute points into his defense. Gazing at the impressive figure of 91 in his defense attribute, he contentedly inquired, System, what level of cultivator can my 91 points of defense withstand? In response, the system replied, with a defense attribute of 91, you are impervious to attacks from cultivators below the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Those at the mid-stage may inflict damage, while those at the late stage can cause severe injury. Achieving perfect foundation establishment poses a risk of death, and any adversary beyond that stage would undoubtedly lead to your demise. As he was speaking, an explosion suddenly erupted at the cave entrance. Almost immediately, a figure leaped in with exuberance, proclaiming, Heaven truly aids me. This time, I shall surely break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, upon entering the cave, the figure froze in astonishment, for they discovered a jade coffin within. Even more terrifying was the sight of a corpse, covered in green fur, seated upright within the coffin, staring intently at her. A scream pierced the air. The figure hastily summoned a flying sword to attack Chen Changsheng. Reacting instinctively, he raised his hand to block the oncoming attack. Clang! The sharp blade was immediately deflected away. Witnessing that her most formidable attack had failed, the figure's mind raced with thoughts of the 99 potential ways she could meet her demise. Overcome with fear and despair, her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng scratched his head in confusion and stepped out of the coffin. Upon approaching, he realized that the intruder in his cave was a young girl from the demon clan. Perched atop her head were 2 fluffy fox ears, and she donned a garment of coarse linen, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. How could a creature of the Finderway here? especially since there was nothing of value to be found? Chen Changsheng was utterly perplexed by the abrupt intrusion of the. When he chose this secluded resting place, he had deliberately avoided areas rich in spiritual energy, aiming to prevent any treasure seekers or cultivators from inadvertently discovering him. Yet, judging by the words of this fox-eared maiden, it seemed she had deliberately sought to unearth this location. However, this mystery did not linger for long, as Chen Changsheng swiftly uncovered the reason. In her hand, she clutched a sprig of rejuvenating grass, which, based on its growth, was at least 80 years old. Rejuvenating grass is a common spiritual herb within the realm of cultivation. When he had scattered seeds at the cave entrance, he had casually tossed in a handful of rejuvenating grass seeds. To his astonishment, this particular sprig had transcended its growth limits, surviving for a full 80 years. If his assumptions were correct, it was indeed this sprig of rejuvenating grass that had drawn her here. Chapter 11. The clever yet foolish fox having grasped the underlying reasons. Chen Changsheng was poised to depart from this place, when the unconscious fox-eared maiden suddenly awoke. Upon discovering the green-haired corpse staring intently at her, she instinctively curled into a ball, exclaiming, "Please don't eat me, my flesh is sour." Chen Changsheng couldn't help but find amusement in her reaction. How can you ascertain its flavor without having tasted it? Besides, you appear quite delectable. Your tender form suggests a delightful texture. This remark only heightened the maiden's anxiety. I am not at all tender. I merely possess a hint of baby fat. In truth, I am quite thin, merely skin and bones. If you were to consume me, it would surely be an unpleasant experience. As she spoke, the maiden covered her face with her small hands, her fox ears drooping in fear. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated pain did not arrive. With her fingers parting slightly, her round, gleaming eyes peeked through the gaps to survey the surroundings. To her astonishment, the green-haired corpse had donned garments, and some of the green hair had been tidied. "You're not a bone that does not decompose." Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes in response, explaining, "A body that remains uncorrupted for a century becomes a zombie. If it endures for a millennium, it transforms into a bone that does not decompose. Such beings are formed from the gathering of deathly energies, impervious to water and fire and resistant to blades. They are sustained by malice and feed on flesh and blood. Should such a legendary abomination truly exist, you would likely be reduced to mere ashes by now." Upon confirming that the entity before her was not the fabled undying bone, the fox-eared maiden immediately prostrated herself deeply, respectfully proclaiming, "I apologize for disturbing your serene cultivation. Esteemed elder, please forgive my intrusion." Gazing at the kneeling maiden, Chen Changsheng initially intended to dismiss her with a few casual remarks before parting ways. However, upon further reflection, he resolved to extract some information from this innocent fox-eared maiden first. Having been transported here 80 years ago, he had devoted his time to constructing a tomb. Now, he knew little about his surroundings. Aimlessly wandering could easily lead to unnecessary troubles. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment before inquiring, "How did you come to be here alone? Where are your kin?" In response to his question, the maiden replied with utmost respect, "In answer to your query, esteemed elder, I have wandered here alone, with no kin by my side. What year is it now, and what changes have transpired in this place? It is now the 380th year of the Qian era, and all remains well here. No significant upheavals have occurred. However, I have heard that 300 miles to the east, a powerful being has emerged from the Shangqing Temple." Upon hearing the name of Shangqing Temple, Chen Changsheng immediately began to search his memory. To prevent himself from becoming lost after his transportation, he had diligently gathered numerous maps. While he could not claim to know the entirety of the Qian Empire, he was certainly familiar with more than half of it. If my memory serves me correctly, the Shangqing Temple is roughly 1,000 miles away from the Linglong sect. To my astonishment, I found myself transported such a distance. Pondering this internally, Chen Changsheng spoke, "Considering it was an unintentional act, I shall not pursue your transgression of trespassing into my abode. You may leave." Senior, I to depart just like that?" The naive, fox-eared maiden inadvertently expressed her thoughts aloud. Observing her, Chen Changsheng replied coldly, "What else do you wish to do? But in such circumstances, shouldn't you bestow a fortuitous opportunity upon me, senior? Who informed you of that? Such is the rumor, gazing into the maiden's clear, yet foolish eyes. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but feel amusement. It is said that foxes are exceedingly cunning, yet this purity was a refreshing rarity. Very well, as our meeting is fated, I shall grant you some opportunities. He then casually recounted some insights he had gleaned during his foundational cultivation, which he had previously discussed with a little monk named Ikkyu. The little monk would visit him occasionally for conversation, and aside from the secrets of the Tianfu Temple's techniques, he was privy to all matters concerning Ikkyu, including the fact that he had wet the bed at the tender age of 5. Having concluded his remarks, Chen Changsheng waved his hand, saying, "Our fates entwine here. You may depart. Should you appear before me again, your life will be in jeopardy. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Humenyang shall forever remain grateful." After bowing deeply to Chen Changsheng once more, the fox-eared maiden turned and left promptly. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Changsheng smiled softly before heading in the opposite direction. Though his defenses were formidable, his offensive capabilities were virtually non-existent. In other words, he could not hope to contend with that little fox. Should she discover any vulnerabilities, it would spell great misfortune for him. As for the insights on foundational cultivation, Chen Changsheng was uncertain of their utility, having never attained that level himself. Emerging from the cave where he had slumbered for 80 years, Chen Changsheng began to wander aimlessly once more. Niansheng had moved on to her own life. She no longer required his concern. There was but one thing that Chen Changsheng needed to do: seek his next objective to navigate through the lengthy days of his wakefulness. Chen Changsheng. The roar echoed through the scripture pavilion, where a robust man clad in a Taoist robe was scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Upon hearing the shout, Chen Changsheng, also in Taoist robes and still bleary-eyed, abruptly lifted his head from the pile of books. Recognizing the visitor, he grinned and said, "Brother Qingfeng, what brings you here?" Upon witnessing Chen Changsheng's innocent demeanor, Qingfeng could not suppress his frustration. "Junior brother Changsheng, you have been at the Qinggong Temple for a decade. After 10 years, you still linger at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Do you not wish to establish your foundation?" In response, Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, one cannot rush the process of foundation establishment. Taking it slow is not a grave error. Life's journey is long. A leisurely pace is quite agreeable." Upon the utterance of these words, a twitch manifested at the corner of Qingfeng's eye. His junior brother, the Longshan, had arrived at the Shangqing Temple a decade prior, endowed with a commendable talent as a superior grade with spiritual root. Since his arrival, the entire temple had showered this young disciple with affection, for he always greeted others with a cheerful demeanor, approached tasks with meticulous dedication, and displayed considerable patience. He engaged neither in deceitful scheming nor in the pursuit of fame and fortune. His days were spent either immersed in Taoist scriptures or diligently honing his skills. A disciple of such character would undoubtedly be cherished in any sect. However, as time progressed, the congregation gradually discerned a troubling aspect of Longshan. His patience was excessive. Typically, a superior grade with spiritual root would require no more than 5 years to establish a foundation. Yet Longshan had inexplicably taken a full decade without achieving this milestone. Chapter 12. The Thunderstruck Coffin. Regarding Chen Changsheng's patience, Qingfeng could not help but roll his eyes dramatically and remarked, "This is no longer a matter of whether you are slow. You have no intention of establishing a foundation at all. Others prolong their qi training to solidify their roots, but you have dragged it out for a decade. Despite your attainment of the 9th level of qi training, you cannot even defeat an outer disciple at the 7th level. What exactly do you wish to achieve?" In response to Qingfeng's heartfelt lament, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and replied, "Cultivation is merely cultivation. What purpose do we need to attach to it? Moreover, having you as a senior brother is sufficient for brawling. Whether I am among you or not makes no difference. Kindly do not trouble me further." With that, Chen Changsheng prepared to retreat into the pile of books once more. However, Qingfeng would not allow him to escape so easily. Seizing Chen Changsheng by the collar and lifting him up, "Chen Changsheng, do not try to mislead me. Establishing a foundation is a directive from our master. You must break through whether you desire it or not. The infinite secret realm is about to open, and our master has personally secured a spot for you. There is no way for you to evade this. With that, Qing Feng led the reluctant Chen Changsheng away from the scripture pavilion. In the main hall of the upper pure temple, an elder with an ethereal demeanor stood in the center, while the 10 inner disciples of the temple stood neatly on either side, with Chen Changsheng positioned at the end of the line. After a prolonged silence, the elder spoke. Changsheng, how many years have you been with us at the upper pure temple? Upon hearing his master directly address him, Chen Changsheng promptly clasped his hands and replied, Master, the disciple has been in the temple for a decade. The elder nodded thoughtfully. 10 years ago, our venerable ancestor emerged from seclusion, and you fortuitously passed by the upper pure temple. In the midst of a vast crowd, our ancestors singled you out and brought you into the temple, declaring that you were destined for the Tao and bestowing upon you the status of an inner disciple. As he spoke, the elder gradually approached Chen Changsheng and gently placed his right hand on his shoulder. Ouch, Master, you're going to break my bones. Please be gentle. Chen Changsheng struggled against the elder's immense strength. Yet, with his meager abilities, how could he hope to escape the grasp of the temple's head, the Lord of the Primordial Spirit? At that moment, the expression of the Lord of the Primordial Spirit became somewhat contorted. With great effort, he forced a smile and grimly asked, Whether you are destined for the Tao, I dare not hastily conclude. However, could you explain to me why the thunderstruck jujube, wood that has rested for 300 years in the back mountain, has transformed into a coffin? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's 9 senior brothers could only twitch their lips in disbelief. Among the disciples of the upper pure temple, the master favored this little junior brother the most. While certain areas of the temple might be off-limits to other brothers and sisters, such restrictions did not apply to the little junior brother. Within the confines of Shanqing Temple, the young disciple could venture wherever his heart desired. Even into the sacred retreat of the ancestral master, he roamed freely. However, no one anticipated that this audacious young disciple would dare to disturb the master's cherished possession. The piece of thunderstruck jujube wood in the back mountain was seized by the master from a formidable demon of the perfected golden core 3 centuries ago. For the sake of this precious wood, the master secluded himself for an entire 30 years to recuperate. Under ordinary circumstances, disciples of Shanqing Temple were not only forbidden to touch it, but they were also deprived of the privilege to even gaze upon it. Now, this audacious young disciple had transformed the thunderstruck wood into a coffin. Such audacity was truly astounding. Master, the young disciple acted without intent. Please forgive him this moment. Qing Feng stepped forward to plead on behalf of Chen Changsheng, with several senior brothers joining in his appeal. Without intent, the master responded, I only provided him with the outline of the peripheral formation. I have never disclosed the core formation's path to him. 3 years ago, that piece of thunderstruck wood remained untouched in its place. Yet when I went to inspect it yesterday, it had been fashioned into a splendid coffin. I am curious to know what kind of unintentional act could silently breach my grand formation and transform the wood within into a coffin. As he spoke, the gaze of the master, the primordial spirit, returned to Chen Changsheng. Faced with the master's penetrating look, Chen Changsheng exhibited a hint of unease. Master, that piece of thunderstruck wood has been stored away for quite some time. Although such materials are rare, they have become somewhat superfluous given your current level of cultivation. Listening to Chen Changsheng's evasive reasoning, the primordial spirit released his grip on Chen Changsheng's shoulder and instead seized his ear. Despite the master's fierce words, there lay a tenderness in his heart for this disciple. Among the inner disciples, Chen Changsheng possessed the weakest strength and the lowest cultivation level. If he were to be too rough, he might inadvertently injure the young man's shoulder. Whether that would serve a purpose for me, I do not require you to instruct me. The thunderstruck wood was intended for carving the statue of the 3 purities. When outsiders visit Shanqing Temple and behold the magnificent statue of the 3 purities, they will surely be filled with reverence for our Tao. Now that the thunderstruck wood is gone, how do you propose we resolve this matter? At this, Chen Changsheng instinctively recoiled his head, escaping the master's grasp on his ear. He then pointed toward the clay statue of the three purities within the hall and proclaimed, "The Tao resides in the heart. The clay statue of the three purities suffices. If I wish for others to understand our Tao, why must we rely on external objects?" With that, Chen Changsheng retrieved a brush and strode confidently toward the hall's entrance. The primordial spirit found himself bewildered by Chen Changsheng's actions. Traditionally, if the young man simply admitted his mistake, the other disciples would intercede on his behalf, allowing the master to smoothly absolve him. However, with this unexpected turn of events, the master felt somewhat taken aback. Before long, the primordial spirit and Chen Changsheng's 9 senior brothers emerged. They beheld Chen Changsheng using his spiritual energy to smooth the couplets outside the grand hall. And with a flourish of his brush, he inscribed 22 grand characters that captured everyone's attention. With malicious intent, no amount of incense will yield any benefit. Standing tall and resolute, what harm is there in not bowing before me? Excellent. Upon observing the couplet penned by Chen Changsheng, Qing Feng could not help but utter a word of praise. Indeed, the junior disciple is truly fated to the Tao. These 22 characters vividly embody the elegance of our sect. In response to Qing Feng's commendation, Chen Changsheng merely smiled and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, the master of the primordial spirit wore a stern expression as he remarked, "Your comprehension is acceptable, yet your strength is utterly lacking. Let the matter of the thunderstruck would be noted. Should you fail to establish your foundation in the infinite secret realm, be wary of your legs. Now, be gone, for your presence irks me." Observing that their master had yet to calm his ire, several senior brothers promptly escorted Chen Changsheng away from the scene. Once Chen Changsheng had departed, the master of the primordial spirit carefully contemplated the couplet before him. Chapter 13. The bookworm Chen Changsheng after reciting the text 10 times. The master of the Yuan spirit took great delight in proclaiming, "Only my disciple, the master of the Yuan spirit, could compose such a couplet imbued with profound meaning. Observe these characters, engraved with iron and drawn with silver. Their elegance is unparalleled. Who among the ordinary could replicate such artistry? The bald monk Hui Hai and that scoundrel Zhao Dizhu's, emboldened by their possession of an excellent disciple, flaunt their prowess incessantly. Once Changsheng establishes his foundation, I shall surely quell their arrogance." Having spoken, the master of the Yuan spirit strode away, hands clasped behind his back, exuding pride. Moments later, a vague figure materialized at the entrance of the once empty hall. After a millennium of cultivation, not a single disciple has seen through the essence of it all. How intriguing. Before the words could fully escape, the indistinct figure vanished once more. In the sky, several streaks of light flashed across. The mortal observers below gazed in awe, for those luminous trails signified the omnipotent immortals of this realm. Yet, unbeknownst to them, one of those streaks housed a rather unambitious celestial being. "Senior brother, your spiritual energy could be more abundant. The wind is too fierce for me to concentrate on my reading." A phantasmal flying sword zipped through the air, with Qing Feng, the eldest disciple of the Upper Clarity sect, poised at its tip. Behind him sat a young man in meditation, the gusts of wind compelling him to frequently press down the pages of his book. Noting his junior disciple's lackadaisical demeanor, Qing Feng waved his right hand, augmenting his protective spiritual energy. Consequently, the fluttering pages settled into tranquility. "Changsheng, what do you immerse yourself in? Holding books all day long?" In response, Chen Changsheng offered a faint smile and replied, "I cherish all books. I not only relish reading, but also desire to observe every aspect of this world. However, the world is vast. Even if I spent 1,000 or 10,000 years, I could scarcely witness everything. Thus, I choose to read first, then gaze upon the world. Books are the creations of humanity. Individuals' right to transmute their observations, experiences, feelings, and insights into words for posterity. Completing a book is akin to understanding a person's entire life. While I may not grasp the whole picture, I can still glean fragments." Intrigued by Chen Changsheng's explanation, Qing Feng inquired, "With such extensive reading, have these books proven beneficial to you?" "Indeed," Chen Changsheng affirmed, "if I had not read, how could I unravel my master's core formation? This revelation piqued the interest of not only Chen Changsheng's brothers, but even the master of the Yuan spirit, who perked up his ears. While the master of the Yuan spirit felt a twinge of pain at the thought of Chen Changsheng using thunderwood to craft the coffin. He found it even more perplexing that a disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement could breach a formation laid by a cultivator of the nascent soul stage. Are you suggesting that within the Sutra repository, there exists a formation set by our master? Brother, you jest. Our master is not adept in the art of formations. How could the Sutra repository contain his formations? Yuan Shengren, your words are somewhat hurtful. After all, I am your master, an eminent figure at the nascent soul stage, while you are merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. What qualifications do you have to critique me? Since the Sutra repository does not contain my master as formations, how did you manage to break through the array? Even if my master is not adept at formations, the arrays set by a nascent soul practitioner are not something you, at your level, could comprehend. What you said is indeed correct. By ordinary reasoning, I would naturally be unable to fathom my master as formations. However, you seem to have overlooked a fundamental truth. All things in this world leave traces to be followed. My master is the head of the Shangqing Temple, and his foundational cultivation is undoubtedly rooted in its teachings. I have perused nearly all the books on formations housed within the Sutra repository. My master has delved into the lineage of the 5 elements formations. While studying the texts on this lineage, I also discovered notes and insights left behind by my master from years past. Thus, I have gained some understanding of his array-setting habits. Upon hearing this, Qing Feng immediately turned to his second senior brother and inquired, Mingyue, you oversee the Sutra repository. Does our Shangqing temple possess the lineage of the 5 elements formations? In response, second senior brother Mingyue pondered for a moment and replied with curiosity, although I may not possess the extensive knowledge of our junior brother, I am somewhat acquainted with the general classifications of the Sutra repository. I have not heard of such a lineage. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and remarked, of course, second senior brother is unaware. You began guarding the Sutra repository 30 years ago, but the 5 elements formations were removed from the repository 50 years prior. This particular school of thought was once all the rage in the world of cultivation a century ago, but has since been gradually supplanted by other systems of formations. Upon hearing this, Mingyue looked at Chen Changsheng in disbelief. Junior brother, please do not tell me you ventured into the book grave. Ha ha ha. Second senior brother indeed possesses keen insight. I did indeed visit the book grave. At this, Mingyue felt a sudden throbbing in his head. Nothing in this world remains unchanged, and the techniques and knowledge within the realm of cultivation are no exception. From the grand principles of golden elixir and nascent soul cultivation down to the rudiments of array comprehension, all things are in a state of flux. The cultivation world is forever graced by prodigies who innovate and create anew. Thus, every 50 years, the Sutra repository is purged to replace outdated methods and texts. The discarded books are then sent to a designated storage location, a place referred to as the book grave by the disciples of Shangqing Temple. Shangqing Temple has existed for over a millennium, yet no one knows the true extent of the volumes housed within the book grave, nor the variety of texts it contains. Mingyue had visited this place several times during his early days and had even discovered the mundane tale of mortals, Jinping Mei, within. After confirming that most of the books there were of little use, he never returned. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Mingyue tentatively asked, Junior brother, you haven't read through all the books in the book grave, have you? Brother Mingyue, please do not jest. I have only been initiated for a decade. How could I claim to have finished reading? However, I have perused a third of it, 3/10, in the vast repository of books. That must amount to an astonishing 400,000 volumes. Not quite. The total collection in the library comprises 983,521 tomes. Over the years, I have read a total of 286,385 books, which barely constitutes a third. Upon hearing this, Mingyue fell silent, as did the other disciples. And even the venerable Yuanying sage cultivator could not escape the weight of this revelation. Chapter 14. The thunderstruck wood met its fate. Time and people have changed after several breaths. Qing Feng managed to recover from his astonishment and spoke, The five-element formation you mentioned seems familiar. I believe I have heard my master speak of it. It was a hallmark skill of a certain sect 2 centuries ago, though it has since been rendered obsolete. If that is the case, the archives within the Scripture Pavilion must contain the fundamentals and some introductions to the five-element formation. Are you able to break your master's grand array with just this knowledge? Certainly not, Chen Changsheng replied, shaking his head. As I previously mentioned, my master inherited his teachings from the Upper Clear Temple and does not excel at formations. Given this, it is highly unlikely that he could have devised a formation of his own. Therefore, all of my master's formation expertise must have originated from the Scripture Pavilion of the Upper Clear Temple. In my second year of study, he demonstrated to me the piece of thunderstruck wood. In order to decipher the core formation left by my master, I dedicated a full year to studying all the formation texts in the Scripture Pavilion. After considerable comparison, I discovered that the formation set by my master was a blend of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation and the Big Dipper formation, augmented by some of his unique modifications. Despite numerous attempts, I was unable to breach the formation for 5 entire years. Eventually, while perusing the tomb of texts, I stumbled upon the treatises on the five-element formation and also acquired some of my master's insights into formations. This revelation finally illuminated how my master had intertwined the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation with the Big Dipper formation, borrowing principles from the five-element formation. With an understanding of how the formation was arranged, I commenced my attempts anew, ultimately spending an additional year and a half to break through. I completed the crafting of the coffin just 10 days ago. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's account, the others fell silent. Qing Feng cast a look of regret towards the celestial master. As if to say, "Master, your thunderstruck wood did not die in vain." The celestial master was left in a state of bemusement, torn between admiration and exasperation. This fellow had devoted 8 years just to transform his thunderstruck wood into a coffin. He found himself at a loss as to whether to commend his perseverance or chastise his folly. 8 years is no trivial matter for a cultivator. The lifespan of a mortal barely exceeds a century. The limit for a foundation establishment practitioner is 200 years, while those in the golden core stage may live up to 500. The nascent soul stage generally allows for around 800 years, and only those who have attained the transformation stage can surpass a millennium. Yet, here was his disciple, spending 8 years on such a seemingly trivial endeavor, completely unconcerned about his own lifespan. In the infinite secret realm, the entrance had become a gathering place for various sects, large and small. Oh my! ISNT, that the celestial master? It has been 50 years, and you have remarkably advanced to the mid-nascent soul stage. Congratulations! As Chen Changsheng and the others descended, Zhao Dizhu's, the leader of Linglong's sect, approached with a beaming smile to greet them. However, in response to Zhao Dizhu's enthusiasm, the primordial spirit master did not offer him a favorable disposition. There are words to be spoken and gas to be released. I, a humble Taoist, wish not to engage in excessive discourse with someone so crass as you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu's, with a pained expression, replied, "Primordial spirit master, you are, after all, a person of the Taoist sect. How can your temper be so tempestuous? Although my cultivation is but slightly superior to yours, and my disciple somewhat more accomplished than yours, there is no need to remain perpetually irate over such trivial matters. I understand your jealousy regarding my exceptional disciple. At under 200 years of age, he has already reached the late stage of the nascent soul. Such talent has not been seen throughout the great Qian dynasty. If it were not for the dire circumstances, given our friendship, I would certainly assist you in finding one. Ha! Who covets your mediocre disciple? I possess one far better. While your disciple may reach the late nascent soul stage before 200, mine shall achieve it within a century. Just wait and see." With that, the primordial spirit master stormed off with Chen Changsheng and the others in a fit of anger. Observing this, Zhao Dizhu smirked, then, with his hands clasped behind his back, hummed a tune as he made his way toward the seal of the infinite secret realm. This will not do. The more I ponder, the more incensed I become. Qing Feng, take your junior brothers inside shortly. I shall confront that scoundrel Zhao Dizhu's once more. Not long after their separation, The primordial spirit master, increasingly agitated, sought out Zhao Dizhu's again. Noticing his master's demeanor, Qingfeng chuckled but chose not to intervene. The camaraderie between Zhao Dizhu's and his master had endured for decades. He had witnessed their verbal sparring for over 150 years. At that moment, Chen Changsheng, surveying his surroundings, suddenly spoke, "Senior brother, was it not said that there exists a genius named Immortal Changsheng within the Linglong sect? Why have I yet to behold her presence? Immortal Changsheng has ventured to the borders of the great Qian kingdom. She is not alone. Even Master Ikkyu from the Heavenly Buddha Temple has accompanied her." Ikkyu the monk? Upon hearing this name, Chen Changsheng felt a profound curiosity arise within him. Qingfeng, assuming Chen Changsheng was unfamiliar with the name, proceeded to elucidate. Master Ikkyu is the successor of the Heavenly Buddha Temple and is the second most talented individual in the Great Qian dynasty, following Immortal Changsheng. He is just over 100 years old and has already attained the late stage of the Golden Core. It is said that he is the most likely candidate to surpass Immortal Changsheng. Upon learning that the timid and kind-hearted little monk had transformed into a formidable figure, Chen Changsheng could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In the past, that little monk would frequently engage him in debates, but he often emerged the victor. Time, indeed, is the most potent of arts. After merely a brief slumber, the once timid monk had evolved into the present monk master. After his musings, Chen Changsheng spoke again. "Senior brother, what purpose do they serve at the borders? What else could they be doing but waging war against the kingdom of Night Moon? As a nation of demons, the kingdom of Night Moon engages in battle with the Great Qian dynasty every 200 years. Though the Great Qian has triumphed on numerous occasions, it has yet to eradicate them entirely. Recently, it remains a mystery why the kingdom of Night Moon has unexpectedly initiated a national war. A mere 170 years have passed since the last great conflict, yet this new aggression has come a full 30 years ahead of schedule, leaving many perplexed." Upon hearing this news, the smile on Chen Changsheng's face gradually faded. He had encountered records of the war between the kingdom of Dakian and the kingdom of Night Moon within the annals of history. It was a cataclysmic clash between cultivators and mortals, the brutality of which defies description. Even the most powerful nascent soul practitioners faced the peril of demise. Furthermore, the premature declaration of war by the kingdom of Night Moon instilled within Chen Changsheng a sense of vague unease. Chapter 15. The Infinite Secret Realm and the Mysterious Stone Coffin. Upon witnessing Chen Changsheng's momentary daze, Qingfeng assumed he was preoccupied with concerns over the impending war between the two nations, and thus spoke with a light-hearted tone. "Do not trouble yourself. Such national conflicts require one to be at the Golden Core stage to participate. By the time you achieve that level, the war will likely be concluded. The Infinite Secret Realm is about to commence. You should hurry and join your brother Yuanshan." With that, Qingfeng gently nudged Chen Changsheng and Yuanshan forward. Meanwhile, the three foremost cultivation sects, Tianfu Temple, Linglong Sect, and Shangqing View, had united to unveil the seal of the Infinite Secret Realm. In an instant, a profound black hole manifested above the altar, drawing in those who had been chosen. After a tumultuous whirl, Chen Changsheng and Yuanshan found themselves amidst a vast sea of flowers. Observing their surroundings, Yuanshan tugged at Chen Changsheng's sleeve and inquired, "Changsheng, where are we?" Faced with his somewhat timid ninth senior brother, Chen Changsheng could not help but chuckle in exasperation. Before his arrival at Shangqing View, there had been 9 inner disciples, each possessing unique skills and personalities. His ninth senior brother was famously timid, particularly as he was only 13 years of age. Despite his youth, his talents were remarkable, being endowed with both water and fire spiritual roots. "Yuanshan, you are in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Do not be so fearful," Chen Changsheng remarked. Upon hearing his words, Yuanshan wore a wry smile. "Brother Changsheng, you know I was brought to Shangqing View at the tender age of 3. My days have been consumed by cultivation, and I have little knowledge of the outside world." In response, Chen Changsheng grinned and said, "Then will you heed my counsel?" "Of course I will," Yuanshan replied. "You were the lookout when I pilfered Master S. Thunderwood. Since you are willing to follow my lead, let us begin gathering flowers," Chen Changsheng proposed. Gather flowers? What purpose does that serve? Yuan Shan's face was etched with confusion. To brew wine, Chen Changsheng exclaimed. We must be in the 100-flower sea within the infinite secret realm, where blossoms from all seasons thrive. I have read of a celestial wine known as 100-flower wine, crafted from the blossoms of the 4 seasons. And every flower must be fresh. The conditions are stringent, which is why I have never succeeded in brewing it. Now, however, we have a fortuitous opportunity. Observing Chen Changsheng crouched on the ground, collecting petals, Yuan Shan scratched his head and voiced his concerns, but Master instructed us to seek opportunities here. How shall we explain our flower gathering upon our return? The map of the infinite secret realm indicates that 30 miles east from here lies a dilapidated bronze ancient temple. Within that temple resides the opportunity you seek, though it requires passing a trial to obtain it. I'm aware of this information, and surely others are as well. Thus, 2 choices lie before you. First, venture into the ancient bronze palace to face trials, engaging in a fierce struggle for survival against disciples from other sections. Second, remain here with me to brew the 100-flower wine, since Master and 3rd senior brother are fond of fine wine. Offering them the 100-flower wine should spare us from any punishment. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's proposition, Yuan Shan pondered for a moment, then squatted down to join in the gathering of flowers. As time passed, the myriad of talented individuals entering the infinite secret realm fervently sought opportunities, clashing with one another in a desperate bid for fortune. In stark contrast, Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan lived a life of tranquility. In the mornings, they plucked dew-kissed petals. At noon, they reclined amidst the sea of flowers, gazing at the sky. And in the afternoons, they meticulously recreated the 100-flower wine using ancient methods. Their lifestyle stood in sharp relief against that of the other cultivators who had come with them. Big Brother Changsheng, come quickly and see what this is. Yuan Shan's call drew Chen Changsheng's attention from the floral expanse. He observed Yuan Shan waving excitedly, seemingly having discovered something extraordinary. What is it? Chen Changsheng instinctively inquired as he approached. Yuan Shan pointed to the ground, exclaiming, Big Brother Changsheng, there's a stone slab here with intricate patterns. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng knelt down, brushing away the loose dirt, and indeed uncovered a carved stone slab adorned with exquisite designs. Running his fingers over the patterns, he furrowed his brow and remarked, This object appears to be quite substantial. We should excavate it. With that, the 2 brothers commenced their digging. After an hour of diligent effort, a monumental coffin emerged before them, its surface etched with peculiar inscriptions. Yuan Shan scrutinized the markings closely and queried, Big Brother Changsheng, what script is this? I cannot decipher it at all. Of course, you cannot comprehend it, for these are characters from 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years. The Dacian dynasty was established only 1,800 years ago. Is this coffin predating the Dacian dynasty? Silence. I have only encountered some of these characters in ancient texts. There are many I do not recognize. Allow me a moment to think. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yuan Shan promptly covered his mouth with his hand and stood obediently in place. An hour passed, and Chen Changsheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, So, this is the case. We have truly stumbled upon great fortune. Seeing Chen Changsheng finally speak, Yuan Shan eagerly inquired, Big Brother Changsheng, what does it say? It is a brief biography of an individual. From a young age, I practiced diligently. At 18, I fought in 3,981 battles, winning 756 and losing 3,225. At 80, I fought 4,498 battles, winning 1,325 and losing 3,173. At 200, I fought 1,650 battles, winning 985 and losing 780. At 500, I fought 130 battles, winning 115 and losing 15. At 1,000, I fought 9 battles and emerged victorious in all, suddenly realizing that there were no rivals left in the world. Alas, throughout my life, I have sought a worthy adversary, yet none could be found. Truly, this solitude is profoundly unbearable. By chance, I discovered a secluded haven where I wished to spend my days in tranquil solitude. Yet upon further contemplation, I ultimately chose another path, unwilling to sever the lineage of my existence. Thus, I interred a stone sarcophagus beneath a sea of blossoms. The journey to immortality is long and arduous, attainable only by those with unwavering sincerity. With a single breath, I recited the inscriptions upon the sarcophagus. At that moment, the distant mountains were left in astonished silence. "Brother Changsheng, this individual is truly remarkable," exclaimed one. "To have fought so many battles in a lifetime is astounding. Yet why did he engage in fewer skirmishes as time progressed?" The answer is evident. As the years passed, few remained capable of matching his prowess. When he reached the age of 1,000, those 9 battles must have been nothing short of earth-shattering. 9 victories in 9 encounters, though merely 4 words. They cannot conceal the thrill of his triumph. Surely, these 9 confrontations were the most gratifying of his entire existence. Chapter 16. The Undefeated Immortal. Urgent news from the borders. Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Yuan Shan suddenly spoke. "Brother Changsheng, since that esteemed elder left behind a legacy, why were no trials set here? Is he not concerned that his treasures might be carelessly claimed by others? Who says there are no trials? The entire infinite secret realm is the greatest trial. The name infinite signifies that this place is virtually boundless. This realm opens once every 50 years, and it has existed since the establishment of the great Qian dynasty over 1,000 years ago. Even now, its treasures remain untouched. In the face of such an inexhaustible gold mine, who would still pay attention to this beautiful yet utterly useless sea of flowers? We cultivate to seek the Tao. Some pursue martial arts, while others seek the path of immortality. Regardless of the path one chooses, the most crucial aspect is to remain unperturbed by external distractions. Yet, look at those who have entered the secret realm. They are all entranced by the treasures here, forgetting their original intentions. How can those who have lost sight of their beginnings pause to admire this sea of flowers? Yuan Shan nodded, seemingly understanding. "Brother Changsheng, what is the name of this esteemed elder?" "I do not know. It is not written here. Let us open it, and perhaps we may find a clue." "All right." Upon hearing that they were to open the coffin, Yuan Shan instantly became excited. With a grating sound that sent chills down their spines, the heavy stone coffin was pried open slightly by the two. As the gap widened, before Yuan Shan could lean in for a closer look, a brilliant light burst forth from the coffin, pulling both of them inside. After a dizzying whirlwind, Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan found themselves in a vast, white space. At the center of this space stood a man whose face was obscured, with his hands clasped behind his back. Having attained this opportunity proves that you have yet to be ensnared by external distractions. I specialize in boxing. This set of techniques embodies my lifelong learning. I hope future generations will cherish it. As he spoke, the figure began to demonstrate the boxing techniques. The movements were not overly complex, yet each strike exuded an ineffable charm. Soon, the demonstration concluded, and the figure spoke once more. "This boxing style does not emphasize the moves, but rather the intent. In my later years, I battled against 9 opponents. With 9 punches, I defeated them all." With that, the surrounding environment transformed again, revealing the figure atop a mountain peak, surrounded by 9 formidable shadows. Then, the figure slowly unleashed a punch. Although the speed was exceedingly slow, the mountains and rivers around him crumbled under its might. Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan were rendered speechless, transfixed by the spectacle of the battle. The figure unleashed 9 punches, each imbued with a distinct essence. Such a profound realm was beyond the comprehension of Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan. Once the battle concluded, they returned to the white space once more. Those who practice my martial art in future generations should remember, while one may lose a match, the spirit of the fist must never falter. When a punch is thrown, it must strike with such ferocity that it rends the opponent's very soul. As these words were spoken, the surrounding space began to disintegrate, and the figure gradually faded away. The transformation around him jolted Chen Changsheng from his earlier astonishment. He clasped his hands and inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed name?" "Venerable One." Upon hearing this, the seemingly dull figure appeared to regain a semblance of consciousness. "The world knows me as the immortal of 100 defeats. I am grateful for the opportunity bestowed by the immortal. may I inquire the name of this martial art? In my hands, it is my technique. In yours, it becomes yours. Thus, the art remains nameless. With the final word spoken, the figure of the immortal of 100 defeats completely vanished. Chen Changsheng and his companion found themselves once more amidst the sea of flowers, surveying the familiar surroundings. Chen Changsheng felt a profound sense of having awakened from a dream. Elder brother Changsheng, I have reached the golden core stage. At the sound of this exclamation, Chen Changsheng turned to see Yuan Shan joyfully displaying his newfound cultivation. Observing that Yuan Shan had ascended from the mid-foundation stage directly to the golden core realm, Chen Changsheng seemed to uncover something, hastily examining his own level of cultivation. Once at the 9th level of Qi training, he realized, to his astonishment, that he had unknowingly attained the pinnacle of the foundation stage, mere moments away from achieving the golden core. Elder brother Changsheng, what is happening? How did I reach the golden core in less than an hour? In response to Yuan Shan's bewilderment, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and replied, it was not merely an hour. We have likely spent at least 2 months within. 2 months? Has it truly been that long? Certainly. When we unearthed that coffin, we inadvertently damaged many of the surrounding flowers. Yet, as you can see, they have all regrown. Although the infinite secret realm is rich in spiritual energy, such a transformation cannot occur in just a month or 2. Hearing this, Yuan Shan looked around and found Chen Changsheng's words to ring true. The reason we felt as though we had not lingered long is due to the immortal's profound realm, which created an illusion for us. Moreover, while the immortal demonstrated the martial art, our bodies subconsciously practiced along many times. With such a formidable elder guiding us, how could our realms not advance? So that is how it is. If 2 months have passed, does that mean we are on the brink of leaving the secret realm? We are likely close. The infinite secret realm opens for 5 months. We spent 2.5 months brewing wine and over 2 months learning the immortal's martial art. We should hasten to pack our belongings. We might soon be expelled from the realm. With that, Chen Changsheng made his way to the temporary wooden hut he had constructed, where he had stored 10 jars of the exquisite 100-flower wine he had painstakingly brewed. Suddenly, the altar trembled, and countless figures were expelled from the black void. Some among them were exhilarated, others dismayed, while a few bore expressions of sheer malice. Yet, it was not long before they all sensed something amiss. Due to the absence of the elders from his own sect, only a couple of individuals had come to welcome him. Sixth senior brother, why are you the only one here? What about Master and the senior brother? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, the sixth senior brother forced a smile and replied, the borders are in crisis. Master and the senior brother departed 2 months ago. Observing the apparent accomplishments of the two, he added, you both seem to have made significant progress, which reassures me. For the time being, you shall oversee the Shangqing Temple. We shall return shortly. With that, the sixth senior brother immediately took flight on his sword and departed. Watching the direction in which he vanished, Chen Changsheng's brow remained furrowed for an extended period. The sixth senior brother was renowned for his composure. What could have transpired at the borders to incite such urgency in him? Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng shook his head in resignation, for in addition to his concerns for his master and senior brother, he was also troubled by thoughts of a young monk and a girl. Chapter 17. The Return of the Mourner. Defeat at the Upper Clarity Temple. The words of the sixth senior brother instilled in Chen Changsheng a subtle sense of unease. However, this feeling did not linger for long, as he soon found solace. After traversing the mortal realm for several decades, Chen Changsheng comprehended a profound truth. When circumstances exceed one's capabilities, the mere desire to avert them does not render them non-existent. Rather than dwelling in constant worry, it is far more prudent to embrace each day with joy, for time shall reveal all truths, including the validity of one's own conjectures. Upon returning to the Upper Clarity Temple, Chen Changsheng resumed a life of leisure and tranquility. His days were spent either perusing texts in the library or practicing the nameless martial arts of the 100 Defeats Immortal, engaging his body in movement. The spiritual entity, during a journey to the frontier, had withdrawn more than half of the temple's power. Consequently, although Yuan Shan was still quite young, with Chen Changsheng's assistance, he managed to maintain the temple's operations. Moreover, as Yuan Shan encountered more experiences, his rate of growth accelerated, and it was not long before Chen Changsheng became a hands-off manager. Yet, during this period, an unexpected development arose. The conflict between the Dacian dynasty and the Night Moon Kingdom would endure for a full 20 years. By the 5th year, even the long-secluded transformation god had ventured to the frontier. In the Upper Clarity Temple library, as Chen Changsheng gently set down the final tome, he stretched his somewhat stiff limbs. At that moment, a striking young man clad in a Taoist robe approached, his sharp brows framing his bright eyes. "What have you decided regarding our conversation yesterday?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng glanced at him and replied coolly, "No." "Why not? 10 years ago, you said that once you finished reading the books in the library, you would allow me to go to the frontier. Now that you have completed them, why am I still forbidden to go? Do not forget, I am the acting head of the Upper Clarity Temple," he added. Observing the young man before him, who now dared to raise his voice against him, Chen Changsheng chuckled. "It has been 20 years. The once timid child who sought my counsel on every matter now boldly challenges me. Quite an improvement." Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yuan Shan's eyes began to redden, and his voice trembled with emotion. "Seventh senior brother has perished, 5th senior brother is blind, and our beloved senior brother has lost an arm. Brother Changsheng, I am now at the late stage of Golden Core. I can assist them. I truly cannot bear to see my brothers suffer any longer." Faced with Yuan Shan's tearful eyes, Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. He had been closely monitoring the situation at the frontier, and the prospect for the Dacian dynasty were grim. Over 10 formidable beings of the nascent soul stage had perished, with rumors suggesting that even transformation stage cultivators had begun to fall on the battlefield. In such a merciless conflict, sending Yuan Shan into that environment would be tantamount to sentencing him to death. On that battlefield, even a Golden Core cultivator was but a slightly elevated form of cannon fodder. As Chen Changsheng contemplated finding an excuse to continue thwarting Yuan Shan's advance to the battlefield, a familiar aura suddenly emanated from above the Shangqing Temple. Sensing this presence, both Chen Changsheng and Yuan Shan hurriedly went out to greet it. However, what they beheld was their 3rd senior brother, drenched in blood, with his left hand severed and his right eye blinded. From this moment forth, I shall assume the mantle of the master of Shangqing Temple, and 9th junior brother Song Yuan Shan shall serve as the deputy master. All branches of Shangqing Temple are to retreat 3,000 miles west. The once indolent 3rd senior brother now exuded an air of decisiveness, scarcely pausing to exchange greetings with his long-absent junior brothers. After issuing a series of commands, the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate. Observing the drastically transformed 3rd senior brother, Yuan Shan trembled as he approached. "3rd senior brother, what of the master?" he inquired. In response to Yuan Shan's question, the 3rd senior brother, his voice hoarse, replied, "For reasons unknown, the Night Moon Kingdom has seen a sudden surge in the number of formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. The master was besieged by 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators and ultimately perished on Phoenix Mountain. The few of us acted in concert, but we were ambushed. Our eldest senior brother sacrificed himself to ensure my escape. The great Qian dynasty has suffered defeat, ceding 5,000 miles of territory to the Night Moon Kingdom, starting from the border." Upon hearing this news, Yuan Shan felt as though the world was spinning beneath him. He then seized the 3rd senior brother's collar and demanded fiercely, "What of the master's body? Why did you not bring it back? Do you wish to see our master's corpse turned into a puppet?" Faced with Yuan Shan's outburst, the 3rd senior brother offered no resistance, only an endless silence. "Cease your shaking. You may inadvertently harm the 3rd senior brother," came Chen Changsheng's calm voice from behind. Instinctively, Yuan Shan halted his actions. Upon turning, he saw that Chen Changsheng had, unbeknownst to them, carried the lightning-struck wooden coffin from the back mountain. Before Yuan Shan could fathom Chen Changsheng's intentions, the latter had approached the 3rd senior brother, producing a porcelain vial and administering a pill to him. It was as if Chen Changsheng remained unaffected by the recent grim tidings. "You have sustained injuries to your foundation. My abilities are insufficient to save you. The Night Moon Kingdom's onslaught is relentless. Their ambitions undoubtedly extend beyond a mere 5,000 miles. They likely seek to engulf the entire great Qian dynasty. Yuan Shan possesses commendable talent, albeit still somewhat juvenile. You must mentor him well over the next 50 years, for the future of Changsheng Temple rests upon his shoulders. Having spoken, Chen Changsheng stored the lightning-struck wooden coffin within the system space and turned to exit. At this moment, the day's third senior brother regained his senses and called out, "Changsheng, what are you planning to do?" Hearing this, Chen Changsheng paused, hesitated for a moment, and then replied, "I'm going to retrieve the bodies of the master and our senior brothers. It may amuse you to know that before my arrival at Changsheng Temple, my original profession was that of a coffin seller. The lightning-struck wooden coffin was actually prepared in advance for our master, and now it serves its purpose. Our pursuit of immortality is driven by the desire for eternal life. Many believe that with such longevity comes boundless freedom. Yet, little do they realize that immortality can be the greatest torment. The world resembles a vast ocean of suffering, and to be immortal is to remain adrift upon its turbulent waters forever. Our masters have transcended this sea of anguish, and we ought to rejoice for them." With that, Chen Changsheng hesitated momentarily before turning to his third senior brother, bestowing upon him a radiant smile as he spoke. "I recall you once recounted a tale from the realm of cultivation, which you used to instill fear in Yuan Shan. You spoke of a mysterious entity that collects the bodies of those whose lifespans have come to an end. When this figure appears, it heralds the imminent arrival of death. No one knows his true name. He is simply referred to as the Undertaker." Chapter 18. The 5,000 miles funeral journey. Upon hearing the name of the princess from the Night Moon Kingdom, the third senior brother's eyes flickered momentarily. Yet he remained silent. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng continued to recount tales of the past with a cheerful demeanor. "You have also conducted a thorough investigation into the matter and discovered that the first appearance of the funeral bearer was to bid farewell to the blood demon ancestor a century ago. Furthermore, the funeral bearer shares intricate connections with Master Ikkyu of the Heavenly Buddha Temple. In light of this, I wish to assert that the funeral bearer is not as terrifying as you portray. He is merely a seller of coffins." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and waved his hand, striding toward the exit. However, Yuan Shan called out to Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, "Brother Changsheng, will you return? I have crafted a coffin for you all, and I shall come back when you need it." As his words faded, Chen Changsheng had already vanished from sight. Watching him leave, the third senior brother was overwhelmed with emotion. Ever since this junior disciple arrived at the Changsheng Temple, he had sensed something peculiar. Time, it seemed, left no trace upon Changsheng. The cultivation world possesses elixirs that can preserve youth, yet time imprints its marks not only upon the body, but also upon the heart. Over the span of 10 years, 3-year-old Yuan Shan had transformed into a 13-year-old youth, and everyone undergoes some degree of change. Yet after a decade, Changsheng's gaze remained as clear as when he first arrived at the Changsheng Temple. Initially, he presumed this was merely a testament to Changsheng's serene disposition. However, 20 years later, upon returning to the Changsheng Temple, Changsheng's eyes still sparkled with the same purity. Reflecting on this, the third senior brother sighed softly, saying Yuan Shan, in due time, announced to the outside world that a closed-door disciple of the Changsheng Temple fell into madness and perished. But Brother Changsheng is living so well. Just heed my words. Changsheng has his own path to follow, and his ties to the Changsheng Temple have reached their conclusion. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shan fell silent for a moment, ultimately nodding in agreement. He had been brought to the Changsheng Temple at the tender age of 3, and although he entered a few months before Changsheng, earning the title of senior brother, he had always regarded Changsheng as his older brother. If possible, he truly wished to prevent Changsheng from leaving. Yet in this world, no feast lasts forever. Noticing Yuan Shan's melancholy, the third senior brother gently patted his shoulder with his remaining hand, stating, "Our ancestral master always said that those who enter the path have fleeting emotional ties, yet bear profound loyalty. Others may not understand him, but we must." Exiting the Changsheng Temple, Chen Changsheng gazed up at the azure sky and then at the celestial beings returning from the border, chuckling, "Oh, my prideful master, you have always cherished your reputation in life. How could you allow yourself to be in a foreign land in death? Allow me, your devoted disciple, to bring you home. For this occasion, I shall not collect any spirit stones." With that, Chen Changsheng set forth toward the border. The great Qian dynasty has suffered defeat, and the front lines are engulfed in flames. However, Chen Changsheng has never paid heed to this turmoil. His singular purpose now is to locate his old friends and grant them a proper resting place. Human beings must pay 3 copper coins to enter the city. 2 demon warriors obstructed Chen Changsheng's path. Observing that they were merely at the 3rd level of qi training, he promptly submitted the required coins. After paying the entrance fee, he successfully entered the city. Sensing the faint aura of spiritual energy within the city, Chen Changsheng sighed, recognizing that concealing his cultivation was indeed a wise choice. Even in such a small town, there were golden elixir practitioners stationed, raising the question of how the Night Moon Kingdom had suddenly gained such strength. With this perplexity in mind, Chen Changsheng took lodging in an inn. For this journey to the border to collect the deceased, Chen Changsheng eschewed flying on his sword or using spiritual energy to hasten his travel. Instead, he opted for the most primitive method, walking step by step. The place he intended to visit had already been occupied by the Night Moon Kingdom. A golden elixir practitioner of the human race soaring through the skies would undoubtedly attract attention. As he approached the Night Moon Kingdom, Chen Changsheng began to comprehend the reasons behind the comprehensive defeat of the great Qian dynasty. The number of demon cultivators was simply overwhelming. Foundation establishment practitioners were everywhere. Golden elixirs were as common as dogs, and one could frequently encounter those at the nascent soul stage. It was no wonder the great Qian dynasty was unable to withstand such a force. After reflecting briefly on the circumstances of both nations, Chen Changsheng ordered several local delicacies, preparing to savor them before continuing on his journey. However, his contemplation of the culinary delights was abruptly interrupted by a conversation between 2 demons. Have you heard? Our demon king's daughter is publicly seeking a husband. Anyone above the Foundation establishment realm can apply. Of course, I've heard, but what does that have to do with us? Our demon king belongs to the noble Silver Moon Wolf clan. Do you think we have the qualifications to become his son-in-law? Qualifications or not, it'll be worthwhile to see. I heard the Fox clan has prepared a nascent soul puppet as a congratulatory gift. A nascent soul puppet? Surely you jest. Why would I deceive you? This puppet was obtained by the Fox clan from Phoenix Mountain. They dispatched 3 late-stage nascent soul ancestors to eliminate that practitioner. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng could only murmur helplessly, "Master, after 5 years of toil to reach this point, you present me with such a daunting challenge right upon my arrival. The Fox clan, being one of the powerful factions of the Night Moon Kingdom, how am I to retrieve you from their grasp? I cannot contend with them alone." In the face of this perplexing predicament, Chen Changsheng scratched his head in frustration. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated his mind. The Fox clan is a formidable race within the Night Moon Kingdom, and the Demon King is the Silver Moon Wolf King. If I were to become the son-in-law of the Silver Moon Wolf King, would that not present me with an opportunity to claim the puppet from the Fox clan? Though the notion may appear absurd, theoretically, it seems devoid of flaws. Chen Changsheng muttered incessantly, yet the more he pondered, the more he found the idea plausible. In the royal palace of the Night Moon Kingdom, a voice of authority resonated. "Your Majesty, the princess has fled." Then hastened to send men to search for her. "If my daughter loses even a single strand of wolf fur, you shall pay with your heads." With this decree, the palace was instantly thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, on a hillside beyond the royal city, a spirited young woman playfully stuck out her tongue at the distant capital. "If you desire marriage so ardently, then go wed yourself. I shall take my leave." Chapter 19. Trouble comes from above, while one sits at home. What should be offered as a betrothal gift? Chen Changsheng sat atop a mountain peak, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. Ever since he learned that the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom was seeking a suitor, he had been pondering how to win the heart of the enchanting lady. Yet, after much deliberation, Chen Changsheng realized that apart from his striking appearance and vast knowledge, he possessed little else. Just as despair began to envelop him, a sudden cry for help echoed from afar. Upon closer inspection, he discerned 2 golden core demons pursuing a Foundation establishment woman. As Chen Changsheng observed the unfolding drama, the pursued maiden abruptly altered her course and darted toward him. "Senior, Save me. They seek to kill me." Upon hearing her desperate plea, Chen Changsheng wasted no time and activated all his cultivation, then promptly fled. The young woman was taken aback. "Wait, under such dire circumstances, aren't you supposed to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? You just ran away without a shred of curiosity?" The woman's grievances did little to impede Chen Changsheng's rapid escape. As he distanced himself, she felt the imminent threat of her pursuers closing in. Gritting her teeth, she produced a jade talisman and shattered it. In an instant, a golden light erupted, binding her to Chen Changsheng. Without delay, she teleported behind him, maintaining pace with his flight. Chen Changsheng was bewildered. "What are you clinging to me for? Senior, they intend to kill me. I beseech you to intervene." Upon hearing her request, the woman again implored Chen Changsheng for assistance. "Enough with the poor acting to deceive me. They are not here to kill you. Those who wish to harm would not merely chase without striking. Moreover, take a look at yourself. You're adorned with treasures. Does it seem reasonable for a foundation establishment cultivator to possess so much? You must be the daughter of a wealthy family who has run away, and they are here to bring you back." The moment she uttered those words, Chen Changsheng launched into a rapid-fire analysis. His deductions were uncannily accurate. The young woman was left speechless. She had never met this man before, and it was evident he did not recognize her either. Merely from a distance, he had discerned so much. What kind of mind did he possess? Faced with the exposure of her deception, the woman decided to lay her cards on the table. "Since you've seen through my ruse, I should no longer pretend. They indeed seek to escort me back. If I am apprehended, I will only face a scolding and a few days of confinement. But you are different. If you do not help me evade their pursuit, I shall claim that you lured me away. Tell me, how do you think my family will deal with you then?" In response to the woman's words, Chen Changsheng chose to disregard her and devoted himself entirely to deciphering the binding talisman affixed to him. Naturally, his actions did not escape the woman's notice. However, she remained completely unconcerned that Chen Changsheng would unravel the curse she had placed upon him. "Stop wasting your efforts. This shadowing talisman was crafted by a Yuanying stage cultivator, and a mere Jindan practitioner like you will never break it. Rather than squander time here, you would be better off fleeing. 2 late-stage Jindan cultivators are pursuing us, and we are on the verge of being caught." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to look and saw the 2 late-stage Jindan demon cultivators steadily closing in on him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a flicker of anger ignited within him. "My dear lady, I have no desire to meddle in your family affairs, nor do I wish to become entangled with you. I am willing to overlook our previous encounter. Could you please cease your pursuit of me?" Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, the woman retaliated by summoning a bead to press against her forehead. "I shall do as I please. What can you possibly do to me? If you possess any capability, then shatter my protective barrier." With a frigid expression, Chen Changsheng began to weave his incantations. Initially, the woman paid little heed, for a mere Jindan stage cultivator had never been of concern to her. Were it not for her depleting spiritual energy, she would not have wished to accept a ride from a stranger. Yet soon, she sensed something amiss. This is the blood escape technique of the Shanqing sect. You are the human race. Upon witnessing the woman's astonished expression, Chen Changsheng grinned and remarked, "Congratulations on your correct guess, but alas, there is no reward." Hearing this, the woman instantaneously attempted to dispel the shadowing talisman binding her to Chen Changsheng. However, it was too late. Chen Changsheng's blood escape had already been executed. With a cough of blood, he transformed into a streak of crimson light and vanished into the horizon. The 2 pursuing demon cultivators were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that a mid-stage Jindan cultivator could employ such sophisticated escape techniques. Furthermore, how could an unknown human appear in the heart of the Yeyue kingdom? "What should we do now, brother?" Smack! One of the Jindan cultivators had barely spoken when his companion slapped him hard. "What do you mean, what should we do?" "Hurry and pursue. If the princess is taken by a human, we shall await our annihilation." With that, they immediately ignited their lifeblood to chase after Chen Changsheng. Yet, how could 2 ordinary late-stage Jindan cultivators hope to catch up to him? After years spent at the Shanqing sect, while Chen Changsheng had not mastered the art of combat. His proficiency in escape techniques was unparalleled. Not only could two late-stage Jindan cultivators not keep pace with him, but even ordinary Yuanian cultivators would find it challenging to pursue Chen Changsheng. 300 miles away, within a tranquil valley, two figures, one male and one female, emerged. The two individuals in question are Chen Changsheng, who has just executed the blood escape technique, and the enigmatic woman. As the blood escape concluded, Chen Changsheng wasted no time and promptly cast several formation flags around him. Subsequently, he deftly performed a series of intricate hand seals, demonstrating a mastery that seemed honed through countless trials. The formation activated. A radiant barrier instantly enveloped both Chen Changsheng and the mysterious woman. In response to his actions, she cautiously brandished an ancient dagger. What are your intentions? Let me make it clear. Should anything happen to me, your fate will be far worse than death. Upon hearing her ominous threat, Chen Changsheng, having completed the formation, replied with a slight smirk, I had no desire to provoke trouble. However, you approach me, so the responsibility lies not with me. Chapter 20. The acquisition of a pet, the bald white wolf. Do you truly believe that with such a formation, you can confine me? Dream on. With that, the woman immediately summoned two formidable magical artifacts, intent on breaking free from the enchantment. However, just as the artifacts took flight, she felt her body weaken and collapse to the ground. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, What have you done to me? Nothing much, came the reply. I merely suppressed the bloodline within you. You are quite correct. This formation is indeed flawed. It is merely a remnant I came across in an ancient text, hastily patched together to make it functional. The purpose of the formation is straightforward, to suppress the bloodline of the demon race, revealing their true form. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression of terror intensified. Impossible. If humanity possessed such a formation, the great Qin dynasty would have employed it long ago. Oh dear, how can a creature of the demon race lack such basic knowledge? This type of formation is certainly not without its limitations. The grand formation in the ancient text can affect demons of the golden core stage, but the one I have assembled is only effective against those of the foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, you can see for yourself how fragile this formation is. It could easily fall apart with a mere touch. If you hadn't squandered your opportunity on idle chatter, the outcome might have been different. As they spoke, the woman's body began to shrink gradually until she completely transformed into a pure white wolf. Picking up the storage ring that had fallen from the woman, Chen Changsheng glanced at it and inquired, What is the method to unlock the restrictions? In response to Chen Changsheng's question, the little white wolf spoke human words. Don't even think about it. I won't tell you. If you dare, kill me. I certainly lack the courage to kill you, but I can certainly shave you bald. At this declaration, the little white wolf became agitated. You dare? Why wouldn't I? With that, Chen Changsheng produced a razor. With a swift motion, the blade flashed, revealing a patch of pink skin atop the wolf's head. Feeling the coolness, large tears began to roll down from the wolf's eyes. Whoa, I will tell you, why are you such a terrible person? Having successfully obtained the method to unlock the restrictions, Chen Changsheng emptied the contents of the little white wolf's storage ring onto the ground, gazing at the towering pile of spirit stones and magical artifacts. He swallowed hard and remarked, You are quite affluent. Even the average nascent soul cultivator may not compare to your wealth. With that, he directly stored the items into the system space. Although the items carried by the little white wolf seemed valuable, Chen Changsheng was hesitant to use them recklessly. This creature clearly had a significant background, and who knows if these artifacts bore any markings. The most prudent course of action was to place these items within the system space. With the system's isolation, even the mightiest of beings would be unable to trace his whereabouts. As the human took away all of his belongings, the little bald white wolf on the ground, tears welling in his eyes, implored, I've given you everything. Now, can you let me go? He continued, If you still find it insufficient, I can offer you more. My father is. Before the little wolf could finish his sentence, Chen Changsheng grasped its muzzle firmly. I have no desire to know who you are or who your father may be. If you remain silent, I shall naturally release you once I conclude my affairs. However, Should I uncover your identity, it will spell your doom. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, the little wolf nodded in acknowledgement. Good. Now, allow me to make a slight modification. I assure you, it will transform your appearance entirely. With a mischievous grin, Chen Changsheng lifted the little wolf. A piercing scream echoed through the valley, reminiscent of someone subjected to unspeakable torment. In the palace of a night moon kingdom, the silver moon wolf king rose abruptly from his throne, his divine pressure instilling fear in the hearts of the demon clan within the hall. The two golden core demons, who had lost sight of the princess, were utterly petrified. The abduction of a demon princess by a human was a grave matter, one that could jeopardize not only themselves, but their entire clan. Faced with this dire situation, the Wolf King furrowed his brow and began to calculate, seemingly attempting to discern his daughter's whereabouts. Moments later, he spoke. The loss of the princess is your dereliction of duty. Go forth and accept your punishment. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two golden core cultivators expressed their gratitude profusely before hastily departing from the Grand Hall. Subsequently, the Wolf King gestured for the surrounding attendants to withdraw. Old Tortoise, what is your perspective on this matter? In response, an elderly man leaning on a cane remarked, I believe this situation is not as simple as it appears. Upon the princess's abduction, I immediately attempted to divine her location. However, it seems her whereabouts have been obscured by someone, resulting in a chaotic outcome in my calculations. Such a level of interference is beyond the capabilities of a mere golden core human cultivator. Old Tortoise's reasoning was sound. I too attempted to divine the matter, yet found the celestial mechanics to be utterly chaotic. The entity capable of disrupting such celestial insights must at least be a divine transformation cultivator. Clearly, the one who abducted the princess came prepared. Listening to the Wolf King's words, Old Tortoise hesitated before stating, if it were merely a straightforward kidnapping, the matter might be simpler. However, I'm more concerned that the one who took the princess is after something far more significant. The Night Moon Kingdom had seized half of the territory of the Great Qian dynasty, and the sudden influx of so many cultivators would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Moreover, the demon clan appeared to be lacking in unity. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King's eyes narrowed. Is it the saber-toothed tiger clan behind this? It is not solely the saber-toothed tiger clan. The Fox clan has also been unusually active. They seem to understand that the princess is the key to everything. Since they wish to indulge in their games, let us partake in their revelry. It is an opportune moment for them to realize who truly reigns as the sovereign of the Night Moon Kingdom. In the imperial capital of the Night Moon Kingdom, Chen Changsheng cradled a small, pitch-black bald dog in his arms, curiously surveying his surroundings. Although this place served as the capital of the demon clan, it bore a striking resemblance to cities of the human race, for the streets were teeming with transformed demons. Suddenly, as he observed his environment, Chen Changsheng inhaled sharply. Glancing down, he discovered that the little dog was fiercely gnawing at his arm. Release me. If you do not, you shall return my snow-white wolf fur. I have warned you numerous times. This ink is unique to me and cannot be washed away. To restore your fur's former glory, it must be shaved, allowing new hair to grow in its stead. Furthermore, seeing your distress, I shall name you Little White in homage to your vanishing coat. Little White the Wolf. How utterly unfair. Just wait. P.S. In accordance with suggestions, the update schedule for this book has been temporarily adjusted to 3 p.m. Readers are welcome to share any new recommendations at any time. Chapter 21. The Marriage Proposal Conference. The disappearance of the immortal maiden as Chen Changsheng strolled through the streets. He engaged in casual conversation with the little white wolf cradled in his arms. By the way, during the conflict between the Night Moon Kingdom and the Great Qian dynasty, many cultivators from the Great Qian were utterly defeated by your kind. However, I have heard that the immortal maiden of Linglong sect and Master Ikkyu from the Tianfu Temple have vanished within the borders of the Night Moon Kingdom. Have you killed them? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, the little white wolf scoffed. If we could have killed them, we would have done so already. When it comes to the toughest adversaries for the Great Qian dynasty, they are undoubtedly among the foremost. Who would have imagined that they would? Abruptly, the little white wolf halted mid-sentence and looked up at Chen Changsheng. You are attempting to extract information from me. It was merely a casual inquiry. If you are reluctant to share, that is perfectly fine, Chen Changsheng replied. Was it truly just a casual question? The blood escape technique you employ is a closely guarded secret of the Changsheng sect, forbidden to all but inner disciples. The Tianfu Temple, Linglong sect, and Changsheng sect are the pillars of the Great Qian dynasty, each interconnected. Your sudden inquiry about their whereabouts leads me to doubt your claim of casualness. The little white wolf retorted. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng looked down at the bald little wolf in his arms and said, You are quite astute. Yet your earlier statement has only deepened my confusion. The blood escape technique is a secret art of the Changsheng sect. Not even some outer disciples are privy to it. Yet, you seem to possess considerable knowledge about it. Can you elucidate why that is? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the little white wolf settled into a more comfortable position and yawned. I am of the demon race, and you are of the human race. Our origins and nations differ. Do you truly think I would divulge such information to you? However, I'm quite curious about your identity. The Changsheng sect has 9 true disciples, of whom 4 are particularly outstanding. The names of these 4, when strung together, form a line of poetry. The clear breeze and bright moon are priceless. Both near water and far mountains possess emotion. The 2, clear breeze and bright moon, have already perished, while near water has fled heavily injured. And you cannot possibly be him. With such profound mastery of formations, could it be that you are the 9th true disciple of the Changsheng sect, Song Yuan Shan? In response to the little white wolf's eloquent discourse, Chen Changsheng remarked, You possess an impressive understanding of the Changsheng sect, perhaps even surpassing that of the cultivators of the Great Qian dynasty. It seems there are traitors within the Great Qian. Indeed, there are traitors in the Great Qian. Why not take a guess at who this traitor might be? The little white wolf challenged. I have no desire to speculate, nor do I wish to. The rise and fall of dynasties is beyond my control. All I seek is to return the remains of my master and senior brothers. Chen Changsheng replied. Upon hearing this, the little white wolf became even more audacious. Oh my, so that is your intention. Yet, it appears you are incapable of achieving it. The body of the Changsheng sect as headmaster, Master Yuanshan, has already been turned into a puppet by the Fox clan. The Fox clan is a formidable lineage within the Night Moon Kingdom, boasting an abundance of experts and even a transcendent being among them. What can a mere Golden Core practitioner like you accomplish? Perhaps you should consider releasing me. Who knows, in a moment of good humor. I might even return your master's remains to you, she suggested with an air of nonchalance. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I shall not acquiesce to your request until my own safety is assured. She paused, then added, I trust you bear no markings left by your ancestors? Guess again, came a response. Faced with the audacity of the little white wolf, Chen Changsheng merely cast a languid glance in his direction and stated, I have scrutinized you thoroughly. There are no discernible markings within you. However, I cannot dismiss the possibility of more sophisticated methods eluding my detection. Thus, for precautionary measures, I shall implant 87 seals within your being. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you will meet an untimely demise. Upon hearing this, the little white wolf was immediately thrown into a state of panic. You dare. It is not a question of daring. I have already taken action. Otherwise, do you think I would continue to hold you? As he spoke, Chen Changsheng gestured with his right hand, and intricate, arcane patterns manifested upon the little white wolf's form. Subsequently, its ability to articulate human speech was irrevocably lost. Wong, Wong, Wong. The little white wolf yelped frantically, prompting a faint smile to grace Chen Changsheng's lips as he strode purposefully toward the selection ceremony in the Kingdom of Night Moon. The grand contest for suitors in the Kingdom of Night Moon saw the Wolf King seated alone upon an elevated throne, while an elderly man with a white beard stood at his side. This man, known as Elder Turtle, was the Wolf King's trusted advisor. His origins were shrouded in mystery. None in the Kingdom of Night Moon knew whence he came. Had it not been for Elder Turtle's significant contributions during the recent conflict between the two nations, few would have recognized his name. As the anticipated guests gathered, the Wolf King rose and proclaimed, It is well known among the citizens of Night Moon that I, Wanyan Aguzhou, have a sole daughter, Wanyan Yu. She has now reached the age of marriage, and I wish to select the most exceptional individual among the young talents of the realm, to whom I shall bestow her hand. Any young aspirants interested in this honor may step forward." At this declaration, excitement rippled through the assembly. Becoming the son-in-law of the Wolf King would equate to possessing the entirety of the kingdom of Night Moon. "Your Majesty, I have long admired Princess Wan Yin and wish to make my intentions known," a robust young man with bronze skin boldly announced as he stepped forward. His imposing presence and mid-stage golden core cultivation were unmistakable. He was none other than Lin Hu, the scion of the saber-toothed tiger clan. "Ha ha ha, Brother Lin. I too have cherished feelings for Princess Wan Yin. It seems we must engage in fair competition," another dashing young man interjected, unfurling his fan and exuding an aura to rival Lin Hu's. Lin Hu narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Hu Zhan, I was unaware of your affections for Princess Wan Yin. Surely, you yist. Ha ha, Brother Lin, you yist. It is not necessary for one to proclaim their admiration for a lady as you do. The Fox clan is cultured and refined. We would never act in a manner that disrespects propriety." Upon hearing this, Lin Hu scoffed lightly, choosing not to engage further with Hu Zhan. The Fox clan is renowned for its sharp tongues and quick wit. Engaging in verbal sparring with them guarantees no advantage for oneself. The two young lords of the Tiger and Fox clans stepped forward, causing a wave of disappointment among the other demon clans, as none could rival them in terms of background or strength. Even if they were to participate, it would merely be a formality. With the appearance of these two prominent contenders, a few other demon clans gradually joined in, yet their prowess paled in comparison to Lin Hu and Hu Zhan. As it became evident that no further demon clans would make an entrance, the Wolf King prepared to announce the details of the challenge. At that moment, a figure sprang up from the crowd, exclaiming, "Wait, I wish to participate as well." Chapter 22. Arrival at the Hum Manor. Reunited with an old friend, it was discovered that others intended to participate in the groom selection conference, causing the powerful beings of the demon clan present to furrow their brows. Although this gathering aimed to select from the most talented youths across the realm, in reality, it was an internal selection within the demon race. Now that all participating factions had arrived, the sudden appearance of this individual raised questions. "Excuse me, please let me through. I apologize, I am in a bit of a hurry." Chen Changsheng struggled to weave through the crowd, straightening his somewhat disheveled attire. He clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Chen Changsheng of the human race, here to pay my respects to the Wolf King. Although I have not met Princess Wan Yin, I wish to participate in this groom selection conference." Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Initially, they had assumed it was merely a latecomer among the demon nobility, but to their surprise, it was a human. For a human to participate in a demon clan's groom selection conference was nothing short of absurd. "Humans, leave the Night Moon Kingdom," a voice shouted, prompting a chorus of curses from the assembled demons directed at Chen Changsheng. Yet, in the face of their vitriol, he maintained a serene smile, seemingly unaffected by their hostility. Noticing this, the Wolf King raised his hands, and the crowd fell silent. "You wish to marry my daughter on what grounds?" "Simply for possessing a sincere heart. It takes immense courage for a human to attend a demon gathering such as this. My presence here must surely attest to my intentions toward Princess Wan Yin." Chen Changsheng replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King's lips curled into a subtle smile. "A commendable heart indeed. For the sake of your sincerity, I shall permit you to participate in the groom selection conference. Let it be known that any cultivator above the foundation establishment stage is eligible to partake, and though you are of the human race, you meet the criteria. The trials begin tomorrow. Whether you succeed will depend on your abilities." Having spoken, the Wolf King rose to depart. However, halfway through, he hesitated and added, "Old Turtle, this human cultivator has traveled a long distance and likely lacks accommodation. Please arrange for him to stay at the Hum Manor. We must not let the human feel that our demon race lacks hospitality." "Understood," came the reply. After making arrangements for Chen Changsheng's stay, the Wolf King disappeared completely. Though the demon clan was displeased with a human participating in their groom selection conference, the Wolf King's decree left them no choice but to depart in disappointment. "Brother Hu, it seems I shall impose on you at your manor for the next few days. Chen Changsheng cheerfully greeted Hu Zhan upon hearing the Wolf King's arrangements. Observing the sudden arrival of this human, Hu Zhan surveyed him and responded with a smile, "Brother Chen, your audacity is truly admirable. To share a roof with you is indeed a great fortune." As Hu Zhan and Chen Changsheng exchanged pleasantries, Lin Hu felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Your Fox clan always revels in such disgraceful antics. This person's attire clearly indicates he hails from the great Qian dynasty. Defeated foes, how dare they stand before us? In response to Lin Hu's humiliation, Chen Changsheng did not even raise an eyebrow, merely maintaining a tranquil silence. However, Hu Zhan scoffed, saying, "Lin Hu, if your intellect is lacking, perhaps you should refrain from embarrassing the demon race. The great Qian dynasty is indeed a vanquished entity of the Night Moon Kingdom. Yet, what the Night Moon Kingdom has defeated is merely the great Qian dynasty, not the human race. If this proclamation reaches the ears of certain powerful beings among the humans, and it incites a war between our two races, can you bear the consequences?" Hu Zhan's words rendered Lin Hu speechless. The grave accusation of a racial war was a burden Lin Hu would not dare shoulder, even if he possessed 100-fold courage. In his fury, Lin Hu's aura erupted, and he was poised to confront Hu Zhan. However, before any confrontation could ensue, Elder Turtle leisurely stepped into the fray. "Under the bright sun, do you wish to provide entertainment for outsiders with your infighting?" Seeing Elder Turtle intervene, Lin Hu snorted disdainfully and turned to leave. After Lin Hu's departure, Hu Zhan turned to Chen Changsheng with an apologetic smile. "My apologies, Chen brother. I inadvertently touched upon your sensitive matter just now. Although the Night Moon Kingdom is at war with the great Qian dynasty, our Fox clan has always maintained a close rapport with the human race. I hope you will not take offense." "Not at all. Hu brother speaks candidly, and I would not dream of being petty," replied Chen Changsheng as he walked towards a nearby tree, cradling the frantically barking bald-headed black dog in his arms. "Chen brother, is this your battle pet?" "Huh, not at all. I found it by the roadside, and seeing it so emaciated and abandoned, I couldn't bear to leave it behind." "I see. You possess a truly compassionate heart, Chen brother." As Hu Zhan and Chen Changsheng exchanged jovial banter while heading to the Hu residence, the little white wolf in Chen Changsheng's arms struggled desperately. Unfortunately, all eyes were fixated on Chen Changsheng, leaving no one to notice the bald-headed, pitch-black stray dog. In the palace of the Night Moon Kingdom, the Wolf King sat quietly upon his throne, rhythmically drumming his fingers against the armrest. At that moment, Elder Turtle entered the room. "Your Majesty, the human has been sent to the Hu residence." The Wolf King casually acknowledged, then spoke. "Moon Air was taken away by a human, and now another human has appeared at the marriage selection event. Do you believe these two are connected, Elder Turtle?" Upon hearing this, Elder Turtle hesitated for a moment before responding. "This individual has an unclear origin, and their timing is rather suspicious. It must be related to the princess's disappearance. However, even if he is tied to the princess's plight, he cannot be the mastermind behind it. A golden core cultivator lacks the means to veil the secrets of heaven. This person is likely a pawn sent by the true orchestrator. Until we ascertain the whereabouts of the princess, we must not act rashly. Your reasoning is sound. I shall trouble you to investigate this human's background. I am eager to discover who is pulling the strings behind the scenes." "As you command." The Elder Turtle turned to depart, and the expression of the Wolf King grew cold. His daughter had been abducted, and the mastermind had even dispatched a cultivator of the Golden Core stage to humiliate him. Should he ever capture the individual behind this, he would ensure their body is torn to shreds. At the Hu residence, "Elder, do you still remember me?" "Yao Meinian." As Chen Changsheng was preparing to rest in the Hu mansion, a woman unexpectedly arrived at his door. Upon seeing the beautiful woman before him, he pondered for a moment before recalling that she was the fox-eared maiden he had encountered 30 years prior, upon his awakening. "So it is you. How is it that you are here?" Upon hearing this, Hu Meinian glanced around and replied, "Elder, let us speak inside. This is not a suitable place for conversation." Chapter 23, The Grand Deception. Betrayal of the Demon Clan with a sense of urgency. Hu Meinian grasped Chen Changsheng's hand and ushered him into the room. As old acquaintances reunited, Her heart was filled with a torrent of emotions and countless words she longed to express, yet they remained lodged in her throat. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she could only reiterate, "Senior, you ought not to have come to the Night Moon Kingdom. It is a place fraught with peril." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng offered a faint smile and replied, "It appears that this little fox is well informed. However, that is of no concern to me. My intentions are straightforward. I simply wish to wed Princess Wanyan. I shall not be distracted by other matters." Observing Chen's calm demeanor, Hu Meinyang grew increasingly anxious. "Senior, you have never even met Princess Wanyan. I know you cannot be here for her. Regardless of your reasons, please leave the Night Moon Kingdom at once. The marriage recruitment event is nothing but a ruse, and remaining here will bring you no benefit." Woof, woof. At that moment, the little white wolf tethered nearby erupted into a frenzied barking, seemingly condemning this traitor of the demon clan. Unfortunately, as a fox, Hu Meinyang could not comprehend the canine's barks. "A deception? Now that is intriguing," Chen Changsheng remarked. "Both the fox and tiger clans, the pillars of the Night Moon Kingdom, are participating. How could this possibly be a ruse? Moreover, even if it were a deception, how would a mere demon like you be privy to such knowledge?" Caught off guard by Chen's words, Hu Meinyang found herself momentarily speechless. Ultimately, with a determined bite of her silver teeth, she declared, "Senior, had it not been for your bestowed opportunity years ago, I fear I would never have been able to cultivate my foundation. However, I cannot disclose the truth about the marriage recruitment event. All I can say is that it will be held in a forbidden area of the Night Moon Kingdom. If one does not possess the crucial items required, venturing there will lead to certain demise. The fox and tiger clans have acquired these essential items. Thus, they're not at risk. Should you insist on going, you must seek out individuals of your kind within the forbidden area. 5 years ago, during the war between our two nations, 2 human beings possessed certain secrets and were subsequently pursued into the forbidden area by the powerful entities of the Night Moon Kingdom. If they're still alive, they may represent your only chance of survival." With that, Hu Meinyang hurriedly exited the room, her expression fraught with urgency. Once she departed, Chen Changsheng picked up the raucous little bald dog from the floor, loosening some of its restraints. "A traitor, she is nothing but a traitor to the demon clan. I shall ensure she suffers a most gruesome fate." The little white wolf spat vehemently. Listening to the wolf's vitriol, Chen Changsheng stroked its fur leisurely and inquired, "Little white, can you now divulge the secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom? If I am not mistaken, those 2 who were driven into the forbidden area must be the immortal Changsheng and Master Ishio, correct?" At this, the little white wolf shot Chen a disdainful glance and retorted, "Don't even think about it. Even if you were to kill me, I would never reveal that to you. I implore you, do not release me. Otherwise, I shall surely rend that treacherous vixen, Hu Meinyang, into 1,000 pieces." In the past, the Fox clan showed her mercy, only to have her betray us by aiding outsiders. She deserves her fate. Observing the fury etched upon the countenance of the little white wolf, Chen Changsheng remarked nonchalantly, "It appears your Night Moon Kingdom has undergone a significant cleansing. When I first encountered Hu Meinyang, she was merely a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, her transformation incomplete. At that time, her voice was imbued with innocence, far removed from the struggles of one laboring at the bottom of the hierarchy. I found it perplexing that a young lady from a prominent demon family would venture out to train alone. It seems she was not of her own volition, but rather driven out by your hand." In response, the little white wolf cast a frosty glare at Chen Changsheng and retorted, "Who claims Hu Meinyang is a lady of a noble house? She is but an ordinary demon. Ha ha ha. Your words betray a hint of denial. Yet this is to be expected, as you have never witnessed the life of those struggling at the bottom. The realm of cultivation is a savage one, particularly for those at the lower echelons. Oftentimes, friends as close as kin will spill blood over a mere spirit stone. Had Hu Meinyang not been of noble lineage, her character would have surely led to her demise long ago. Now that she has returned to the Fox clan, she likely seeks vengeance for the deep-seated blood feud of yesteryears." Oh, upon hearing this, the little white wolf let out a chilling laugh. "Do you truly believe that a mere foundation establishment cultivator like her can exact revenge? even with your presence. The two of you would scarcely stir the waters of Night Moon Kingdom. I have reiterated countless times that I harbor no interest in the secrets of your realm, nor do I concern myself with whether you intend to annihilate the great Qian Kingdom. My sole desire is to recover the remains of my master and brothers. Why can you not trust this? If it were merely a matter of retrieving the bodies of the deceased, would you go to such lengths? I now suspect that our encounter was orchestrated by you from the very beginning. Your intentions are nefarious, seeking to undermine the Night Moon Kingdom, seeing the little white wolf's thoughts spiral into absurdity. Chen Changsheng shook his head in exasperation and then secured her to the bedpost. Think as you will. I require rest. How dare you? You presume to make me sleep on the floor? Do you not fear my wrath? In the face of the little white wolf's threats, Chen Changsheng waved his right hand, sealing her mouth with a swift gesture. Thus, regardless of the tempest of fury brewing within her, she could not disturb Chen Changsheng's peaceful slumber. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight graced the earth. The little white wolf, having caused a ruckus throughout the night, now curled up in the corner of the bed, lost in sweet dreams. Suddenly, a large hand grasped the scruff of her neck, lifting her from her slumber. Awaken! We must depart. Rubbing her bleary eyes, the little white wolf shot Chen Changsheng a glance before promptly closing her eyes once more. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Changsheng smiled lightly, unfazed, and cradled the little white wolf in his arms before stepping out of the room. Brother Chen, did you rest well yesterday? Hu Zhan greeted him with a beaming smile outside the door. In response, Chen Changsheng replied, I slept quite soundly last night. Thank you for your hospitality, Brother Hu. At that moment, Hu Zhan noticed the bald little dog in Chen Changsheng's embrace and inquired with curiosity, Brother Chen, do you intend to bring it along for the trial? Indeed, I am inseparable from Xiaobai. Wherever I go, it shall follow, Chen Changsheng affirmed. Upon hearing the name Xiaobai, Hu Zhan paused for a moment before chuckling. Brother Chen, you are quite amusing. You actually named it Xiaobai. How delightful. I had no choice. Xiaobai always imagines itself with a coat of pure white fur, so I deemed it fitting to give it that name, Chen Changsheng explained. By the way, bringing Xiaobai to the trial won't be an issue, will it? Not at all. This trial imposes no restrictions on methods, which certainly includes battle companions. Please follow me, Brother Chen. Chapter 24, Encountering the Ancient Bronze Palace. The forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom following in Hu Zhan's footsteps. The group traversed for an extended period, at last arriving at the entrance of a secluded valley. Sensing the multitude of powerful auras surrounding them, Chen Changsheng inquired, Brother Hu, what place is this? This is the forbidden land of our Night Moon Kingdom, as well as the trial ground for the marriage selection event. Deep within this forbidden area lies a flower known as the Other Shore Flower. Whoever manages to pluck it shall earn the right to wed Princess Wanyan. Is that so? But why do I not see any other contestants from the demon clans? Hu Zhan replied, They have already entered. I came specifically to fetch you, Brother Chen. Thus I did not go in. Oh dear. It appears I have delayed Brother Hu's time. I am truly embarrassed. Hu Zhan reassured him, There is no need for you to feel guilt, for we are like old friends at first sight. This trivial matter is inconsequential. Furthermore, those who have entered may not necessarily have the upper hand. The one who obtains the Other Shore Flower shall be deemed the victor. With that, Hu Zhan led Chen Changsheng into the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom. After traversing a lengthy gorge, they arrived at a dense forest filled with towering ancient trees. The surrounding humid temperature and the floating miasma seemed to narrate the dangers lurking within. In light of this situation, Hu Zhan cast a subtle glance at Chen Changsheng, choosing not to vocalize a warning. The miasma within the Forbidden Land has a profound impact on cultivators. Even those at the Golden Core stage cannot evade its effects. The reason he could stand here unscathed was entirely due to his demon lineage. A human would likely succumb to silence and perish within mere hours. Indeed, this forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom is as perilous as rumored, Chen Changsheng remarked, surveying his surroundings. He then retrieved 2 pills from his pocket, one for himself and the other for the little white wolf. Brother Hu, this miasma is far from ordinary. I possess a special detoxification pill. Would you care for one? As Chen Changsheng discerned the peril of the miasma, Hu Zhan expressed his regret. Had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten. This miasma is exceedingly potent. Even golden core cultivators cannot escape its grasp. However, my fox lineage is robust, so there's no need to waste your precious pill. With a smile, Hu Zhan returned the pill to Chen Changsheng, expressing concern about consuming unknown substances that might prove fatal. By the way, Brother Chen, this miasma must be unique to the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom. How did you deduce its nature? Have you perhaps visited this forbidden land before? In response to Hu Zhan's inquiry, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and replied, I have, of course, never set foot in the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom. However, I once perused an obscure ancient text that bore similar accounts. It documented various landscapes from different places, and one of them bore a striking resemblance to this location. Is that so? How intriguing. As far as I know, 4 or 5 centuries, no outsider has ever entered the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom. Brother Chen, who authored the ancient tome you have seen, I cannot say, for when I discovered that volume, it was nearly in a state of decay. Perhaps it was penned 5 centuries ago. Who can tell? Your reasoning is sound. We should depart swiftly. Lin Hu and the others have already been inside for some time. With that, Hu Zhan waved his right hand, summoning a lifeless puppet of a nascent soul stage to clear the way. Observing the soulless figure, a flicker of emotion crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. Deep within the forbidden grounds, a bald man sat cross-legged above a pitch-black pool. The water within was thick and exuded a foul odor from time to time. Ishio, your method of sorrowlessness cannot withstand for long. Upon hearing the voice, the bald man slowly opened his eyes. Wolf King, your alliance with such ominous forces will ultimately bring disaster upon your kind. It is not too late to turn back. In response, the Wolf King sneered, Turn back? Why should I? Power is power. There is no distinction between right and wrong. Without harnessing this force, how could I ever vanquish the great Qian dynasty? Though our races differ, I hold great admiration for you. Should you choose to abandon the darkness for the light, I would assist you in transcending to the God transformation stage. Upon hearing the Wolf King's proposition, Ishio shook his head and closed his eyes once more. Not perturbed by Ishio's refusal to compromise, the Wolf King reflected on the 300 years it took him to tear a fissure in the seal of the forbidden grounds. Though it was merely a crack, the power that seeped from it exceeded his wildest expectations. Thanks to this newfound strength, the cultivators of the Night Moon Kingdom experienced a surge in numbers. Regrettably, this information somehow leaked out. The 2 old geezers from the Tianfu Temple and Linglong sect were willing to risk their lives to seal this breach anew. Despite his efforts to hinder them, they managed to fill most of the gap. Now, with Ishio suppressing the last remaining opening, the Wolf King dared not act recklessly. Should Ishio expend his life force, this final gap might well be sealed, making it far more difficult for him to break the seal again. Upon contemplating this, the Wolf King's expression darkened. Old Turtle, have you yet discerned the origins of that human? In response to the Wolf King, there are no records of him within the Great Qian dynasty. Perhaps he is using an alias. Let him revel in his arrogance for a few more days. Once the blood sacrifice is complete, no one will be able to stop me. At that time, whether human or beast, all shall bow in submission to me. Listening to the Wolf King's grandiose declarations, Old Turtle kept his head bowed, and no one could fathom the thoughts swirling in his mind. In the ancient bronze palace of the Forbidden Grounds, Chen Changsheng and his companions encountered Lin Hu once more. The 2 parties, clearly at odds, were poised for confrontation. However, Chen Changsheng paid no heed to the sharp exchanges between Lin Hu and Hu Zhan, instead immersing himself in the study of the ancient bronze palace before him. Gentlemen, he remarked, rather than scheming to eliminate one another, it would be far more prudent to examine these relics closely. Upon hearing this, Lin Hu responded with displeasure. Cease your pretentiousness. You wander off the path to heaven and dare to trespass into hell. Today shall mark the end of your life. Chen Changsheng. Lin Hu's words severely disrupted Chen Changsheng's contemplation, prompting him to turn with impatience and say, I am aware of your intentions to kill me. But could you possibly postpone that for a moment? Can you not see that I am engrossed in my studies? With that, Chen Changsheng returned his focus to the intricate patterns and inscriptions adorning the ancient bronze palace. Lin Hu, taken aback, muttered, "What do you mean by postponing your death? I am intent on ending your life now. Could you please take this more seriously?" Chapter 25. The Secret of the Bronze Ancient Palace. An ancient tale, Chen Changsheng's audacity momentarily stunned Lin Hu. However, as Lin Hu regained his composure, his fury ignited. Yet, before he could take action, Hu Zhan's yawning puppet positioned itself before him. "Hu Zhan, what is your intention? Are you siding with the outsiders?" Lin Hu demanded, glaring at him. Hu Zhan cast a glance at Chen Changsheng, who was engrossed in his study of the bronze ancient palace, and replied coolly, "Lin Hu, the act of killing can be executed at any time, but do not forget the purpose of our presence here." Upon hearing this, Lin Hu's wrath significantly abated. His ongoing antagonism towards Chen Changsheng was not merely due to his participation in the recruitment competition. In the current situation, anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that this human would not have come solely for Wan Yanyu. If he was not here for the princess of the demon race, then Chen Changsheng surely harbored ulterior motives. A golden core cultivator daring to venture alone into the heart of the demon territory undoubtedly had someone backing him. Acting recklessly might provoke an alert, which could lead to him escaping, that would severely disrupt everyone's objectives. With Hu Zhan dissuading Lin Hu, Chen Changsheng was able to concentrate fully on examining the bronze ancient palace. After a while, Hu Zhan approached him and inquired, "Brother Chen, have you discerned any clues?" In response, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment before speaking. "Brother Hu, have you heard of the infinite secret realm within the Dacian dynasty?" "I've heard a bit. What does it have to do with this place?" Hu Zhan asked. "There is a bronze ancient palace within the infinite secret realm, and this is no secret in the Dacian dynasty. However, a similar bronze ancient palace has also appeared in the forbidden lands of the Night Moon Kingdom. What are your thoughts on this matter?" Upon hearing this, not only did Hu Zhan become intrigued, but even the previously stoic Lin Hu found his interest piqued. Both the Night Moon Kingdom and the Dacian dynasty were established over a millennium ago, and the infinite secret realm, along with the forbidden lands, existed from the inception of both nations. With similarities between the two, surely there must be some hidden truth. Considering this, Hu Zhan, with curiosity etched on his face, remarked, "The infinite secret realm is controlled by the Dacian dynasty, and entry is forbidden to non-humans. Had he not mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious. Don't assume you're alone in ignorance. I suspect few within the two nations are aware of this." Chen Changsheng replied, "The patterns adorning these bronze ancient palaces are notably peculiar and do not appear to be mere ornamentation. If you two are not in haste, I could attempt to decipher them." Hu Zhan, puzzled, looked at Chen Changsheng and asked, "Many of our elder demons have also attempted to decipher this bronze ancient palace, yet all have returned empty-handed. Are you confident in deciphering what is inscribed here?" Though Hu Zhan did not explicitly state it, his gaze conveyed skepticism. If so many formidable beings among our demon race could not unravel it, how could a mere golden core human succeed? In response to Hu Zhan's doubts, Chen Changsheng produced numerous sheets of pattern paper and stated, "Alone, facing a single bronze ancient palace, I certainly lack confidence. However, let not Brother Hu forget that the ancient bronze halls within the boundless secret realm are also subjects of study. When combined, the two ancient bronze halls may indeed harbor a solution to their mysteries. Should the intricate patterns inscribed upon them record certain information, it is clear that those who left these ancient halls intended for future generations to uncover something significant, rather than merely playing a game of riddles. The reason we find it incomprehensible is due to the vast expanse of time that has elapsed, causing the original script to vanish." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng began to compare the patterns of the two ancient bronze halls. Naturally, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu gathered nearby to engage in the investigation as well. The secrets of the Night Moon Kingdom lie within the forbidden grounds, where the ancient bronze halls have existed since their discovery. If we could unveil the secrets of these ancient halls, it might prove invaluable for the events yet to unfold. 3 hours later. "So, it is," Chen Changsheng exclaimed as he continued to analyze the patterns. Observing this, Hu Zhan promptly inquired, "Brother Chen, have you made a discovery?" "Indeed, I have unraveled the secret of the ancient bronze halls, replied Chen Changsheng. What is it? Speak quickly. Lin, who urged impatiently from his side. Not wishing to keep them in suspense, Chen Changsheng pointed to the patterns and said, as young masters of your clan, you are surely well versed. You must have noticed the connection between the patterns of the two ancient bronze halls, yet you have been unable to find any corresponding script. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Lin, who pondered briefly before responding, what does this signify? The existence of this artifact spans a time that is beyond the comprehension of any living soul. The disappearance of its script is, in fact, quite logical. You are correct, Brother Lin, Chen Changsheng acknowledged. But let us not forget that the powerful beings who left behind the ancient bronze halls intended to convey a message to future generations. Was it not within their contemplation to consider this matter? In response to Chen Changsheng's hints, Lin, who, growing impatient, retorted, speak plainly, spare us the riddles. Unfazed by Lin Hu's remarks, Chen Changsheng continued, the great beings of the past must have considered the passage of time. As ages pass and landscapes shift, no one can guarantee that the present script will endure. Thus, any great being wishing to convey a message would surely devise a method that transcends time and the limitations of written language. The simplest and most effective means of doing so is through imagery. With that, Chen Changsheng levitated a piece of white paper into the air, meticulously arranging it. Once completed, he utilized his spiritual energy to imprint the patterns from the ancient bronze halls onto the paper. The two sets of patterns began to intertwine in the air, eventually forming a fragmented image. While written language may falter, images endure. For imagery is the primary conduit through which all sentient beings acquire knowledge. From the very moment we open our eyes, we learn through visual representation. By observing mountains, rivers, and flora, we discern their shapes and colors. The intricate patterns adorning the ancient bronze temple are not mere inscriptions. Rather, they depict a vivid tableau. When we perceive them as mere text, we inevitably fail to grasp their true significance. Witnessing Chen Changsheng unravel the enigma of the bronze temple, both Hujan and Lin who could not help but feel a surge of respect. This ancient edifice has endured for millennia, with its secrets remaining unsolved until now. Yet, this individual from the human race has managed to decipher it in just a few short hours, a testament to his exceptional intellect. Having elucidated the mysteries of the bronze temple, Chen Changsheng and his companions turned their attention to the celestial imagery above. Although the depiction is fragmented, it retains a portion of its essence. From the remnants of the illustration, the group discerned a compelling tale. Chapter 26, The Emergence of the Wolf King. In the ruthless actions of the old turtle in a time long past, the heavens would periodically descend with a colossal hand to seize the creatures of the earth. In their desperation, these beings fought valiantly against this force, yet their efforts proved futile. One fateful day, an individual discovered a formidable power. Although the source of this power was not delineated in the illustrations, it chronicled all living beings who harnessed this strength to vanquish the celestial hand. Initially, the beings believed this power to be a divine blessing. However, they soon realized that this force posed a greater peril than the giant hand from the cosmos. At this juncture, the illustrations abruptly ceased. Faced with this predicament, Lin Hu urgently inquired, "Do you possess any other patterns? Quickly reveal them." What transpired thereafter? Apologetically, Chen Changsheng spread his hands and replied, "I have revealed all the patterns I possess. We have only managed to piece together a mere tenth of the entire illustration. To complete the story, we must gather the patterns from 18 ancient bronze palaces." Upon hearing this, Lin Hu directed his gaze towards the final segment of the aerial illustration. Though the entirety of the image was fragmented and predominantly vacant, the concluding portion appeared relatively intact. The formidable power was sealed and suppressed beneath the 18 ancient bronze palaces, which were guarded by 18 races, including both the human and demon races. The details concerning the other 16 races had long since faded into oblivion due to the passage of time. With a comprehensive understanding of the situation, Lin Hu and Hujan silently sealed off all escape routes for Chen Changsheng. Observing this, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and remarked, "In light of my assistance in resolving your doubts, Might you allow me to finish speaking before taking action? In response, Hu Zhan chuckled. Your insight instills a sense of dread within us. Such talent, regardless of where it is found, would be regarded as a treasure. Yet, I cannot fathom why you have come to the Night Moon Kingdom to participate in the marriage selection event. Surely, do not attempt to feign admiration for Princess Wanyan. I have indeed come to the Night Moon Kingdom with a purpose. Otherwise, what reason would compel me to journey such a distance? Chen Changsheng continued. However, before elucidating my intentions, I wish to share what I have gleaned regarding the unfolding narrative. The sudden surge of cultivators within the Night Moon Kingdom has left the great Qian dynasty in disarray. This perplexing situation has confounded me along my journey. Yet, upon arriving in the Night Moon Kingdom, I uncovered further revelations. There had been a significant internal purge within the kingdom. This too left me bewildered, for I could not comprehend how, after such a cleansing, the strength of the Night Moon Kingdom would not only remain intact, but actually increase. Additionally, I learned that there may be traitors within the great Qian dynasty. All these clues seemingly bear a connection, yet they are missing a crucial element. At last, I have identified this key. With that, Chen Changsheng approached the ancient bronze palace once more. The 18 bronze ancient palaces depict the same narrative, yet the passage of time has rendered them dilapidated. Relying solely on one bronze palace would not suffice to piece together any significant information. Thus, I have reason to suspect that a traitor from the Qian dynasty has sought refuge in the kingdom of Yu, carrying this secret with him. Moreover, have you not noticed that the bronze palaces here have been deliberately damaged? The portions that have been marred correspond precisely to the part where all living beings draw upon ominous powers. Upon hearing this, Hu Zhan felt an unsettling premonition arise within him. What exactly do you intend to convey? Chen Changsheng, leisurely, plopped down onto the ground and replied, What I wish to say is that you need not entertain thoughts of killing me, for it is not within your power to do so. Judging by your reactions, it seems you are equally ignorant of the secret behind the sudden rise of the kingdom of Yu. If I am not mistaken, you too have come in search of this very secret. Now that you are privy to it, do you believe that the one who deliberately damaged the bronze palaces will spare you? Excellent. Such a young talent is truly rare in this world, and it has certainly caught my attention. Just as Chen Changsheng finished speaking, the Wolf King and Elder Turtle emerged from a distance. Upon seeing the Wolf King, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu felt a wave of panic wash over them. Hu Zhan immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect, and said, Report to the Wolf King. This individual is a spy, and we are prepared to present him to you. In response to Hu Zhan's words, the Wolf King let out a cold laugh, saying, You Fox clan always indulges in petty tricks. Initially, you incited the Tiger clan to pursue you heir, simply to exploit her knowledge of the secrets behind the scenes. Now that the secret is in your possession, are you not satisfied? As these words were spoken, cold sweat trickled down Hu Zhan's forehead. The Wolf King continued. The two antiquated relics of the Fox and Tiger clans believe that their alliance would compel me to reveal the secret. Such a notion is utterly naive. With that, the Wolf King waved his right hand, and two bloodied heads were tossed before Hu Zhan. Witnessing this, both Hu Zhan and Lin Hu were nearly struck dumb with terror, as they had never anticipated the Wolf King's strength to be so formidable. You are the future of the Demon Clan. Should you choose to abandon the shadows and embrace the light now, I shall spare your lives and bestow upon you opportunities. Faced with the olive branch extended by the Wolf King, Hu Zhan and Lin Hu did not hesitate, choosing to submit immediately. Having dealt with Lin Hu and Hu Zhan, the Wolf King's gaze shifted towards Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng, I greatly admire your talent. Reveal the mastermind behind the scenes and pledge your allegiance to me, and I shall spare your life. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng chuckled. I fear the Wolf King shall be disappointed. You will never guess who stands behind me. Furthermore, as far as I know, acquiring that power seems to require a blood ritual, does it not? The Wolf King has yet to kill me. Perhaps he wishes to avoid wasting his efforts. At these words, the Wolf King's eyes narrowed as he coldly replied, Indeed, you possess considerable knowledge. In that case, I shall grant you your wish. With a wave of his hand, the Wolf King transported Chen Changsheng to another location. A vast pool of blood materialized before Chen Changsheng, its periphery littered with white bones. With a resounding thud, the lifeless bodies of two formidable beings from the fox and tiger clans were cast into the pool. Instantly, the blood within began to bubble violently, and in a mere moment, a pitch-black elixir coalesced. Observing the potion in his hand, the Wolf King swallowed it whole, furrowing his brow. Without the blood of Yuer as a catalyst, it seems this blood pool will not aid me in transcending to the divine transformation stage. Old Turtle, is there truly no other alternative? Upon hearing this, Old Turtle approached the Wolf King and replied, "Indeed, Your Highness, I possess another method." "What method?" In an instant, a hand pierced through the Wolf King's chest, while a multitude of black characters crawled from Old Turtle's hand onto the Wolf King's body. "By consuming you, I shall achieve the breakthrough to the divine transformation realm." Gazing at Old Turtle before him, the Wolf King's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Chapter 27. The Traitor Revealed. An unexpected identity. The sudden assault by the Old Tortoise caught everyone off guard. Both Hu Zhan and Lin, who stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom why the Wolf King's most trusted aides would launch such an unexpected attack. However, the Wolf King reacted with remarkable swiftness, attempting to counter the attack. Yet, when he sought to harness his formidable spiritual power, he discovered to his dismay that his once mighty strength was utterly inaccessible. Observing this, the Old Tortoise leisurely remarked, "Do not waste your efforts. If I can elevate you to the pinnacle of transformation, I certainly possess the means to subdue you." With that, the Old Tortoise swiftly drew forth the Wolf King's heart along with all of his cultivation, transforming the vibrant red organ into a polished pill. After securing it in his possession, the Old Tortoise turned to the composed Chen Changsheng. "Why are you not afraid of me?" he queried, as he effortlessly knocked Hu Zhan and Lin Hu to the ground with a single strike. In the face of the Old Tortoise's formidable power, Chen Changsheng exhibited no trace of trepidation, softly responding, "Master Ancestor, even at this juncture, are you still reluctant to reveal your true self?" Upon hearing this, the Old Tortoise paused momentarily, then replied, "You have indeed deduced my identity. You are, without a doubt, the most exceptional disciple of the Shangqing Temple in the past 5 centuries. As he spoke, the frail figure of the Old Tortoise began to transform, ultimately revealing a refined and youthful visage. This individual was none other than the founder of Shangqing Temple, the guiding light of Chen Changsheng's cultivation journey, the Ascended One. "You have traveled thousands of miles to reach the kingdom of Night Moon. It is truly commendable. Pray, tell me how you discern my identity." The Ascended One approached Chen Changsheng, his tone imbued with kindness and warmth. Gazing at the familiar figure before him, Chen Changsheng's lips quivered slightly as he spoke. "Ever since I received the grim news from Third Senior Brother, I have been pondering a singular question. How did the Shangqing Temple come to such a dire fate? While it is indeed true that the number of cultivators in the kingdom of Night Moon has surged, my masters were not novices in the realm of cultivation. It is unreasonable that they would suffer complete annihilation." To this, the Ascended One replied nonchalantly, "So, you suspect that a traitor has emerged from the Great Qian dynasty? Indeed, yet despite my ruminations, I cannot conceive of a traitor capable of orchestrating such devastation. Although the Shangqing Temple cooperated with the dynasty to fend off external threats, my master's movements were a closely guarded secret, one that even the ruler of the dynasty might not fully comprehend. This implies that regardless of the faction from which the traitor hails, it would be impossible for them to bring about the total downfall of the Shangqing Temple. The only plausible explanation is that a traitor exists within the Shangqing Temple itself. Having arrived at this conclusion, I harbored suspicions about everyone in the Shangqing Temple, even contemplating the possibility that my master was feigning death. However, I never once entertained the notion that the traitor could be you, Master Ancestor. You have attained the pinnacle of transformation, and in the Great Qian dynasty, your standing is unparalleled. The kingdom of Night Moon could never offer a price to entice you." With a sense of reason, the Ascendant nodded and inquired, "How could you later be so certain that I am the traitor?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng let out a sigh of relief and replied, "It was only recently that I dared to confirm, Master, that you are indeed the traitor. After arriving in the Night Moon Kingdom, I encountered a creature of the demon race. Remarkably, she was able to recognize the secret blood escape of the Upper Pure sect and possessed extensive knowledge about it. Interestingly, despite her deep understanding, she was only aware that the Upper Pure sect had 9 true disciples. Although my reputation within the sect is modest, it would not take much effort to discover my existence. Such circumstances further solidified my belief that the traitor must have originated from the Upper Pure sect. Moreover, this traitor treated me well, otherwise they would not have severed the sources of information about me. To test this, I revealed my true name at the marriage recruitment conference. Yet, even now, the Night Moon Kingdom remains oblivious to my identity, which speaks volumes. After speaking, Chen Changsheng gazed up at the Ascendant. Master, do you require me to elaborate on the subsequent matters? In response, the Ascendant smiled, gently taking the little white wolf from Chen Changsheng's embrace. She restrained the wolf's movements and began to stroke it tenderly. Please, share your tale. Hearing one's own story from another's lips is quite a unique experience. Of course, since you wish to listen, I shall recount it thoroughly. The capabilities displayed by this traitor from the Upper Pure sect undoubtedly indicate a position and power of considerable stature. I encountered my master's remains when I entered the Forbidden Grounds, thus confirming that this traitor cannot be my master. Until the secrets of the Bronze Ancient Hall are unraveled, I cannot discern your motive for betrayal, Master. However, with the revelation of the Bronze Ancient Hall's secrets, your motives will become apparent. Furthermore, within the Upper Pure Sect's library, I discovered an anonymous travelogue detailing the circumstances of the Night Moon Kingdom's Forbidden Grounds. This travelogue is over 500 years old. You must have harbored such intentions 5 centuries ago, correct? Ha ha! In response to Chen Changsheng's words, the Ascendant laughed heartily. Admitting you into the Upper Pure sect was, without a doubt, the wisest decision of my life. My plans spanning 5 centuries, and you have unraveled them in merely 5 years. Your perceptiveness is truly unparalleled. Why? Observing her reaction, Chen Changsheng restrained his curiosity from surfacing. Master, your desire for power is not misplaced. Even if you wish to establish a new dynasty, my master and the others would follow you. Why then did you choose to eliminate them? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's confusion, the Ascendant replied coolly, the Great Qian dynasty was my past, and the Upper Pure sect is my life's work. I never intended for the Upper Pure sect to be embroiled in this affair. However, they are too obstinate. Upon discovering the secret, they not only refused to support me, but also divulged it. Do you think that the people from Linglong's sect and Tianfu Temple could have uncovered my plans otherwise? For 5 centuries, I have meticulously orchestrated this arrangement. I shall not allow anyone to jeopardize my endeavors. What the 3rd senior brother? Why did you choose to spare him? You are well aware of his indolent nature. Being so close to the water, when Qing Feng and the others uncovered this secret, he was off indulging in leisure. Thus he remained oblivious to the matter. As he spoke, the Ascended Master also posed a question to Chen Changsheng. By the way, how did you come to know that acquiring that power requires a blood sacrifice? Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Chen Changsheng's face as he replied, Master Ancestor, with your remarkable intellect, how is it that you now appear so perplexed? You must have visited the infinite secret realm countless times. I have concealed a portion of the patterns. Can you truly not discern it? He chuckled heartily, patting his forehead as he said, with such an outstanding disciple, I am nearly overwhelmed with joy and confusion. Given your character, it is only natural that you would keep some secrets. Chapter 28. Chen Changsheng's Hidden Cards. 5 centuries of planning upon concluding his words. The Ascendant Master drew Chen Changsheng before the blood pool. Changsheng, among all in the Shangqing Temple, you're the one I value the most. Do you comprehend why I singled you out from the throng? It is because within you, I perceive a quality that even I lack, serenity. You are devoid of the frantic energy characteristic of mortals and the obsession often found in practitioners. It is as if all that exists in the world is merely ephemeral in the grand tapestry of your life. Cultivators pursue the Tao solely for longevity. Yet even a transcendent being who has lived for a millennium lacks the essence that you embody. Indeed, I have not erred in my judgment of you. The opportunity lies before you. United, we can traverse distances beyond the reach of all others. In response to the Ascendant Master's invitation, Chen Changsheng silently took a step back. Observing this, the Ascendant Master furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it? Do you also perceive this power as ominous?" "Rest assured," he continued, "I have meticulously studied this matter. Directly absorbing this power may indeed induce complications. However, when filtered through bloodlines, such troubles dissipate. The 18 races guarding the ancient bronze palace serve as the most effective conduits for this filtration. That fool, Wanyenagujo, has been using his daughter's body to filter this power, believing it to be a solution. Yet, he fails to understand that an impure bloodline cannot achieve thorough filtration. Otherwise, he would not have fallen prey to my countermeasures." Listening to the Ascendant Master's eloquent discourse, Chen Changsheng shook his head. "Master, my concern does not lie with the safety of this power. I have never contemplated such matters. My sole purpose for coming to the Moonlit Night Kingdom is to retrieve the remains of my master and brothers." Upon hearing this, the once excited Ascendant Master reverted to a state of cold indifference. "You remain unchanged. Yet, you must also recognize that those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish." "The disciple is indeed aware," Chen Changsheng replied. "I humbly request, for the sake of our past connection, that you allow me to complete the burial of my master before taking action." At these words, the Ascendant Master's expression darkened considerably. Nevertheless, in the presence of such an exceptional disciple, he ultimately revealed a modicum of patience. With a swift motion of his hand, 7 corpses appeared neatly before Chen Changsheng. The restrictions within the body of the primordial spirit master were lifted, returning him to a lifeless state. Gazing upon the faces of his once dear companions, Chen Changsheng produced 11 coffins and began the solemn task of preparing the deceased for their final rest. Primordial Spirit Master, Elder Brother, Second Brother. After assisting his former companions with their burials, Chen Changsheng proceeded to tend to the body of the Wolf King. Cleansing the bloodstains and adorning him in fresh burial attire, he carved a wooden heart to replace the one that could not be retrieved. Together with Hu Zhan and Lin Hu, the 11 coffins were perfectly accounted for. The bearer of the funeral, an intriguing title. But why have you only dug 3 graves? Do you believe you can carry them away alive? Confronted with the doubts of the Ascended Master, Chen Changsheng chuckled and said, "Master Ancestor, I fear you may find this amusing, but before I embarked on my journey, I was a coffin seller. Due to a series of fortuitous events, I acquired this rather absurd title. Nevertheless, as a professional in this field, I possess an astute understanding of quantity. Today, I shall require only 11 coffins. Hence I will not produce any more." "Oh, on what basis do you possess such confidence?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng beamed and replied, "Master Ancestor, have you heard of the immortal sovereign of 100 defeats?" No sooner had he spoken than he flung a stone coffin forward. As the coffin sensed the aura of the blood pool, it emitted a dazzling radiance. An imposing figure emerged from within the stone coffin. "Abomination, you dare to show yourself." With that, a colossal fist surged towards the Ascended Master. In response, the Ascended Master hurled the small white wolf in his grasp, attempting to stave off the impending attack. Yet, how could the fist of the immortal sovereign of 100 defeats be so easily obstructed? The fist's phantom passed through the small white wolf and struck the Ascended Master with tremendous force. Poof! The fully realized Ascended Master was sent flying by a single blow. After repelling the Ascended Master, the phantom of the immortal sovereign did not pursue further, but instead summoned the nearby bronze ancient palace, which came crashing down upon the blood pool with great intensity. No! Witnessing this, the Ascended Master cried out and flew beneath the bronze palace, attempting to halt its descent. Bang! An explosion erupted from a concealed cave, and a bald figure, bloodied, was propelled out. This individual was none other than Master Ikkyu, the one tasked with suppressing the source of misfortune. Clang! A surge of dark power struck the bronze palace violently, causing its rapid descent to falter. "Ikkyu, what are you waiting for?" Chen Changsheng shouted as he picked up the small white wolf, which lay on the ground, its fate uncertain. and called out to the severely injured Ikkyu. With his cultivation at merely the golden core stage, Chen Changsheng realized that without Ikkyu's assistance, escaping the Night Moon Kingdom was impossible. Despite the formidable presence of the immortal sovereign's phantom, it remained insubstantial, and whether it could withstand the ominous force was debatable. Thus, his most pressing concern was to flee swiftly, and the farther the better. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's call, Ikkyu wasted no time, igniting his vital essence to invoke the powers of the Buddhist realm. As Chen Changsheng prepared to escape, the ascended master's fury was palpable. Yet he found himself immobilized beneath the bronze palace. Countless scriptures swirled around Chen Changsheng and Ikkyu, their figures gradually becoming ethereal. Master Ancestor, I am but a coffin seller. Yet one day I shall return to deliver your funeral. Chen Changsheng's voice echoed within the forbidden ground, striking deeply at the heart of the ascended master. 1,000 miles away, poof, Ikkyu expelled a stream of golden blood and collapsed to the ground. However, it seemed that Chen Changsheng was oblivious to Ishio's injuries, persistently urging him, do not lie there. Rise quickly and continue running. Faced with this acquaintance from a century past, Ishio nearly gasped, on the verge of fainting. Good heavens! What I just employed was the secret technique of the Tianfu Temple. Using it once not only depletes vitality, but also shortens one's lifespan by a decade. We have already fled 1,000 miles. Could you not allow me a moment to catch my breath? I am merely a humble Yuan-ing stage cultivator, not a formidable deity of the transformation stage. Listening to Ishio's lamentations, Chen Changsheng anxiously gazed towards the direction of the imperial capital. Using it once only reduces your lifespan by 10 years, yet the fully realized transformation stage adept, Wanyan Agujuo, did not survive even a single strike from the ascended being. When he arrives, you will not merely lose 10 years, you will lose your life altogether. Upon hearing this, Ishio sprang up from the ground and once again activated the life-consuming secret technique of the Tianfu Temple. In a flash, the figures of Chen Changsheng and Ishio vanished once more. Chapter 29. Lin Yinxing has vanished, fleeing thousands of miles. With a thud, Chen Changsheng collapsed to the ground, his strength waning. Beside him lay Ishio, pale as a corpse. Upon learning of the formidable prowess of the Ascended One, Ishio had invoked 6 secret techniques in succession, successfully transporting them 6,000 miles away. Such techniques, which consumed one's essence and lifespan, were beyond the capabilities of even an uninjured Ishio to perform multiple times. Now, gravely injured, Ishio had executed these 6 techniques, leaving him on the brink of death, the only distinction between him and a lifeless body being a single breath. Yet, even after their escape, Chen Changsheng felt a lingering sense of insecurity. He then began to employ the blood escape technique with a near-death Ishio. 12 executions of the blood escape technique marked Chen Changsheng's utmost limit. Should he attempt even one more, he would meet his demise. He cast out several formation flags and, with great effort, forced a handful of pills into Ishio's mouth. Exhausting his final reserves of strength to complete the task, Chen Changsheng's vision darkened as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In his last fleeting thoughts, he pondered that if his pursuer managed to catch up, he would let him strike. For if he continued to flee, he wouldn't survive long enough for that confrontation to matter. Outside the imperial capital of the Night Moon Kingdom, the Ascended One materialized at the very spot where Chen Changsheng had first paused. His immense consciousness enveloped a radius of 1,000 miles in an instant. However, after a thorough search, the corner of the Ascended One's mouth twitched. He realized that his disciple possessed an extraordinary capacity for flight. Though this incarnation of his was merely a fraction of his full self, its strength was not inferior to that of an average manifestation of divine transformation. The auras of Ishio and Chen Changsheng were all too familiar to him. As long as they had not fled beyond 5,000 miles, he was confident in capturing them. Even if they were beyond that distance, as long as they remained within 10,000 miles, he would still have means to sense them. Yet now, despite employing all his methods, he could not detect Chen Changsheng's aura. This indicated that in the span of just 2 hours, Chen Changsheng had managed to traverse 10,000 miles. Contemplating this, the Ascended One let out a cold chuckle, saying, "My dear disciple, you must conceal yourself well. Should your ancestor find you, your life may very well be at stake." With that, he turned and soared back to the Night Moon Kingdom, aware that any trouble for his main body could not be delayed by his current incarnation. "Changsheng, can we not run anymore?" Isho lay weakly upon the flying sword, having just regained a modicum of spiritual power, while Chen Changsheng resumed their flight. Faced with Chen Changsheng's unwavering determination, Isho felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The Ascended One was merely at the peak of divine transformation, not beyond it. They had already escaped 10,000 miles away, rendering him incapable of pursuing them. In response, Chen Changsheng not only refused to halt, but even quickened their pace. "One must tread cautiously. Who knows what secret arts my ancestor might possess to track us down? For the sake of safety, let us flee at least 20,000 miles further. Do not speak. Focus on your recovery. Once your wounds have healed, you shall lead us to safety." Upon hearing these words, Isho rolled his eyes dramatically and then closed them, commencing his healing process. After a century apart, this once familiar companion remained as cautious as ever. Now, reunited, Isho was beset by a multitude of questions he longed to pose to Chen Changsheng. For instance, why had Chen Changsheng departed without a word all those years ago? How did his master, the revered Changsheng, come to know him? Furthermore, how could the once talentless Chen Changsheng have ascended to the Golden Core realm and acquired considerable cultivation aptitude? These queries plagued Isho's mind, but he understood that they must wait until their safety was assured. As time slipped by, a month soon passed, and indeed, Chen Changsheng had done as he promised, fleeing a full 20,000 miles. "We need not run any longer," Isho declared. "We are now 30,000 miles from the kingdom of Night Moon. Even the immortal Yuhua would find it a challenge to locate us." With that, Isho and Chen Changsheng gracefully descended upon a mountaintop. Observing their surroundings, Chen Changsheng nodded and remarked, "Indeed, we are nearly there. We are now separated from the kingdom of Night Moon by an entire dynasty. Even if Yuhua sought to capture us, it would not be an easy feat since you claim all is well. It is likely so. By the way, what about Nianqing from those days?" Before Isho could finish, Chen Changsheng interrupted him. Upon facing this inquiry, Isho's gaze faltered, clearly at a loss as to how to address Chen Changsheng. My master, she has vanished." "Vanished? What does that mean?" "Even if you were to tell me that Nianqing met a tragic end, I could perhaps fathom that. But to say she has vanished? She entered the forbidden realm of the kingdom of Night Moon with you. How could a living person simply disappear?" Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Isho expressed his difficulty. "When the sect learned of Yu Hua's treachery, they dispatched my master and me to investigate the secrets of the Forbidden Realm, hoping to alter the tide of battle. Upon our arrival, following the clues provided by the Qingqing Temple, we swiftly uncovered the kingdom of Night Moon's secrets. However, while sealing that ominous power, we were discovered. Wanyan Agujo summoned 2 ancestral beings in the God transformation stage to besiege us. At that moment, the ancestors of Tianfu Temple and Linglong sect came to our aid. Yet we were still unable to break through. Ultimately, the 2 ancestors sacrificed themselves to forcibly seal most of that dreadful power." In response to Isho's explanation, Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. "I did not inquire about the circumstances of the Forbidden Realm. I seek to know whether Li Nianqing is alive or dead. After the ancestors sacrificed themselves, we naturally could not escape. We thought we were on the brink of death, but unexpectedly, my master discovered a shattered ancient teleportation array within the Bronze Ancient Palace. Although the formation was damaged, with a bit of effort, it could still be somewhat mended. And then, do not tell me that you remained behind alone to hold the fort, while Nianqing departed first. That is, of course, out of the question. Who wishes to embrace death when life persists? However, as I mentioned, the teleportation array was indeed flawed, and I fell out during the transit. Eventually, I had no choice but to conceal myself within the crevice of the seal. Whenever they sought to eliminate me, I would adopt a stance of mutual destruction. Had it not been for this, I doubt I would have survived until now. To where does the teleportation array in the ancient bronze palace lead? I am uncertain. The power of the primordial teleportation array is immense, and I cannot decipher it. Yet, the distance of the teleportation should exceed 100,000 miles, I presume. Chapter 30. Parting Ways. Meeting is but farewell. Upon finishing the tale, Chen Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. In this vast sea of humanity, where could he possibly find that girl, Nianxin? Noticing the furrowed brow of Chen Changsheng, Ishio chuckled. You need not worry excessively. Master Uncle has achieved perfection in her nascent soul stage, and is but a step away from the transformation stage. With her prowess, she can thrive anywhere in the world. By the way, how is it that you have suddenly reached the Golden Core realm? I recall your cultivation talent being rather poor previously. Moreover, it seems Master Uncle has known you for quite some time. Just how long have you been alive? In response to Ishio's barrage of inquiries, Chen Changsheng chose silence, instead releasing the binding on the little white wolf, allowing her to regain her human form. Once restored to her abilities, Wang Yin neither fled nor retaliated against Chen Changsheng, but rather sat there in a daze. Gradually, two streams of tears began to flow from her eyes. Observing this, Chen Changsheng remarked, "Why are you crying? Your father was not killed by me. Given the circumstances, you should be grateful to still be alive." At this, Wang Yin's anger flared. Why should I not cry? The father I cherished used me, and now he is dead. Under such circumstances, would you not weep? After venting her frustrations at Chen Changsheng, she dried her tears and, with her head bowed, softly said, "Thank you for retrieving my father's body. Although he exploited me, he was still my father. Without your intervention, he would likely have met a fate of being left to rot in the wilderness." Upon hearing this, Ishio interjected quietly, Your father would not be left to rot. The immortal Hua intends to utilize your father's bloodline. So even if Chen Changsheng buried him, he would likely be exhumed." As soon as these words left his mouth, Wang Yin shot a frigid glare at Ishio. Realizing his blunder, Ishio quickly covered his mouth and retreated obediently. After dismissing Ishio with a look, Wang Yin turned her attention back to Chen Changsheng and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "I have no plans to act," he replied. "I have seen through the cultivation world. I intend to return to my original trade, selling coffins. As for the Dacian Empire, I have no intention of returning for the time being. What about you two?" Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's question, Wang Yin pondered before responding. "The immortal Hua has taken control of the Night Moon Kingdom. If this continues, its citizens will undoubtedly suffer calamity. Therefore, I must return, no matter the cost." With Wang Yin's answer in mind, Chen Changsheng turned to Ishio. "And you?" "Amiba. Both the Dacian Empire and the Night Moon Kingdom are engulfed in turmoil. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? I am willing to offer myself to the demons." "Speak plainly," Chen Changsheng urged. "I intend to lead the Tianfu Temple to safety. The immortal Hua will not spare it." Nodding in acknowledgement of Ishio's response, Chen Changsheng summoned 8 coffins that appeared before Ishio with a resounding crash. "These are the remains of my master and my senior brothers. Since you intend to return, please take them along as well. Additionally, I have chosen this auspicious location for their burial. You may inter them according to the coordinates marked on this map." Observing the meticulously annotated map in hand, I glanced at Chen Changsheng's actions. Axiu could not help but smirk and remarked, "You seem quite adept. You must have prepared these arrangements well in advance. Congratulations on your astute deduction. Since my initiation into the Shanqing Temple, I have prepared coffins and burial sites for all my brothers, including my master and ancestral master. By your assertion, you have prepared one for me as well?" "Indeed, but it comes at a price. Out of respect for our acquaintance, I shall grant you a 20% discount." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Axiu's expression contorted slightly. "Chen Changsheng, I am still very much alive. Is it not premature to prepare a coffin and grave for me? Better to prepare early than to encounter trouble later. You are not exempt from death. Such a day will inevitably arrive." "Axiu, you do make a compelling argument. However, I am currently Yuanian cultivator, and it is not beyond possibility for me to reach the Huashan realm. Do Huashan cultivators not face death?" Chen Changsheng's words rendered Axiu speechless once more. "Axiu, for some reason, I find myself at a loss for words whenever I converse with you." Realizing he could not best Chen Changsheng in debate, Axiu reluctantly stowed away the coffin and map. "Very well, I appreciate your goodwill, but it remains uncertain who will collect whom. By the way, who is this Bai Shinzuan you mentioned?" If his shade does not exist in the Night Moon Kingdom, we may be doomed. Perhaps you could disclose a clue so that I may seek out this esteemed elder." In response, Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. "Do not hold your breath on that. Bai Xianzuan was a figure from at least 2,000 years ago. He has likely turned to dust by now. I discovered a stone coffin left by him within the Wuyang secret realm, which records some of his deeds. Originally, he intended to attain enlightenment there, but later opted for another location. Initially, I merely assumed this esteemed elder had found a suitable place. However, after uncovering the secrets of the Bronze Ancient Palace, I realized the situation is far more complex than it appeared. I had only intended to experiment casually, yet it unexpectedly proved effective. At this, Wang Yanyu curiously inquired, "What if the stone coffin left by Bai Xianzuan proves ineffective? Then I shall have to seek refuge with my ancestral master. Although I am indeed in the coffin business, it does not imply that I wish for my own demise." "Wang Yanyu, while the logic is sound, why do you speak of it with such levity? I am at a loss as to whether to deem you cold-blooded or deeply loyal. To call you cold-blooded would ignore the fact that you traveled countless miles to the Night Moon Kingdom, risking life and limbs solely to retrieve the remains of a fallen comrade. You speak of loyalty and righteousness, yet when it comes to seeking refuge with the enemy, you exhibit no trace of internal conflict." After imparting some intricate details to Ishio and the others, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and declared, "It is time for you to depart. Even if the stone coffin of the 100 defeats immortal sovereign does not resolve the matter with the Ascendant, it will certainly bring him considerable trouble. Now that you are privy to his secret, he will not dare to confront you openly. Exercise caution, and you should be able to survive." Observing the composed demeanor of Chen Changsheng, Ishio inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Upon our return, we shall undoubtedly face myriad perils. Will you not offer us some words of caution? The heavens may bring rain, a mother may remarry, and the cycle of life inevitably leads toward an end. These are certainties of existence. The only distinction lies in the timing, whether it arrives sooner or later. This path is one you must tread on your own. Why should I intervene? At most, I could offer you a discount on the coffins I sell." Ishio retorted, "Your reasoning holds weight, yet you truly are a scoundrel." Chapter 31. In the bustling town of Kuhai, within the realm of Xuanwu, Chen Changsheng maintained an air of calm indifference. In response to his unperturbed demeanor, Ishio rolled his eyes dramatically and remarked, "I can hardly tolerate your heartless disposition. I shall take my leave now, and perhaps in a millennium or so, I shall return to collect your remains." With that, Ishio turned on his heel and departed, while Wang Yanyu cast a lingering glance at Chen Changsheng before following in Ishio's footsteps. Observing Ishio's retreating figure, Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Although the young monk often found himself outmatched in their exchanges, he was undeniably astute. He recalled their first encounter when Niansheng was gaining recognition at Linglong's sect. At that time, Niansheng had already lived for over 60 years, and considering his own extended stay in Linglong town, more than 80 years had elapsed. By reflecting on their long-standing acquaintance, one could reasonably conjecture how long Niansheng had existed. At that time, he was merely a novice chi-refining practitioner, which rendered such longevity quite extraordinary. Nevertheless, Ishio had never broached this matter with him. With this thought, Chen Changsheng stretched languidly and turned his gaze toward the nation behind him, murmuring to himself, "I have heard this land is known as Xuanwu. I wonder what delights it may hold." With that, he ambled leisurely down the mountainside. In the town of Kuhai, Xuanwu, "Sir, I implore you to assist me." A towering figure, standing 2 meters tall, pushed through the throng gathered around the shop and fell to his knees before Chen Changsheng. Observing the man before him, Chen Changsheng quickly helped him to his feet, saying, "My friend, speak freely. Whatever I can do to aid you, I shall." Upon hearing this, the giant wiped away his tears and produced several bloodied spirit stones from his bosom, declaring, "Sir, these are all my possessions. I shall gather the remaining spirit stones. I only beseech you to help restore my brother's body." Gazing at the wooden board draped in white cloth nearby, Chen Changsheng shook his head and sighed. "Business is business. There is no room for leniency. I am aware that you and your brother make your living through herbal gathering. Coincidentally, I am in need of some medicinal herbs. Would you consider selling them to me? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's proposition, the giant stifled his grief and retrieved a nearby basket. Chen Changsheng casually inspected its contents, estimating their value with a discerning eye. The basket contained primarily low-grade herbs, and their quality was subpar, even with a premium offer. They would scarcely fetch 3 low-grade spirit stones. Excellent. These are precisely the superior herbs I seek. I shall offer you 100 spirit stones for them. Chen Changsheng extended his hand to take the basket and presented a leather pouch to the giant. For the funeral arrangements, the minimum fee is 100 spirit stones. Currently, my shop is running a promotion. I will even provide you with a fine coffin at no extra charge. Thank you, sir. I shall forever remember your immense kindness. The 100 spirit stones exchanged hands once more, returning to Chen Changsheng, who then approached the nearby wooden board, gently unveiling the white cloth. A gruesomely mutilated corpse unexpectedly appeared before Chen Changsheng. Confronted with such a horrific scene, the stomachs of the onlookers churned violently. How could this happen? A few days prior, we had discovered a century-old spiritual herb, but it was guarded by a formidable beast. I knew the creature possessed great strength, which deterred me from attempting to harvest the herb. Yet, to my astonishment, 2 of my companions secretly ventured to gather the herb without my knowledge. By the time I arrived, all that remained was a lifeless body. This tragedy is entirely my fault. He sought to exchange the herb for resources on my behalf. As he spoke, the stout man knelt on the ground, overcome with grief. Observing this, Chen Changsheng shook his head and retrieved a complete set of professional tools. The sound of flesh being manipulated reached the ears of all present, causing those with weaker constitutions to flee and retch at the sight. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng maintained his composure, murmuring softly, "First, align the tendons. Second, piece together the bones. Begin with the limbs, then the torso. The organs must not be disturbed." As his hands continued their meticulous work, the disfigured corpse gradually took on a semblance of form. After a full hour of labor, Chen Changsheng finally completed the reconstruction of the body, filling in the missing parts with other materials. Once he had finished, he produced a finely crafted coffin and gently placed the corpse within. Sighing deeply, he wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and spoke. "The funeral arrangements are complete. It is time for you to bid farewell to your brother. Let him rest in peace." With that, Chen Changsheng paid no further attention to the stout man and walked over to a nearby table to tend to others with injuries. Observing Chen Changsheng's industriousness, a burly man with a severed hand chuckled, "Sir, you seem to have taken on quite a plethora of endeavors. It is one thing to manage all aspects of a funeral, but you also engage in alchemy and healing. Just the other day, I saw you inscribing formations upon a coffin. Surely, you are not considering expanding your operations further?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng shot the man an exasperated glance, retorting, "This predicament was thrust upon me by you all. I originally sold coffins, yet someone brought a half-dead individual to purchase one. Upon seeing that there was a chance for survival, could I simply stand by and watch him perish? Yet, instead of gratitude, they spread rumors of my extraordinary medical skills. As a number of people seeking my help grew, I had no choice but to open a clinic, and as if that weren't enough, they began to covet my potions and insisted on purchasing them. Those individuals pestered me for an entire month, compelling me to start concocting elixirs." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng applied considerable pressure with his hands, eliciting a scream from the burly man akin to that of a slaughtered pig. With a swift motion, as the bone realigned, Chen Changsheng placed a medicinal plaster upon the fractured area. There, with a month of care, you will regain full mobility in your hand. In the future, refrain from engaging in fights. You are merely at the 3rd level of body refinement, while your opponent is at least at the 5th. Were it not for the mercy shown by his opponent, your right hand would likely have been rendered useless. In response to Chen Changsheng's admonitions, the burly man smiled broadly and remarked, "Sir, this time I was indeed careless. Next time, I shall not be defeated by him. The 3-yang body refinement technique I cultivate is an advanced mystical art, while his is merely a high-level yellow-gray technique. His victory was solely due to his marginally superior cultivation level. Once I achieve the 4th layer of body refinement, let us see how I fare against him despite the disparity in rank." Listening to the man's grandiose declarations, Chen Changsheng merely curled his lips, choosing not to offer further counsel. It is well known that the martial spirit of the Xuanwu kingdom is ingrained in their very bones. Persuading them to abandon their competitive nature is far more arduous than imploring them to refrain from breathing. Chapter 32. The Resurgence of the Bronze Ancient Palace. An olive branch from the Xuanwu kingdom, Chen Changsheng, was attending to the ailments of the gathered crowd when, suddenly, powerful pressures emanated from the distance. In response, the many low-ranking cultivators of the Xuanwu kingdom adeptly parted to create a pathway. Zhuo Xinghe approached respectfully. A young man, adorned in splendid attire, bowed courteously to Chen Changsheng. Observing this, Chen Changsheng sighed, expressing his regret. I truly lament having saved you back then. Every year, without fail, you come to seek my assistance. It has been a decade. Do you not find it tiresome? In reply, the elegantly dressed young man smiled. If it means I can obtain your guidance, I would not mind another decade in pursuit of it. Had it not been for your intervention 10 years ago, I would have long since met my demise. However, I cannot fathom why, given your remarkable talents, you choose to reside in such a humble place. Should you desire, the Xuanwu kingdom would gladly honor you as our national master. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and replied, My reluctance to journey to the royal capital of the Xuanwu kingdom is not out of arrogance, nor due to the inadequacy of your offer. The truth is, the royal capital pales in comparison to the richness of Kuhai town, nestled at the edge of the monster beast mountains. This place daily yields an abundance of fresh medicinal herbs and precious timber. I run both a coffin shop and a clinic. These resources are invaluable to me. Zhuo Xinghe, smiling, refrained from contesting Chen Changsheng's reasoning. After all, Chen Changsheng had employed this excuse for a decade, and Zhuo Xinghe had heard it just as long. While your words hold truth, the Xuanwu kingdom is indeed eager for talent. This time, I have brought offerings that I believe will compensate for your losses. With that, Zhuo Xinghe unveiled a red cloth from a tray beside him, revealing 2 medicinal herbs and a jade slip. This qixing grass is a treasure of the Xuanwu royal family, preserved for 3 centuries. The Millennium Meat Spirit mushroom was procured with great effort by the Xuanwu kingdom. As for this cultivation technique, it is the renowned 9 transformations profound art. Had it not been limited to only the first 3 levels, it would undoubtedly rank among the celestial techniques. Should you agree to journey to the royal capital, all of these treasures shall be yours. As Chen Changsheng beheld the gifts presented by Zhuo Xinghe, he felt a flicker of temptation. The Xuanwu kingdom placed great emphasis on physical cultivation, boasting a level of physical prowess that far surpassed that of the Dacian dynasty. Furthermore, the hierarchy of cultivation techniques in the Xuanwu kingdom differed significantly from that of Dacian. Here, techniques were classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with the heaven tier being the highest and the yellow tier the lowest. Thus far, the only publicly recognized heaven tier technique in the Xuanwu kingdom was the Tiangang body refining method, passed down through its lineage. Fours with Xinghe to present this esteemed technique, reputed to be the foremost beneath the Tiangang method, was indeed a substantial offering. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng rose and approached Zhuo Xinghe to examine the items on the tray. The meat spirit mushroom and qixing grass were indeed the primary ingredients of the legendary Liuli pill, said to bestow upon its consumer a body of indomitable strength, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. In the context of our homeland standards, it is a threshold that cannot be surpassed by any practitioner below the divine transformation stage. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, a glimmer of light flickered in Zhuo Xinghe's eyes. However, Chen Changsheng's subsequent actions left Zhuo Xinghe profoundly disappointed, for he once again covered the red cloth on the tray. Perplexed, Zhuo Xinghe inquired, Sir, is this gift truly unworthy of your attention? Whatever you desire, please do not hesitate to express it. As long as it is within my means, I shall acquiesce to any conditions. In response, Chen Changsheng let out a gentle sigh. Young Master Xinghe, it is not that I fail to appreciate your kindness. Rather, I genuinely wish to avoid entanglements with the royal family's disputes. The higher the price you propose, the greater the trouble you wish for me to resolve. I believe my abilities are still insufficient. I suggest you seek someone more capable. With that, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and turned to return his coffin shop. At that moment, Zuoxing has suddenly interjected, "Sir, do you not wish to know about the news of the bronze ancient hall?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's footsteps halted abruptly. "You truly have found something?" "Indeed. 10 years ago, you casually mentioned it. Though you may not have given it much thought, it has remained etched in my memory. After a decade of investigation, I have finally uncovered some clues. Furthermore, the leads regarding the bronze ancient hall are intertwined with matters of the imperial capital. So if you wish to learn about the bronze ancient hall, it seems you must make a journey to the imperial capital." Chen Changsheng found himself in a quandary upon hearing Zuoxing's words. Ever since he learned of Nian Sheng's disappearance within the bronze ancient hall, he had been seeking information about other such halls. However, despite over a decade of inquiries, he had yet to hear any news regarding the bronze ancient hall in the Xuanwu kingdom. Time had passed, and he had long since ceased to dwell on the matter. The locations of the 18 bronze ancient halls remained a mystery, scattered across this vast and daunting world. Who knows in which country or hidden corner these halls might be situated? Now, upon receiving news of the bronze ancient hall once more, it would be disingenuous for Chen Changsheng not to feel a stir of interest. Reflecting on this, he spoke, "This information truly puts me in a difficult position. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey. But let me make it clear, I can only do my utmost regarding matters of the imperial capital, and I cannot guarantee success. I will return to gather my belongings and join you shortly." Upon hearing this, Zuoxing exclaimed with excitement, "Then I shall await you outside, sir." Entering his coffin shop, Chen Changsheng stored his possessions within the system space. Glancing at a luxurious coffin in the corner of the room, he murmured to himself, "It took 5 years to collect corpses in the Night Moon Kingdom, and I have spent 43 years selling coffins in the Xuanwu Kingdom. Roughly calculated, I have been away from the Shangqing Temple for nearly 49 years. Back then, my third senior brother was injured and, at most, had a lifespan of 50 years. In the present day, a new storm arises. Oh heavens, are you beckoning me to retrieve the remains of my third senior brother?" With these words, Chen Changsheng caressed the coffin intricately adorned with array patterns. This coffin was the culmination of 40 years of meticulous preparation. Its future occupant would be none other than the transcendent being who had forced Chen Changsheng into the realm of the Xuanwu Kingdom. My revered ancestor. Whether it is one or two, the act of collecting remains is the same. My third senior brother is on the brink of death. Surely, you have no need to linger any longer. After all, your disciple has dedicated 4 decades to crafting a splendid coffin for you. It is time for you to find peace. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Chen Changsheng stowed the coffin into the system space and turned to depart from the coffin shop he had inhabited for 43 years. Chapter 33. Conversations in the Carriage. The Emperor of Xuanwu Kingdom approaches his end within the spacious confines of the carriage. Chen Changsheng quietly cradled a tome, savoring its contents. Beside him, Zuoxing, witnessing this scene, immediately offered his praise. "Sir, your wealth of knowledge is indeed profound, and you remain ever engrossed in your studies. Such dedication commands my utmost admiration." As they journeyed to Chang'an, Zuoxing had initially intended to arrange for a high-ranking magical beast to serve as Chen's steed. However, considering the unique circumstances, he deemed it prudent to avoid drawing undue attention that might lead to unnecessary troubles for Chen. Upon reaching Chang'an, Zhuo vowed to graciously welcome Chen in a fitting manner. Upon hearing these words, Chen Changsheng silently set aside his book and remarked, "If you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. My previous reticence stemmed from a desire to avoid entangling myself in the affairs of the Xuanwu royal family. Now that I have pledged my assistance, I shall not hold back. As the Grand Prince of Xuanwu, if you cannot resolve even this minor inconvenience, it would indeed be a source of embarrassment." Realizing that his intentions had been unveiled, Zuoxing smiled without offering any defense. Traveling by magical beast to Chang'an would take no more than half a day. Yet this would significantly diminish the time he could spend alone with Chen Changsheng. A decade prior, in the Beast Mountain Range, Chen had rescued him, and they had spent an entire night in conversation, an experience that had proved immensely beneficial to Zhua. However, after regaining his identity and seeking Chen again, he found that Chen had ceased to engage in any discussions with him. Now, With another opportunity before him, Zhuxinghe was determined not to let it slip away. Gathering his thoughts, he articulated, "Sir, there's a question that has confounded me for quite some time. It is well known that human energy is finite, and the same holds true for cultivators. Yet, you not only possess formidable cultivation, but also excel in alchemy, formation, medicine, divination, and numerous other disciplines. How have you managed to master all these fields so thoroughly?" In response, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips thoughtfully and inquired, "How old are you this year?" Zhuo replied, "I have just turned 100. At a century old, your level of cultivation is indeed remarkable," Chen noted. "Since you have just reached this milestone, it indicates that you have lived for 100 years since your birth. The first 20 years may be deemed as a time of innocence, during which you may not have acquired much knowledge. However, what have you done in the subsequent 80 years? With 365 days in a year, that amounts to over 20,000 days and nights, a considerable span of time. For mortals, 80 years may very well constitute a lifetime. Yet, unlike ordinary beings, the 80 years of a cultivator are imbued with far greater significance. Mortals are often hindered by ailments, hunger, and fatigue, which squander much of their time. In contrast, cultivators are unaffected by such constraints. They can fast and draw sustenance from the essence of heaven and earth. The ailments that afflict mere mortals shall not befall the cultivators, who can also substitute sleep with meditation. Yet, after such a passage of time, what have you truly gained?" In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Zhuxinghe pondered earnestly before replying. "Over the span of 80 years, I have acquired cultivation, power, and a beloved partner as beautiful as a flower." A succinct summary. But what else, I wonder? With 12 hours in a day, have you devoted all your time to these pursuits? If I am not mistaken, aside from these three aspects, you have also spent time on other endeavors, such as travel, romance, and the pursuit of glory, which have similarly consumed a significant portion of your life. I am no genius, nor do I possess an exceptionally formidable master. I simply reclaim the time you cast aside. That is all. To cultivate oneself, one must first cultivate the heart. Without a proper mindset, how can one sing praises upon the path of cultivation? Upon hearing this, Zhuxinghe let out a long sigh, his admiration for Chen Changsheng intensifying. A mere phrase, that is all, from such a talented individual is enough to render all cultivators of the world ashamed. Such talent deserves the title of national hero from the Xuanwu kingdom. May I ask how you feel about this proposition? In response to Zhuxinghe's renewed offer, Chen Changsheng smiled and waved his hand. "Perhaps it is best to decline. My heart does not lie in such matters. Moreover, your substantial effort to summon me from seclusion indicates that the situation in Chang'an must be quite dire. How much longer can your father endure?" Hearing this, Zhuxinghe sighed, saying, "My father is the strongest monarch in the history of the Xuanwu kingdom. Yet, no matter how high his cultivation or how profound his abilities, he ultimately cannot withstand the 5 declines of heaven and man. Presently, he has less than a year left. Recently, my father decreed that whoever can locate the dragon's lair shall inherit the throne of the Xuanwu kingdom." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brows and remarked, "The left emperor has lived for 2,300 years. I believe the Xuanwu kingdom has exhausted all methods of prolonging life. Now, in his desperate search for a burial site, I suspect he seeks not the dragon's lair, but a place that can grant one the chance to live anew. Such places are not easily found." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng reveal the hidden implications, Zhuxinghe smiled wryly. "If such a place were easily discovered, I would not have come to request your assistance. My royal brothers have sought the aid of formidable experts, and I truly lack the confidence to surpass them. Thus, I had no choice but to disturb your tranquil cultivation. However, I wonder how confident you are in this matter. I cannot claim certainty, but I possess a likelihood of 5 or 6 out of 10. Zhuxinghe. At this revelation, Zhuxinghe was left utterly bewildered. He had visited countless reclusive masters throughout the Xuanwu kingdom, yet their responses were mostly filled with uncertainty or only half-hearted assurances. How did such certainty spring forth from Chen Changsheng's lips, as if he possessed an unwavering confidence, were it not for a deeper understanding of his character? Zhuxinghe might have deemed him boastful. "Sir, Do you truly possess such remarkable assurance? I am confident in locating that place. Yet mere discovery does not guarantee success. The potential for success hinges upon the willingness of your Xuanwu kingdom to invest the necessary resources. Moreover, do not fault me for my forewarning. The notion of reversing one's lifespan is a desire harbored by those nearing the end of their days. However, the number of individuals capable of achieving such a feat is exceedingly scarce. It would be prudent to advise your father, the emperor, to relinquish this aspiration. In response to Chen Changsheng's counsel, Xinghe wore a bittersweet smile. He was, of course, well aware of this truth. Yet the will of the emperor was not something that could be swayed by another. Chapter 34. The Extravagant Fruit Plate. Chen Changsheng. All rubbish in response to Chen Changsheng's suggestion, Xinghe remained silent, offering no reply. Observing this, Chen Changsheng smiled but refrained from further comment. Having lived for 2,300 years, Zhuang had outlasted even the most seasoned of transformation stage cultivators. Indeed, the city of Chang'an could aptly be described as a den of dragons and tigers. Were it not for the pursuit of clues regarding the ancient bronze palace, he would have undoubtedly steered clear of this matter. In the palace of Chang'an, the 9 princes of the Xuanwu kingdom had gathered in the grand hall, where a youthful figure occupied the dragon throne. This young man was none other than the most formidable emperor in the history of the Xuanwu kingdom, Emperor Xuanwu. With his chin resting on his hand, he watched his 9 sons with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, one of the princes stepped forward and declared, "Father, I have sought out wise men and traversed the renowned mountains and rivers of our kingdom. At last, I have discovered a dragon's lair, which will surely grant you the means to live another lifetime." With one prince having taken the initiative, the others were quick to follow suit, each eager to recount the arduous efforts they had expended in their search for the dragon's lair. However, among the 9 princes, only the eldest, Xinghe, remained silent. His reticence stemmed from a simple reason. Chen Changsheng was voraciously devouring the fruit plate before him. As he watched his brothers introduce the dragon's lair they had uncovered, Xinghe felt an urgent pang in his heart. "Sir, might we pause our feasting for a moment? Shouldn't we discuss the dragon's lair first?" Upon hearing Xinghe's suggestion, Chen Changsheng swallowed the spirit fruit in his mouth and replied, "We are at a banquet. Enjoying the food is of utmost importance. Moreover, your focus should not be on this matter at present." At this, Xinghe's face was etched with confusion. If not the dragon's lair, then what should he be concerned with? In response to Xinghe's lack of understanding, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. "Your father is on the brink of death, and you 9 sons are cheerfully seeking a burial site for him. Do you not find this somewhat inappropriate?" Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Xinghe suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. It was true that their father sought the dragon's lair, and his time was indeed running short. However, at such a moment as his son, he ought to feel sorrow rather than be preoccupied with finding a suitable resting place for his father. Even if he did not harbor such thoughts internally, he should at least put on a fade of concern. Realizing this, Xinghe softly inquired, "Sir, is it too late to change my approach?" "It is never too late to mend one's ways. Remember to be a bit theatrical." With Chen Changsheng's affirmation, Xinghe immediately sprang to his feet and dashed forward. As he slid along the ground, he knelt, bringing his forehead down forcefully to the floor. "Father, I cannot bear to part with you." The other princes were taken aback by Xinghe's sudden display. Simultaneously, Zhuang turned his gaze towards Chen Changsheng, who was still indulging in the extravagant fruit plate. The ancient creature, having lived for over 2,300 years, undoubtedly possesses immense power. The conversations of everyone in the grand hall cannot escape his keen ears. He is well acquainted with the thoughts and personalities of the 9 princes, yet the helper his eldest son has brought seems to hold some intrigue. Contemplating this, the emperor's spoke, "A true man should not indulge in tears. Such behavior is unbecoming." In response to the emperor's slightly admonishing tone, Xinghe cried even louder, "Father, it is said that a man's tears are seldom shed unless he is deeply hurt. As I am about to part ways with you, my heart is heavy with sorrow." Observing his eldest son's impressive display of theatrics, the emperor's smiled faintly. Using a surge of spiritual energy to assist Xinghe to his feet, I am aware of your filial piety, but separation is a natural law. There is no need for excessive grief. With that, the emperor waved his hand, and a servant immediately presented a massive fruit platter to Chen Changsheng. Upon receiving the emperor's generous gift, Chen Changsheng grinned broadly, revealing a dazzling smile. "Thank you, your majesty," he exclaimed, and then proceeded to show off the fruit platter, indulging in both eating and taking. The other princes exchanged glances, some astonished, others disapproving. "Could you not conduct yourself with a modicum of dignity? What kind of brazen display is this? Why did I not think of such a tactic?" Though the emperor did not explicitly state anything, the other 8 princes recognized that Zhuo Xinghe's recent actions had clearly earned him points. As the small performance concluded, the emperor finally turned to matters of significance. "My time is drawing to a close, and I seek a place of celestial fortune to extend my life. A decade ago, I promised that whoever discovers the true site of celestial fortune shall inherit the throne of the Xuanwu kingdom. Now is your time to showcase your achievements." With his words, the 8 princes exchanged knowing glances with their esteemed mentors. Subsequently, these mentors stood forth, confidently presenting the dragon lairs they had identified. The descriptions they offered sounded almost mythical, even causing Zhuo Xinghe to feel a pang of envy. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng, as the helper, remained preoccupied with showcasing the fruit platter, showing no inclination to speak. Half an hour passed, and the 8 dragon lairs were thoroughly introduced. All eyes turned to Chen Changsheng, whose unrefined behavior prompted the second prince to express his displeasure. "Brother, for where did you find such a rustic fellow? This is a pivotal moment in our father's grand scheme. To have someone like him appear in the grand hall is a disgrace to our Xuanwu kingdom." Just as Zhuo Xinghe was about to retort, Chen Changsheng finished the last of the spiritual fruit and leisurely remarked, "Have you not heard of the grand finale? The truly remarkable always make their entrance last. There is no need for haste." With this, he turned to the emperor and inquired, "Might I ask, your majesty, do you possess a map? If possible, I would prefer one that is large and detailed." Upon hearing this, the emperor gestured, and 5 strong men entered, carrying a vast scroll of map that, when unfurled, covered nearly half of the palace. Chen Changsheng's gaze meticulously scrutinized the map, while he diligently marked the 8 dragon lairs from before. Once he completed his task, he clasped his hands and addressed the assembly. "Your Majesty, I must speak candidly. These 8 locations appear to me as naught but refuse. If one seeks to reverse the course of one's life, only one place holds a modicum of possibility." Upon hearing this, the esteemed individuals present were instantly incensed. "Impudent wretch! Under whose tutelage do you claim to be? How dare you speak such audacious words here? Reveal your master's name, so we may administer a proper reprimand on their behalf." Unperturbed by their ire, Chen Changsheng merely cleared his ears and replied, "I beg your pardon, but my sect is not versed in the art of locating dragon lairs. I have acquired this knowledge through self-study. Furthermore, my primary occupation is that of coffin seller, while I also dabble in dragon finding and manage funeral services as a comprehensive package." Chapter 35, The Ancient Forbidden Land. Chen Changsheng serves as the national master. The words of Chen Changsheng reverberated through the grand hall, leaving the eminent figures within utterly astonished. They had anticipated that the aides summoned by the crown prince would possess some remarkable credentials. To their disbelief, he turned out to be merely a coffin seller. Even more absurd was the revelation that his skills in geomancy were self-taught. Upon hearing this, the other 8 princes seized the opportunity to launch their attacks against Zhuo Xinghe. "Father, my elder brother is brought in a mere coffin seller to mock you. It is evident that he seeks to undermine your grand design. Indeed, while my elder brother feigns loyalty and filial piety, he likely harbors ambitions for your throne in secret." In the face of the prince's accusations, Emperor Zhuo remained unperturbed, instead regarding Chen Changsheng with keen interest. "This gentleman's profession is rather intriguing. May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" In response, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "I am Chen Changsheng, your majesty. You may simply call me Changsheng." "Changsheng? A splendid name. Might I inquire if Mr. Changsheng could elucidate his earlier remarks? The 8 of them are renowned geomancers of the Xuanwu kingdom. Is it not somewhat inappropriate to belittle them so?" At the emperor's words, the assembly erupted in sardonic laughter, with Emperor Zhou himself inquiring. A mere rustic like Chen Changsheng could hardly escape his discerning gaze. It seemed that this Chen Changsheng was destined for a grim fate. In reply to the emperor's question, Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, the dragon's lair you seek is a place that could reverse the course of one's life. If such a miraculous location could be easily found, then practitioners across the realm would not lament their fleeting lifespans. Moreover, the ability to reverse one's life remains a legendary topic to this day. The boastful claims of these individuals serve only to expose their deceit. After all, lies are but refuse. That bears some truth, Emperor Zhou nodded thoughtfully. Then may I ask where Mr. Changsheng believes the dragon's lair to be? I am quite eager to see what distinguishes the lair you choose. Hearing the emperor express a desire to witness his chosen location, Chen Changsheng perused the map briefly before indicating a blank area. This is the place, within a radius of 100,000 miles. Only this site holds the potential to aid your Majesty in reversing the course of life. Upon seeing the direction Chen Changsheng pointed to, the countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically. Among them, Zhuxinghe appeared most distressed, for the location Chen Changsheng indicated was directly linked to the bronze ancient palace. Zhuxinghe had ample reason to suspect that Chen Changsheng had deliberately pointed to that site. Preposterous! The ancient Forbidden Land is universally recognized as a place of taboo. How could there possibly be a dragon's lair there? An elderly man with a white beard bellowed, a sheen of cold sweat forming on his brow. In response, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes. You constantly speak of taboos. May I ask if you truly understand what a taboo is? A taboo is simply a taboo. It requires no further explanation. Your intention to lead His Majesty towards the forbidden land of antiquity is truly reprehensible. I earnestly beseech His Majesty to eradicate this individual. The elder did not engage in discourse with Chen Changsheng, but instead directly implored the left emperor to eliminate him. However, the left emperor did not even spare a glance at the elder. Rather, he addressed Chen Changsheng, questioning, Mr. Changsheng, why have you chosen such a location? The forbidden land of antiquity, where no living being may tread, is a place fraught with peril, a realm from which few return alive. Furthermore, from your words, it seems you possess some knowledge of the taboos? Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, you jest. Taboos are concepts that have eluded clear definition throughout history. I merely strive to articulate some semblance of understanding, yet they remain beyond recognition, definition, description, and observation. Those possessing such characteristics are what the world deems as taboos. Upon hearing this, the left emperor nodded thoughtfully, responding, Your words encapsulate the terrifying essence of taboos. Since you possess a deeper understanding of them, why then do you still choose that location? Because within the realms of heaven and earth, the capable reside, Chen Changsheng remarked, glancing at the map of the forbidden land of antiquity. Before Your Majesty's birth, this land was also home to other formidable beings. They too grappled with the constraints of longevity and made choices akin to yours. Although taboos elude description, one truth remains evident: their formidable power. The strength of these taboos has grown to a point where no living creature dares to speak of them. Such formidable existences undoubtedly dwell in the most optimal locations. If Your Majesty seeks to reverse the course of life, the dragon's lair cannot be approached with mere logic. The 8 dragon lairs discussed earlier, while commendable, are insufficient for Your Majesty's needs. To truly reverse the course of life, one must embrace death and boldly venture into the forbidden land of antiquity, for therein lies a glimmer of hope. Chen Changsheng's voice reverberated through the vast palace, causing the hearts of all present to race with fervor. They were taken aback, astonished that this humble villager would dare to voice such audacious claims. Should His Majesty heed his counsel, the entire Xuanwu kingdom would be doomed. Silence. Following Chen Changsheng's pronouncement, an eerie quiet enveloped the palace. After an indeterminate period, the left emperor finally spoke, I am somewhat fatigued today. You may all return. From this day forth, Mr. Changsheng shall serve as the national master of the Xuanwu kingdom, permitted to enter and exit freely within its borders. With that, the left emperor rose and departed. Meanwhile, The 8 younger brothers of left Xinghe clenched their fists, their eyes brimming with resentment. The position of national master, with the privilege of free passage throughout the Xuanwu kingdom, was an immense honor. Such freedom implied that Chen Changsheng could traverse any corner of the realm, including the treasury and the secret chambers of martial arts, places previously accessible only to the emperor himself. In this present age, the number of individuals permitted to enter has increased by 1, and notably, this newcomer is an outsider. How could the princes not harbor feelings of jealousy? No, your majesty, you cannot allow this. I had previously made an agreement with the crown prince to abstain from any official position within the Xuanwu kingdom. While everyone was consumed by envy over Chen Changsheng's sudden stroke of fortune, he, on the other hand, shouted towards the departing direction of the left emperor, seemingly reluctant to accept the title of national master. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell utterly speechless. They thought, I truly feel as if I could grind my back teeth to dust. Had it not been for your majesty's regard for him, I would have surely dealt with him myself. Such a splendid opportunity, and yet he dares to utter such words. If he does not desire it, he may bestow it upon me. Chapter 36. The schemes of Lord Zhua. Chen Changsheng enters the Xuanwu pavilion. Sir, why have you chosen the ancient forbidden land? As the banquet concluded, Zhua Xinghe directly intercepted the wandering Chen Changsheng. Observing this, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and replied, I have already articulated my reasons. Only the ancient forbidden land holds the potential to assist His Majesty in reversing his fate. No other place offers such a possibility. Indeed, the justification you presented is impeccable. Yet I believe you possess additional reasons, so Xinghe asserted, gazing at the obstinate figure before him. Chen Changsheng scratched his head and remarked, I initially thought you were astute enough to perceive the current situation, yet it seems you remain oblivious, which leaves me somewhat disappointed. What do you mean, sir? Zhua Xinghe inquired. I ask you, who is the strongest in the Xuanwu kingdom? Of course, it is my father. And who understands the Xuanwu kingdom best? That would also be my father. Since his ascension, the Xuanwu kingdom has entered an unprecedented era of prosperity. The territory has more than doubled, all of it acquired through his own endeavors. Every inch of this land has been measured by his own feet. He is the most knowledgeable about the Xuanwu kingdom. Then it follows, Chen Changsheng spread his hands and stated, His Majesty is both the strongest and the most knowledgeable about the Xuanwu kingdom. Would he not be aware of where he might reverse his fate? At this revelation, Zhua Xinghe paused in astonishment. Sir, do you imply that the ancient forbidden land is His Majesty's intention? Indeed, as the crown prince of the Xuanwu kingdom, you are more acquainted with its history than I. His Majesty has lived for 2,300 years, yet for the preceding 2,200 years, he had neither offspring nor consort. However, in the subsequent century, you were born, along with 8 other brothers. The actions he did not undertake for 2,200 years suddenly manifested within the last century. Do you not find this somewhat reminiscent of settling affairs for the future? Reversing one's fate is a task more challenging than reaching the heavens. Success cannot be achieved without years of preparation. Upon hearing this, Zhua Xinghe began to grasp the implication. Are you suggesting that His Majesty began preparations a century ago? Likely even earlier. Such monumental endeavors require no less than 200 to 300 years of preparation. His Majesty's directive for you to seek the dragon's lair is merely a test for you, expecting 9 young children, all under a century. To undertake the monumental task of reversing fate is nothing short of absurd. With that, Chen Changsheng resumed his leisurely stroll. Zhua Xinghe lingered in silence for a moment before hastily following in Chen Changsheng's footsteps. Speaking up, Sir, could you persuade His Majesty? The ancient forbidden land is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could spell doom for the entire Xuanwu kingdom. How could I influence His Majesty? I am but an outsider. This is a matter that should fall to you, he replied. I had anticipated you would counsel your father, as I suspected His Majesty would choose the ancient forbidden land all along. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng arrived before a pavilion. This is indeed the repository of the Xuanwu kingdom's martial arts, the Xuanwu pavilion. As Chen Changsheng gazed upon the towering edifice before him, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. A place replete with an extensive collection of texts, represented the greatest temptation in the world for him. Surely, this was the location where the Xuanwu Kingdom's tomes were stored. Would you care to accompany me inside? In response to Chen Changsheng's invitation, the troubled Zhuo Xinghe managed to muster a smile and replied, I shall not join you, esteemed sir. The Xuanwu Pavilion, aside from the permission of my father, is not a place I may enter at will. Additionally, please remember, you may only observe. Do not recklessly handle the items within. Any unwarranted touch could lead to. Before Zhuo Xinghe could finish his warning, a shadow suddenly materialized before them. His Majesty has decreed that Mr. Changsheng may freely access whatever he desires, and no one shall impede him. Furthermore, Prince Xinghe is tasked with ensuring Mr. Changsheng's satisfaction during his tour of the palace. Zhuo Xinghe was taken aback. Freely access? Is my father jesting? Such a practice is not customary for honoring the worthy. Could it be that Chen Changsheng is the emperor's illegitimate son? Otherwise, why do we, his legitimate heirs, not enjoy such privileges? Thank you, Your Majesty. Chen Changsheng expressed his gratitude with a cheerful demeanor, then took hold of the dazed Zhuo Xinghe and entered the Xuanwu Pavilion. Within the Xuanwu Pavilion, as Chen Changsheng beheld the dazzling array of books, he felt saliva nearly escape his lips. At that moment, Zhuo Xinghe, recovering from his shock, hesitantly asked, Sir, you are not surnamed Zhuo, are you? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically and replied, Please refrain from making such ethical jokes. My surname is Chen, and that is indisputable. I am neither the emperor's illegitimate child nor your elder brother. While lamenting Zhuo Xinghe's comment, Chen Changsheng continued to select books from the Xuanwu Pavilion. Observing this, Zhuo Xinghe pressed on with his inquiry. If you are not the emperor's progeny, why does he treat you with such favor? Is it merely because you have discerned his thoughts? As Zhuo Xinghe posed his question, Chen Changsheng gathered an impressive collection of books. Soon, a tome as large as a house emerged before him. What is this book? Although Chen Changsheng did not respond to his own question, Zhuo Xinghe respectfully stated, This is the historical record of the Xuanwu Kingdom, documenting all events since its founding. Ah, so, is the historical record of the Xuanwu Kingdom. What a treasure. With that, Chen Changsheng gradually levitated, aligning himself with the enormous historical tome. He noticed that a portion of the book had been opened, revealing accounts concerning the Bronze Ancient Palace. Pointing to the passages regarding the Bronze Ancient Palace, he remarked, This account of the Bronze Ancient Palace, you discovered it from here, did you not? Indeed, Zhuo Xinghe replied. Not long ago, while I was at the Xuanwu Pavilion to request the 9 transformations of Xiangong, I inadvertently stumbled upon this clue. Upon listening, Chen Changsheng nodded and remarked, His Majesty has gone to great lengths to summon me. So Xinghe, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean by that? When has my father ever summoned you? In response to Zhuo Xinghe's bewildered gaze, Chen Changsheng continued, Why do you look at me like that? Surely, you do not believe that the clues to the Bronze Ancient Palace were discovered by you alone? This tome is vast, filled with countless pages, and by mere chance, you open to the one that contains the very information I seek regarding the Bronze Palace. Do you not find this coincidence rather extraordinary? Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe expressed his astonishment. Then who is orchestrating this matter from behind the scenes? Who else could it be but your father? Chen Changsheng replied, For a decade, you have sought me out annually. Such an unusual pattern would undoubtedly draw His Majesty's attention. Upon discovering my existence, he would naturally delve into my background and scrutinize my circumstances. Perhaps out of curiosity regarding my person, His Majesty subtly nudged you, leading me to this city of Chang'an. But the matter of the Bronze Palace, you have only spoken of it to me. Zhuo Xinghe countered. Indeed, Chen Changsheng acknowledged. But your investigation into the Bronze Palace would inevitably lead to the dissemination of information. Inquiring into such matters requires consulting others or perusing ancient texts. Within this small realm of Chang'an, how could your actions escape His Majesty's notice? Zhuo Xinghe sighed. I suddenly feel as though I am but a child. Chapter 37. The funeral of the master ancestor and the transaction with the left emperor. Chen Changsheng's words left Zhuo Xinghe enveloped in a profound silence. After a moment, Zhuo Xinghe spoke. Since you understand my father's intentions, what do you believe he will do next? What can he do? Naturally, he will contemplate whether he can accept the price I have proposed. At this revelation, Zhuo Xinghe gazed at Chen Changsheng in astonishment. Do you possess some assurance regarding entry into the ancient forbidden land? I possess a modicum of assurance, albeit a mere half measure. However, do not underestimate this half measure. Should you wish to purchase it from me, even if your father were to exchange the entirety of the Xuanwu Pavilion, it would still be an exceedingly lucrative deal. Chen Changsheng replied, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, you may take your leave now. I wish to read in peace. Additionally, do ensure that someone copies all the texts from the Xuanwu Pavilion for me, as I intend to peruse them at my leisure. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's request, Zhuo Xinghe's lips twitched, yet he refrained from voicing any objections, for he recognized that this matter was beyond his control. Once Zhuo Xinghe departed, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the historical texts of the Xuanwu Kingdom, slowly perusing their contents. He immersed himself in this endeavor for an entire month. During this time, the Xuanwu Kingdom consistently dispatched individuals bearing plentiful resources for cultivation, all of which Chen Changsheng accepted without reservation. Nevertheless, he refrained from mentioning anything regarding the ancient forbidden land. Crack! As he took a bite of the coveted spirit fruit that countless individuals yearned for, Chen Changsheng reclined on a page larger than a bed, engrossed in his reading. His leisurely demeanor was enough to evoke envy in those around him. You truly possess remarkable patience, a voice interjected. Turning his head, Chen Changsheng saw that the left emperor had inexplicably arrived at the Xuanwu Pavilion. Greetings, your majesty. Chen Changsheng bowed respectfully, yet the left emperor paid him no heed, instead inspecting the historical texts of the Xuanwu Kingdom. In just a month, you have read so much. It appears you have a genuine fondness for books. Your majesty possesses an astute eye. I harbor no peculiar hobbies, save for an ardent affection for literature, for books bestow upon me boundless knowledge. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the left emperor gently caressed the volumes before him. I have granted you the Xuanwu Pavilion, elevated you to the status of national master, and bestowed upon you abundant resources. Yet you remain insatiable. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take your life? With a cold gaze directed at Chen Changsheng, the left emperor's words hung in the air. In response, Chen Changsheng flashed a smile. Your majesty, your assertion is mistaken. Although I have received many gifts, these are not what I desire. Transactions are predicated upon fairness. Coercive exchanges are unacceptable. Your strength is undeniable, and my life rests solely upon your whim. Yet, I am confident that you would not take my life, nor compel me to act against my will. The left emperor scoffed. What gives you such confidence? Just relying on the ancient forbidden land. The terror of the ancient forbidden land is well understood by your majesty. Venturing into such perilous territory must not allow for any unforeseen circumstances. This implies that those whom your majesty brings must be utterly loyal. If I am coerced into assisting your majesty, I am certain there lingers a modicum of unease within your majesty's heart. In the face of Chen Changsheng's unabashed demeanor, Emperor Zhuo fell into a moment of silence before speaking. Present your terms. I seek your majesty's assistance in eliminating someone. As for that slim chance of success, your majesty will undoubtedly partake in it during the act. Intriguing. A person whom even your formidable strength and wisdom cannot vanquish must surely be no ordinary character. Although you have shifted your cultivation to the methods of the Xuanwu Kingdom, I still perceive traces of another path within you. If I am not mistaken, you must hail from the great Qian dynasty, 30,000 miles away. The Star River has sung your praises to the heavens. Might you be inclined to share tales of your past? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and replied, Since your majesty wishes to listen, I shall oblige. This story begins 80 years ago. Chen Changsheng recounted his experiences with the Ascended One in full, though he discreetly omitted his connections with Ishio and the others. Faced with a person nearing their end, he had no desire to reveal that he had attained immortality. After the battle in the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom, I fled to the Xuanwu Kingdom, where I have resided for 43 years. Upon hearing the entire tale, Emperor Zhuo found himself intrigued by Chen Changsheng. The more he pondered, the less he comprehended the nature of this individual. A journey of 1,000 miles, fraught with peril, undertaken solely to deliver a farewell for a departed friend. Logically, such a person ought to be deeply loyal and righteous. Yet, as Chen Changsheng recounted the tragic fate of his sect, his gaze remained tranquil. This contradiction was perplexing. Considering this, Emperor Zhuo spoke. You risk incurring my wrath merely to request that I eliminate your ancestral master. What is the purpose of your actions? Is it revenge? Not all. I implore your majesty to intervene solely in fulfillment of a past promise. When I departed from the Night Moon Kingdom, I vowed to see him to his final rest. A promise must be honored. Ha ha ha. In response to Chen Changsheng's earnest expression, Emperor Zhuo chuckled. A man of his word. Indeed, according to your account, there are 18 ancient bronze halls, each presumably interconnected. One of these ancient halls has surfaced in the ancient Forbidden Land. This must be the origin of your slim chance of success. Indeed, you share the secret of the ancient bronze hall with me. Yet do you not fear that I might, like your ancestral master, exploit the ominous power that lies beneath? Regarding Emperor Zhuo's inquiry, Chen Changsheng remained composed. As I have stated, I do not concern myself with this ominous power. The reason I seek the ancient bronze palace is that a dear friend of mine vanished within its confines. I wish to ascertain her safety, nothing more. Upon speaking, Chen Changsheng quietly awaited the response of Emperor Zhuo. I must admit, your request is one I cannot decline. The ancient Forbidden Land is fraught with peril, and even the slightest increase in the odds of success is an opportunity one cannot overlook. Prepare yourself. We shall depart tomorrow, for my time is limited. With that, Emperor Zhuo turned to leave. Your Majesty, my revered master achieved full transformation 50 years ago. Are you truly confident in this endeavor? Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhuo paused momentarily. How vast is the territory of the Xuanwu Kingdom? Even combined, the Night Moon Kingdom and the Great Qian Dynasty barely constitute half of Xuanwu's expanse. Would you dare to enter the ancient Forbidden Land, with its horrors beyond description, with only a perfected transformation? In the past, Xuanwu Kingdom was not particularly large. Its present accomplishments are the result of my relentless efforts. I have vanquished 2 nations akin to the Great Qian Dynasty, undertaking feats that those above transformation dare not attempt. With those words, Emperor Zhuo's figure vanished completely. After Emperor Zhuo's departure, the Grand Xuanwu Pavilion was left with only Chen Changsheng. Glancing towards the direction of the Great Qian Dynasty, he murmured, Master, after 50 years, your disciple is finally here to fulfill a promise. You must be quite astonished. Chapter 38. The Return of the Mourner, the waiting of old friends like a mountain. The warship gradually ascended into the sky, with Chen Changsheng standing upon its deck, gazing towards the direction of the Dacian Empire. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye, and once again, the faces of old friends flickered in his mind. The kind-hearted and timid little monk, the ever-following 9th senior brother, the severely injured 3rd senior brother, and that girl who always affectionately called him Brother Changsheng. A myriad of emotions welled within Chen Changsheng, filling his eyes with an indescribable sentiment. At that moment, Zhuo Xinghe approached him. Sir, what are you looking at? His words pulled Chen Changsheng back from his reverie. Just reminiscing about old friends. But we are still 30,000 miles away from the Dacian Empire. Can you truly see them? Those we cherish reside in our hearts, and thus there is no need for our eyes to behold them. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Zhuo Xinghe pondered deeply, yet remained unable to comprehend Chen Changsheng's feelings. Noticing his confusion, Chen Changsheng gently patted his shoulder and said, Do not dwell on it. Your current self cannot grasp this emotion. When you traverse the long years and look back once more, you shall understand this feeling. You're a decent fellow, with a quick mind. Since we have met, I shall give you a discount of 20%. When that day arrives, I shall personally see you off. At this, Zhuo Xinghe's expression instantly fell. He was merely 100 years old, still in the bloom of youth. Chen Changsheng, with his vast experiences, must have lived for over 200 years. By the reckoning of time, he should surely precede Zhuo Xinghe in departure. After a moment of silent lamentation, Zhuo Xinghe chuckled. Thank you for your kind offer, but as for a coffin, perhaps we should wait a little longer. In response to Zhuo Xinghe's forced smile, Chen Changsheng merely cast him a fleeting glance before turning to return to his quarters. Even a figure as formidable as Zhua Huang would eventually face the inevitability of time. Zhua Xinghe could not escape this fate either. For Chen Changsheng, time was merely a trifling matter. At the Shangqing Temple, cough, cough, cough. Li Jinshui erupted into a violent fit of coughing as he stood before 8 graves. These graves belonged to his once beloved masters and brothers. The environment that had once exuded elegance now lay in shambles, the couplets penned by Chen Changsheng becoming increasingly blurred. "Brother, why do you come here again?" Song Yuanshan reproached the faltering third senior brother. Li Jinshui smiled faintly in response. "That should be my question. You are now the abbot of the Shangqing Temple, the renowned invincible Taoist, and the defense against the incursions of the Night Moon Kingdom hinges upon you. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of the others? I, on the other hand, am but a man on the brink of death. Even if the Night Moon Kingdom were to discover me, they could do little." Hearing this, Song Yuanshan fell silent. Years ago, when Chen Changsheng departed from the Shangqing Temple, he had intended to bring back the remains of their masters. Time has passed significantly, and just as Song Yuanshan was on the verge of surrendering, the long-absent master Isha returned. Not only did he bring back the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom, but he also returned with the remains of his masters. However, he did not bring back Chen Changsheng. After a long moment, Song Yuanshan spoke. "Senior brother, do you think Brother Changsheng will return?" "Of course he will return, for he must collect my remains for a proper burial." Li Jinshui replied with conviction. His younger junior was a man of his word. Whatever he promised, he would fulfill. Now that I am nearing death, it signifies that he is on his way back. With that, Li Jinshui glanced into the distance, as if he could already see that familiar figure approaching. Moments later, he wearily leaned against the gravestone of the master of the primordial spirit and waved his hand. "You should go now. You carry many burdens and need not linger with a dead man like me. I am soon to meet our masters, and I have many heartfelt words to share with them. As for what transpired in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, cease your quest for the truth. Master Ishio will not reveal it, nor will Princess Wanyan. We made a pact to take this secret to our graves." Faced with his third senior brother's words, Song Yuanshan fell silent once more, yet he did not pursue the truth as he once did. For the grown Song Yuanshan understood that sometimes knowing the truth is not a blessing. After Song Yuanshan departed, Li Jinshui caressed the gravestone of the master of the primordial spirit and whispered, "Master, how could a fine place like the Shangqing Temple have ended up like this? Is power and longevity truly worth more than everything else?" As he spoke, sorrow filled Li Jinshui's eyes. When Master Ishio returned, he had already divulged all the truths to him. Upon learning the truth, Li Jinshui found it impossible to accept, for he could not reconcile the kind master ancestor with the death of his own master and fellow disciples. Yet, the harshness of reality does not bend to one's unwillingness to accept it. In despair, Li Jinshui and Master Ishio made a pact to never speak of the secret again. As for the ascended being of the Shangqing Temple, he had perished not long after the onset of the national war. Aboard the warship, the colossal vessel had been flying for an entire month, and now Chen Changsheng and his companions were drawing ever closer to the Qian Empire. As the distance diminished, Chen Changsheng began to receive news regarding the Qian Empire. The Qian Empire had been entirely conquered by the Night Moon Kingdom, leaving only a few remnants struggling to survive. Additionally, Chen Changsheng received further information. For instance, the demon king of the Night Moon Kingdom had been slain by the mourner, and the newly appointed leader of the Shangqing Temple was renowned for his unparalleled martial arts, earning him the title of the Invincible Taoist. "Sir, is the mourner truly so formidable? To have silently slain a demon king within the realm of the demon clan? You are from the Qian Empire. Given that the Night Moon Kingdom borders it, have you heard any news of him?" Zhua Xinghe meticulously analyzed the newly acquired intelligence, striving to gain a deeper understanding of the future adversary's strength. Observing this, Chen Changsheng remarked, "I am aware of the gravedigger. However, rest assured, he shall not impede the Xuanwu Kingdom." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Zhua Xinghe immediately expressed his dissent. "Sir, your assertion is flawed. This individual moves in shadows, and his temperament is inscrutable. It is conceivable that he embodies the capricious nature of a murderous fiend. Otherwise, why would he bear such an ominous moniker as Gravedigger? It is prudent for us to take precautions in advance. Chen Changsheng retorted. The name Gravedigger is merely a moniker of mine. How could I be unaware of my own capriciousness and propensity for violence? Zhuoxinghe. Chapter 39. The courage to pursue immortality. Chen Changsheng's words left Zhuoxinghe momentarily speechless. Sir, how could you possibly be a funeral director? Why could I not be a funeral director? Do not forget, I am in the business of selling coffins, and I handle all funeral arrangements comprehensively. Is it so peculiar to bear the title of a funeral director, given that I specialize in collecting remains and interring them? Faced with Chen Changsheng's response, Zhuoxinghe found himself at a loss for words once more. Although Chen's statements sounded rather odd, they seemed to hold a certain logical coherence upon closer examination. Observing Zhuo's reaction, Chen Changsheng smiled and remarked, when confronted with various pieces of information, beings tend to embellish tales, often opting for narratives that serve their interests. Through widespread dissemination, the original truth can become utterly distorted. To unearth the reality hidden within myriad legends, one must calm their mind and confront the essence of the matter directly. Once you achieve this, you will be able to restore the past truths from seemingly insignificant clues. With that, Chen Changsheng summoned his flying sword and departed from the worship. As Chen vanished, Zhuoxinghe called out, Sir, where are you going? I am not adept at fighting, so I shall refrain from becoming involved in this matter for the time being. Although the Xuanwu kingdom is powerful, it cannot eradicate the Night Moon kingdom in a short span. I have some matters to attend to and shall return in due course. By the time Chen Changsheng's words reached Zhuoxinghe's ears, his figure had already faded from sight. After Chen's disappearance, Zhuo Huang appeared beside Zhuoxinghe. Gazing in the direction Chen had departed, Zhuoxinghe hesitated before asking, Father, why did you not stop him? Are you not afraid he might escape? In response to Zhuoxinghe's query, Zhuo Huang replied calmly, You are quite intelligent, yet your experience remains insufficient. To be more precise, you have yet to discern the differences among individuals. If one day you can see through Chen Changsheng's true nature, you'll have the right to govern the Xuanwu kingdom. Alas, my time is limited. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone. Upon hearing this, a flicker of reluctance crossed Zhuoxinghe's eyes. Father, must you truly venture to the ancient forbidden land? Perhaps there are alternative means to extend your life. Observing Zhuoxinghe's puzzled expression, Zhuo Huang chuckled. You are remarkably like me. I was once just as you are now, eager to learn, yet dismissive of all else. In my youth, I believed there was nothing in the world that could thwart me, and the matter of lifespan was of no concern. I thought, to live as a hero and to die as a legend, life should be lived boldly, and death should be embraced with grace. The notion of mere survival was the most detestable to me. However, after living for over 2 millennia, I have changed. Listening to Zhuo Huang's words, Zhuoxinghe merely bowed his head in silence, refraining from voicing any opinions. Noticing this, Zhuo Huang smiled softly and added, Among my many brothers, you're the one who looks down upon me the most. You believe that the once mighty emperor has become weak, that he dares not confront death. With a thud, Zhuoxinghe immediately knelt down. However, unperturbed by Zhuoxinghe's actions, the emperor continued, Your perspective is both correct and incorrect. To say you are right is to acknowledge that you should hold such thoughts at this moment. To say you are wrong is to underestimate my resolve. Mortals often extol love with phrases such as until the seas run dry and rocks decay because, in their understanding, stones do not erode and the ocean will never run dry. Yet, when you witness a stone gradually turning to dust or a boundless sea transforming into an endless plain, you will realize that time is the greatest adversary of all living beings. Its power is such that it can alter everything, including what we once regarded as truths. You only comprehend that facing death requires courage, but you fail to recognize that pursuing immortality, even after acknowledging death, demands an even greater bravery. If you were to occupy my position, would you possess the courage to seek immortality as I do? In response to the emperor's words, Zhuoxinghe pondered deeply. After a long silence, he spoke slowly, I do not possess that courage. Lacking such courage may indeed be a blessing. At least your future remains stable. If possible, you must ensure that Chen Changsheng is utilized to his full potential in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Xinghe furrowed his brow. Why? Because Chen Changsheng possesses qualities that I do not. 10 years ago, when you ventured into the Beast Mountain range, it was Chen Changsheng who saved you. In truth, I have always been by your side, guarding you, though you were unaware of my presence. I overheard every word exchanged between you and Chen Changsheng, and from that moment, my interest in this coffin seller was piqued. Subsequently, I observed him for a decade. While 10 years is not long for a cultivator, it is sufficient for some transformation. Yet, now, Chen Changsheng remains unchanged, as if time has no effect on him. Cultivators seek change, for only through change can one break through their limitations. In contrast, a nation seeks stability, for only through stability can it endure. Though I am the emperor of Xuanwu, I'm also a cultivator, and now is the time for me to seek change. But you, on the other hand, have a long road ahead. Thus, you must strive for stability. With Chen Changsheng by your side, your path will be much smoother. Zhuo Xinghe hesitated, but Chen Changsheng seems disinterested in power. That is your concern. I cannot manage everything for you. Some matters must be addressed by you alone. With that, the emperor turned and departed. Zhuo Xinghe remained kneeling, his brow furrowed as he seemed to contemplate something deeply. At the Qingming pavilion, Li Jinshui lay feebly on the ground. Beside him, a freshly dug large pit. His remaining, I could no longer perceive the world around him. At that moment, the sound of crunching leaves echoed, and just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly stirred. Little junior brother, have you come? He called out. Observing his once poised and carefree senior brother now in such disarray, Chen Changsheng pressed his lips together and softly replied, It is I, senior brother. Hearing that familiar voice, Li Jinshui smiled. I knew you would come, for you always honor your promises. With that, Chen Changsheng helped Li Jinshui to his feet. Senior brother, you are on the brink of death. I should hasten to prepare your burial garments. It will be quite troublesome to change your clothes once your body has grown cold. Chapter 40. A new grave beside the old. Left Emperor takes action as Chen Changsheng prepared to change Li Jingshui's clothes. Li Jingshui, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, pushed Chen Changsheng's hand away. You rascal, though I am on the brink of death, I am still alive, am I not? After 50 years apart, can you not grant me the chance to converse with you? Upon hearing Li Jingshui's words, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. Senior brother, at this juncture, do not tell me you still harbor unfulfilled desires. You know me, I am averse to complications. Handling funerals is tolerable, but fulfilling last wishes is not my forte. In response to Chen Changsheng's remarks, Li Jingshui seemed to experience a moment of clarity, suddenly invigorated. Nonsense. Do you think your third senior brother is one to dwell on the past? What I could not accomplish in life, I shall not trouble anyone within death. I merely wish to commend you before I depart. Is that too much to ask? Upon hearing this, a smile graced Chen Changsheng's face. Of course, it is permissible. I seldom hear praise from you. Third senior brother, your commendation serves as encouragement, but do not let it inflate your ego. The two conversed as they once did, yet the smiles were short-lived, and silence enveloped them once more. After a while, Li Jingshui struggled to reach for the gravestone of the master of the primordial spirit. As he caressed the inscriptions on the stone, a drop of light brown blood teardrop fell from his singular eye. In this fleeting life, akin to the fall of leaves in autumn, regardless of how one may have commanded the world, one is ultimately confined to these wooden planks. All techniques, all divine weapons, are but ephemeral illusions. When you fashioned a coffin from Master S thunderstruck wood, I thought it a childish whim. But now, I realize that within the upper clear monastery, you possess the clearest insight. With these words, Li Jingshui's lips quivered. After a long pause, he regained his composure, a smile returning to his face. Having expressed my melancholy, now let me see what kind of coffin you have prepared for me. At Li Jingshui's urging, Chen Changsheng retrieved a brand new coffin from the system space. Senior brother, I have prepared an exquisite coffin of golden silk Nama wood. This wood can preserve a body for a millennium without decay. Feel it. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng assisted Li Jingshui to the coffin's edge. Feeling the texture of the wood, Li Jingshui nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It was not in vain that I cared for you. Have you prepared the coffin for our master as well? I have indeed. It is crafted from 1,000-year-old thunderstruck peach wood, engraved with all the formations I have learned, ensuring our master shall never rise again. When the time comes, I shall lay both you and our master to rest together, allowing you to reminisce about the past. Ha ha ha. At Chen Changsheng's response, Li Jingshui erupted into hearty laughter. You truly have thought this through, little junior brother. With that, Li Jingshui stood tall, smoothing the creases of his garment, and then he forever froze in that moment. Observing the lifeless form of Li Jingshui, Chen Changsheng calmly attended to the affairs of his passing. After completing all necessary rites, he interred the coffin within the grave Li Jingshui had prepared, subsequently erecting a tombstone. The inscription upon the stone bore the words "The Mourner." As he gazed upon the tombstone he had personally established, Chen Changsheng quietly produced a jar of wine. Senior brother, this is the floral wine I brewed according to ancient methods. During our time in the infinite secret realm, I prevented Yuan Shan from engaging in conflicts with others. As per tradition, I shall undoubtedly incur the ire of my master. To evade punishment, I have set aside a portion of this floral wine to offer to him, hoping for his leniency. The remainder is intended as a bribe for you, so you might speak kindly of me. However, who could have anticipated that upon our exit from the infinite secret realm, events would unfold in such rapid succession? It is only today that you are able to partake of this wine. Yet, this delay is not entirely lamentable. The 70 years of maturation have elevated its flavor, and I trust both you and master will find it delightful. With that, Chen Changsheng poured the floral wine upon the graves of his third senior brother and the primordial spirit. After completing the offering, he remarked, "Sharing a single jar between two of you seems rather stingy, but I possess only 10 jars, and the remainder is for my own enjoyment. I hope you will manage with this. After all, you cannot rise from below to chastise me." With those words, Chen Changsheng turned and departed from the dilapidated Shanqing temple. As he left, he waved his hand toward the 9 tombs. "Masters and senior brothers, I must fetch our grandmaster to meet you. I shall take my leave now." There was no trace of sorrow in his voice. It seemed, in his heart, this was merely a brief farewell to old friends. The clarion call of the Xuanwu Kingdom's assault soon echoed forth. Although the Night Moon Kingdom had already annexed the Great Qian dynasty, both nations had suffered considerable depletion of their resources during this time. Now, faced with the formidable Xuanwu Kingdom, the Night Moon Kingdom could only retreat in disarray. There was no rationale, no superfluous dialogue. Emperors would disregarded any negotiations from the Night Moon Kingdom, sweeping through with overwhelming might. In the span of merely a month, he had rendered the Night Moon Kingdom to ruins. Concurrently, the locations of the 2 ancient bronze palaces were entirely encircled by his forces. "Father, the infinite secret realm is now under our control. We only need to seize the forbidden grounds occupied by the ascended being of the Night Moon Kingdom. Additionally, the monks from the Tianfu Temple wish to have an audience with you." Zhua Xinghe reported the situation to Emperor Zhua. Upon hearing this, the emperor replied indifferently, "Let the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom remain surrounded but not assaulted. The monks from Tianfu Temple may wait. Matters must be concluded as they were initiated. Since this situation arose due to Chen Changsheng, he shall be the one to bring it to an end." He paused, casting his gaze toward the horizon. How fortuitous! Just as I mention him, he arrives. A point of light appeared in the sky, gradually enlarging until it descended upon the deck. "Your Majesty, forgive my tardiness." Changsheng had personal matters to attend to. Observing Chen Changsheng's respectful gesture, the left emperor's lips curled into a smile. "Not a moment too late. Your arrival is perfectly timed. Your master has been ensnared in the forbidden grounds by my hand, and I await your presence to deliver his final rites. I must admit, your master possesses considerable skill. It took me 2 strikes to vanquish his avatar. Furthermore, it seems your old acquaintance is aware of your return. So, will you pay your master a visit to bid farewell, or will you seek out your old friend first?" Faced with the left emperor's inquiry, Chen Changsheng grinned and replied, "Naturally, I shall first meet my old friend." Although my master may not hold much significance in the emperor's eyes, I am certainly not his equal. Should my master retaliate in his dying moments, I will be ill-prepared. Therefore, it is prudent that the emperor and I act separately. Ha ha! Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the left emperor pointed at him, laughing. I admire your cautious approach to matters. Very well, I shall grant your master a moment of respite, allowing you two disciples to reminisce. With that, the left emperor instantaneously appeared above the forbidden grounds, his right hand clenched into a fist and struck down fiercely. Boom! A colossal imprint of his fist emerged upon the earth, shattering the mountains and rivers within a 100-mile radius into mere dust. Chen Changsheng. Is he truly that formidable? Chapter 41. The blossoms have intentions, but the flowing water is indifferent, bidding farewell to the master ancestor as Zhuo Huang unleashed a powerful punch. A colossal cauldron emerged from the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, hurtling toward him. Witnessing the earth-shattering battle, Chen Changsheng could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. The cultivation world is indeed perilous. I am fortunate that I have no penchant for fighting. After this reflection, Chen Changsheng promptly soared towards his companions in the distance. Seeing Chen Changsheng, who had vanished for 50 years, reappear, a wave of joyful reunion surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Brother Changsheng, I knew you would return, exclaimed Song Yuanshan, brimming with excitement as he stepped forward to greet him. Chen Changsheng surveyed Song Yuanshan, clad in a Taoist robe, and chuckled. It has been decades. The once inseparable little shadow has finally grown up. Excellent. Your growth is a testament to the diligent guidance of third senior brother. Observing the exchange between Chen Changsheng and Song Yuanshan, a stunning beauty, exuding a hint of wildness, hesitated to speak. This lady was none other than the princess of the Night Moon Kingdom, Wang Yanyu. What do you plan to do next? Wang Yanyu could not restrain her curiosity and finally inquired. With a smile, Chen Changsheng replied, What else is there to do but to walk my own path? Hearing his words, Wang Yanyu glanced at the forces of the Xuanwu Kingdom, her expression serious. Are you truly going to leave? Although Wang Yanyu did not articulate her feelings explicitly, Chen Changsheng sensed a trace of reluctance in her tone. In response, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, It is not quite a departure. Everyone has their own responsibilities and unique destinies. I am merely heading to where I belong to fulfill my obligations. Why? Song Yuanshan queried, puzzled. The troubles have been resolved, and the Shangqing Temple is in dire need of revival. Are you truly going to abandon it? Faced with Song Yuanshan's slightly agitated demeanor, Chen Changsheng patted his shoulder and replied, Rebuilding the Shangqing Temple is your mission, not mine. The destinies of individuals vary. Some are destined to take root in a specific place, while others are suited to wander the world. The Taoist teachings emphasize the concept of fate. My bond with you all has come to an end, and it is time to bid farewell. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Song Yuanshan clenched his fists. In truth, the entire Shangqing Temple had anticipated his departure since he entered their ranks. Although Chen Changsheng had performed admirably, everyone had never sensed an intention for him to stay. To be more precise, Song Yuanshan viewed the Shangqing Temple as home, while Chen Changsheng regarded it merely as a temporary refuge. Throughout one's life, one may traverse numerous places and develop attachments to certain locales. However, the only place that truly feels like home is where one can truly settle down. Chen Changsheng did not perceive the Shangqing Temple as home. Thus, regardless of how much he cherished it, he would ultimately depart. After speaking, Chen Changsheng turned to gaze at the tranquil figure of Ishio. Little monk, I have known you the longest. I am about to leave. Will you not try to dissuade me? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Ishio merely rolled his eyes, dismissively retorting, as Chen Changsheng prepared to depart. Who could possibly retain him? We are but the flora and fauna of this land, while you are merely a transient bird. Regardless of how long the bird lingers, it is destined to take flight once more. I had long anticipated this day. At the moment of his speech, the battle on the side of Zhuo Huang had drawn to a close. Observing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and remarked, Decades have passed. Yet the teachings of Buddhism have indeed progressed. Continue to strive and aspire to become a master in due course. With that, He declared his intention to retrieve the remains of an old acquaintance. Turning away, he made his way toward the forbidden ground. The three onlookers gazed at his receding figure, each harboring profound reluctance. However, within Wang Yinyu's eyes, this reluctance was tinged with a peculiar sentiment. Observing her reaction, Ishio sighed, "Do not linger. This individual will not remain for anyone. Furthermore, you have spent the past 50 years clamoring for vengeance against Chen Changsheng for the humiliation he once inflicted upon you. Now that he has arrived, why do you not act?" In response to Ishio's words, Wang Yinyu replied coldly, "His strength is formidable. I am no match for him at present. I can assist you. Ishiu intergestet. He is not particularly skilled in combat. Together, we stand a chance to deliver him a sound beating." Wang Yinyu, facing Ishio's undermining, retorted angrily, "The Buddhist path emphasizes compassion. Your words are filled with malice, and I fear you are not far from succumbing to darkness." After rebuking Ishio, Wang Yinyu turned to leave. Yet, midway through her departure, she hesitated momentarily. Would she have the chance to see him again? It is hard to say, but living a little longer may offer an opportunity. With Ishio's response echoing in her mind, Wang Yinyu vanished completely. Perhaps, from the moment her hair was dyed black, she had already etched this intriguing individual into her heart. In the forbidden ground of the Night Moon Kingdom, Chen Changsheng carefully bore a magnificent coffin, skillfully navigating around various deep pits until he arrived before the ancient bronze palace. Thud! The heavy coffin struck the ground as Chen Changsheng looked upon the ascended master, suppressed beneath the bronze palace, and smiled. "Master Ancestor, how do you find the coffin I have crafted for you?" Upon hearing this, the ascended master inspected the coffin and replied, "Not bad. It is evident that you have put considerable thought into it. Since your narrow escape last time, I have harbored a lingering sense of unease. However, I did not anticipate your return would be so swift, nor that you would enlist such a powerful ally." Upon hearing these words, Chen Changsheng glanced at Zhuo Huang, who was examining the ancient bronze palace. "What can I say, Master Ancestor? You are so formidable that it is beyond my capabilities to conduct your burial alone. Given the current circumstances, may I pose a few questions?" "You may." "The Infinite Secret Realm also contains a bronze palace. Why did you choose to come to the Night Moon Kingdom to lay your plans?" "The entity suppressed beneath the Infinite Secret Realm was vanquished. Thus, I sought the Night Moon Kingdom." "I see. Now, allow me to ask my second question. Do you regret killing my master and the others?" With an intense gaze, Chen Changsheng fixated on the eyes of the celestial ascendant, hoping to discern the most authentic answer within them. After a prolonged silence, the celestial ascendant sighed softly and remarked, "It is merely a touch of hardship. For those who cultivate the Tao, a few sacrifices in pursuit of longevity is quite commonplace." He spoke of the method of liberation, likening it to the bittersweet experience of consuming raw lotus. "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing these words, Chen Changsheng erupted into laughter, genuinely amused. What a splendid sentiment. The bittersweet taste of raw lotus. My revered master possesses unwavering resolve, and I, as a disciple, am filled with admiration. With that, he declared, "Allow me to accompany you on your final journey." As his words echoed, Zhuo Huang appeared beside Chen Changsheng. Despite facing the one who had bested him, the celestial ascendant exhibited no trace of fear. "Had I not been ensnared, you would find it far from easy to take my life." Chapter 42. Braving the Primordial Forbidden Land. Merely some wear and tear in response to the words of the ascendant. So Huang nodded and remarked, "If only you could live for another 1,000 years, perhaps we could settle the score. Alas, it seems you lack that longevity. By the way, what does the great hand depicted in this drawing signify? Having studied the bronze ancient palace for so long, you must possess some knowledge?" "Ha ha, of course I know, but do you think I would divulge it to you? Even if I were to share, would you believe me? Indeed, I cannot place my trust in your words." With a swift motion, a brilliant light shot from Zhuo Huang's hand, creating a small blood hole on the forehead of the ascendant. As the ascendant fell, the immense bronze ancient palace began to sink once more. Observing this, Zhuo Huang acted instantly, utilizing unparalleled divine power to halt the descent of the palace. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Changsheng quickly retrieved the ascendant's lifeless body. Boom! As the bronze ancient palace descended, the ominous blood pool was thoroughly suppressed. With a gentle exhalation, Zhuo Huang steadied his breath. Even for him, preventing the palace's actions proved to be quite taxing. After placing the body into a prepared coffin, Chen Changsheng inquired, "Your Majesty, have you made any discoveries?" "Indeed, there are some findings. Each bronze ancient palace should contain a teleportation array, which harbors some form of connection. However, I am uncertain of the specifics, as the teleportation array here has been destroyed. Our hopes now rest upon the bronze ancient palace within the infinite secret realm. If that teleportation array remains functional, we might indeed gain access to the primordial forbidden land." As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhuohuang's eyes. Initially believing the bronze ancient palace would provide only minor assistance, he was astonished by its immense potential. This newfound knowledge increased his chances of safely entering the primordial forbidden land by at least 20%. "By the way, this should belong to you. I shall return it." Boom! A stone coffin was hurled before Chen Changsheng. This coffin was the crucial artifact that had aided Chen Changsheng in escaping peril 50 years prior. Naturally, he felt a surge of joy at its recovery. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chen Changsheng accepted the stone coffin and casually asked, "The 100 defeats immortal, a figure from 2,000 years ago. Have you heard of his name?" "I have indeed heard of him. When I was 10 years old, whispers of his legend reached my ears. However, by that time, he had already become a figure of 2 millennia past. The inscriptions upon this artifact are written in the script of a dynasty that perished 2,000 years ago. It had been long extinguished by the time I became aware of its existence. My ability to comprehend it stems from the fact that the dynasty's disappearance was relatively recent." Chen Changsheng. Upon hearing this, a myriad of questions flooded Chen Changsheng's mind. He had assumed that the 100 defeats immortal was a figure from 2 millennia past, yet he had never anticipated that Zhuo Huang had heard tales of him in his youth. At that time, the legend of the immortal sovereign of defeat had already been circulating for over 2 millennia. By that reckoning, the immortal sovereign of defeat must have existed 4,000 years ago. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng spoke, "Your Majesty, if the immortal sovereign of defeat existed 4 millennia ago, how formidable must his strength have been? It is unclear. Merely relying on a phantom to suppress the unwholesome in the Ascendant Master, such a feat is beyond my capabilities. Were it not for the bronze ancient palace's suppression, I too would have desired to harness the power of this place," came the response. Chen Changsheng mused silently. "Given your persistent silence on the matter of the unwholesome power, I assumed you were disdainful of utilizing it. It appears you are simply unable to do so." After voicing his inner thoughts about the emperor, Chen Changsheng stated, "Your Majesty, I must attend to the burial of my ancestor, so I shall take my leave for now." "Go ahead, but do so swiftly. Retrieving the bronze ancient palace from the infinite secret realm won't take much time," the emperor permitted. And Chen Changsheng turned to depart from the Night Moon Kingdom's forbidden ground. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. With the concerted efforts of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the bronze ancient palace within the infinite secret realm was forcibly unearthed. Standing on the deck, Chen Changsheng gazed at the land of the great Qian dynasty, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. He had resided on this land for nearly 2 centuries. 200 years ago, he never imagined he would leave the great Qian dynasty, nor did he foresee intertwining his fate with the various formidable beings of the cultivation world. At that time, he yearned for a tranquil existence, seeking only to engage in meaningful pursuits. Yet, events unfolded like an unseen hand, relentlessly propelling him to his current position. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng glanced at his own hands and murmured, "To have a person who least desired to cultivate achieve the nascent soul realm, truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable." With that, a smile returned to Chen Changsheng's face as he turned back toward the cabin. A chapter of his journey had concluded. Regardless of its past grandeur and thrilling moments, it had ultimately come to an end. Those who remain must always look forward. A fierce roar erupted from 9 beasts, each comparable to small mountains. Faced with such formidable creatures, all living beings trembled in fear. Even more absurd was the fact that these powerful beasts were merely tasked with pulling a cart. Upon that cart sat none other than the Xuanwu Emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom. With a resounding thud, the war drums sounded, and the million-strong army of the Xuanwu Kingdom stood in solemn silence. Despite their sheer numbers, there was not a whisper among them. Swallowing hard, Chen Changsheng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Your Majesty, I fear I am not well-versed in forcibly breaching the ancient forbidden grounds. Perhaps we should wait a moment before entering?" Noticing Chen Changsheng's trepidation, the emperor's lips curled into a slight smile. "There lies another bronze ancient palace within the ancient forbidden grounds. How can you witness it if you do not venture inside?" While the reasoning was sound, Chen Changsheng protested. "But I am not adept at combat. Following in your Majesty's wake would only hinder you." In the face of Chen Changsheng's repeated refusals, Zhuo Huang remained unperturbed and patiently elucidated. "There is but one opportunity to breach the ancient forbidden land. If you do not accompany me, the likelihood of gaining entry diminishes significantly. Furthermore, the restoration of the bronze ancient hall is under your purview. Do you truly believe I would feel at ease without your presence?" Upon hearing Zhuo Huang's words, Chen Changsheng's lips twitched slightly. Nian Sheng had vanished within the teleportation array of the bronze ancient hall, and he had merely intended to delve into the intricate connections between the arrays. His intentions were entirely innocent. With a hint of resignation, Chen Changsheng cast his gaze towards the foreboding ancient forbidden land. Even if Zhuo Huang relinquished the notion of reversing his fate, Chen Changsheng would undoubtedly seek a way to enter the ancient forbidden land himself. Were it not for this, he would have long since absconded, rather than remaining foolishly in the Xuanwu Kingdom. Chapter 43. The True Terror and the Foundation of the Xuanwu Kingdom. The Crimson Land stretched endlessly before the eye, while in the distance, a black mountain range loomed amidst the scarlet terrain, creating a striking contrast of colors. The million-strong army of the Xuanwu Kingdom stood at the edge of this red expanse. And even a figure as formidable as sovereigns would dared not tread lightly upon this soil. For beyond lay the legendary forbidden land of antiquity, a realm shrouded in peril. The specific dangers of this ancient domain remained elusive, even to those who scoured the oldest texts of the Xuanwu Kingdom. The only record concerning the forbidden land was a succinct 7-character phrase: "Great terror, 10 deaths without life." With a soft exhale, Sovereigns were released a breath of resignation and waved his right hand, dispatching 3 humanoid puppets into the forbidden land. Crafted from the entirety of Xuanwu Kingdom's resources, each puppet possessed the power to contend with the mightiest of deities, boasting defensive capabilities that could withstand the full force of even a divine transformation practitioner for an extended period. Utilizing these puppets to explore the forbidden land was undoubtedly the safest and most prudent approach. With cautious steps, the puppets advanced into the realm of the forbidden land under Sovereign's control. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated dangers did not materialize, and the puppets made significant progress, covering several miles with ease. Observing this, Xinghe could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and chuckle. It seemed that the forbidden land was not as formidable as. Before Xinghe could finish his sentence, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and the 3 humanoid puppets disintegrated into dust. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Gulping down his apprehension, Chen Changsheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, contemplating whether to inquire of Sovereign Zhuo regarding the recent occurrence. Yet, upon witnessing Zhuo's cold demeanor, he decided against voicing his thoughts. Recognizing that the puppet reconnaissance had failed, Sovereign Zhuo once again raised his hand. The million soldiers of the Xuanwu Kingdom sprang into action, forming an intricate formation. They combined their collective strength, culminating in the creation of a colossal black spear spanning several miles. This technique of uniting the strength of all was one of the trump cards of the Xuanwu Kingdom and a key reason for its undefeated record in countless battles. "Kill!" roared the million soldiers in unison, their thunderous voices shattering the clouds above. The spear, capable of obliterating all in its path, surged forth with an unstoppable momentum towards the black mountain range of the Forbidden Land. Boom! The spears summoned from the combined might of the soldiers did not collide with the mountain, but rather struck an invisible barrier with tremendous force. In response to this overwhelming assault, intricate silver patterns illuminated the depths of the Forbidden Land, sprawling across every inch of its territory. A mere glance at these complex formations was enough to induce a splitting headache in Chen Changsheng, plunging his vision into darkness. The sheer magnitude of the backlash compelled him to avert his gaze, unwilling to witness the supreme patterns within the Forbidden Land. Kill. Witnessing the insurmountable ancient array that lay before him, the Grand General of the Xuanwu Kingdom let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, 1,000,000 soldiers began to bleed from their 7 orifices, forcibly enhancing their power at the cost of their very lives. With a substantial infusion of vital energy, the black spears transformed into a blood-red hue, their potency multiplying manifold. Under such a reckless augmentation, the crimson spears achieved a notable breakthrough, piercing the intangible barrier by a fraction. Just as the crowd reveled in their recent success, a haunting neigh echoed in their ears. Soon after, a skeletal horse emerged from the earth, bearing a suit of bronze armor. At first glance, it appeared to be a figure, yet upon closer inspection, one would discern the emptiness beneath the armor. Clattering rapidly, the bronze-armored figure charged forth on the skeletal steed, wielding a decayed war spear that shattered the spear infused with the strength of 1,000,000 soldiers in a single strike. Confronted with this bizarre spectacle, Chen Changsheng felt a chill race down his spine. As the armored figure approached, 3 venerable elders with white hair surged forth from the crowd. With their initial strike, they caused the very mountains to tremble and the heavens to darken. These 3 elders represented the essence of the Xuanwu Kingdom, each having lived for a millennium and a half. The left emperor, nearing the end of his lifespan, resolved to breach the ancient forbidden grounds. The elders, too, sought to seize this opportunity to prolong their existence. As the foundation of the kingdom took action, the left emperor, who had remained passive until now, also made his move. Commanding a war chariot, he summoned the full extent of his physical prowess, managing to carve a fissure in the supreme array. The ensuing cacophony reverberated in Chen Changsheng's ears, forcing the feeble youth to curl up in a corner of the chariot, discreetly observing his surroundings. Realizing the left emperor was fighting with reckless abandon, Chen Changsheng could not help but marvel at the emperor's formidable strength. The cultivation methods on this land were notably intricate, with some focusing on internal refinement and others on external fortitude. The Qian dynasty exemplified internal cultivation, with stages including qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. Conversely, Xuanwu Kingdom epitomized external cultivation, emphasizing the strength of the physical body. The classification of external cultivation was relatively straightforward, labeled by simple tiers. The criteria for evaluation depended on the practitioner's chosen method, and overall distinctions were not significantly pronounced. Though internal and external cultivation differed in methodology and terminology, their levels of power corresponded directly. The first level of body refining aligned with the qi refinement stage, while the 5th level corresponded with the spirit transformation period. When the left emperor had previously dismissed the ascended realms, Chen Changsheng had speculated about the emperor's martial prowess, the spirit transformation stage being the 5th level. It was evident that the left emperor, in his ability to vanquish an ascended realm practitioner, had to be at least at the 6th level. However, upon witnessing the full extent of the left emperor's power, Chen Changsheng realized he had underestimated him. The emperor had indeed stepped firmly into the 7th level of cultivation, albeit perhaps only recently. A gentle sigh resonated from the Black Mountains, and in an instant, the 3 elders entangled in the bronze armor transformed into a mist of blood. Chen Changsheng. As the Great Terror made its appearance, the aura surrounding the left emperor intensified further. Sword, come forth, the left emperor bellowed, and with a single punch, he shattered the fabric of space, drawing forth an ancient long sword from the void. The unimpeded bronze armor then redirected its assault towards the left emperor. With a swift motion, a sword chi was unleashed, stretching for thousands of miles, instantly rendering the bronze armor into mere fragments. This divine weapon was none other than the treasure artifact of the Xuanwu Kingdom, the Zhenwu sword. Chapter 44. Severing all with a strand of hair, trapped in the desolate ancient forbidden land, Chen Changsheng had vanquished the troublesome bronze armor. Once again, Zhua Huang brandished his sword, unleashing supreme sword energy that shattered the intricate formations of the ancient forbidden land. With a swift motion, the formidable and lethal formations crumbled before the true martial sword, becoming as fragile as tofu. Witnessing this turn of events, Chen Changsheng, hidden in the corner of the war chariot, felt a flicker of joy. However, before he could revel in his elation, a cold grunt echoed from the Black Mountains. A slender strand of hair drifted through the air. With a crisp snap, the legendary treasure of the Xuanwu Kingdom, capable of severing unparalleled formations, was effortlessly divided in two by a mere strand of hair. The true martial sword, Zhua Huang's form, the vast army of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Everything was cleaved asunder. It seemed that the hair, drifting from the Black Mountains, was the true divine weapon. Even with half of his body severed, Zhua Huang continued to rage with fury, controlling his upper half with unyielding ferocity. A colossal bronze ancient palace materialized above him, summoning the bronze palace acquired from the infinite secret realm. A faint response emanated from the Black Mountains. The formations within the bronze palace radiated a dazzling light under Zhua Huang's full might. Just as the teleportation array was about to activate, another object soared from the Black Mountains. To be precise, it was merely a golden character. With a resounding clang, the golden character struck heavily upon the bronze palace, causing it to tremble and rendering all of Zhua Huang's flesh into nothingness. Thus, Zhua Huang met his demise, and the bronze palace vanished into the ether as the array activated. Drip. Blood trickled down from Zhua Xing's chin. The fragmented bronze armor reassembled, casting a hollow gaze in Zhua Xing's direction before galloping back into the Black Mountains. They were all dead. Everyone perished. The grand scheme that harnessed the entirety of the Xuanwu Kingdom's strength concluded in utter failure. Zhua Xing's survival was not due to his strength, but rather because the ancient forbidden land's taboos desired to spare a life. They intended for Zhua Xing to return alive, to proclaim to the world that the ancient forbidden land was inviolable. Ancient forbidden land. Boom! The bronze ancient palace crashed heavily to the ground, not far from another similar palace. The two bronze palaces lay haphazardly amidst the Black Mountains, while Zhua Huang's remained scattered like refuse upon the earth. With Zhua Huang's demise and the bronze palace descending into the Black Mountains, the ancient forbidden land once again fell into tranquility. Time flowed slowly, and the world underwent transformations. Yet the ancient forbidden land remained unchanged through the ages. However, 3 months later, the silent ancient forbidden land stirred. A faint sound of stone slabs grinding emerged as a half-buried stone coffin began to stir. A narrow gap opened in the coffin, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes observing the surroundings. Indeed, the owner of these eyes is none other than Chen Changsheng. The moment that strand of hair appeared, he sensed an unsettling disquiet. Confronted by an indescribable terror, Chen Changsheng made a profoundly instinctive decision. He sought refuge within the stone coffin left by the immortal lord of 100 defeats and ingested a specially crafted elixir to feign death. After ensuring that the outside world posed no threats, he cautiously emerged from the coffin. Goodness, is this the horror of the ancient forbidden land? This world is undeniably perilous. Although 3 months have elapsed since that harrowing event, the scene still lingers in Chen Changsheng's mind, evoking a sense of unease. Expressing his sentiments, he began to curiously survey his surroundings. Chen Changsheng was uncertain whether his feigned death could deceive the ancient forbidden land, yet he was aware that he was alive. His very existence was proof that the ancient forbidden land had chosen not to extinguish him, at least for the time being. There were numerous reasons for his survival. Perhaps it was due to the immortal lord of 100 defeats' influence that he was spared, or perhaps the ancient forbidden land deemed him too weak to warrant their attention. In the eyes of those manifestations of terror, Chen Changsheng's current cultivation was likely considered inconsequential. Having observed for a full hour without detecting any immediate danger, his unease only deepened. In the ancient forbidden land, the absence of danger could very well be the greatest peril of all. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng began to rummage through his garments, ultimately retrieving a loose thread from the corner of his clothing. With a gentle puff, he sent the almost weightless thread soaring from his palm into the distance. In an instant, the ordinary thread vanished, and a fleeting golden glimmer swept across the ground. Though the moment was brief, Chen Changsheng perceived it clearly. Chen Changsheng thought to himself, is this the end? After witnessing the golden shimmer, he felt an urgent surge of anxiety. He had encountered the formidable formations beyond the Black Mountains and knew full well that he lacked the prowess to breach them. The exterior merely displayed silver formations, while within the Black Mountains lay golden ones. Although he was unsure of the true extent of the power wielded by these supreme formations, he was certain that the golden formations surpassed the silver ones in strength. Realizing he was ensnared by the supreme formations, Chen Changsheng, undeterred, explored other directions. Yet, he found himself completely encircled by the golden formations. His apparent safety was not due to luck or coincidence in finding a gap in the formations. Rather, it was because the golden formation beneath his feet was being suppressed by an ancient bronze palace. Had it not been for this, Chen Changsheng would have dissolved into nothingness the moment he left the coffin. System, he pondered, what am I to do in this predicament? Am I to be eternally trapped here? In a moment of utter desperation, Chen Changsheng began to seek a solution from the system. Why would the host believe they would be eternally trapped in this predicament? It is quite evident. The array is extraordinarily formidable. But why does the host not attempt to comprehend these intricate patterns? The study of formations has always been your passion. However, this array is far too complicated. Given my current level of understanding, even a millennium would not suffice for comprehension. What about 10 millennia? Does time hold any significance for the host? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, time bears no relevance for him. If 1,000 years of insight is unattainable, then 10,000 might as well be. With his current cultivation, while he does not claim to be exceptionally powerful, he is certainly capable of fasting. He has always sought a tranquil place, free from worldly disputes. One must ask, is there anywhere more serene and undisturbed than the ancient Forbidden Land? As long as the great terrors residing therein do not trouble this insignificant being, he could lead a life of unparalleled ease. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng smiled brightly and expressed his gratitude to the system. Thank you for the reminder. Having spent too long with others, I nearly forgot my own circumstances. With that, he cheerfully made his way toward the ancient bronze palace nearby. The Xuanwu Pavilion had provided him with a copy of the celestial tomes. He had long yearned for the opportunity to savor these vast collections. As for the comprehension of the golden array, he would postpone it for a few decades. The patterns would remain undisturbed. Chapter 45. Conducting Business in the Forbidden Zone. Chen Changsheng studies the Tao pattern senior. This price is truly reasonable. This is a coffin made from top-quality golden silk namu, renowned within 100 miles for its exceptional value. Selling it to you at this price leaves me with little profit. In the shadowy Black Mountains of the ancient Forbidden Zone, faint sounds of haggling echoed. Upon closer inspection, a young man was seen conversing with the skeletal remains. This is my bottom line. If you do not object, I shall take it as your agreement. After a brief pause, noticing the absence of dissent, the young man promptly commenced the task of collecting the remains. Indeed, this individual was none other than Chen Changsheng, who had been trapped in the ancient Forbidden Zone for 50 years. As he placed the skeletal remains into the coffin, Chen Changsheng began to examine the artifacts beside the bones. There lay 3 items: a cauldron for alchemy, a jade slip, and a small porcelain vial. Crack! As soon as Chen Changsheng's fingers brushed the delicate alchemy cauldron, a pit suddenly appeared on its surface. Observing this, he proceeded to inspect the other 2 relics. But aside from the jade slip, the porcelain vial also succumbed to the fate of shattering. Alas, time truly is the most formidable weapon. It is a pity that such a fine cauldron has turned into mere waste. After a brief murmur of lament, Chen Changsheng focused on the jade slip in his hand. This jade slip was crafted from millennium-old cold jade, and even a fragment the size of a fingernail would be worth 100,000 spirit stones. The jade slip in Chen Changsheng's possession, however, was commendably palm-sized. Sky-mending ointment? Chen Changsheng pondered as he studied the alchemical recipe inscribed on the slip, yet found no corresponding records in his mind. According to the notes, this sky-mending ointment possessed the miraculous ability to reverse life and death. No matter the severity of one's injuries or the proximity to the end of life, possessing this ointment would allow one to extend their life for 7 more days. As the name suggests, even if the Milky Way were to be ruptured, this single remedy could restore it. After comprehending the contents of the jade slip, Chen Changsheng casually tossed the slip into his system space. Such an extraordinary elixir was certainly worth his effort to concoct. Yet, regrettably, his current knowledge was insufficient to decipher the recipe for the sky-mending ointment. The skeletal remains had been stored here for an indeterminate number of years, and the information once relevant had long ceased to circulate. Chen Changsheng could only grasp a general understanding of the characters inscribed on the jade slip, and he was entirely unfamiliar with the names of the herbs mentioned. As time flowed on, the medicinal materials from centuries past might still exist, yet their names could have changed countless times. With a recipe in hand, but lacking the corresponding illustrations, Chen Changsheng found himself unable to concoct the sky-mending ointment. After successfully selling another coffin, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze toward the ancient bronze palace 500 paces away. Behind him also stood a bronze palace, but the distance between the two was a mere 300 paces. Gazing at the distant 500 steps, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips, subsequently prostrating himself on the ground to examine the golden array inscribed upon it. The ancient bronze temple he sought lay beyond those 500 steps, where the remains of the left emperor also resided. Initially, upon arriving at the desolate ancient forbidden grounds, Chen Changsheng had planned to indulge in 2 or 3 decades of leisurely tranquility before gradually delving into the study of the golden array. However, within less than 10 years, he had exhausted the tomes in the Xuanwu Pavilion, leaving him with no choice but to turn his attention to the golden array. At first, his progress was exceedingly slow. It took him an entire year to barely advance a mere inch, and even that inch remained only superficially understood as he struggled to find a safe path forward. Thus, it took Chen Changsheng a full 20 years to move a mere 5 steps beyond the safe perimeter of the ancient bronze temple. At this juncture, Chen Changsheng encountered the first customer in this forsaken land. Upon witnessing the corpse lying exposed in the wilderness, his professional instincts surged forth, prompting him to retrieve a coffin to collect the remains. Interestingly, while much of the skeletal remains had decayed, there remained a mysterious tome crafted from animal hide. Accepting the payment offered by the customer with composure, Chen Changsheng later discovered through diligent study that the owner of the hide tome was a master of formations. Moreover, the tome contained the essence of the master's lifelong learnings. Through his examination of the tome, Chen Changsheng not only made significant strides in his understanding of formations, but also discerned the name of the golden array. Ordinary formations typically harness the energies of mountains and rivers or operate along specific trajectories to unleash formidable powers. However, the arrays within the ancient forbidden grounds were of a different nature. They evolved from the great principles of heaven and earth. More precisely, these golden arrays represented a manifestation of the great Tao, also known as Tao patterns. The original text within the hide tome described it thus: Tao patterns possess the ability to reverse mountains and rivers, to turn the sun and moon on their heads. Only the Supreme can wield such power. Despite this advancement, Chen Changsheng felt the progress was still sluggish. After successfully crossing a step, he gazed at the remaining 499 steps, his lips twitching in dismay. Although the acquisition of the hide tome had accelerated his pace several-fold, traversing the 300 steps still consumed him 40 years, in addition to the 10 years spent reading in the ancient forbidden grounds. Thus, he had now resided in these ancient lands for a full 50 years. 130 years had elapsed since his last slumber, and he had less than 30 years remaining before his next hibernation. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng promptly retrieved the hide tome for further perusal. However, after several attempts, he still found himself unable to fully comprehend all the characters inscribed within. It was truly absurd. Why could one not create a universally understood script? If only he could master the characters within, he could potentially increase his speed manifold. After this minor lamentation, Chen Changsheng began his journey back along the path he had come. After 50 years of reflection, I have come to grasp certain aspects of the ancient forbidden lands. During daylight, these realms are likely to be safe. However, the night brings uncertainty. In the first decade, I witnessed shadows flickering outside the bronze temple on multiple occasions. This world has never entertained the notion of spirits, yet the entities that traverse the ancient forbidden lands are unlikely to be human. Consequently, for the sake of safety, I have always confined my activities to daylight hours. As dusk approaches, I retreat to the bronze temple and take refuge within the stone coffin of the immortal venerable of 100 defeats. Eventually, as the sun sets, I successfully return to the bronze temple. 7 or 8 coffins lie quietly outside, shrouded in the night's embrace, casting an eerie atmosphere around them. Chapter 46. A century-long pact once more. Chen Changsheng found himself in slumber. Zhuang, it is not that I am unwilling to attend to your remains. Rather, my time has come. Please bear with me, and I shall return after a while to collect you. With these words, he addressed Zhuang from 800 paces away. 30 years within the ancient forbidden land felt but a fleeting moment. During these final 30 years, Chen Changsheng advanced another 300 steps. Yet he still remained 200 steps distant from the bronze ancient palace and Zhuang's remains. As the moment of his long-awaited slumber approached, Chen Changsheng felt compelled to establish a pact with Zhuang, promising to return a century later to retrieve his remains. After articulating his vow, he turned and re-entered the bronze ancient palace. The 80 years spent in the ancient forbidden land constituted the most tranquil period of Chen Changsheng's life. Here, there existed no entanglements of enmity or grievances, only an enduring silence. Each day, he devoted himself to the study of Tao patterns, while also attending to the remains of the wandering bones. In the process of gathering these remains, he frequently stumbled upon peculiar trinkets, rusty iron rods, expired elixirs, and among the most outrageous finds, a large silver bone. This bone served no discernible purpose. Its remarkable hardness was unparalleled. After some contemplation, Chen Changsheng chose to retain the bone. Within the bronze ancient palace, Chen Changsheng stored his usual collection of oddities in the system space before lying down in the stone coffin. He had long since become accustomed to the darkness that enveloped him within. Just before succumbing to slumber, he voiced his lingering concerns. System. Although I have lingered in the ancient forbidden land for such an extended period, I remain uncertain about my safety. Will anything untoward occur while I am asleep? In response to Chen Changsheng's apprehension, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Rest assured, host, you need not worry. During your slumber, you will possess an invincible state. No entity can inflict harm upon you. Moreover, throughout your sleep, all signs of life within you will cease, rendering you indistinguishable from a mere stone. What entity capable of threatening you would attack a stone without cause? Upon hearing this assurance, a glimmer of hope sparked in Chen Changsheng's eyes. System, if what you say is true, does that not mean I could traverse the ancient forbidden land at will during my slumber? The system cautioned, host, I do not recommend such actions, for the invincible state during slumber is time-limited. You will possess this invincibility for only 10 breaths. Beyond that, you will be forcibly awakened. At this revelation, Chen Changsheng's expression fell. He had hoped to exploit this invincibility to orchestrate daring exploits, such as fashioning a large slingshot to propel himself forward, falling in a slumber the moment he was launched, thus allowing him to traverse the ancient forbidden land at will. Although the interval of time may seem somewhat prolonged, it remains an exquisite method nonetheless. Who could have anticipated that the invincible time of the system also bears limitations? How stingy! After a brief moment of lamenting the system's frugality, Chen Changsheng spoke. System, commenced the slumber. The duration of slumber was set to its maximum. His attribute points were still woefully inadequate. As slumber began, the time was established at 160 years. The final word reached Chen Changsheng's ears, and at that instant, his consciousness ceased entirely. He fell into a deep sleep, the last vestige of human presence in the ancient forbidden land dissipating completely. In regard to Chen Changsheng's disappearance, the vast ancient forbidden land remained unchanged. It was as it had always been. With a creaking sound, the heavy coffin lid was pushed aside, and the tattered-clad Chen Changsheng sat upright within. Stretching his stiff body, he surveyed his surroundings. Everything remained unaltered, even the dust undisturbed. Were it not for his decaying garments and the additional 160 attribute points on the system panel, he would surely believe he had merely taken a brief respite. This unchanging environment was indeed stifling. It is no wonder they say that while 7 days pass in the mountains, a millennium has elapsed in the world. Time truly flies in such a place. After a moment of reflection, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the system panel in his mind. Host, Chen Changsheng, strength, speed, defense. 90 mana, 0, lifespan, 320. Chen Changsheng had long grown accustomed to such a complete reset of power. Observing the 160 attribute points at his disposal, he hesitated not a moment and allocated them entirely to defense. With the adjustments complete, he nodded in satisfaction and then spoke. System, could you provide me with a label? One that translates each data point into a specific realm, for otherwise, I remain oblivious to my own weight and measure. In response to Chen Changsheng's request, the system's cold voice echoed. Label addition in progress. Label addition complete. Soon, a subtle change appeared on Chen Changsheng's system panel. Each data point was now accompanied by a corresponding level of power. Interestingly, while the defense attribute was denoted as the early stage of the nascent soul, all other attributes were marked as mortal. The early stage of the nascent soul is unbreakable. This level of defense is rather commendable, ensuring at least a measure of self-preservation outside. With that, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged, embarking on his first cultivation session within the ancient forbidden land. At present, devoid of any cultivation, he could not engage in the practice of fasting. If he did not swiftly attain some measure of power, he might very well perish from hunger. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into Chen Changsheng's body, propelling his realm from the qi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. The astonishing speed of his ascent stemmed from a fundamental reason. It is due to his profound familiarity with these realms and the abundance of resources at his disposal. While others toil tirelessly to enhance their cultivation, Chen Changsheng dedicates copious amounts of time to the pursuit of knowledge, though he does not deliberately seek out cultivation techniques. The vast array of books he has perused cannot be overlooked. He possesses an intimate understanding of the cultivation methods from the three nations, the Upper Clear View, the Xuanwu Kingdom, and the Night Moon Kingdom. He has committed to memory every tome within the Xuanwu Pavilion, and the volumes in the book grave have been nearly worn to tatters by his diligent study. Moreover, Chen Changsheng's 2 visits to the Night Moon Kingdom yielded significant rewards. Figures such as the Transcendent Yuhua, the Regal One Yin A Guiduo, the Fox Clan's young master Hujan, and the Tiger Clan's young master Lin, who were among those whose remains he assisted in retrieving. In the process of collecting these remains, their storage rings naturally found their way into Chen Changsheng's possession, for a bereaved mourner cannot engage in a transaction that incurs loss. Chapter 47. The array of ultimate destiny and another fragment of truth an hour had elapsed when Chen Changsheng successfully emerged from his meditative state. Savoring the cultivation level of his late Yuanying stage, he mused, the late Yuanying stage should suffice. However, should I wish to transcend to the Huashan realm, I estimate it would take me a decade, a rather unwise investment of time. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng exited the stone coffin and stretched his stiff body. Simultaneously, he began to ponder the issue of his waning spiritual energy. During his slumber, all vitality within him ceased to function. Consequently, the spiritual energy within him would dissipate gradually, akin to moisture evaporating from meat. Although he could quickly resume his cultivation, the necessity to restart each time he fell asleep was exceedingly cumbersome. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng retrieved a tome bound in bee skin and perused its contents, swiftly discovering a potential solution. The array of ultimate destiny. You shall be my answer, he exclaimed, joyfully selecting a formation from the tome. The array of ultimate destiny was one of the 3 formidable killing arrays documented within the Beastskin Book. As described, those who entered this array would sever their path to heaven above and the underworld below, rendering them utterly forsaken. Such a formidable formation ought to effectively contain the slow leakage of spiritual energy during his slumber. With the array selected, Chen Changsheng merrily exited the bronze ancient hall and resumed his work on the external runes. Transforming a killing array into one that merely confines without causing harm was no trivial endeavor. Nevertheless, Chen Changsheng had ample time. He believed that with patience, he could accomplish this task. Taking a cautious step, he finally reached the safe perimeter of another bronze ancient hall. "Your Majesty, it took me a full 90 years to gather your remains. Surely, you wouldn't allow my efforts to go unrewarded," he murmured to the bones of the left emperor, placing the translucent bones into a coffin. As for the left emperor's missing lower half, it eluded him entirely. In resignation, he resorted to a wooden carving as a substitute. Upon completing the funeral rites for the left emperor, Chen Changsheng naturally received 2 rewards: the true martial sword, now devoid of its tip, and a piece of gold that the left emperor had used as a heart-protecting mirror. Examining the gold piece in his hand, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, muttering, "Isn't this the 9 transformations of the Xuanwu kingdom? Moreover, this object seems familiar." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng rummaged through his system's space and eventually unearthed a similarly textured gold piece. The 2 pieces gradually aligned, ultimately forming a complete and unblemished page. Faced with this revelation, Chen Changsheng gazed speechlessly at the left emperor's coffin. "Your Majesty, this seems rather underhanded. It appears that someone from ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom had entered the ancient Forbidden Land long ago and had even brought back certain items. I had always wondered how the Xuanwu kingdom could possess knowledge of the bronze ancient hall within the ancient Forbidden Land, given that no one had ever ventured there. With the verification of the 9-turn profound art, this riddle has been unraveled." After speaking, Chen Changsheng gazed at the golden piece in his hand, upon which he could not recognize a single character. His identification of this object as the 9-turn profound art was purely serendipitous. Among the items that Zhou Xinghe had asked him to handle, there was a translated version of the 9-turn profound art. Beside the name of the 9-turn profound art, there were precisely 4 peculiar symbols, which prompted Chen Changsheng to casually inquire about them. Zhou Xinghe explained that those 4 symbols represented the 9-turn profound art, but no one in the entire Xuanwu kingdom knew how to translate such characters. At that time, Chen Changsheng paid little heed to this matter. After arriving at the ancient Forbidden Land, he fortuitously stumbled upon the lower half of the golden piece in the soil one day. This golden piece was indestructible, with edges remarkably sharp. Although he could not decipher the symbols inscribed upon it, Chen Changsheng chose to keep it as a collectible. Had he not found the upper half of the 9-turn profound art from the left emperor, he might have lived for another 10,000 years without ever realizing this was a fragment of the 9-turn profound art. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng patted the coffin of the left emperor, expressing his sentiments. "Your Majesty, it seems that the unsolvable mysteries of this world are often born from such circumstances. Ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom once ventured into the ancient Forbidden Land. How much do they truly understand of it? Only you possess that knowledge. Moreover, the ancestors brought forth the remnants of the 9-turn profound art from such a perilous place, which attests to its extraordinary nature. Now that you have passed, these secrets have been buried with you, which is indeed a pity." Upon concluding his thoughts, Chen Changsheng turned and made his way towards the bronze ancient hall. Ever since he learned of Nian Sheng's disappearance within the teleportation array of the bronze ancient hall, he had been diligently investigating it. After a painstaking 290 years, he finally achieved his goal. Thus, his immediate task was to uncover the mysteries of the bronze ancient hall. Inside the bronze ancient hall, countless patterns continuously rearranged themselves, ultimately forming a partially incomplete scroll. Unlike the bronze ancient halls in the infinite secret realm and the night moon kingdom's forbidden area, the one within the ancient Forbidden Land was remarkably well preserved. Consequently, Chen Changsheng was able to acquire a more detailed depiction. Initially, All living beings harnessed this ominous power to escape the clutches of the colossal hand. At first, they indeed repelled the giant hand. However, as time progressed, they discovered that this malevolent force was eroding the world. Faced with this predicament, all living beings allied with the giant hand to successfully drive back the ominous presence. Although they managed to repel it, a portion of its power remained. To prevent its resurgence, all living beings collaborated with the giant hand to construct these 18 bronze ancient halls, entrusting their guardianship to 18 distinct races. Among them, 9 of the bronze ancient halls were entrusted to the giant hand for oversight, establishing a means of communication amongst them. When constructing the ancient bronze palace, they harmoniously integrated the forces of heaven and earth, etching within it a tricolored teleportation array. This array not only facilitated remarkably extensive travel distances, but also remained impervious to external disruptions. Logically, after enduring hardships together, all living beings should have been able to coexist peacefully with the mighty hand of fate. However, to one's astonishment, conflict erupted anew, and by this juncture, the story had clearly delineated itself into distinct layers. The patterns adorning the front and those at the back were evidently not inscribed during the same epoch. After perusing the entirety of the tale, Chen Changsheng was left utterly speechless. The tricolor teleportation array was initially designed for directed travel. Yet, due to the ravages of war and the passage of time, the 18 ancient bronze palaces had likely deviated from their original locations. Consequently, the array could now only facilitate random teleportation. With a mere 1 in 17 probability, could he truly hope to locate Changsheng successfully? Chapter 48. The tricolor teleportation array and the deliberately concealed truth confronted with such uncertainty. Chen Changsheng felt a deep reluctance within. Yet, without assurance of Changsheng's safety, he remained restless. Ultimately, he cast a glance at the tricolor teleportation array within the bronze ancient palace and sighed. "Child, you truly know how to bring trouble upon me." Some of the patterns here had been deliberately erased, clearly indicating an intention to obscure certain truths. Now, if I wish to locate you, I must ascertain which races guard the 18 bronze ancient palaces. Please do not teleport to the giant's hand, for that would indeed cause me great distress. Having said this, Chen Changsheng began to study the tricolor teleportation array within the Grand Hall. The patterns in this bronze palace were equally incomplete. Precisely speaking, 2 crucial pieces of information were missing. These pertain to the 18 races that guard the bronze ancient palaces and the origin of the giant's hand. Initially, when in the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom, he discovered that part of the information regarding these 18 races had been erased. He had assumed this was due to the desire of the Ascended One to prevent others from gaining too much knowledge. However, it now seemed that the situation was far more complex. Whoever was capable of erasing patterns within the ancient Forbidden Land must possess unimaginable power. Alternatively, it could be that these patterns were intentionally obliterated by the great horrors dwelling within the ancient Forbidden Land. Furthermore, given that the 18 bronze ancient palaces had shifted, it would stand to reason that whatever was sealed beneath should have long since escaped. Yet this was not the case. The ominous presence within the infinite secret realm had been eradicated. This indicated that some beings were silently eliminating these calamities. Regardless of which hypothesis held true, the entities behind them were beyond Chen Changsheng's capacity to confront at present. As time passed, Chen Changsheng devoted 2 months to deciphering the method of activating the tricolor teleportation array. The swiftness of his progress was due, firstly, to his greatly enhanced mastery of arrays, and secondly, to his prior understanding gained while repairing the bronze palaces within the infinite secret realm. Despite the tricolor teleportation array being in a state of disrepair, he had accumulated considerable experience. He drew spiritual energy from the spiritual stones and infused it into the tricolor teleportation array. As the energy flowed, the array began to illuminate. He meticulously filled in the minor gaps according to his understanding and adjusted any potentially misaligned tricolor patterns. At last, the tricolor teleportation array was functioning properly. Gazing at the array before him, Chen Changsheng swallowed hard and retrieved the stone coffin of the 100 Defeats Celestial Sovereign. He lay within the coffin, executed a series of incantations with his hands, and swiftly closed the lid. He had not fully comprehended the tricolor teleportation array, and merely managing to activate it was already pushing his limits. Who could say what unforeseen events might arise from his modifications? For this reason, he was resolute in avoiding a simple physical teleportation. Buzz! The tricolor teleportation array activated, and the stone coffin within the array vanished in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sounds of pounding reverberated within the stone sarcophagus, causing Chen Changsheng to break into a cold sweat as he covered his ears. With his profound understanding of formations, he swiftly deduced the chaos unfolding outside. At present, countless rifts in space-time were cleaving the sarcophagus. Such a phenomenon indicated that there was a malfunction in the teleportation array. The discrepancies therein had given rise to an abundance of temporal fractures. Fortunately, I had exercised sufficient caution. Had my physical body undergone the teleportation, I would likely have been reduced to mere fragments. With a lingering sense of dread, Chen Changsheng settled into a state of quiet anticipation. Around a blazing fire, several hundred robust men clad in animal hides, their skin a rich bronze hue, danced fervently, seemingly engaged in some form of ritual. Not far from the flames stood a towering bronze altar, where an elderly high priest was kneeling in reverence, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, the long-dormant altar emitted a dazzling tricolored radiance, a spectacle that left not only the onlookers below in awe, but also rendered the high priest beside the altar momentarily speechless. The crowd murmured in confusion. This ritual is supposed to occur every decade. It should merely be a formality. Why has it suddenly responded? With a resounding crash, a heavy stone sarcophagus descended upon the altar, shattering the already indistinct tricolored patterns into oblivion. Faced with this bizarre occurrence, the gathered assembly fell into a profound silence. The sarcophagus stirred, prompting the worshippers to instinctively step back in alarm. As the lid was pushed aside, a peculiar being with delicate skin and unusual attire sat upright. The moment this entity arose, thousands of eyes fixated upon him. Chen Changsheng thought to himself, is this truly happening? I have barely arrived, and already I am thrust into such a grand spectacle. Indeed, the figure that emerged atop the altar was none other than Chen Changsheng himself, who had escaped from the ancient forbidden land via the tricolor teleportation array. Surveying the shattered remnants of the array and the densely packed circle of spectators surrounding him, he contemplated his next move for merely a second before deciding to engage in amicable dialogue. Where's this place? He inquired tentatively, but the crowd remained unresponsive. He then switched to another tongue. A well-read scholar, Chen Changsheng was proficient in numerous languages. The dialect spoken by these individuals was likely not the common language of the Dacian Empire or the Xuanwu Kingdom. To ascertain his whereabouts, he first needed to bridge the communication gap. Thus, Chen Changsheng proceeded to alternate between 28 different languages. Finally, upon uttering a fragmented tongue, the high priest beside him responded, "This is the 10,000 Great Mountains. Who are you?" With the communication hurdle surmounted, Chen Changsheng exhaled in relief. "I am a foreigner, not well acquainted with your language. May we communicate through spiritual perception?" At this, the high priest nodded and released a wave of spiritual energy to connect with Chen Changsheng. However, it is rather peculiar that despite the high priest's formidable presence, his spiritual awareness is lamentably feeble. Such a level of spiritual acuity falls short even of that of cultivators in the golden elixir stage. Although the situation is strange, Chen Changsheng does not dwell on it for long. His sole desire is to swiftly repair the three-color teleportation array and depart from this place. Yet, the moment Chen Changsheng's spiritual awareness brushes against that of the high priest, the latter is instantly paralyzed with terror by the overwhelming force of Chen's consciousness. He immediately kneels, fervently bowing his head to Chen Changsheng, and then turns to urge his kin to do the same. Due to the rapidity of their speech and the unfamiliarity with this fragmented language, Chen Changsheng finds himself at a loss to comprehend their words. Nevertheless, he strives to discern a few familiar terms from the high priest's utterances: celestial being, gratitude, white sorcerer. Chen Changsheng muses, Could it be that they perceive me as some extraordinary power? Moreover, it seems that I am unlikely to leave anytime soon. Chapter 49. The Struggle Among the Sorceress Clans, a Subtle Antagonism. Your Excellency, please take your time. The high priest respectfully exited the room, leaving before Chen Changsheng an array of unfamiliar meats and some fresh spiritual fruits. Observing the spread before him, Chen Changsheng could not help but smile wryly, then turned to the woman beside him, communicating with his divine sense, "I cannot consume all of this alone. Do join me for a bite." Upon hearing this, the woman promptly shook her head, babbling a stream of words in a language he could not comprehend. Nevertheless, Chen Changsheng inferred her meaning. Consequently, he chuckled and proposed, "Since you do not wish to partake, why not teach me the language of this place? I find it rather difficult to grasp." The woman nodded enthusiastically in response to his request, and soon began imparting the local tongue to him. The long night swiftly passed, and after a night of diligent study, Chen Changsheng could finally manage to comprehend the language to a certain extent. In addition, he gleaned insights about the locality from the woman. This place bore no specific name, merely referred to as the 10,000 Great Mountains. The exact expanse of this mountain range remains a matter of conjecture, as no one has ever traversed beyond its confines. Moreover, the cultivation system here was quite intriguing. It did not focus on physical enhancement or inner elixirs, but rather on the art of using goo worms. These goo worms served myriad purposes, capable of both inflicting harm and providing salvation. However, a significant drawback of specializing in goo was the inability to effectively enhance one's divine sense. Chen Changsheng, who had little inclination for cultivation, nonetheless possessed a profound interest in the study of formations. However, such studies often necessitated the utilization of divine sense. Through prolonged honing, his divine sense, even at the nascent soul stage, surpassed that of many at the transformation stage. It was precisely for this reason that the high priest held such deference towards him. "Very well, let us pause for now. A man, you may return to rest," he said, glancing at the sky, which was beginning to glow with the first light of dawn. The weary young woman from the White Witch clan complied and rose to leave. Yet, halfway through her departure, a man suddenly knelt, her voice urgent. "Your Excellency, I implore you to save the White Witch clan. If this continues, we shall perish at the hands of the Black Witches." Listening to a man's desperate plea, Chen Changsheng's expression was filled with helplessness. He had no desire to involve himself in the conflicts between races. The world was rife with bloodshed. If everyone sought to intervene, one would be overwhelmed. Furthermore, aside from the discord between the White and Black Witches, another pressing matter loomed: the restoration of the tricolor teleportation array. He had examined the altar and confirmed it as a fragment of the ancient bronze palace. To be precise, the altar served merely as the base, while the upper structure had long since vanished. Restoring the tricolor teleportation array would require numerous materials, among which the most crucial was the metal used to forge the ancient bronze palace. As the indigenous people of this land, the White Witch clan possessed the most intimate knowledge of their surroundings. Without their assistance, it would be nearly impossible to locate the missing ancient bronze temple. However, in order to seek their help, one must first extend a hand to them. Otherwise, the likelihood of receiving their aid is rather slim. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng spoke. "I am not well versed in the matters concerning the Black Witch clan, but I can offer my mediation. Whether it will bear fruit, however, is subject to the will of fate, and I cannot guarantee success." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's response, a man joyfully expressed her gratitude and promptly exited the room. Observing her retreating figure, Chen Changsheng chuckled and shook his head, remarking, "The people here are indeed quite innocent. Had this been elsewhere, I would likely have been apprehended for thorough examination by now." With that said, he resumed familiarizing himself with the language of the White Witch clan while pondering how to reconcile the discord between the two clans. "Divine Envoy, ahead lies the encampment of the Black Witch clan," the high priest announced, pointing towards the distant village, his tone tinged with excitement, reminiscent of a child reporting to a parent. As Chen Changsheng gazed at the Black Witch clan's settlement in the distance, a slight frown creased his brow. The proximity of the two clans' encampments was rather peculiar, merely 2 or 3 miles apart. This closeness seemed illogical, given the current circumstances. The enmity between the two clans appeared to be quite complex. Why, with such a short distance between them, had they not yet clashed? Just as Chen Changsheng contemplated the underlying reasons, the high priest shouted towards the distant members of the Black Witch clan, "Summon your chieftain and inform him that the divine envoy has arrived." In response to the high priest's command, two young guards of the Black Witch clan obediently went to fetch someone. Chen Changsheng was taken aback, pondering, "What is happening here? You are on enemy territory." Such a tone seems rather inappropriate. Moreover, why do the Black Witch clan members heed your words so readily? Could it be that you have concocted a tale to deceive me? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, numerous individuals from the Black Witch clan emerged, led by a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. Upon noticing Chen Changsheng's distinctive attire, the man hesitated momentarily before probing him with his spiritual sense. In response to this feeble attempt, Chen Changsheng merely countered gently with his own spiritual force. With a sudden gasp, the middle-aged man spat blood, witnessing their leader injured. The Black Witch clan summoned countless venomous insects to surround Chen Changsheng. The sheer absurdity of the situation left Chen Changsheng speechless. The high priest of the White Witch clan remained untouched, with only Chen Changsheng being targeted. This is rather excessive. Shouldn't the two clans be adversaries? Why am I the sole focus of their aggression? Moreover, I merely employed a minuscule fraction of my spiritual force. How could he have bled so profusely? This man appears to be your leader. It is illogical for him to be so weak. Are you attempting to set me up for a ruse? As Chen Changsheng pondered whether to leave this place, the middle-aged man, who had just spat blood, rose and shouted, "Everyone, put away your goo worms and do not show disrespect to the divine envoy." He restrained his kin's actions and respectfully continued, "It was I who offended the divine envoy. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Our Black Witch clan holds the divine envoy in the utmost regard, without a hint of—" "Wait a moment," Chen Changsheng interjected. "Why do you assume that I am the divine envoy?" "Because the Grand Priest proclaimed you to be the divine envoy, and furthermore, the divine envoy himself has just validated his identity. But as far as I know, the Black Witch clan and the White Witch clan are supposed to be adversaries, correct?" "Indeed. Then do you truly believe what he said?" "I do." Chen Changsheng mused. "This logic appears somewhat flawed. Your situation has left me quite bewildered." Chapter 50. Chen Changsheng is spat upon. The location of the bronze ancient palace, the delicate antagonism between the White Witch and the Black, which left Chen Changsheng somewhat bewildered. To unravel the truth, he promptly summoned the high priest and the chieftain of the Black Witch clan to elucidate the entire matter. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Chen Changsheng spoke. "The Black Witches and White Witches were originally of one kin. It was only due to your inability to thrive that you expelled some of your kin. Indeed, the ancestors of the Witch clan left a legacy. Whenever the clan encounters insurmountable difficulties, its members must split into two factions, one strong, one weak, with their lives and deaths remaining unrelated." Faced with the chieftain's response, Chen Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Such an approach, undeniably effective for preserving the ember of the race, was also profoundly inhumane. Witnessing the demise of one's own relatives and friends was perhaps the cruelest punishment imaginable. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment before inquiring, "From your demeanor, it seems you have only recently split. What circumstances led to such a choice?" Hesitating briefly, the chieftain of the Black Witch clan replied, "Though life in the 10,000 Great Mountains is arduous, our Witch clan managed to survive. However, 3 years ago, a thunder beast encroached upon our territory, incessantly compressing our living space. If we had not been driven to desperation, would we have expelled our own kin?" "Thunder beast?" Upon hearing this name, Chen Changsheng immediately began to contemplate, swiftly recalling information regarding the thunder beast. It was a formidable entity among the Beast clan. While the Beast clan and the Demon clan shared some inherent similarities, they were not entirely the same. The Demon clan comprised ordinary beasts that had transformed, whereas the Beast clan was an ancient lineage that had persisted through the ages. They possessed a bloodline mightier than that of the Demon clan and were endowed with various extraordinary talents from birth. Unlike the Demon clan, which maintained a certain affinity with humanity, The Beast clan harbored profound animosity towards humankind and regarded the Demon clan as a disgrace to their kind. They believed that the beast form was the strongest manifestation of existence. Forsaking it for a human form was deemed a betrayal of their race. After organizing his thoughts on the Beast clan, Chen Changsheng remarked, "The might of the Beast clan is indisputable. Under the current circumstances, it seems implausible for the Witch clan to withstand them. How about this? I will assist you in seeking a new habitat, and in return, you can lend me your aid?" "Thank you, esteemed envoy." The high priest readily accepted with a smile, for in light of the present situation, it was evident that the White Witch clan would ultimately face obliteration. The opportunity to survive was, of course, a source of joy for the high priest. However, upon hearing this news, the chieftain of the Black Witch clan did not share the same sentiment. "Esteemed envoy, you may not fully comprehend the 10,000 Great Mountains. This place is rife with miasma, and venomous creatures and ferocious beasts abound. Finding a suitable refuge is akin to ascending to the heavens. The matter lies in human endeavor. Let's seek first and speak later. If we cannot find it, you may proceed according to the ancestral teachings." With the conversation having reached this point, the chieftain of the Black Witch clan had no choice but to nod in agreement, for he too did not wish to witness the demise of the White Witch clan members. "May I inquire, esteemed envoy, if there are any further tasks at hand? Our clan shall lend its utmost assistance. Nothing of great consequence. I am searching for an artifact, an ancient bronze palace. You must have seen it, have you not?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Witch clan members shifted dramatically. Observing their reaction, Chen Changsheng inquired, "What troubles you regarding this bronze palace?" "Esteemed envoy, we are indeed aware of the bronze palace. It was once the sacred site of our clan. However, 3 years prior, it was taken by the Thunder Beast, and we are no match for it." Witnessing the chieftain's troubled demeanor, Chen Changsheng quickly grasped their implication. They surely believed he intended for them to retrieve the bronze palace. Amused by the thought, he replied, "As long as I know the whereabouts of the bronze palace, the rest shall be managed by me. Does anyone here know where the Thunder Beast resides? I wish to converse with it, for not all beasts are stubborn in their ways. I know where the Thunder Beast is. I shall guide you." A stout-faced youth stepped forward as Chen Changsheng finished speaking. Upon seeing the boy, the chieftain of the Black Witch clan rebuked him sharply. "Ollie, return at once. What business do you have interrupting the esteemed envoy's discourse?" Unfazed by his father's scolding, the boy declared, "Father, I am 16 years old. I recently underwent my coming-of-age ceremony. I'm no longer a child. I wish to serve our clan and do not want our revered elders to perish. I am well acquainted with the conditions of the Watermoon Cave, making me the best guide." Hearing Ollie's words, the chieftain's lips quivered as he hesitated, ultimately voicing his intent to continue his objections. "To confront the Thunder Beast is perilous. Though I am your father, I am also the leader of our clan and must treat all our kin equally." With a resolute expression, the chieftain finally conceded, "Since you were so adamant, you may take the esteemed envoy to the Watermoon Cave. However, remember that the envoy is unfamiliar with the Great Mountain Range. You must ensure his safety. Do not worry, father. I will not let anything happen to the esteemed envoy." With that, Ollie eagerly approached Chen Changsheng. "Esteemed envoy, I am prepared. When shall we depart?" "Right now," replied Chen Changsheng, grasping Ollie firmly before vanishing from the spot. "Esteemed envoy, let us not fly too high, lest we invite the attack of ferocious beasts," Ollie advised as he directed Chen Changsheng, imparting wisdom on how to evade various dangers. Undoubtedly, Ollie's counsel proved to be exceedingly beneficial. As Chen Changsheng journeyed forth, he encountered numerous formidable beasts, some of which posed significant challenges even for him. The surrounding scenery world passed rapidly, and Ollie could not help but feel envious of Chen Changsheng's immense power. "Great divine envoy, you can indeed assist the Witch clan in overcoming their plight, correct?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and replied, "I can offer help in certain aspects, but whether you escape your predicament depends ultimately on your own efforts. In this world, relying on others is never as reliable as relying on oneself. Furthermore, to you, I am merely a transient presence. I shall not remain here indefinitely, and henceforth, you must depend upon yourselves. With that, Chen Changsheng halted before a vast cavern. Adjusting his attire, he respectfully announced, I, Chen Changsheng, a cultivator of a human clan, seek an audience. In an instant, an unidentified liquid drenched him thoroughly. Following this, a colossal head emerged from the depths of the cave. Staring at the mysterious fluid upon him, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. If his estimations were correct, this substance was likely saliva. Loli und begone. Another wave of copious saliva descended upon him, leaving Chen Changsheng once again chilled to the bone. After a brief pause, he silently wiped the saliva from his face and proceeded to leave with Ali. Observing Chen Changsheng's impassive demeanor, Ali cautiously inquired, Great divine envoy, are you unhurt? I'm fine, but there is something I must convey. I do not intend to depart just yet. I shall leave the 10,000 great mountains only after eliminating this thunder beast. Chapter 51. The young one was struck, now the old one comes. Chen Changsheng. By what right? As Chen Changsheng swiftly navigated through the dense forest with Ali, his expression remained inscrutable. Yet, this marked the first time in several centuries that he felt a surge of anger. Since attaining immortality, his guiding principle had always been to treat others with kindness. Over the course of these centuries, he had never taken the life of another. Even when faced with the ascended Master Yuhua, he refrained from striking him down personally. However, now, this individual, who had always been benevolent, had been spat upon. Not once, but twice. What justified such an affront? He had neither provoked nor sought vengeance. There was no reason for such behavior. Moreover, by what authority did it act thus? It was merely a thunder beast of the transformation realm. He had encountered numerous cultivators of the transformation realm before, all of whom were renowned figures. The Wolf King of the Night Moon Kingdom, Wanyanagazhou, and the ascended Master Yuhua from the Qingjing sect. Beyond these powerful transformation realm beings, he had also met formidable entities far surpassing that level, such as the Xuanwu Emperor, who had reached the 7th realm, and the indescribable terrors of the ancient Forbidden Lands. Even these formidable existences had never dared to spit at him. As a true disciple of the Qingjing sect and a guest of honor in the Xuanwu Kingdom, he walked the path of history as a funeral bearer. Countless prodigies were his friends, and the mightiest beings engaged in light-hearted banter with him. Given all this, how could he be subjected to such indignity by a mere thunder beast? Fueled by his anger, Chen Changsheng quickened his pace, soon returning to the witch clan's village. As he touched down, the high priest and the clan leader immediately approached to inquire about the situation. However, before they could speak, Chen Changsheng interjected, If you believe I am a divine envoy, then you should also have faith in my abilities. I intend to eliminate the thunder beast of Shueyue Cave within 10 years. If you're convinced I can prevail, then come and assist me. If you doubt my strength, it would be prudent for you to leave quickly to avoid becoming collateral damage. With that, he turned and departed, leaving the high priest and clan leader in a state of bewilderment. Inside a wooden cabin, Chen Changsheng was engrossed in scribbling on the bark, seemingly plotting something. At that moment, Amon entered, carrying a platter of fresh spiritual fruits. My lord, please have some spiritual fruits to calm your temper. Without lifting his gaze, Chen Changsheng replied, I am aware of your ancestral teachings, which state that one should not provoke those who emerge from the altar. While the teachings may hold truth, circumstances are not immutable. I am not the person mentioned in your ancestral edicts. There is no need to call me divine envoy. If you wish, you may refer to me as Brother Changsheng. Furthermore, the matter regarding the Thunder Beast is a personal affair between it and me. It will not involve the Witch Clan, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Amon responded, Brother Changsheng, what I intended to convey was not this. At her words, Chen Changsheng looked up at Amon, puzzled. If not this matter, then what did you wish to discuss? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Amon's bright eyes sparkled with a hint of yearning. Brother Changsheng, from a young age, I have heard tales of another world beyond the mountains. Yet no one in the Witch Clan knows what lies outside. You must have come from beyond. Could you enlighten me about the world out there? Observing the longing in Amon's gaze, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment before replying. The world beyond these mountains is indeed a marvelous place. Yet I would advise against your desire to explore it. Why? She inquired. Because the dangers of the outside world surpass even the venomous creatures and fierce beasts within these 100,000 mountains. Sometimes, death in that realm can be a form of release. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng unfastened a wooden carving from his waist and handed it, along with a piece of bark, to her. Please present the bark to Chief Guli and instruct him to arrange it accordingly. If I am not mistaken, you will choose to confront the Thunder Beast alongside me. As for this carving, it is a gift for you. Since I arrived, you have been so fixated on it that I feel quite embarrassed. At these words, a man's cheeks flushed crimson. Brother Changsheng, I have it. Is it not obvious? She retorted. It's merely a simple wooden carving. It's nothing of great significance. Feel free to take it and play with it. The wooden carving depicted a charming sheep. And given Chen Changsheng's frequent carpentry work, his sculpting skills were undeniably impressive. A man, having lived in this secluded mountain range her entire life, was understandably captivated by the novelty of his craftsmanship. Thank you, Brother Changsheng, a man exclaimed with joy before merrily departing the room. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Changsheng smiled and redirected his thoughts towards the Thunder Beast. Beasts typically reside in packs, and Chen Changsheng harbored little concern for the Thunder Beast of the Water Moon Cave. His true apprehension lay with the race that stood behind it. The cycle of confronting the younger only to face the elder, and then the even older, had become a common occurrence within the realm of cultivation. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Changsheng devoted considerable effort to strategizing. After all, the annihilation of an entire race is no trivial matter. While he was indeed benevolent, he was never a soft target for others to manipulate. The grievance stemming from those two encounters could not simply be overlooked. Under Chen Changsheng's guidance, the witch clans swiftly commenced their labor with fervor. Towering trees were felled, and many peculiar patterns were carved out by the clan members using their tools. As Chen Changsheng surveyed the progress of the formation, he also offered corrections on any errors made. At that moment, Chief Guli approached him. Divine Messenger, will these preparations be sufficient to drive away the Thunder Beast? Not entirely, he replied. This is merely an enhanced spirit gathering formation. This array not only accumulates spiritual energy, but also shields against the miasma within the mountains. I have observed the path of the goo worms within the Wu clan, and their potency is indeed formidable. Alas, you have encountered their nemesis, the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast's impenetrable scales can withstand the majority of goo worms, while its innate divine abilities effectively counteract them all. Had it not been for this, your plight would surely have been less dire. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's analysis, Guli offered a wry smile. The esteemed divine messenger speaks truly. Our Wu clan has survived within the mountains precisely because we possess the skills to confront peril. Regrettably, our golden silkworm goo has been lost to time. Otherwise, we might have had a chance against the Thunder Beast. The golden silkworm goo? What is that? It is the most powerful goo worm of our clan, more accurately referred to as a goo deity. It is said that the golden silkworm goo can devour anything in existence. Even the scales of the Thunder Beast cannot impede it. Chapter 52. Unexpected delight listening to Guli's description. Chen Changsheng nodded and remarked, Indeed, it is a remarkable treasure, though regrettably lost to time. Since your methods are ineffective against the Thunder Beasts, why not give mine a try? I observe that the people of the Witch clan possess formidable physiques, making them particularly suited for cultivating body-refining techniques. Take these two manuals and make use of them. Once your kin's strength has been augmented, we can consider our next steps. Furthermore, you may find my written words incomprehensible. I have already conveyed their meaning to Amon, so you may consult her for further clarification. Upon receiving the two pieces of bark that Chen Changsheng had handed over, Chief Guli could hardly contain his joy. Thank you, esteemed divine envoy. We shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, Guli departed with the manuals in hand. After Guli's departure, Chen Changsheng chose not to linger within the Witch clan, but rather sought a secluded spot to delve into the intricacies of the 9 transformations' profound art. Previously, he had been disinclined to pursue cultivation, as he had no need for bloodshed. However, with impending conflict on the horizon, it was only prudent for him to engage in some training. How perplexing! Chen Changsheng pondered, examining the 9 transformations profound art. Despite having received the translated version of the first half from Zhuo Xinghe, and having deduced the entirety of the translation, he found himself unable to cultivate the art effectively. Repeatedly scrutinizing the golden pages in his hands, he contemplated where he might have erred. At that moment, Ali approached curiously. "Esteemed divine envoy, what are you engaged in?" With a casual glance at the simple-faced Ali, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, "Nothing of consequence, merely studying a few matters." "What brings you here?" As he spoke, Chen Changsheng set the golden pages aside. The script on them was indecipherable to anyone but him, and he felt no concern regarding Ali attempting to glean any secrets. Embarrassed, Ali rubbed his hands together and said, "Esteemed divine envoy, with your extraordinary prowess, I wish to become your disciple. You need not entertain such thoughts. I do not accept disciples. The 2 manuals given to Chief Guli are no less valuable. Focus on your own cultivation, and your future achievements will be substantial." Seeing Chen Changsheng's resolute refusal, Ali's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment. However, just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of the golden pages beside Chen Changsheng and casually remarked, "The esteemed divine envoy is truly remarkable. This 8-9 profound art sounds incredibly formidable." Wait. Initially, Ali had merely sought to ease the awkwardness with small talk, yet Chen Changsheng, taken aback, called out to him, "Esteemed divine envoy, is there something more? What did you just say about the 8-9 art?" "The 8-9 profound art." Not hesitating, Ali articulated the unfamiliar yet oddly familiar name, prompting Chen Changsheng to swiftly grasp the golden pages and inquire, "Can you comprehend the characters upon this page? What is there that is difficult to understand?" "Among the youth of our clan, I am the most literate. That is not my point. Rather, I am questioning how it is that you recognize the script before us." "Divine envoy, what has transpired?" "This is the writing of the Witch clan. How could I possibly not recognize it?" Upon hearing Ali's response, Chen Changsheng was rendered speechless, for he had not anticipated such a fortuitous coincidence. It is true that he had studied the language of the Witch clan, but his learning had only pertained to spoken words, and he had never encountered their written form. Furthermore, although Chen Changsheng had gleaned fragments of the Witch clan's language from ancient texts, those texts merely indicated that it was a distant tongue and recorded some pronunciations. He had never laid eyes on the written characters of the Witch clan. Thus, it was only natural for Chen Changsheng to assume that the Witch clan's language lacked a written script, existing solely as an oral tradition. After all, such situations are not uncommon. With this thought, Chen Changsheng's lips twitched, and he beckoned Ali over, saying, "Ali, please assist me in translating the text above." Delighted at the request, Ali eagerly complied. Within a quarter of an hour, Ali had translated all the characters. Upon hearing Ali's rendition, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes dramatically. The 9 transformations profound art, regarded as the second most potent technique of the Xuanwu kingdom, had been scarcely mastered over millennia. And even those who succeeded found its power to be less formidable than legend suggested. Now, Chen Changsheng finally comprehended the reason for such discrepancies. The ancestors of the Xuanwu kingdom had erred in their translations from the outset. If he could misinterpret 8-9 profound art as 9 transformations profound art, it was no wonder that he would misread 2 out of 4 characters, rendering the subsequent text even more questionable. After briefly lamenting the ancestors' mistakes in his mind, Chen Changsheng turned to Ali and said, "It seems you are destined for this opportunity. Since you have translated the 8-9 profound art, I shall impart this technique to you." Upon hearing this, Ali immediately knelt, prepared to bow in gratitude. However, a surge of spiritual energy halted his actions. "Do not rush," Chen Changsheng interjected. "My imparting of this technique signifies your fortune. It does not imply that I am taking you as a disciple. Moreover, once you learn the 8-9 profound art, you must not disclose it to anyone, including your kin. The origins of this technique are too significant. Any indiscretion could bring calamity upon the Witch clan." In response to Chen Changsheng's admonition, Ali solemnly nodded, assuring divine envoy, "You need not worry. I shall tell no one. That is for the best. Additionally, refrain from calling me divine envoy. Simply refer to me as Sir." "Understood, sir." With that, Chen Changsheng began to impart some fundamental principles of cultivation to Ali. Though the 8-9 profound art is indeed remarkable, it is a sophisticated technique that Ali, lacking a foundational understanding of cultivation, could not hope to practice. An hour passed, and Chen Changsheng had conveyed several foundational practices to Ali. Very well. We shall conclude today's lesson here. Upon your return, be diligent in familiarizing yourself with what you have learned. Ali committed this to memory. After Ali departed, Chen Changsheng gazed at the 8-9 mysterious arts in his hand. Initially, he believed it to be merely a technique for body refinement. However, it has become evident that I misjudged its significance. The maximum of yin numbers is 8, while that of yang numbers is 9. Their product, 81, represents the utmost numerical value within the Taoist tradition. Achieving mastery through 9 transformations, one sheds the myriad of postnatal shadows, revealing the true primordial yang. The 3 souls unite as one. The 7 spirits coalesce within the body, and the primordial spirit remains eternally gathered, rendering the practitioner indestructible through the ages. Upon concluding, the corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth began to rise exuberantly. For this 8-9 mysterious arts is, in essence, a theoretical method for achieving longevity. Whether it truly grants eternal life remains uncertain. Yet, its potency is beyond Chen Changsheng's imagination. This technique cultivates both the internal and external, documenting an array of astonishing supernatural powers. Although he currently possesses only a single golden page, this artifact surpasses all that Chen Changsheng has accumulated thus far. Chen Changsheng mused, radiant golden light across the earth, laws of heaven manifest in the land. Such a name sounds formidable indeed. I've stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 53. The Transformations of a Young Lady, a Decade of Planning, Sir. What insights have you gained today? A robust young man clad in coarse linen approached Chen Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng withdrew his pen and paper, replying, "As usual, that thunder beast seldom makes an appearance." The young man responded, "Sir, are you truly unable to contend with that thunder beast?" "I cannot say for certain. You know me well enough. I generally shy away from conflict. By the way, how is your practice of the 8-9 profound arts progressing?" "Thank you for your concern, sir. I have currently attained the 7th level of the 8-9 profound arts. Soon I shall be able to cultivate the divine ability of soaring golden light." Pleased with the young man's progress, Chen Changsheng nodded and remarked, "To reach the 7th level in a decade is commendable. You are indeed a natural talent for this discipline. Regrettably, I possess only the first 9 levels of the 8-9 profound arts, and I fear the remaining 63 levels will forever elude me. Let's wait a few more months. Once you master soaring golden light, we shall confront the thunder beast." Indeed, the young man before him was none other than the earnest lad, Ali, from a decade prior. When news of Chen Changsheng's intent to retaliate against the thunder beast surfaced, the entire Wu clan anticipated an imminent conflict. Yet, no one foresaw that this wait would stretch on for a full 10 years. During this time, aside from instructing Ali and a man, Chen Changsheng devoted himself to observing the thunder beast. As he learned that Chen Changsheng finally intended to take action, Ali felt a surge of anxiety. After all, that was a ferocious beast of the transformation stage. Although Chen Changsheng had ascended to the transformation stage 3 years ago, he was still newly elevated, and facing an established practitioner of the same realm posed significant risks. Reflecting on this, Ali inquired, "Sir, given the complexity of the current cultivation system, how shall I gauge the strength of my future adversaries if I ever depart from the 10,000 Great Mountains?" "You cannot assess it. You must rely on your intuition. Both external and internal cultivation possess their merits. While the distinctions may seem minor after a general classification, a closer examination reveals significant differences. In battles of life and death, victory often hinges on the slightest margins. Even the minutest variance can determine survival." Upon hearing this, Ali chuckled. "How cumbersome! Why can there not be a unified method of cultivation? Both internal and external practices have their advantages. Should not a harmonious integration suffice? Theoretically, such a synthesis is achievable, yet no one has accomplished it thus far. While the 8-9 profound arts can cultivate the primordial spirit through the physical body, it fundamentally leans towards external cultivation. You have knowledge of both internal and external practices, and your proposed theories are indeed intriguing. However, myriad challenges remain, which you must resolve on your own. Perhaps, centuries from now, you may unify the entire realm of cultivation and establish an entirely new system. In response to Chen Changsheng's eloquent discourse, Ali smiled lightly, not taking his words to heart. The theory of internal and external cultivation was merely a topic of casual conversation with Chen Changsheng during his leisure. Even as the initiator of the topic, he had never truly believed in its realization. What are you discussing? Could you share it with me? Just then, a modestly dressed woman approached, carrying a food box. Although her attire was simple, it did little to conceal her extraordinary beauty. Her eyes sparkled like dark grapes, and her lips, as red as cherries, were utterly enticing. Her flawless skin seemed almost fragile, and her long, raven hair was casually pinned up with a single hairpin. Yet, this understated appearance only served to accentuate her natural allure. Upon seeing her, Ali grinned and remarked, "Aman, you are becoming increasingly beautiful. I remember when you were once dark and petite." He then inquired, "With your master's level of cultivation, you should have long since ceased eating. Why do you persist in bringing meals?" Upon hearing this, Aman shot Ali a cold glance and retorted, after learning from brother Changsheng for so long, "You still cannot control your tongue. Since you have already ceased eating, you need not partake in the meal later." Ali, intimidated by her gaze, shrank back. Observing this, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and said, "Though cultivators may abstain from food, there is no harm in enjoying a meal." Curiously, Ali asked, "Why is that?" "Because one must eat. Embracing the flavors of the mortal world adds to one's humanity," Chen Changsheng explained. "Moreover, Amon's cooking is delightful. Do you not wish to savor it?" "Indeed, brother Changsheng is wise, unlike some, whose cultivation has muddled their minds," Aman added. Ali rolled his eyes and replied, "It's not that I do not wish to eat. It's simply that you are biased. Every meal prepared by the master includes chicken legs, while mine consists solely of endless greens. If you were to add a chicken leg to my meal, I would gladly partake. If you want chicken legs, go fetch them yourself. If you are picky when I offer, then you shall have no food today." With that, Aman shooed Ali aside and set the meal before Chen Changsheng. In contrast to her rough treatment of Ali, Aman displayed utmost tenderness towards Chen Changsheng, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. "Brother Changsheng, you have observed the thunder beast for a decade. Have you discerned its weaknesses?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng swallowed the morsel of chicken leg in his mouth and replied, "I have not identified the thunder beast's weaknesses, but I have indeed uncovered numerous issues. The Water Moon Cave is one of the dwelling places of the Witch clan, and in terms of spiritual energy, it is not particularly favorable. Thus, there is no reason for a divine beast to be drawn here. Yet, the Thunder Beast has come and continues to linger. However, what is even more intriguing is that the Thunder Beast could have effortlessly annihilated the Witch clan. It chose not to do so. Instead, it merely frightened you away, an act that is clearly not characteristic of a ferocious beast. Furthermore, I have observed that each time the Thunder Beast feeds, it becomes exceedingly drowsy, which defies all logic. One must understand that at the stage of divine transformation, one could go a decade without sleep without any adverse effects. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng enumerate these issues, Aman pondered for a moment and then remarked, "Do these concerns aid in vanquishing the Thunder Beast? In the hands of others, they may not, but in mine, that remains to be seen." Chapter 54, Capturing the Thunder Beast. An ordinary corpse listening to Chen Changsheng's words, a man was perplexed about his intentions. However, such matters seldom concerned her. Her focus had always been singular. Time passed gradually, and in the blink of an eye, 3 to 5 months had slipped away. One day, just as Ali was slowly concluding his practice, Chen Changsheng approached him with an air of mystery, cradling an object. "Have you mastered the golden light of the earth?" Chen Changsheng inquired. "Yes, Master," Ali replied, "honestly, I have grasped the golden light of the earth." "That is well. Follow me." Chen Changsheng beckoned, indicating for Ali to accompany him. Although puzzled, Ali followed in Chen Changsheng's footsteps, However, as they proceeded, Ali began to sense something amiss. Master, are you planning to venture to the Water Moon Cave? Indeed. Is there a problem? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's candid admission, Ali became immediately excited. Are you intending to confront the Thunder Beast? If so, I will return to gather our clansmen. The Witch clan has been preparing for 10 years for this day. At this, Ali prepared to dash back to summon his people, but Chen Changsheng halted him. What do you need them for? This task requires only the two of us. Ali was taken aback by Chen Changsheng's words, his expression filled with questions. Over the past decade, Chen Changsheng had relentlessly aided the Witch clan in their cultivation and had imparted numerous battle formations. Everyone believed he was readying the full might of the Witch clan to engage in a fierce battle with the Thunder Beast. Yet now, he claimed that only 2 individuals were needed. What, then, was the purpose of the Witch clan's efforts over these 10 years? Seeing Ali's unwilling demeanor, Chen Changsheng was quick to read his thoughts. Do not appear so reluctant. The 10 years of preparation for the Witch clan serves a greater purpose. As for a solitary Thunder Beast, do you really think we need to employ my trump cards? A flicker of joy finally crossed Ali's face at this remark. Master, do you have an even grander scheme? Certainly. If we slay the Thunder Beast in the Water Moon Cave, do you think the race behind it will simply let us be? Our actions today mark not only the commencement of an elaborate plan, but also its most pivotal element. Should we fail to meet my expectations, we must be prepared to flee. Upon hearing this, Ali thumped his chest and declared, Rest assured, Master. In this endeavor, Ali, will risk my life to assist you. There is no need for such desperation. Merely keep your mouth shut for now, Chen Changsheng replied, turning once more toward the Water Moon Cave. Water Moon Cave. Upon arriving at the spot where he had been spat upon a decade prior, Chen Changsheng steadied his emotions and donned a sycophantic expression. The human Chen Changsheng has treasures to present. His resonant voice echoed within the cavern as a massive head emerged from the depths. Upon encountering the human cultivator from a decade past, the Thunder Beast erupted in fury. Human, do you dare return here, truly believing I cannot vanquish you? In response to the Thunder Beast's roar, Chen Changsheng hastily feigned a look of terror. My Lord Thunder Beast, forgive my transgression. I have come to express my gratitude for your mercy a decade ago. He continued, 3 years prior, I fortuitously obtained a celestial stone. Alas, my fortune is lacking, and I am unable to comprehend its secrets. Thus I have come to present it to you, my lord. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng unveiled a stone the size of a grinding disc and offered it forth. The Thunder Beast stared, bewildered, at the stone in Chen Changsheng's grasp, for it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary rock. If it were indeed an ordinary stone, what could be the purpose of such an act? To humiliate himself, only to render the beast shamefully indignant? At a loss for understanding the human's intentions, the Thunder Beast instinctively lowered its head to sniff the stone and even licked it. What is this? It is merely an ordinary stone. It bore no poison nor any peculiar sensation. Rather, it possessed a flavor reminiscent of wild grass and earth. Impudence. This is clearly a common rock. Do you dare to mock me? A powerful pressure surged forth, causing Chen Changsheng to tremble, and the stone fell heavily to the ground. My Lord Thunder Beast, please discern. When I first encountered this stone, it radiated a myriad of colors, and within, there was a faint glimmer of celestial gold. Regrettably, my abilities are insufficient to break it, which is why I have brought it to you. Still attempting to argue? Begone. The Thunder Beast's furious breath sent Chen Changsheng tumbling backward. Recognizing the beast's growing wrath, he quickly grasped Ali and made his escape. Once Chen Changsheng and his companion had retreated to a safe distance, the Thunder Beast hesitated, gazing at the ordinary stone on the ground. With a flick of its tongue, it swallowed the stone whole. After chewing thoughtfully, it discerned no trace of celestial gold. Gulping down the fragmented stone, the Thunder Beast cast a glance in the direction Chen Changsheng had departed, sneering, Foolish humans, my kind feasts upon metals and ores. Our bodies are impervious to all toxins. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, rest assured, you cannot harm me in the slightest. Once I conclude my affairs here, I shall eradicate your kind. With that, the Thunder Beast turned to re-enter its lair. However, at that moment, it realized its body had suddenly become immobile. With a thunderous crash, Its colossal form collapsed to the ground, while two shadowy figures returned. These two were none other than Chen Changsheng and Ali. "My lord Thunderbeast, are you unharmed? Audacious wretches, you who dare return? Do you not believe I will slay you?" The Thunder Beast feigned bravado while lying on the ground. Yet Chen Changsheng produced a broken sword and cast it forth. With a thrust, the sharp Xuanwu sword pierced the Thunder Beast's body, yet it felt no pain. Observing the beast's lack of retaliation, Chen Changsheng patted his chest and chuckled. "It seems you're truly unable to move, which brings me a sense of reassurance." With that, Chen Changsheng swaggered over to the Thunder Beast, occasionally caressing its scales and tapping its teeth. At that moment, Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. However, how could the noble Thunder Beast endure such indignities? "Human, if you dare to touch me again, do you believe I will annihilate you all?" Crack! Before the Thunder Beast could finish its words, it received a resounding slap from Chen Changsheng. Although Chen Changsheng did not exert much force, the humiliation was palpable. "What are you shouting about? Can't you see I am contemplating how to make your demise even more tragic? Your loud outbursts will disrupt my train of thought. Thunder Beast, how can you have the audacity to utter such words?" Chapter 55. The fatal weakness of the Thunder Beast. The unabashed confidence of Chen Changsheng left the Thunder Beast utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Ali curiously scrutinized the Thunder Beast collapsed on the ground and inquired, "Sir, how did you render this Thunder Beast at the divine transformation stage? Immobile?" In response to Ali's question, Chen Changsheng produced an ordinary dagger and began to carve upon the Thunder Beast's body, stating, "The Thunder Beast feeds on metals and various ores. Its scales are virtually indestructible. Its body can evade the majority of toxins. Such a species is truly favored by the heavens. I observed it for a full decade, pondering a singular question: what methods could be employed to eradicate such a formidable race?" Upon hearing this, the immobile Thunder Beast let out a laugh. "Ha ha ha! You think you can annihilate my Thunder Clan? You must be dreaming. Well, I do not know how you have rendered me unable to move. My kin will surely avenge me." Observing the Thunder Beast's arrogance, Chen Changsheng calmly nodded. "You are not entirely mistaken. Logically speaking, it is indeed difficult to conceive a method capable of obliterating your entire lineage. However, my 10 years have not been in vain. I have uncovered a small secret of your Thunder Clan, a secret that perhaps even you are unaware of." At this, a flicker of doubt crossed the Thunder Beast's eyes. "What secret?" "Over the past decade, you have fed a total of 20 times, averaging twice a year. During the first 6 instances of your feeding, I noted that after 2 of those occasions, you were particularly prone to drowsiness. This led me to ponder the reason behind your tendency to doze off. During your first 2 episodes of slumber, I meticulously documented all the flora and minerals within your feeding zone and conducted a thorough comparison. Yet each time you fed, you consumed nearly half of a mineral vein, which contained an overwhelming variety of substances. Thus, I required an additional 7 years to continue my selection. During these 7 years, each location of your feeding was carefully chosen by me. Have you not noticed that your frequency of drowsiness has increased over these years?" As Chen Changsheng's smile met the Thunder Beast's gaze, a hint of panic finally emerged in the creature's eyes. "Impossible. Our race is immune to all toxins. Indeed, the Thunder Beast is impervious to toxins. But what if the substance in question is not a toxin?" With that, Chen Changsheng retrieved a wildflower and a weed from his bosom. "This is the fire-red flower and flax grass, names I have bestowed upon them. They typically grow atop certain mineral veins, neither rare nor common. Whether consumed together or separately, they do not produce toxins. However, they possess a peculiar property. They will paralyze your entire being. Of course, this hypothesis has only now been confirmed. The initial 2 instances of drowsiness occurred when you inadvertently ingested these 2 substances while consuming the mineral veins. However, the quantity you absorbed was so minuscule that it did not result in complete paralysis. To validate this hypothesis, I applied concentrated extracts of these 2 weeds onto that stone. But what makes you so assured that I would consume that stone?" The tone of the Thunder Beast was tinged with agitation. If these 2 weeds indeed had an innate aversion to the Thunder Clan, they would face the dire threat of annihilation. I certainly cannot claim certainty. Hence, I added a few more substances, causing the extracts of these weeds to become highly volatile. Beasts, by their nature, harbor certain detrimental traits ingrained within them. When confronted with the unfamiliar, you instinctively rely on your sense of smell and taste. Thus, my objective was achieved. Yet, I never anticipated you would be foolish enough to consume it. As I spoke, the dagger in Chen Changsheng's hand snagged on a particular scale of the thunder beast. Upon noticing that Chen Changsheng had touched that unique scale, a flicker of terror crossed the thunder beast's eyes, while the corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth began to curl into a smile. The scales of the thunder beast were exceptionally hard. Even divine weapons could only graze the surface. I had just confirmed this, yet I could never believe that a flawless species existed in this world. Surely, there must be some vulnerability within your thunder beast scales. With a swift thrust, the sharp dagger plunged beneath the thunder beast scales. The excruciating pain penetrated deep into its very essence, causing even the anesthetized beast to tremble uncontrollably. Observing the quivering form of the thunder beast, Chen Changsheng expressed regret. I never expected your scales to possess a weakness. However, the troubling aspect is that it appears I have discovered it. Chen Changsheng stated nonchalantly, even as his hands quickened their pace. The seemingly indestructible scales of the thunder beast were methodically stripped away by Chen Changsheng in a particular sequence. Kill me. If you dare, just kill me. The thunder beast roared in fury, yet its body remained immobile. Observing this, Chen Changsheng grinned and said, "What are you thinking? Why would I allow you to die so easily? I want you to witness how I dismember you piece by piece. Then, I shall meticulously study every part of your body to uncover its weaknesses. These vulnerabilities will become the death knell for your kind." Endless wails and curses echoed throughout the water moon cave. As time passed, the effects of the drug within the thunder beast dissipated, yet it remained unable to move. Chen Changsheng had extracted the source of its power, the thunder pill, and severed its meridians, rendering the waning effects of the drug only a source of amplified agony. With a swift motion, the colossal heart was removed, and the thunder beast, barely clinging to life, finally succumbed. Gazing at the pristine, jade-like skeleton before him, Ali struggled to swallow. "Sir, is this not somewhat cruel?" Hearing Ali's words, Chen Changsheng, covered in blood, turned and smiled. "Is it cruel? Perhaps. But the world outside is 100 times more merciless. Furthermore, you are no stranger to the horrors of man-eating beasts. Witnessing half a human body being crushed while the other half writhes in agony upon the ground. Did you find that cruel? Do you think a beast will spare its prey just because you deem it cruel? Growing up in the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, you should comprehend this well. When it comes to emotions, one might share them among humans, but discussing feelings with other species is utterly laughable." After addressing Ali's lingering doubts, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said, "Let us return and summon others. We cannot possibly consume all this meat ourselves. It would also be an excellent opportunity for everyone to enhance their meals." Chapter 56. The ancient moon illuminates the present, the wrath of the Lei clan before long. Ali summoned all the members of the Wu clan. As they gazed upon the towering mound of meat before them, astonishment filled their eyes. Observing their reactions, Chen Changsheng smiled gently and remarked, "The flesh of the thunder beasts is exceedingly delectable. I implore you all to partake swiftly. However, I must convey a crucial point. The olfactory senses of beasts are remarkably acute. Once you consume the meat of a thunder beast, it will inevitably be detected by others of its kind. In essence, once this step is taken, there is no turning back." With that, Chen Changsheng regarded the Wu clan members with a warm smile. For them, a decade is a considerable span of time, ample enough for them to forget their original intentions. Confronting the Lei clan is not a trivial matter. While Chen Changsheng could tolerate the absence of assistance, he would not permit betrayal at a critical juncture. The leader of the Gu clan, upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, instantly grasped their significance. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Li declared, "What are we waiting for? Let's quickly roast the meat. This is a gift bestowed upon us by the divine envoy." With Gu Li's rallying call, the Wu clan members sprang into action. Witnessing their choice, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly before turning to depart from the cave entrance. Atop the mountain peak, Chen Changsheng sat alone upon a massive stone. gazing up at the luminous moon. At that moment, a man approached, carrying a portion of roasted meat wrapped in clean leaves. Big brother Changsheng, please try this. I just finished roasting it. Hearing her words, Chen Changsheng broke into a broad smile and replied, Ah, a man, you possess a good heart, unlike that scoundrel Ali, who only thinks of himself when presented with fine fare. After praising a man, Chen Changsheng leisurely savored the roasted meat, while a man rested her chin on her hands. Her eyes filled with joy as she watched him. Big brother Changsheng, what do you plan to do after resolving the Thunder Beast issue? Naturally, I shall depart from this place and continue with my previous endeavors. Although a man had anticipated Chen Changsheng's intention to leave, a pang of sorrow crept into her heart. Big brother Changsheng, what weighs so heavily on your mind? It is nothing. I am searching for someone. She has strayed quite far, and I have spent nearly a century in pursuit of her. Who knows how much longer it will take? Upon hearing this, a man's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She is a woman, isn't she? Indeed. With Chen Changsheng's affirmative response, a man fell silent. After a long pause, her lips trembled as she forced a bittersweet smile, saying, The woman for whom Big Brother Changsheng has been searching for so long must surely be someone very dear to you. Ha ha ha. Observing her tear-filled eyes, Chen Changsheng affectionately ruffled the man's hair. You silly girl, so young yet preoccupied with such thoughts. Who says that searching for a woman necessarily means one harbors feelings for her? At his words, a flicker of confusion crossed a man's eyes. If it were not for a love so profound and unforgettable, what could possibly sustain you, Brother Changsheng, in your long search? Indeed, love brings happiness, yet the driving force to persevere extends beyond mere affection. The person I seek was entrusted to me by an old acquaintance on their deathbed. Thus, I must ascertain her safety. Even if she has already departed from this world, I am determined to bring her remains back for a proper burial. This is a promise, a cherished remembrance of the past. Upon hearing this response, Amon wiped away the tears welling in her eyes and inquired, Brother Changsheng, could you share the story of you with me? Certainly. Chen Changsheng replied with a faint smile, and then recounted the tale of a once ordinary time. A gentle breeze swept by. The bright moon remained steadfast. Amon, biting her lip and gazing fiercely at Chen Changsheng, exclaimed, She loved you. Indeed, he acknowledged. Yet you rejected her. That is correct. I am aware of everything, including Nianqing's feelings for me. Upon hearing this, Amon stood up in excitement. And what about me? Will you reject me as you did her? Observing the redness in Amon's eyes, Chen Changsheng calmly replied, Yes. Why? Amon Breset, you are not fixated on cultivation. You follow your heart in all endeavors. If that is the case, why do you continue to refuse me time and again? If you intended to refuse from the outset, why treat those around you with such kindness? Why not harden your heart from the beginning? At this question, Chen Changsheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked up at the bright moon over Tianshan and mused. People do not see the moon of ancient times. The moon of today once shone upon those in the past. There is a saying, one only learns to cherish something after losing it. If you knew in advance that something was destined to be lost, would you refrain from cherishing it? You are being evasive. How can one possibly know what the future holds? On what basis do you assume you will certainly lose it? Why not? Such foresight is within your grasp. For instance, your kin of the witch clan will gradually perish. This is an unalterable truth, a future already foretold. At this revelation, Amon was momentarily taken aback. Though Chen Changsheng did not state it outright, Amon deciphered the implication from his words. Trembling, she asked, Brother Changsheng, can you truly see everyone's future? Yes, he confirmed. With this affirmation, Amon slowly raised her right hand, gently caressing Chen Changsheng's face. Gazing at his youthful and handsome countenance, Amon spoke with heartfelt sorrow. After all this time, your heart must bear great pain. Pain becomes habitual, which is why I find solace in gathering the remains of the deceased. By doing so, I can enshrine their memories within my heart, allowing me to lay them to rest in my soul. Amon remained silent, absorbing Chen Changsheng's words. To hold your hand and grow old together, this is the greatest blessing for lovers. However, if this blessing were bestowed upon Brother Changsheng, it would transform into the most malevolent curse in existence. To witness the one cherished in one's heart gradually wither away, inch by inch, until they become naught but a handful of dust. Could there be a more brutal curse than this? In the realm of the thunder beasts, a formidable rumble echoed. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck fiercely upon a metallic mountain range, and a colossal figure soared forth from the peaks. Who dares? Who has slain my offspring? A gigantic thunder beast hovered in the air, its scales distinct from those of its kin, shimmering with a faint violet hue. An unfathomable fury surged within its heart, for it had just sensed the demise of its progeny. At that moment, other thunder beasts emerged from the mountains. Glancing at its kin, the violet-scaled beast bellowed, "My son, Leishan, the pride of the Thunder Clan, has fallen. Whosoever is responsible for this treachery shall pay with their blood." With that proclamation, a cacophony of powerful roars ascended into the heavens. It was evident that the Thunder Clan intended to unleash their full might. Chapter 57. Chen Changsheng. So it turns out I am this powerful. Instantly defeating the thunder beast, suddenly, two colossal figures materialized above the Shueyue cave. Upon sensing the demise of their kin, the two thunder beasts let out a deafening roar to the heavens. "Do not be hasty in your cries. Soon, you shall meet the same fate," Chen Changsheng declared, standing atop the mountain peak, his golden-scaled armor glimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Observing the scales of their fallen brethren adorning the enemy's armor, one of the thunder beasts seethed with rage. "Human race, you possess great audacity to so brazenly offend the Thunder Clan. We shall demand 100,000 drops of your blood to cleanse this humiliation." In response, Chen Changsheng smiled. 100,000 drops of blood? Do you truly possess such capability? He mused. One beast is insufficient. 2 of you are even better. Impudent, the thunder beast bellowed, unleashing a bolt of lightning the thickness of a water barrel straight at Chen Changsheng. Boom! The tremendous force propelled Chen Changsheng backward over 100 feet. Yet the formidable lightning failed to inflict any harm upon him. Observing the crackling energy enveloping his armor, Chen Changsheng expressed his astonishment. "I never expected your scales, in addition to their hardness, could also repel lightning. What a delightful surprise." With that, Chen Changsheng summoned a beam of golden light with his left hand and swung his right hand with all his might. Swish! The golden light pierced through the body of one thunder beast, while the sword chi from his right hand severed the claw of the other. In an instant, one thunder beast lay dead, while the other was grievously wounded. This turn of events left not only the thunder beasts in shock, but even Chen Changsheng himself was taken aback. It is worth noting that his current strength was merely at the initial stage of the divine transformation. Such effortless slaughter of foes within the same realm is a privilege reserved for prodigies of extraordinary talent. Retrieving the golden light, Chen Changsheng gazed at his hands and marveled. After hundreds of years without a fight, I had no idea I was this formidable. No sooner had he spoken than did he commence the pursuit of the injured thunder beast, while the leading thunder beast, in its desperation, exerted every ounce of strength to flee. This was truly terrifying. Chen Changsheng's might had instilled a profound fear within the thunder beast, robbing it of the courage to confront him. The scales of pride from the Thunder Clan seemed as fragile as paper before the golden light. Beyond the golden light, the broken sword in this human's grasp exuded an aura of unparalleled dread. What right did a mere human at the divine transformation stage have to wield such a divine weapon? What do you think you are running? Chen Changsheng, enveloped in golden light, soared from the ground and blocked the thunder beast's escape. "Spare me, or I shall detonate myself." Swish! The golden light effortlessly disregarded all defenses of the thunder beast, slicing through its heart as if it were mere tofu. Gazing at the slender wound upon its body, the thunder beast was filled with confusion, gradually descending from the sky. It simply could not comprehend what weapon this human wielded that could so easily bypass all its defenses. Moreover, how is it that he can always discern his own vulnerabilities, with a myriad of uncertainties swirling in his mind? The thunder beast in the stage of transformation gradually closed its eyes. Having successfully vanquished the 2 vanguards that had ventured forth, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. This seems illogical. According to records, The Thunder Beast belongs to an ancient bloodline of the Beast clan, renowned for its formidable strength. How could it be so easily defeated? Murmuring softly to himself, Chen Changsheng glanced at the two weapons in his possession. These weapons consisted of the true martial sword, devoid of a blade tip, and the golden page inscribed with the profound techniques of the 8-9 mysteries. After pondering for a moment, Chen Changsheng shook his head and remarked, "It should have nothing to do with the weapons. It is likely that these creatures are simply too weak. No matter how feeble the Thunder Beast may be, it should not falter against the mere remnants I salvaged from the ancient Forbidden Lands." Having said this, Chen Changsheng proceeded to carry away the carcasses of the two Thunder Beasts. However, if his words were to reach the ears of the deceased Emperor Zhua, who lies entombed in the ancient Forbidden Land, he would surely spring from his coffin and deliver two resounding slaps to Chen Changsheng's face. Then, seizing him by the collar, he would vehemently interrogate, "Trash! How dare you declare these items as worthless? The true martial sword is the weapon of a 7th-tier expert, and the golden page you hold is one I have regarded as a protective talisman. To be considered a trump card by me, a 7th-tier expert, and yet you dare to dismiss them as rubbish?" Although the true martial sword was severed by an entity from the ancient Forbidden Land with a mere strand of hair, and the golden page was carelessly discarded by such an existence, how many can claim to have encountered an ancient Forbidden Land? The Thunder Beast race is scarcely worthy of serving as its gatekeeper. The Thunder Clan. Crack! Two scales shattered, and the clan leader of the Thunder Clan gazed at the fragments, his brow instantly furrowing in distress. Two transformation stage powerhouses had perished in such a brief span. What kind of formidable adversary had the Thunder Mountain provoked? Contemplating this, he promptly commanded, "Relay my orders. Advance at full speed." Upon his words, thousands of Thunder Beasts commenced their rapid flight. Casting his gaze towards the horizon, the leader of the Thunder Clan murmured, "Whoever you may be, I, Lei Yun, shall ensure your demise to avenge my son." With this declaration, Lei Yun's pace quickened by a third. The exodus of the Thunder Clan inevitably stirred the other races across the Mount of 10,000 Beasts. Upon learning that the young clan leader of the Thunder Clan had been slain, many races were first taken aback, then settled into a posture of spectatorship. To dare provoke the Thunder Clan signifies that their opponent is undoubtedly formidable. When two tigers contend, one must surely be injured. Such an opportunity for entertainment is rare indeed. A gust of wind swept through, snapping countless branches of trees, and in their fervent haste, the Thunder Clan swiftly arrived at the site of the Thunder Mountain's downfall. Centered around the Watermoon Cave, the surrounding 500 miles lay in an eerie silence. Faced with this peculiar scene, the ferocious beasts 500 miles away began to engage in discourse. This situation appears rather amiss. Does anyone know which race occupies the territory ahead? Upon hearing this query, the numerous ferocious beasts immediately began to deliberate. Just then, a spider with a visage akin to a small mountain spoke up. "It seems that the territory ahead belongs to the Witch Clan." "The Witch Clan? Have they lost their minds, daring to provoke that madman Lei Yin? Moreover, given the Witch Clan's capabilities, they lack the strength to vanquish Lei Shan. Whether it was indeed the Witch Clan's doing will soon be revealed. Yet I suspect that a powerful force is manipulating events from behind the scenes. Alone, the Witch Clan undoubtedly lacks the ability to accomplish such a feat while the ferocious beasts engaged in fervent discussions. Lei Yin finally located his son. Regrettably, the once vibrant Thunder Beast had been reduced to a mere pristine skull. Even more audaciously, beside Lei Shan's skull, an inscription read, "I took the skeleton to make broth, leaving just the skull for you. Furthermore, do refrain from advancing, as there are far too many to consume." Chapter 58. The Void Refining Expert Lei Yun and the Celestial Absolute Doom Formation. A thunderous roar echoed as the skies were engulfed in a tempest of lightning, enveloping a radius of 1,000 miles. Even the ferocious beasts, 500 miles away, found themselves caught in the collateral damage. Anger. At this moment, Lei Yin was consumed by this singular emotion. Since the inception of the Lei clan, no creature had ever dared to regard the Thunder Beasts as mere prey. Yet now, some beings treated them as livestock to be slaughtered at will, which was not only a personal affront, but also a grave insult to the entire Lei clan. What the hell? Has that Lei Yun gone mad? Does he truly believe the Lei clan is invincible? The beasts, shrouded in thunder, began to retreat, grumbling and cursing under their breath. After all, being struck by lightning without provocation is intolerable for anyone. The boundless sea of thunder raged for a full quarter of an hour. After that time, the landscape within 1,000 miles was reduced to scorched earth. Come out! Lei Yun bellowed, causing the very ground to tremble. Although he had utilized his divine powers, and yet found no trace of the beings that had dared to provoke the Lei clan, Lei Yun was certain that the enemy still lingered nearby. Why panic? Here I am, a voice responded. Almost immediately, figures began to emerge from the underground passages. Over 30,000 members of the Wu clan, encircling the Lei clan from all directions. Glaring down at the diminutive figures below, Lei Yun shouted, "Tell those behind you to show themselves. You pitiful two-legged sheep are not worthy of slaying my son." Ha ha ha! How naive! The thunder beasts are not invincible. Why should we not kill it? One of the assailants retorted. With your cultivation level, you should be able to sense the aura of your son upon us. You guessed correctly. Your son has already been consumed by us. Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Lei Yun's gaze turned frigid. You boast with such sharp words. I hope you can maintain that bravado when I employ the soul-searching technique. Indeed, Lei Yun had never believed that this individual before him had slain Lei Shan. This human cultivator was merely at the initial stage of the transformation god realm, while Lei Shan had already reached the mid-stage of transformation god. Even a late-stage cultivator would find it challenging to defeat him. Thus, the true culprit must be someone else. Seeing Lei Yun's disbelief in his culpability, Chen Changsheng shook his head helplessly. While innate divine abilities are indeed impressive, they are not omnipotent. There's a reason humanity stands resilient on this land. Allow me to demonstrate the innate divine abilities of mankind today. With that, Chen Changsheng smacked the ground with his right hand, causing the terrain within 1,000 miles to shift dramatically. Suddenly, the sky was enveloped in an overwhelming darkness. The formation began to activate slowly, and a sense of unease crept into Lei Yun's heart. Yet when he attempted to summon the thunder to break the formation, he found himself unable to resonate with the will of the heavens. Noticing this, Chen Changsheng grinned. What's the matter? Have you realized you cannot harness the forces of heaven and earth? Allow me to introduce this formation. It is called the Celestial Absolute Doom Formation. It severs the heavens, the earth, and indeed, life itself. Upon hearing this, Lei Yun cast a glance at Chen Changsheng and remarked nonchalantly, "The formation is commendable, yet regrettably, you lack the fate to fully activate it." Boom! Before his words could settle, Chen Changsheng was propelled forcefully into the air, crashing through 3 towering peaks. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he emerged from the rubble. Meanwhile, Lei Yun had already materialized at Chen Changsheng's former position. Earlier, Lei Yun had utilized his formidable physical strength to strike Chen Changsheng with the sharp horn atop his head. Had Chen Changsheng not sensed the impending danger and defended himself with a golden page, he would have been reduced to mere flesh. Observing that the human before him still drew breath, Lei Yun expressed mild astonishment. "To withstand my strike, you are indeed impressive. Now I am convinced that it was you who slew Lei Shan." Spitting out blood and discarding the shattered scales from his body, Chen Changsheng responded, "Your cultivation must have reached the 6th realm. My lineage's teachings are somewhat unorthodox, and I am not well versed in the nomenclature of the 6th realm. Could you enlighten me?" Lien Su came to reply. Chen Changsheng nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. By the way, do you intend to face me one by one, or shall you all come at once? I shall not allow you to perish too easily. All who are present shall survive, yet your wails will echo through the heavens and the earth." "Understood. Let's begin." Chen Changsheng bellowed, and the 500 members of the Wu clan formed a battle array, commencing their slaughter of the weaker thunder beasts. The martial formations of the Xuanwu kingdom are renowned across the realm, and Chen Changsheng, well acquainted with the tomes of the Xuanwu pavilion, understood their intricacies. A decade of preparation had culminated in this day. In an instant, the battlefield resonated with the sounds of combat, and witnessing his kin suffer casualties, Lei Yun was taken aback. It is known that within the Grand Formation, the Lei clan could not harness the forces of heaven and earth, yet they still possessed boundless, thunderous power. However, the human warriors below seemed able to disregard this thunderous might. Moreover, each of their strikes found the Lei clan's fatal vulnerabilities with uncanny precision. Just as Lei Yun's focus wavered, Chen Changsheng's voice rang out from the side. Law of heaven and earth. Chen Changsheng's body began to swell at an astonishing rate, ultimately matching Lei Yun's stature. Indeed, Chen Changsheng had unleashed his ultimate trump card, the divine power of the 8-9 profound art, the law of heaven and earth. This unparalleled divine technique, as recorded in the 8-9 profound art, embodies the essence of emulating the heavens and the earth. Although he found himself ensnared within the deadly formation, Chen Changsheng, as the orchestrator of the array, could harness its formidable influence. The dark energy of the deadly formation surged into his colossal form, tinting his transformed silhouette with black hues. His strength soared to the pinnacle of the divine transformation stage. Prepare to meet your end, Chen Changsheng roared, subsequently unleashing the nameless fist technique of the 100 defeats immortal sovereign upon Lei Yun. Witnessing the human's array of formidable techniques, Lei Yun was compelled to take him seriously. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembles as the clash between Thundercloud and Chen Changsheng shatters countless mountains and rivers. The battle of these colossal beings astonishes the ferocious beasts watching from 1,000 miles away, for they never anticipated that the human race within the 10,000 great mountains possessed such formidable strength. Ever since mastering the nameless boxing technique of the immortal of 100 defeats, Chen Changsheng has practiced his punches daily, undeterred by rain or shine. After a century of relentless training, his boxing skills have reached an extraordinary level, and the technique of the immortal of 100 defeats only grows more potent with each encounter. Initially overwhelmed, Chen gradually transformed his position, eventually achieving the ability to defend himself against Thundercloud's might. As time progressed, the heaven and earth desolation formation began to converge. At the moment the formation closed in, Chen Changsheng swiftly drew forth a massive bone and struck it against Thundercloud's head. The resounding clang of metal halted all the thunderous beasts momentarily, leaving Chen's face adorned with confusion. Why didn't it evade? It clearly had the opportunity. Nevertheless, he resolved to deliver several more blows regardless. Chapter 59. The gluttonous bone. Chen Changsheng inquired, "What flavor do you wish to be made into?" Clang. Taking advantage of Lei Yun's momentary bewilderment, Chen Changsheng struck Lei Yun's head several times in quick succession. Crack! One of the sharp horns atop Lei Yun's head was brutally broken off by Chen Changsheng, causing a surge of intense pain that jolted Lei Yun back to his senses. However, instead of continuing his attack, Lei Yun quickly distanced himself from Chen Changsheng. "This is the gluttonous bone. Where did you acquire it?" Upon hearing Lei Yun's words, Chen Changsheng curiously glanced at the large bone in his grasp. He had unearthed this bone from the depths of the ancient Forbidden Lands. Had it not been for its impressive hardness, he would have discarded it long ago. Now, with Lei Yun's comment, Chen Changsheng began to understand why all the Thunder Beasts paused momentarily upon his revealing of the bone. It was due to bloodline suppression. Realizing the reason behind this phenomenon, Chen Changsheng wasted no time, dispelled his celestial transformation, and began to flee. Lei Yun exclaimed, "Wait, why are you running? You possess a divine weapon. How can you flee?" After voicing his frustration at Chen Changsheng's hasty retreat, Lei Yun commenced a vigorous pursuit. Simultaneously, the 8 or so Thunder Beasts who had remained on the sidelines now joined in the chase. The Thunder Clan had emerged not only to seek vengeance, but also to hone the skills of their younger generation. This was why the formidable transformation experts within the clan had refrained from intervening thus far. However, the situation had changed. With Chen Changsheng wielding a coveted treasure that the Beast Clan yearned for, the Thunder Clan's elite would no longer remain passive. Indeed, the gluttonous bone exerted bloodline suppression over beastkind, yet the Thunder Clan was exceedingly powerful. Not to mention Lei Yun, a formidable figure in the Void Refinement realm. There were at least 7 or 8 transformation experts at the perfected stage, including those in the early and mid stages of transformation. The number of strong opponents had swelled to a staggering 28. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Even a single strike from one of these beasts would reduce Chen Changsheng to mere pulp. Thus, the initially fatal encounter transformed into a relentless pursuit. Although Chen Changsheng's strength did not surpass that of Lei Shan, his evasion techniques were equally formidable. It was well known that among the myriad of martial arts, Chen Changsheng held a particular affinity for evasion methods. Now armed with the profound techniques of the 8 or 9 mystical arts, he moved with such agility that over 20 powerful adversaries could not capture a single early-stage transformation expert. After a brief respite, Lei Yun halted, and Chen Changsheng too came to a stop at a distance. "Human, you have now reached the end of your rope. Surrender the gluttonous bone, and I shall spare your life." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng glanced down at the battlefield. The Witch Clan fought fiercely, but remained inferior in strength to the Thunder Clan. Their army of over 30,000 had suffered significant losses, with half already fallen. Although they had managed to slay a few Thunder Beasts of the nascent Soul Realm, this was merely a scratch on the surface for the Thunder Clan. Who lives and who dies remains to be seen. You cannot breach my great formation. Observing Chen Changsheng's obstinacy, Lei Yun scoffed, "I do not dispute the formidable power of your killing formation. However, it is regrettable that you have entered the array yourself. Enclosed within it, you are utterly powerless to manipulate the formation while we pursue and besiege you. The array's autonomous operation cannot contend with us for the time being. During this interval, I could annihilate every last one of your kind, including you." Each of Lei Yun's words struck at Chen Changsheng's vulnerabilities. The array of absolute destruction indeed possessed great strength, yet Chen Changsheng lacked sufficient materials and had yet to fully master its complexities. Thus, confining the entire Lei clan was already a considerable challenge, let alone exterminating them entirely, a mere fantasy. With a grave expression, Chen Changsheng spoke. "If I surrender the Taotai bone to you, will you genuinely spare us?" Upon hearing this, Lei Yun's heart surged with delight, though he maintained a facade of indifference. "I never offer guarantees. However, if you do not hand over the Taotai bone, I shall slay them immediately." As he spoke, a colossal thunderball coalesced within the formation. Although the array of absolute destruction severed the connection between the Thunder Beasts and the Heavenly Tao, Lei Shan's cultivation remained intact. With his prowess at the void refinement stage, he could easily obliterate Chen Changsheng and his companions multiple times over. "Wait!" As Lei Shan prepared to strike, Chen Changsheng was overtaken by urgency. "If I give you the Taotai bone, will you truly let us go?" Hearing Chen Changsheng's plea, Arlet, who was embroiled in the brutal conflict below, shouted, "Sir, do not believe him." Bang! Before Arlet could finish, he was sent flying by a Thunder Beast at the Divine Transformation stage. The human's evasion techniques were exceptionally adept, should he choose to flee with determination. The Lei clan might not capture him. Thus, to obtain the Taotai bone, they needed him to surrender it willingly. "I shall reiterate, I do not provide any assurances. You may withhold it, but I will eradicate them all." Confronted by Lei Yun's ultimatum, Chen Changsheng's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet his feet inexorably advanced toward Lei Yun. Witnessing Chen Changsheng's capitulation, both the Lei clan and the Wu clan ceased their slaughter. Each step Chen Changsheng took was fraught with difficulty, and with every stride, Lei Shan's heart raced with anticipation. The Taotai bone, an artifact of legendary status. Now, it lay within his grasp without any effort. Truly, it was a divine blessing for the Lei clan. The distance of 200 zhong took Chen Changsheng an entire T's duration to traverse. Just as he was 100 steps away from Lei Shan, he suddenly looked up and inquired, "May I pose a question?" Upon answering, "I shall hand over the Taotai bone." "Speak." Lei Shan uttered tersely, his patience waning. "What flavor would you prefer to be transformed into?" Lei Shan. Chen Changsheng's question left Lei Shan bewildered, yet an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The Thunder Beasts suspended in the air began to plummet uncontrollably. The golden elixir and the primordial infant. Even the formidable beings of the divine transformation realm are not exempt. Observing this predicament, coupled with the cunning smile adorning Chen Changsheng's face, Lei Shan was suddenly beset by a foreboding feeling. "I shall slay you," he bellowed. Boom! A formidable bolt of thunder surged toward Chen Changsheng, yet regrettably, its aim was far from precise. It merely grazed past Chen Changsheng's form. Swish! Noticing that Lei Shan was beginning to spiral out of control, Chen Changsheng promptly hurled a dark, ominous object at him. Faced with such a bizarre scenario, Lei Shan dared not confront it head-on and instead evaded with all his might. Bang! When the concealed weapon detonated near Lei Shan, the explosion was not particularly potent, but the resulting dust enveloped him entirely. Whoosh! Lei Shan expelled a fierce gust of wind, dispersing the dust, yet his body grew increasingly uncontrollable. Chapter 60. The Relentless Thunder Mountain and the Bloodbath Triggered by Two Droplets of Saliva Boom. The colossal form of Thunder Mountain plummeted to the ground. What have you done? Thunder Mountain demanded of Chen Changsheng, its eyes brimming with terror. Is there any need to ask what I have done? Of course, I intend to annihilate your entire clan. Chen Changsheng replied with a smile, approaching him and forcefully administering a vial of elixir into Thunder Mountain's mouth. Once he confirmed that Thunder Mountain had ingested the specially formulated anesthetic he had concocted, Chen Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, among the entire Thunder Clan, you are the one I fear the most. Though this medicine is remarkably effective against thunder beasts, your cultivation level is exceedingly high. Should the drug fail, I fear that everyone here, aside from myself, would meet their demise. However, it seems my concerns were unwarranted. Even a thunder beast of the refining void realm cannot withstand the inherent flaws of its bloodline. Listening to Chen Changsheng, Thunder Mountain exclaimed in excitement. What did you poison me? How did I not notice? Moreover, our Thunder Clan is immune to all toxins. If there were a poison potent enough to affect us, why have they remained unharmed? I refuse to believe that the physique of the human race can surpass that of the Thunder Clan. Noticing Thunder Mountain's stubbornness regarding its bloodline, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied, Indeed, the bloodline of the Thunder Beasts is formidable. But have you truly comprehended the nature of your own lineage? The principle of mutual existence and restraint is one you surely understand. The heavens crafted your powerful race, yet they must have also left you with certain deficiencies. The substance I utilized is not a poison, but a specifically designed anesthetic for your Thunder Clan. Once exposed to this drug, you will become utterly powerless and defenseless. You are deceiving me, Thunder Mountain bellowed, its thunderous voice startling Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng, annoyed, smacked Thunder Mountain's body and retorted, Are you ever not a nuisance? Can't you see I'm trying to find your weak point? You startle me with that outburst. After approaching Thunder Mountain, Chen Changsheng resumed counting the scales. Witnessing Chen Changsheng engage with him, Thunder Mountain's agitation only intensified, for it could not accept that a situation it believed to be a sure victory had turned into this. When did you poison me? With my cultivation? It is impossible that I did not perceive it, Thunder Mountain pressed, confusion evident in its voice. Focusing on the scales, Chen Changsheng replied, When you first arrived, did you not notice that we emerged from the underground passage? I did not directly administer the drug to you. Rather, I mixed it into the soil within a 500-li radius. Additionally, I set up numerous large iron cauldrons beneath the passage. As the flames roared, the medicinal liquid would seep through the soil, allowing me to administer the drug silently. With a swift motion, he peeled off a scale the size of a basin. As this unique scale was removed, every tightly closed scale on Thunder Mountain's body began to reveal gaps. Soon after, the sound of flesh being sliced echoed continuously. Chen Changsheng emerged from the depths of Thunder Mountain, drenched in blood, clutching a thunderous dam the size of a human head. Having extracted the source of Thunder Mountain's power, he severed its meridians completely. With the mountain incapacitated, Chen Changsheng exhaled deeply and leaned against the colossal head of Thunder Mountain. Ah, what a tough brute you are. The thunderous dam is the lifeblood of your thunder beasts. Such agony stems from the depths of the soul, and no medicinal power can dull it. When I vivisected your son, his wails echoed through the heavens. Remarkably, you managed to remain silent. Observing Chen Changsheng's nonchalant demeanor, Thunder Mountain's eyes reddened. You had long set this trap. The killing formation here was merely a tool to draw attention. Indeed, the Heavenly Death formation was but an auxiliary instrument. The Thunder Clan was numerous, and the escape of even a single perfected divine transformation expert would spell disaster for me. Thus, despite knowing your thunder beast's fatal weaknesses, I dared not act recklessly. This heavenly death formation serves merely as a facade. I aim to envelop this territory to prevent the dispersal of medicinal efficacy. What follows is a strategy of prolonged delay. For a powerful clan like yours, facing us mere minnows, you would undoubtedly adopt a cat-and-mouse approach, savoring the game. It appears that every step I took was executed flawlessly. Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, Thunder Mountain felt a surge of despair. Alas, with the thunderous Dan taken from him, self-detonation was no longer an option. Rising to stretch, Chen Changsheng swallowed a healing pill. Now, you may watch slowly as I take my time with this. I intend for you to witness your kin perish in anguish. Watching Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, Thunder Mountain roared, I will not let you escape, even if I must perish. I shall return for vengeance. A noble thought. Yet reality is cruel. You shall never have the chance for revenge. Your scales will be fashioned into armor, your flesh consumed, and your blood refined into elixirs. Even your bones will be crafted into weapons. Once all is complete, I shall recite sutras to pacify your resentful spirits, ensuring nothing goes awry. However, I am not entirely heartless. I will select a burial site for you, ensuring you rest in peace. But it will merely be a symbolic grave, for I will have fully utilized your corporeal forms. Pausing, Chen Changsheng revealed a radiant smile. After all this time, I nearly forgot to tell you why I killed your son. When we first met, he spat on me twice. Thus, the downfall of the Thunder Clan can be attributed to those two spits. With that, Chen Changsheng leisurely walked away. At that moment, Thunder Mountain's resentment and bitterness had reached an unbearable intensity. It was an absurdity that such a formidable clan could be annihilated by a mere swarm of ants. It is important to note that within the Witch clan, apart from Chen Changsheng, who possesses the most formidable cultivation, only Ali stands as a rival. Yet, even Ali's prowess barely grazes the threshold of the nascent soul realm. The clan's formidable warriors have yet to make their move, and countless powerful magical artifacts remain unutilized. Under such absurd circumstances of potential annihilation, how could the Lei clan possibly acquiesce? As time elapsed, the ferocious beasts gathered outside. The heavenly death formation began to grow increasingly impatient. What is the Lei clan up to? Is it truly necessary to squander so much time merely to slay a few two-legged sheep? A massive python coiled around a mountain peak hissed in response. Why the alarm? It is entirely possible that the Witch clan harbors formidable beings as well. Oh, please, am I not familiar with the Witch clan? They dabble in the art of goo worms, which may pose a threat to other life forms. Yet the Lei Beast clan is inherently resistant to such creatures. Just as this conversation unfolded, the long-closed heavenly death formation slowly began to open, revealing a scene that would be etched in the memories of the beasts for eternity. Chapter 61. The Taboo of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In a fleeting moment, a mountain of corpses lay before me, the ground soaked in crimson. Atop this grim pile rested the formidable Lei Shan, a paragon among the Beast clan. A diminutive figure stood upon his lifeless form, clad in a once pure white robe now stained with red, exuding an aura of simplicity and yet commanding unyielding fear. The powerful beasts, despite their might, averted their gazes from his eyes, for the saying that one individual could obliterate an entire clan had metamorphosed into a stark reality. No one comprehended how this human had achieved such an extraordinary feat, although the battle had also involved the Witch clan. Yet to the Lei clan, the witches were scarcely more substantial than air. Thus, it was solely this human who had wrought their annihilation. As if sensing the scrutiny of the ferocious beasts, Chen Changsheng instinctively turned his gaze. The moment they met his eyes, the beasts recoiled in terror and fled. With the Lei clan, one of the mightiest tribes, vanquished by this singular human, the remaining beasts lacked the courage to confront the intensity of Chen Changsheng's gaze. The clash between the Witch clan and the Lei clan had drawn to a close. The remnants of the Lei beasts, left in their lair, were systematically eradicated by Chen Changsheng and his companion, Ali. Henceforth, the name of the Witch clan echoed throughout the 10,000 Great Mountains. Within a radius of 3,000 miles from their territory, no beast of the nascent soul realm dared to tread. gripped by fear of that enigmatic entity known as the Undertaker. After the conclusion of the battle, some audacious beasts ventured to inspect the aftermath. The lay beasts had long been cleared away, leaving only a towering stone mound. Upon this mound, a poem and a proclamation were inscribed with a sharp blade. The words declared, 3,821 lives of the Lay clan lie interred here. The Undertaker stands. Beside this inscription was etched a verse. With head held high, I scale the southern dipper, turning to behold the northern star. Gazing beyond the heavens, I ponder. None compare to this solitary being. It was from this moment that the name Undertaker became a taboo within the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the Water Moon Cave, following the destruction of the Lay clan, Chen Changsheng began to delve into the mysteries of the ancient bronze palace usurped by Lay Shan. The critical information inscribed upon the palace had also been expunged, yet intriguingly, the entity responsible for this erasure had left behind some vestiges within the bronze edifice. Upon the solid bronze walls lay an imprint of a hand, accompanied by 2 lines of small text, eliminating a great menace for the world's rejoicing. A serendipitous find, left here as a gift for the fated. After absorbing the information etched upon the wall, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to a nearby stone lump. This peculiar object appeared to be a remnant of the mysterious existence. After meticulous examination, he ultimately identified it as an egg. Regrettably, this egg was devoid of life. It seemed that Lay Shan's intent in seizing the Water Moon Cave was to harness the spiritual spring within to revive this lifeless egg. For the spring was renowned for its remarkable efficacy in nurturing various spiritual beasts and insects. It was precisely due to the dominance of the Lay clan over the Water Moon Cave that the Witch clan gradually weakened. Just as Chen Changsheng was contemplating the unfolding of this entire situation, the leader of the Gully clan entered. Divine Envoy, the resources of the Lay clan have been meticulously accounted for. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to the Gully clan leader, who was bowing his head, and said, I shall take half of the Lay clan's resources, while the remaining half will be reserved for you. Within a century, the ferocious beasts of the 10,000 mountains should not dare to disturb you. Thus, you must seize this opportunity to develop swiftly. Furthermore, your current standing is a result of my assistance, so you owe me a favor, one that must be repaid regardless of the passage of time. Should you fail to do so, I will reclaim what I have given. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Gully immediately replied, Rest assured, Divine Envoy, even if 10,000 years pass, the Witch clan will never forget your grace. However, he requested, please leave us a token to facilitate recognition in the future. Contemplating Gully's request, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment before handing over the latter half of the golden page of the 9-8 mystical arts. The profundities of the 9-8 mystical arts are boundless. Without the first half, cultivation is utterly impossible. Using this as a token is indeed most fitting. The other half of the golden page represents me. When the other half appears one day, it will signify that the favor is due for repayment. The restoration of the 3-color teleportation array would require some time, during which I shall not make an appearance in the Witch clan. Moreover, after I depart, I do not wish for my name to be passed down. Do you understand? Gully comprehended. With that, he promptly turned and left the Water Moon Cave. Watching Gully's retreating figure, Chen Changsheng smacked his lips and resumed his study of the lifeless egg. The reasons for remaining in the 10,000 mountains were twofold. Firstly, the 3-color teleportation array was not yet reparable. Secondly, Chen Changsheng intended to attempt reviving the egg. Though the spiritual spring of the Water Moon Cave could not bring the egg back to life, the addition of the celestial repair ointment might yield different results. Despite the dangers surrounding the 10,000 mountains, the resources were exceedingly abundant. Having vanquished the Lay clan and instilled fear in many ferocious beasts, Chen Changsheng naturally sought to thoroughly scavenge the area. After all, elixirs for alchemy were not easily found outside. Thus, Chen Changsheng secluded himself within the Water Moon Cave. Originally, he had anticipated staying no longer than 3 or 2 years, yet unexpectedly, this delay extended to a full decade. The complexity of the 3-color teleportation array far exceeded Chen Changsheng's expectations. Even with the Lay clan's substantial resources backing him, he squandered countless top-tier array materials. Additionally, progress on the celestial repair ointment had stagnated at a particular stage, as Chen Changsheng could not decipher certain texts within the recipe. Attempts to substitute with other herbs had all ended in failure. Throughout these 10 years, apart from Ali and A-Man, no one from the Witch clan was able to see Chen Changsheng. With the decree of the Gully clan leader, Chen Changsheng's name has gradually faded within the Wu tribe. Elder Brother Changsheng, the three-color teleportation array has been repaired. A man joyfully rushed to congratulate Chen Changsheng. Upon hearing this news, Chen Changsheng, who was in the midst of alchemy, lifted his head. It is finally restored. It seems it is time for me to depart. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng began to gather his belongings. However, just as he intended to leave, a man spread her arms to block his path. Elder Brother Changsheng, I wish to accompany you. Looking at a man before him, Chen Changsheng replied, A man, you know me well. You are aware of my choices. Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, a man beamed with a radiant smile. Elder Brother Changsheng, I know you would not linger for anyone, and I feel the same. You tread a long and endless road, but that should not compel you to refuse those who wish to walk alongside you. A man desires to journey with you, even if this path is but a fleeting moment in your life. Faced with a man's earnest request, Chen Changsheng fell into silence. After a long pause, a smile crept across his face. Very well. Chapter 62. The Grand Simulation Art. The journey to find someone comes to an end, Ali. You've crowded too close to Brother Changsheng. Could you please shift over a bit? Ali was being pushed by a hand, his face nearly pressed against the coffin. Ali replied, This is excessive, truly excessive. This stone coffin is spacious enough to accommodate 3 individuals. You need not act as if it's a bridal chamber. Indeed, upon learning that Chen Changsheng intended to depart, Ali had requested to accompany him out of the vast mountains. The rationale was simple. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. Although Chen Changsheng had not formally accepted Ali as his disciple, he regarded him as a half-disciple in a way. Naturally, he could not refuse this modest request. The aforementioned situation then unfolded. Although the coffin of the 100 Defeats immortal sovereign was indeed spacious, it still felt somewhat cramped with 3 individuals lying within. Chen Changsheng occupied the center, flanked by Ali and Aman on either side. Aman, dissatisfied with Ali's size encroaching upon Chen Changsheng, caused Ali's face to press against the coffin wall. Time passed, though it felt interminable, until the commotion outside finally subsided. Frustrated, Ali lifted the coffin lid. Sir, could there not be a different method? What respectable person sleeps in a coffin daily? Ignoring Ali's complaints, Chen Changsheng rose to survey his surroundings. The ancient bronze palace was in a state of disrepair, much of its structure having vanished. After confirming there was no immediate danger, Chen Changsheng and the others emerged from the coffin. Gazing at the world outside, Ali's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sir, where are we? Faced with Ali's incessant questions, Chen Changsheng shot him a sidelong glance and replied, Do you think I am a deity, answering every query? Let us observe first. With that, he stepped out of the ancient bronze palace to examine the environment. After a thorough observation, apart from a nearly withered old tree, they found only dense wood surrounding them. Noticing this, Ali scratched his head and suggested, Shall we teleport again? This place likely does not harbor the person you seek. I possess considerable experience in repairing the tricolor teleportation array. I assure you it will be operational within 3 to 5 years. Hearing Ali's words, Chen Changsheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the withered tree outside the ancient bronze palace. Gently tracing the bark with his fingers, he began to recite a nursery rhyme. The malin blooms 21, 28256, 28257. As he recited the numbers of the rhyme, his fingers moved rhythmically across the withered tree. Upon finishing the final word of the rhyme, a formation suddenly materialized upon the tree. With a clap, an object fell into Chen Changsheng's hand. Observing the wooden tiger sculpture he held, a subtle smile graced his lips. After a few breaths, Chen Changsheng declared, I have found it. Now we must attend to our own matters. At this pronouncement, Ali's face was filled with questions. What have you found? Indeed, it is the person I have long sought. With that, Chen Changsheng raised the wooden carving in his hand. This wooden sculpture is the individual you seek? Indeed, this carving was a gift to a departed friend, and her decision to leave it behind signifies that she still thrives, living well. With the knowledge of her fate, my purpose is thus fulfilled. Chen Changsheng's words left Ollie perplexed, yet Amon grasped the underlying meaning. In her quest to remain close to her beloved Changsheng, Nianqing relentlessly pursued eternity. The reason Changsheng spent centuries searching for Nianqing was solely to ensure her safety. Until she attained eternity, Nianqing would not reunite with Changsheng, for the circumstances of your had not altered. After a moment's contemplation, Ollie recognized his inability to comprehend Chen Changsheng's words and promptly dismissed the matter from his mind. Sir, now that you have found your desired individual, where shall we proceed next? A splendid inquiry. It is time to demonstrate my grand divination technique. Chen Changsheng, with a grave expression, produced a stick and stood it upright upon the ground. Gradually releasing his right hand, the stick hesitated momentarily before toppling in a particular direction. A conclusion has been reached. Let us venture that way. Chen Changsheng indicated the direction in which the stick had fallen, his demeanor earnest. Ollie mused. Upon hearing about your grand divination technique, I anticipated a glimpse of the extraordinary. Yet, it appears merely a wild guess. After silently critiquing Chen Changsheng's absurd behavior, Ollie tentatively remarked, Sir, is it truly appropriate to choose our path in such a manner? In response, Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. It is not merely inappropriate. It is utterly ludicrous. Since you have questioned this absurd method, why not suggest a direction for us? Observing Chen Changsheng's earnest countenance and surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, Ollie decisively replied, Your grand divination technique is indeed a marvel. I am most willing to follow the path you choose. Noting Ollie's astuteness, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes before setting off in a chosen direction. For one without a home, every place in the world may serve as a residence. As the saying goes, wherever one roams, there lies home. Dear brother, death is irreversible. I implore you to accept your sorrow with grace. Although mourning a lost loved one is profoundly painful, the living must continue their journey. Presenting our shop's latest offering, a rosewood coffin, available not for $9,998, nor $3,998, but merely $998, ready to be taken home immediately. Moreover, with the purchase of this rosewood coffin, for an additional $398, your loved one may enjoy comprehensive funeral services. Additionally, I shall personally select a piece of auspicious land for you. A young man is fervently promoting a coffin. Ordinarily, such an item would be deemed unsuitable for sale, as it could easily provoke hostility. However, the proprietor of this establishment possesses remarkable skills. 3 years ago, rumors circulated about a family whose deceased had seemingly returned to life. And somehow, they sought the expertise of the shopkeeper. Initially, one might have expected the shopkeeper to be utterly frightened. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, upon arriving at the scene, he calmly sat cross-legged and spoke with eloquence. Miraculously, the corpse that had supposedly risen was exorcised. Since that incident, this nameless coffin shop has flourished immensely. After bidding farewell to the last customer of the day, the young man slumped wearily into a chair and lamented, Oh man, what is going on with those people from Kunlun's sacred land? They keep coming in to purchase coffins, and it's nearly driving me to exhaustion. Chapter 63. The saint son of Kunlun, Jiang Bufan, faces trouble upon hearing the complaint. A woman emerged from behind. Brother Changsheng, your temperament is rather peculiar. When business is slow, you lament the lack of customers. Yet, when business flourishes, you still find reasons to complain. What exactly do you desire? Prosperity or decline in your trade? In response to a man's remarks, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and replied, As for a business such as a coffin shop, I neither wish for it to thrive excessively nor languish too much. Life, aging, sickness, and death are the cycles of nature. An excess of deaths can lead to complications, while too few will also pose issues. In essence, a balance must be maintained. By the way, where has Ollie disappeared to? Upon hearing this, a man set the food she was holding onto the table and said, He is likely searching for spiritual sources with the people from the Kunlun sacred land. We arrived here 40 years ago, and you kept in the shop for a full 20 years. Naturally, after you released him 2 decades ago, he would want to indulge in the world. Listening to A Man's report, Chen Changsheng savored his delicious meal leisurely. Confining him for 20 years was to familiarize him with this environment and to ensure he could cultivate adequately, at least to acquire some self-preservation skills. Once he possesses the ability to protect himself, I will naturally allow him to venture forth. Moreover, it is time for us to prepare to leave. I have a premonition that this place will soon become tumultuous. Upon hearing this, A Man was taken aback and questioned, "What about Ollie? He should not return in the short term. Precisely because he will not return soon, we shall depart." Chen Changsheng asserted, "Ali's aspirations lie within this vast world, not in my humble coffin shop. Remaining by my side will only hinder his growth. Once he is away from me, his potential will soar." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's response, A Man smiled gently and said, "Brother Changsheng, I shall always support your decisions. I will go tidy up now." There is no rush. I am not leaving immediately." "Cool, me. Sit and enjoy your meal," he replied. At this, A Man chuckled and joined Chen Changsheng for dinner. Their interactions were calm and familiar. They had shared this life for 40 years. A Man relished this tranquil companionship. For her, such presence was sufficient. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from outside. "Jiang Bufan of the Kunlun Sacred Land requests an audience." Upon hearing that the saint son of Kunlun sought an audience, A Man immediately stood up. However, Chen Changsheng halted her actions. No need to acknowledge him. He is merely a source of trouble. Hearing this, A Man glanced at the young man outside before obediently sitting back down. Noticing Chen Changsheng's indifference, Jiang Bufan remained calm, standing quietly at the door. As time passed, A Man cleared the table, while Chen Changsheng reclined in a rocking chair, perusing an ancient text. After a while, he beckoned, saying, "Come in. Your esteemed self. The future saint of Kunlun stands at my door. How can I conduct my business?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Bufan outside the door immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, sir. I have come today with a request. I wish to ask you." "Stop." Before Jiang Bufan could finish a sentence, Chen Changsheng raised his hand to halt him. "Inviting you in does not imply my consent to assist you. The reason I called you in is to convey a message to Ali. Tell him that there are no banquets that do not come to an end. He must forge his own path from here on out. Furthermore, my abilities are rather limited, and I cannot offer any assistance to the Kunlun Sacred Land. You would do well to seek out someone more capable." Faced with Chen Changsheng's refusal, Jiang Bufan smiled slightly and replied, "You are far too modest, sir. Your capabilities are unparalleled. If you cannot accomplish something, it is likely that no one else can. I have heard that you have long desired to utilize the Sacred Land's super teleportation array. If you are willing to take action, I am prepared to persuade the Sacred Land to lend it to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes. "It appears you have conducted quite an investigation into me. If you wish to enlist my aid, you must present a suitable price. However, I wonder if this price will meet your satisfaction?" Seeing Jiang Bufan's confident demeanor, Chen Changsheng replied coldly, "You have indeed offered something that piques my interest. I cannot refuse you. Return to me in 3 days. I need time to prepare some things." "Not a problem. I shall visit you again in 3 days," Jiang Bufan stated before turning to leave the coffin shop. Watching Jiang Bufan's departing figure, a man expressed her concern. "Sir, are you truly going to help him?" Originally, she thought Chen Changsheng would provide a detailed analysis of numerous reasons not to assist, yet he merely waved his hand dismissively. "Help him? What help? I was deceiving him." A man was baffled. "Brother Changsheng, but didn't you agree to meet in 3 days?" In response, Chen Changsheng stood up and stretched lazily, saying, "If I didn't agree to meet him in 3 days, how would I find the time to prepare for my escape? The reason I remained in the Kunlun Sacred Land was due to my interest in its unique spiritual source. Spirit stones are harvested from mines, but this spiritual source is an even more precious resource. It contains not only incredibly pure spiritual energy, but also preserves various ancient artifacts. However, after learning about the origins of the spiritual source, my interest waned. The places where spiritual sources are born are often ominous. And now the Kunlun Sacred Land is beginning to explore the sacred ruins, the most forbidden of realms. I would be foolish to assist them." Upon hearing this, A man pondered for a moment and said, "But, Brother Changsheng, if you do not utilize the super teleportation array, how will you return to the eastern wilderness? We are currently in the central region, and the two locations are separated by millions of miles. What does it matter if it is millions of miles? As long as one walks slowly, there will come a day when one can reach it. Originally, I intended to exchange spirit stones for an opportunity to utilize the super teleportation array, but it seems that such a plan is now unfeasible. Very well, I'm on. Please gather your belongings. I shall make a trip to Butterfly Valley." With that, Chen Changsheng departed from the modest coffin shop. Upon arriving at Butterfly Valley, he called out, "Old Yao, I have come to seek your wisdom once more." His voice resonated throughout the elegantly serene valley. Moments later, an elderly man with a kind face, adorned with white hair and a beard, emerged from a thatched cottage. "You arrived at a most fortuitous time. I just translated the heavenly restoration ointment 2 days ago." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng beamed and replied, "I knew you would succeed, Old Yao. My waiting for you these 40 years has not been in vain." However, the elderly sage interjected, "Spare me the flattery. Without your assistance, I would not have unraveled the mysteries of the heavenly restoration ointment even after 400 years. Chapter 64. Deciphering the Heavenly Ointment. Chen Changsheng has fled after exchanging a few pleasantries with the venerable Yao Lao. Chen Changsheng entered the thatched cottage alongside him. Glancing at the translated prescription laid out upon the table, a surge of excitement welled up within Chen Changsheng. In the depths of the 10,000 great mountains, he had exhausted every means yet failed to decode the complete formula for the heavenly ointment. Even after departing from the mountains, he had not relinquished his pursuit of deciphering it. However, by a fortunate twist of fate, he encountered the renowned healer from Butterfly Valley, Yao Lao. Though Chen Changsheng was a master of alchemy and Yao Lao an esteemed physician, their paths of study diverged, yet they shared certain commonalities. Through their discussions, Chen Changsheng finally grasped the reason behind his inability to unravel the secret of the heavenly ointment. It dawned upon him that the heavenly ointment was not a formula for elixirs, but rather a medicinal prescription. Alchemists excel in crafting elixirs that enhance cultivation, fortify the body, and heal injuries, yet their focus on enhancing prowess often leaves them lacking in the healing arts compared to physicians. Physicians, on the other hand, can utilize medicinal herbs to treat ailments and injuries, employing various methods, a domain where alchemists falter. The simplicity of the materials required for the heavenly ointment was indeed unexpected. After perusing the prescription, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but express his astonishment. Yao Lao, stroking his beard, remarked, "To elevate one's cultivation, one must indeed utilize precious spiritual herbs, for they harbor immense energies. Yet, when it comes to healing, sometimes ordinary herbs surpass these rare ones. The predecessor, who created the heavenly ointment, capable of crafting life-restoring elixirs from such common ingredients, possesses a talent that is truly unparalleled throughout history." Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Chen Changsheng carefully stored away the jade slip and the translated prescription. "You have translated the prescription. You ought to have it memorized thoroughly," Yao Lao continued. "As a friend, I advise you, even if you possess the capability to concoct the heavenly ointment, refrain from revealing it to the world for at least a century. The Kunlun sacred land is poised to explore the sacred ruins, and many have already perished. Should they learn of your possession of the heavenly ointment, you would encounter innumerable troubles." In response, Yao Lao gazed at Chen Changsheng with a smile. "Are you preparing to depart?" "I had intended to utilize the teleportation array of the Kunlun sacred land in the coming days, but given the current circumstances, it seems you must travel on foot. The western continent, eastern wilderness, northern desert, southern plains, and central courtyard. Previously, I had no inkling the world was so vast. To journey from the central courtyard to the eastern wilderness, who knows how many centuries it would take." To Chen Changsheng's lamentations, Yao Lao chuckled and produced a jade slip from his robe, offering it to him. "Since you are leaving, allow me to present you with a gift, a token of gratitude for the heavenly ointment." Upon examining the contents of the jade slip, Chen Changsheng looked at Yao Lao with confusion. "You have imparted your lifetime of knowledge to me. You cannot possibly wish to take me as your disciple. That would not be feasible. I am not inclined to take a master at this moment. With your abilities, Chen Changsheng, it will be more fitting for me to become your disciple rather than the reverse. How could I dare to accept you as my apprentice? My medical skills have yet to find a worthy successor, and with impending turmoil looming, I am uncertain if I can secure my own safety. Should I fail to pass down my legacy, I may need to seek your assistance in the future. Simply find a fated individual and entrust the jade slips to him. After considering Yao Lao's request, Chen Changsheng replied, "Very well, this matter is not burdensome. If I encounter a fated person, I shall hand it over to him. However, it would be more prudent for you to seek your successor yourself." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and departed from Butterfly Valley. Observing Chen Changsheng's graceful silhouette, Yao Lao smiled and returned to his thatched cottage. Chen Changsheng left, taking On Man with him from the place he had called home for 40 years. Upon learning of Chen Changsheng's departure, two individuals were particularly agitated, one of whom was Jiang Bufan, the promising heir of Kunlun Sacred Land. How ungrateful! Chen Changsheng, do not let our paths cross again, for if they do, I, Jiang Bufan, will ensure you regret it. Enraged, Jiang Bufan wreaked havoc within the room, harboring resentment not only towards Chen Changsheng, but also towards Ali, who was associated with him. In front of the coffin shop, a figure stood quietly, gazing at the desolate establishment. He murmured, "Master, do you truly not want Ali anymore? What did Ali do wrong?" After a long pause, Ali exited the coffin shop. From that moment onward, the young shaman who emerged from the vast mountains began to grow. It was also at this juncture that he learned to confront challenges on his own. Nevertheless, that figure remained indelibly etched in his heart. 3,000 miles away, Chen Changsheng and A Man appeared atop a mountain peak. Noting that they had left the confines of Kunlun Sacred Land, Chen Changsheng decided against using the teleportation array any further. "Brother Changsheng, are we returning to your hometown?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng looked up thoughtfully and replied, "I suppose it could be considered my hometown. The eastern wilderness holds countless memories for me. Being there still evokes a sense of home. It was also a perfect opportunity for them to witness the vastness of the world." Listening to Chen Changsheng's words, A Man entwined her arm with his and softly said, "As long as I can be by Brother Changsheng's side, I am willing to go wherever." Although her words were laced with sweetness, there was a hint of melancholy in her tone. When Chen Changsheng once remarked that everyone could foresee the future, A Man did not fully grasp his meaning nor his sentiments. However, as time passed, she began to understand. As cultivators advanced in their cultivation, their lifespans also extended. The lifespan of those in the Qi refinement stage is akin to that of mortals, while those in the foundation establishment stage can expect 200 years. Golden core practitioners may live for 500 years, and nascent soul cultivators can reach an impressive 800 years. Those in the transformation stage may surpass 1,000 years. Such durations, regardless of who they belong to, represent an extensive passage of time. Yet, even the span of a millennium for Brother Changsheng is but a fleeting second in the grand tapestry of existence. Lacking the innate talent for cultivation that Alalai possesses, no matter how much effort Brother Changsheng expends, I have merely attained the foundational realm. This is the foreseeable future that Brother Changsheng speaks of. I cannot accompany him forever. Contemplating this, Amon buries the weight of her emotions deep within her heart and, with a cheerful smile, says, "Brother Changsheng, this time you must take me on an adventure. I have served as your companion and maid for 40 years." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiles faintly and replies, "Of course. I shall take you to witness the splendor of the world and the rise and fall of the sun. Wherever your heart desires to go, I will take you." Chapter 65. Companionship across 1,000,000 miles. The once youthful monk, Chen Changsheng, departed from the formidable Kunlun Sacred Land, leaving behind the bustling realm of the central courtyard. He took with him the girl who had journeyed alongside him from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Over the course of several centuries, Chen Changsheng encountered myriad beings, those of extraordinary talent, scions of noble families, and even those whose strength defied description. Yet among all these beings, it was only the girl from the mountains who was willing to exchange her entire life for but a fleeting moment of his. The Kunlun Sacred Land remained unchanged by Chen Changsheng's absence. and the world itself did not shift in response to his departure. If any alteration were to be noted, it was the emergence of a pair of inseparable souls. The distance from the central courtyard to the eastern wasteland spanned millions of miles, a journey that others might consider insurmountable in a lifetime. However, for some, this vast expanse was merely a brief instant. No one had ever calculated the precise distance from the central courtyard to the eastern wasteland. Yet Chen Changsheng accompanied A-Man and gradually deduced the length of the journey. The distance from Kunlun's sacred land to the Dacian dynasty measured an astonishing 13,280,000 miles. Throughout 240 years, Chen Changsheng and A-Man traversed this immense expanse. At times, he wished that the path from Kunlun to the eastern wasteland would stretch on indefinitely. Yet every road in the world ultimately reaches its terminus, much like human life itself. Brother Changsheng, is this where you began your journey? A-Man inquired, her curious gaze surveying the desolate wilderness, as if attempting to conjure an image of its former glory. Time flowed ceaselessly, and the town of your had vanished entirely. Even Chen Changsheng could only pinpoint a rough location. Observing A-Man's joyful demeanor, he calmly inquired, A-Man, what sort of coffin would you desire? Upon hearing this, A-Man turned to Chen Changsheng with a smile. I wish for the finest coffin that you can provide, Brother Changsheng. Furthermore, you must ensure I look beautiful. I do not wish to leave an unflattering impression in your heart. In response to A-Man's request, Chen Changsheng smiled gently. Very well. Everything shall be as you desire. The haughty mood dissipated as A-Man tenderly caressed Chen Changsheng's face. Brother Changsheng, please do not be sorrowful. I know you cannot bear the thought of my death. Otherwise, how could I have lived for so long? Since I met you, I have lived for 300 years. As a foundation establishment cultivator, extending my life by even 100 years is a feat. 300 years is ample. I have lived joyfully. Without you, even 300 more years would not bring me happiness. Taking A-Man's hand, Chen Changsheng softly replied, As I have said, everything is as you wish. I shall not grieve. Is there anything else you wish to see? I wish to witness the sunrise. Very well. After speaking, Chen Changsheng accompanied A-Man to the highest peak, where the two quietly leaned against each other. As they gazed at the faint light emerging from the east, A-Man pouted and said, Brother Changsheng, A-Man is actually quite selfish. I know that this will cause you pain, but it is only through this means that you will remember me. Please do not blame A-Man. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng wrapped his arm around A-Man's shoulder and softly replied, I am your brother Changsheng. How could I ever blame you? Upon hearing his words, A-Man's lips curved into a radiant smile. Brother Changsheng is so kind. I truly wish to accompany you through every sunrise and sunset. However, I feel a bit weary now, and I would like to take a nap. I won't be able to join you for this sunrise. Before she could finish her last word, A-Man's hand fell limply. The first light of dawn illuminated the two of them. Silence. In response to A-Man's death, Chen Changsheng exhibited only an overwhelming stillness. For the past 240 years, he had exhausted every possible means to extend A-Man's life. Her endurance until this point was solely reliant on the unwavering conviction within her heart. Upon reaching the end of the road, that conviction naturally dissipated. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chen Changsheng slowly rose while holding A-Man. He retrieved a simple coffin and adorned A-Man with the most delicate makeup. Gazing at her within the coffin, he murmured, A-Man, I have changed my mind. I cannot give you the finest coffin, for that would allow you to linger in this world as a departed soul for far too long. I do not wish for you to be restless in death, nor do I want to disturb your peace one day. So, sleep for now. I will come to accompany you in due time. With those words, Chen Changsheng closed the coffin lid. Gently caressing the coffin, he sighed softly. System, the next period of slumber should be approaching, right? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, the system's electronic voice replied, returning to the host, since your last awakening, you have spent 18 years in the ancient forbidden grounds. Then, you dedicated 20 years in the 10,000 great mountains, researching spiritual sources in the celestial restoration ointment, which took 40 years. The journey from Kunlun's sacred land to this point has consumed 240 years. In total, you have lived for 318 years, with 2 years remaining until your next slumber. After hearing the system's words, Chen Changsheng smiled and remarked, when I first met A-Man, she was only 18 years old. This means she came into existence precisely when I awakened. Would you say it was meant for her to accompany me during this time? The system responded, host. This is merely a coincidence. However, if the host wishes to infuse this coincidence with a touch of romance, this system does not oppose. Ha ha ha. Oh system, you truly lack a sense of romance. Perhaps after living for so long, I too will become like you. But that is a matter for a distant future. For now, while I still possess some semblance of humanity, I wish to visit my old acquaintances. This next slumber will be longer, and I fear that upon awakening, I may no longer see them. With that, Chen Changsheng soared in a particular direction. In the serene confines of Tianfu Temple, the abbot, Master Ikkyu, sat before a group of kneeling monks, each filled with concern for their fading elder. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken words as they inquired, Master, what burdens your heart? With a faint flicker in his tired eyes, Ikkyu responded, I await a certain individual. One monk, eager to offer a solution, suggested, Shall we summon him for you, Master? However, Ikkyu gently shook his head, saying, The one who bears the final farewell cannot be summoned. He will arrive in his own time. The monks, perplexed by his words, exchanged glances, their confusion deepening. Realizing their efforts to persuade him were in vain, they quietly withdrew from the meditation room. Time passed, and eventually, the heavy door creaked open once more, revealing a figure who approached Ikkyu's side. Chapter 66. The ominous reappearance, bidding farewell to a dear friend, gently stroking his bald head. The figure settled beside Ishio. Little monk, it's been merely a few centuries, yet you have transformed so drastically. Upon hearing the familiar voice, a spark ignited in Ishio's murky eyes. Is it truly you returning? Indeed, it is I. Who else would come to visit you? The dying old monk. Confirming the identity of his visitor, Ishio promptly extracted the 18 silver needles embedded within his body. His once aged form visibly rejuvenated at an astonishing rate. Chen Changsheng. You wretched scoundrel, why are you still alive? Observing Ishio's furious demeanor, Chen Changsheng nonchalantly produced an orange and began to eat. How can a monk utter such profanities? You are, after all, a renowned monk of the Night Moon Kingdom. Could you not exhibit some decorum? In response to Chen Changsheng's tranquil expression, Ishio rolled his eyes dramatically and reached for the orange in Chen Changsheng's hand. However, Chen Changsheng swiftly withdrew his hands, outright denying Ishio's request. Nay, I am on the brink of death. Is it too much to ask for an orange? Of course it is. I consumed this orange to mask the stench of decay with its peel. I am quite curious. How did you come to be in this state? Although the lifespan in the nascent soul realm is merely 8 centuries, consuming longevity elixirs could extend your life by a century or two. Yet, according to my recollection, you do not appear to have reached 800. Ishio, with a slight curl of his lips, replied helplessly, I also yearn to live a few more centuries. Yet, circumstances have thwarted my desires. Do you remember I was trapped in the forbidden land of the Night Moon Kingdom? I recall. And then, at that time, I was pursued by the Wolf King and had no choice but to seal myself within a fissure of the seal. As time passed, my body became tainted by a malevolent force. This power rendered me immensely strong, yet came at a dire cost. To prevent the situation from worsening, I severed my own essence, retreating back to the nascent soul realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow and placed his hand on Ishio's wrist. After a thorough examination, he spoke, There exists a force within you that is consuming your body, rendering you nearly an empty shell. The price you mentioned, could it be your lifespan? Indeed, though it is more accurate to refer to it as vitality. The ominous force devours the host's vitality and subsequently transforms it into strength, which it bestows upon the host. This is the truth behind its power. To prevent this malevolence from harming me, I must sacrifice the lives of others to sustain my own. The higher my realm, the more beings I must slay. Should I ever fail to satisfy its hunger, it will drain me entirely and seek a new host. Now you understand why I become this way. After speaking, Ishio quietly regarded Chen Changsheng. In the face of Ishio's gaze, Chen Changsheng paused for a moment before inquiring, Have you never considered annihilating it? Certainly, I have pondered this matter extensively and have employed numerous methods, all of which have proven futile. Unless I meet my demise, it shall not dissipate. Moreover, I surmise that should I pass away naturally, it will inevitably escape from my corporeal form in search of a new host. This is precisely why I have been holding on, awaiting your return. The allure of amplified power is exceedingly tempting. Few can withstand such temptation. I am determined not to allow this blight to propagate. As he spoke, Ikkyu produced an exquisitely crafted urn and presented it to Chen Changsheng. The most effective means of eradicating this force is to reduce me to ashes. I have prepared the urn, and the remaining tasks rest upon your shoulders. Furthermore, given my level of cultivation, I should leave behind several relics upon my passing. Consider these tokens as the price for your assistance. I am acutely aware of your integrity. It would be more unbearable to have you toil without recompense than to extinguish your life. Gazing at the urn in his hands, Chen Changsheng pondered aloud. Where shall your ashes be interred? Should they be entrusted to your disciples? Perhaps not. The temple of Tianhua is declining with each generation, and that band of little monks are hardly virtuous. Entrusting my ashes to their care could lead to them being scattered one day. You may select the burial site. It is beyond my concern. With that, Ikkyu resumed his seated meditation, ultimately relinquishing all vitality. Upon Ikkyu's passing, a multitude of golden characters emerged around his form, enveloping him like an intricate web. Observing Ikkyu's lifeless body, Chen Changsheng shook his head with a sigh. Oh, young monk, you remain ever so kind-hearted. Had it been another, they would have likely resorted to bloodshed by now. As his words faded, Chen Changsheng's figure vanished, along with Ikkyu's body, leaving behind 3 prominent characters upon the chamber wall. The mourner, in the forbidden grounds of the Night Moon Kingdom, a stunning woman stood silently before 3 withered figures. Suddenly, a flippant voice broke the stillness. Xiaobai, how have you been lately? Without a moment's hesitation, the exquisite woman launched an attack towards the source of the voice. Do not strike. It is I. Chen Changsheng evaded the woman's assault and swiftly revealed his identity. However, upon recognizing him, her attacks grew even more ferocious. Realizing she would not relent, Chen Changsheng shook his head with resignation and invoked the manifestation of his divine form. With a resounding crash, his unnamed fist technique sent the woman flying. He then conjured intricate mystical patterns to bind her tightly. After securing her, he set up a temporary barrier to prevent any outside interference. Wang Yanyu, we are familiar enough. Must you be so ruthless? Though restrained, the hatred in Wang Yanyu's gaze toward the man remained undiminished. I am targeting you. Not only do I wish to strike you, but I also intend to end your life. Should you possess the capability to confine me for a lifetime, I shall undoubtedly ensure you regret it. In the face of Wang Yanyu's wrath, Chen Changsheng remarked with a smirk, Can you not communicate properly? If you persist in this manner, I might just bestow upon you a rather avant-garde hairstyle. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanyu's body trembled as the humiliation buried deep within her memories resurfaced. You dare? What is there that I would not dare? I can demonstrate it to you at this very moment. With that, Chen Changsheng produced a razor and advanced toward Wang Yanyu. Confronted by the glinting blade, Wang Yanyu finally relented. Do not approach me. I shall not oppose you. Now, that is more like it. Why should old friends meet with such hostility? Chapter 67 Farewell to an Old Friend. 320 years of slumber unshackled from her restraints, Wang Yanyu coldly remarked. Why have you returned after such a long absence? Your statement is utterly unreasonable. Chen Changsheng retorted. The duration of my absence bears no relation to my return. In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Wang Yanyu remained silent, instead directing her gaze towards the grave of Wang Yin Agua. After a prolonged pause, she finally spoke. I did my utmost regarding Ishio. I am aware that Ishio's troubles are beyond the capability of ordinary individuals to resolve. Have you visited the Shangqing Temple? I have, and that fellow in the distant mountains has impressively achieved a breakthrough to the transformation stage. You visited both places, then what brings you here? I wish to ascertain whether the treasures beneath the bronze ancient palace remain undisturbed, yet upon merely greeting you, you resorted to aggression. After a moment of silence, Wang Yanyu continued, Where have you been all these years? I've wandered extensively, traversing numerous locales. It is difficult to summarize succinctly. And upon your return, how long do you intend to stay? I do not know. I might well depart tomorrow. What if I were to forcibly keep you here? You cannot best me in combat. You. Confronted with Chen Changsheng's candid response, Wan Yin finally lost her composure. She seized Chen Changsheng's collar, disregarding her regal demeanor, and demanded loudly, despite my relentless cultivation over the years, why are you still stronger than I? In response, Chen Changsheng shrugged innocently. I truly cannot fathom it. I've dedicated a mere 10 years to serious cultivation. The rest of the time, I never gave it a thought. I also do not understand why I continue to grow stronger, surpassing even those who are devoted to their training. Wan Yin exclaimed, your words are infuriating. Were it not for the fact that I cannot defeat you, I would dearly like to give you a good thrashing. Releasing Chen Changsheng's collar, she turned away, stating coldly, the bronze ancient palace is under my watch. There will be no issues. You may leave. Noticing her demeanor, Chen Changsheng tilted his head and tentatively inquired, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for me, can you? Did you ever grant me that opportunity? No. Then that settles it. Now be gone. As Wan Yin resumed her attempts to shoo him away, Chen Changsheng managed a smile and remarked, it wouldn't be surprising if you did harbor feelings for me, considering my undeniable excellence and charm. However, our union is impossible. After all, you are a wolf, and I am but a human. The offspring we might produce could very well turn into wolves. I'll slay you. In a fit of rage, Wan Yin charged at Chen Changsheng once more. Faced with her fervent assault, he vanished into the horizon at lightning speed. As she watched him disappear, Wan Yin's chest rose and fell with agitation, clearly incensed. After a brief interval, she regained her composure and turned away, making her way towards the cold and solitary imperial palace. In the tender years of youth, our encounter was absurd yet indelibly etched in memory. It was because of him that I survived. It was due to him that my father's body did not lie unburied in the wilderness. It was also because of him that the great enmity of the Night Moon Kingdom was avenged. To be precise, my fateful meeting with Chen Changsheng was brimming with destiny. However, the ties of fate in this world vary in depth and duration. From the moment the immortal feathered one departed this realm, the bond between Chen Changsheng and myself had reached its conclusion. I could not abandon the Night Moon Kingdom, nor would Chen Changsheng linger for the sake of any individual. He may become my confidant, my friend, or a cherished acquaintance, yet he shall never be my Tao companion. Ah, my dear girl, I have visited all my old acquaintances. That little bald-headed fellow remains as kind-hearted as ever, and my little junior brother has impressively broken through to the transformation stage. Thus, I need not worry about awakening to find him absent. Leaning against the gravestone of a man, Chen Changsheng engaged in casual conversation. Beside the gravestone lay a freshly dug grave, prepared by Chen Changsheng for himself. Having spoken, he retrieved the stone coffin of the 100 Defeats immortal. He placed the coffin into the grave and skillfully lay down within it. Gazing at a man's grave, Chen Changsheng murmured, people often say that one cannot share the same bed in life, yet may they seek to share the same grave in death. In this life, I have wronged you. If there is a next life, may you never encounter me again. With that, Chen Changsheng closed the coffin lid, activating the formation outside. A deluge of earth buried the stone coffin underground. Thus began his third slumber, a slumber destined to last an astonishing 320 years. As the sun rose and set, and the seasons changed, the time that countless souls hold dear quietly slipped away. 320 years is an eternity, ample enough to alter mountains and rivers. The two graves that Chen Changsheng had personally constructed had long since vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a towering tree trembled, followed by a tremendous force that uprooted it. Spitting out the dirt that had inadvertently entered his mouth, Chen Changsheng surveyed his surroundings. The memories from before his slumber no longer aligned with the present environment. After surveying his surroundings, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze to the system panel. Host, Chen Changsheng. Strength, 200, mid-nascent soul. Speed, 260, late nascent soul. Defense, 280, complete nascent soul. Spiritual power, 200, mid-nascent soul. Lifespan, 640, upon examining the data on the system panel. Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he discovered that during slumber, his spiritual power would diffuse outward, he had been pondering a solution. Ultimately, he resolved to utilize the heavenly absolute formation to create a sealed environment, thereby curbing the dispersion of his spiritual power. Now, it appeared that while he had not completely succeeded, the results were nonetheless quite commendable. Adhering to his customary practice, Chen Changsheng allocated all 320 attribute points directly into his defense. However, the subsequent label pertaining to defensive attributes left Chen Changsheng somewhat bewildered. Instead of transformation into God or refinement of the void, it morphed into the phrase fifth realm. Observing this, Chen Changsheng inquired, "System, what does this mean?" In response to his confusion, the system elucidated, the label merely serves as a standard for assessing the host's strength. When the standard shifts, the label will naturally reflect this change. Due to the current exceptional circumstances, only a vague label has been employed. Chen Changsheng was left perplexed, questioning, "What do you mean by the standard has changed and the situation is exceptional?" The complexity of the current situation was overwhelming, and it was assured that once the host restored his cultivation, all would become clear. Chapter 68. An unexpected change in the realm of Chen Changsheng's existence. He found himself perplexed by the words of the system, his face adorned with a myriad of question marks. Nevertheless, he dutifully resumed his cultivation. An hour later, a sudden and violent fit of coughing erupted from him as he sat cross-legged in meditation. His cultivation had stagnated at the initial stage of the transformation realm. Chen Changsheng was utterly bewildered by this predicament. If his memories served him correctly, prior to his slumber, he had ascended to the latter stage of the transformation realm. However, upon attempting to recover his powers, he encountered an overwhelming resistance. Although his spiritual energy had returned to its former state, his realm remained obstinately unyielding. This sensation was akin to the heavens themselves denying his existence. After a moment of contemplation, a possibility dawned upon Chen Changsheng. "System, the laws of the universe are undergoing a transformation, are they not?" "Your conjecture is entirely accurate," the system replied. "The path of cultivation is remarkably akin to the growth of flora. Plants can only thrive in suitable environments, and when the environment shifts, different flora will inevitably supplant the old. You may understand that this current cultivation system has become antiquated." Upon hearing the system's words, a glimmer of understanding illuminated Chen Changsheng's eyes. The existing cultivation framework was not ideally suited for him. His spiritual root was artificially created. Although, in theory, artificial roots and natural roots bore no significant difference, subtle distinctions remained. This was a principal reason for his inability to reach the void refinement stage. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng remarked, "System, if the situation is as you say, then the laws of the universe have changed far too swiftly. How many years have I lived? The very laws of heaven and earth are shifting. Host, why do you perceive the transformation of the universe's laws as rapid?" The system inquired. "You have not been in this world for long. Are you aware of how many years this cultivation system has endured? Your failure to notice the changes in the laws of the universe stems from the fact that you have grown accustomed to this situation since your arrival. Had you arrived in this world a millennium, or even longer ago, would you still harbor such doubts?" Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng fell silent, realizing that his understanding was rather limited. In his former world, there existed a remarkable tome known as the Classic of Mountains and Seas, which chronicled an array of peculiar and fantastical creatures. Yet, society dismissed these accounts as mere figments of ancient imagination. However, if one were to extend the timeline, would future generations, thousands or tens of thousands of years hence, regard contemporary literature as mere fabrications of the ancients? For instance, the parrot, a bird well known to Chen Changsheng, is commonly recognized, if not ubiquitous. Yet, should it face extinction over millions of years, how would future scholars react upon discovering descriptions of parrots in ancient texts? In a distant realm, there exists a bird adorned with resplendent plumage, possessing talons and a sharp beak, capable of articulating human speech. Its name is the parrot. To future generations, such a description may invoke laughter, followed by admiration for the vivid imagination of the ancients. After all, how could a bird possibly speak? Surely, this is a mere fabrication of old. Similarly, the contemporary cultivation system mirrors this sentiment. Within Chen Changsheng's mind resides a plethora of techniques, many of which delineate the formidable power they wield upon mastery. Although he has indeed perfected these techniques, their exhibited prowess falls short of the grand descriptions. Chen Changsheng finds no peculiarities in this, as he believes the creators of these methods merely exaggerated their capabilities. Yet, it appears these techniques may indeed possess such immense power. It is merely that the laws of heaven and earth have transformed since ancient times. This subconscious belief stems from Chen Changsheng's sole familiarity with the present environment. Contemplating this, he inquires of the system. Since a new cultivation system has emerged, what is its origin? Is it decreed by the heavenly Tao, or does it stem from another source? The system responds. The heavenly Tao does not intervene in the specifics of the cultivation system. It merely establishes the environment. The particulars are crafted by sentient beings, and those who devise the most suitable system for this environment shall emerge as the dominators of this era. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng's mouth waters with anticipation. So, according to you, I too can succeed? Theoretically, this method is indeed feasible. With the system's affirmative reply, Chen Changsheng bursts into laughter. Truly, heaven aids me. Seizing such a splendid opportunity, I, Chen Changsheng, shall retreat into seclusion for a millennium or more. The system interjects. Did I mishear? Host, based on analysis. The success rate of creating a technique suitable for the era through closed-door research is rather low. Only by carving a bloody path through this golden age can you hope to create a technique that aligns with the times. Chen Changsheng retorts, do I appear to be one who engages in combat? This golden age is merely for observation. I wish to be a witness, not the architect of such prosperity. Once the new era's dominator appears, I shall first ingratiate myself with them. After enduring their trials, I will befriend the dominator, a status that would surely elevate me to the heavens. The system remains silent, pondering Chen Changsheng's thoughts, though none can discern its reflections. In contrast, Chen Changsheng brims with excitement as he surveys the terrain, preparing to devise an unparalleled formation for hatching eggs. The heavenly restoration ointment has been successfully concocted. Had it not been for this elixir to prolong a man's life, she may not have reached this pivotal moment. Now, with most matters resolved, Chen Changsheng is poised to commence the hatching process. Although uncertain of its success, it serves as a splendid means to pass the time. The entire expanse of 500 miles was adorned with intricate formations crafted by Chen Changsheng. In the meticulous creation of this grand array, he poured forth the entirety of his lifelong knowledge. Moreover, he inscribed within it the mystical runes he had gleaned from the ancient forbidden lands. Once the arrangements were complete, Chen Changsheng placed the lifeless egg at the very center of the formation. As the grand array activated, the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon gradually converged, nurturing the egg that had long been devoid of life. Observing the operation of the array, Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved both the celestial restoration ointment and the spiritual spring from the water-moon cave. Carefully, he mixed the two in precise proportions and gently poured the mixture over the egg. While others tended to flowers, Chen Changsheng tended to an egg. Thus, he continued this nurturing for 200 years. However, on a certain day, the arrival of an individual shattered this tranquil routine of egg nurturing. Chapter 69. The Gathering of the Talented Chen Changsheng. Am I the apprentice of the Undertaker? Greetings, esteemed elder. Before the vast expanse of verdant mountains stood a young man clad in a Taoist robe, with sharp brows and bright eyes, performing a respectful gesture as if he were paying a visit to someone of significance. Yet, in response to his respectful salutation, the boundless mountains offered no reply. Seeing that no response emerged from the mountains, the young man appeared somewhat anxious. However, as he attempted to step forward, he was suddenly hindered by a formidable array of barriers. While he pondered a solution, a youth, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age, emerged from the distant peaks. This lad, barefoot and wielding a hoe, wore a conical hat and ambled leisurely towards a nearby thatched cottage. Noticing someone emerging from the grand formation, Yi Hengsheng promptly approached and spoke. "Might I trouble you to relay a message on my behalf?" The youth looked perplexed, clearly bewildered by the stranger's request. "Relay what message?" "Well, you see, my master shares a profound connection with the eminent elder residing here, and I have come to beseech the elder to emerge from seclusion." Upon hearing this, the youth scratched his head, scrutinizing the unfamiliar figure before him. "Do you happen to know the name of this elder?" "I do not know, but I have heard him referred to as the Undertaker." The youth's expression turned to one of utter confusion, for the Undertaker was none other than himself. Indeed, this young lad had endured over 2 centuries of a peculiar existence, being Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng had crafted a grand array, harnessing the essence of heaven and earth in an attempt to resurrect a once lifeless egg. Throughout this endeavor, he consistently nourished the surroundings with springs and celestial ointments. Over time, being immersed in the essence of the cosmos had rejuvenated Chen Changsheng, resulting in an unexpected return to youth. Although this transformation did not extend the lifespan of a cultivator, it certainly altered his physical appearance, rendering him youthful once more. Faced with this ongoing transformation, Chen Changsheng found himself in quite a predicament, as he did not desire to bear the form of a mere child. Recently, he had constructed a thatched cottage outside the array, hoping to address this minor inconvenience. Yet, upon stepping outside, he was greeted by someone seeking his presence, and, astonishingly, this individual did not even recognize him. As he pondered this absurdity, Chen Changsheng reflected on the fact that few knew of his concealment here, and most of those were old acquaintances. If this were indeed a former acquaintance seeking him out, it was illogical for this individual to be unaware of his true name. "May I inquire as to your esteemed surname?" Chen Changsheng tentatively asked. Yi Hengsheng replied with a bow. "My surname is Yi, and my given name is Hengsheng." Yi Hengsheng thought to himself, "This name seems to carry a hint of malice towards me, yet it must surely be a mere coincidence. Were the odds of encountering such a name deliberately chosen to mock me? Ah, so you're brother Yi. My apologies. I am curious to know who your master is, as I have resided in these mountains for some time and am not well versed in the affairs of the outside world." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hengsheng became serious. From the very beginning, he had taken note of the young man. The grand array here was not something mere mortals could breach. The fact that this young lad could enter and exit freely indicated one undeniable truth. Noticing that Yi Hengsheng had begun to deduce his identity, Chen Changsheng offered a faint smile, preparing to reveal his own. The situation likely implied that an old acquaintance was seeking his assistance. Whether he would lend a hand remained to be seen, but he needed to understand the circumstances first. "My dear brother, I perceive your remarkable demeanor. You must be." Upon hearing these words, Chen Changsheng nodded and smiled. "Indeed, I am the disciple of the Undertaker." Before Chen Changsheng could finish his sentence, Yi Hengsheng interrupted him. Chen Changsheng, faced with this peculiar situation, he hesitated for merely a second before decisively stating, "Indeed, I am the disciple of the Undertaker, Chen Changsheng." "Ah, so you are the esteemed disciple of Senior. It is an honor to meet you. I implore you, do convey my request to allow me to meet the elder." Upon discovering that the young man before him was indeed the disciple of the legendary Undertaker, Yi Hengsheng was instantly filled with joy. However, Chen Changsheng responded casually. "I could relay your message, but my master has instructed that no outsiders are to be admitted. You have yet to inform me of your master's identity, which complicates my ability to assist you." Hastily, Yi Hengsheng replied, "My master is the Wolf Emperor of the Night Moon Kingdom." Upon hearing that he was a disciple of Wan Yinyu, Chen Changsheng immediately understood the origin of Yi Hengsheng's name. "Ah, so it is the esteemed Wolf Emperor. My master indeed has ties with the Wolf King. But may I inquire as to the purpose of the Wolf Emperor summoning my master from seclusion?" Yi Hengsheng's expression wavered slightly as he said, "My master has instructed that this matter must be communicated to the elder in person." "I see," Chen Changsheng responded. "Then you shall wait patiently. I am not aware of when my master will emerge." With that, he hefted his hoe and prepared to return to his thatched cottage. Observing this, Yi Henshin grew anxious. Chen brother, this matter is of utmost urgency. I entreat you to convey my message. Ignoring Yi Henshing's calls, Chen Changsheng continued towards his hut. The talent conference. The central courtyard is about to host a talent conference, and it requires the elder's presence. Upon hearing the mention of the central courtyard, Chen Changsheng finally halted. What is this talents conference? The talents conference is a grand event held in the sacred grounds of Kunlun in the central courtyard. This time, it gathers numerous top talents from the central courtyard, the western continent, the eastern wasteland, the northern desert, and the southern plains. The objectives of this conference are twofold. First, to discern the divine source or is extracted from the sacred ruins. Second, to collectively discuss the eradication of the malevolent sorcerers plaguing the central courtyard. After listening to Yi Henshing's explanation, Chen Changsheng turned and replied, "This matter should not warrant your master seeking my master. The Talents Conference is evidently an event for the youth. My master and your master are contemporaries. How could they possibly participate in such affairs? Furthermore, your master possesses considerable strength. Even if there is a need to encircle the malevolent figures of the central court, it should not fall upon my master's shoulders." Upon hearing this, Yi Henshin could not help but offer a wry smile and replied, "Logically, it should be as you say. However, my master is currently in a deep meditative retreat, and the national master, the unyielding Taoist, is likewise occupied. Prior to entering seclusion, my master provided me with a specific address, instructing me to summon someone, though the particulars remain unknown to me." After listening, Chen Changsheng's lips curled slightly, as he finally grasped the essence of the situation. It was evident that Wan Yin Yu and Song Yuan Shan sought to evade responsibility, thereby entrusting the task of protector to me. Chapter 70. The Ailing Puppy and the Kindergarten Rampage. Upon discerning the purpose of Yi Henshing's visit, Chen Changsheng found himself utterly disinclined to comply. This so-called Tianjiao conference was evidently a source of trouble, and given Chen Changsheng's disposition, he was naturally reluctant to partake in it. Just as he contemplated fabricating an excuse to dissuade Yi Hensheng, the latter spoke again. "Brother Chen, this Tianjiao conference is unprecedentedly grand. With your prowess, do you not wish to witness it?" At this declaration, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. In terms of age, he was indeed unqualified to attend such a conference, having lived nearly a millennium. However, unlike others, Chen Changsheng possessed a system that eternally kept his biological age at 20. Thus, by all accounts, he could still be considered a prodigy. This realization ignited a spark in Chen Changsheng's eyes. While he might not be able to contend with the world's most formidable experts, he was confident in his ability to handle those fledgling practitioners who had only recently embarked on their journeys. The prospect of decisively confronting these novices was exhilarating. Moreover, if memory served him right, Ali's original name was Wu Li. After several centuries apart, Chen Changsheng was indeed curious to reunite with that young man. With this in mind, he feigned contemplation and replied, "Brother Yi, to be candid, my master had mentioned this matter long ago. Is that so? When will your esteemed master emerge from seclusion?" "Well, my master stated that such trifles do not warrant his involvement. I can accompany you instead." Yi Hensheng was left bewildered. Did your master truly say that? "Indeed, my master believes that true geniuses require no guardians. They can carve their own bloody path with sheer will and strength. Those reliant on protectors are, in his eyes, mere weaklings." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng felt a heaviness in his mind. Such platitudes could be uttered by anyone, yet the reality was starkly different. Attending the Tianjiao conference without a protector was tantamount to courting death. Displaying his concern, Yi Hensheng implored, "Brother Chen, perhaps you should discuss this matter further with your master. It truly poses great danger." "Brother Yi, you are a grown man. Why do you fret so? My master's words are immutable. Your efforts are in vain. Furthermore, he assured me that he has his own arrangements for critical moments, so you need not worry." With this conversation reaching such an impasse, Yi Hensheng found himself at a loss for words. While disciples from other sects entered the Tianjiao conference with their masters and grandmasters, fearing even the slightest harm, he was left with a master in closed-door retreat and a national teacher, similarly unavailable, leaving him at the mercy of an inexplicable harbinger of doom. The undertaker in question is indeed quite peculiar, allowing his disciple to attend the Celestial Heroes Conference all alone. When did this world become so absurd? Just as Yi Hensheng was lamenting, Chen Changsheng returned to the grand formation, cradling a frail white puppy in his arms. Observing the sickly creature, Yi Hensheng inquired, "Brother Chen, what is this?" "This is my puppy," Chen Changsheng replied. "It has fallen ill recently, and I intend to take it to the central court for treatment. I assure you, despite its current state, it is remarkably intelligent. Once it recovers, you will be utterly astonished." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hensheng instinctively scrutinized the puppy, only to realize it was indeed an ordinary dog. He fell in his silence, pondering, "What sin did I commit in my past life to encounter such eccentricities?" "Brother Yi, we can't possibly fly there, can we? The central court is quite distant from the eastern wilderness." "Brother Yi, where exactly are we headed?" "It doesn't seem to be in the direction of the central court. Your cultivation method appears rather unique. Is this something your master taught you?" The corners of Yi Hensheng's eyes twitched incessantly, for since boarding the airship, Chen Changsheng had been chattering away without pause. At that moment, Yi Hensheng felt as though a million insects were buzzing around his ears. Sensing his emotions teetering on the brink of eruption, he took a deep breath and slowly replied, "Brother Chen, we are en route to the Xuanwu Kingdom. Currently, the two most formidable factions in the eastern wilderness are the Xuanwu Kingdom and the Night Moon Kingdom. To reach the central court, we must utilize the super teleportation array, which is located in the Xuanwu Kingdom. Additionally, there is another candidate for the Celestial Heroes Conference besides myself, a friend from the Night Moon Kingdom. If you find yourself bored, feel free to explore the airship." With that, Yi Hensheng retreated into the cabin, closing the door behind him, seemingly unwilling to see Chen Changsheng again for some time. Observing Yi Hensheng's hasty departure, Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued to stroke the puppy in his arms. Indeed, this little dog was the being that had hatched from the withered egg. Although Chen Changsheng had painstakingly brought it to life, the egg had long since spoiled, leaving the creature's foundation compromised. Consequently, the being was currently quite weak, teetering on the brink of life and death. One of Chen Changsheng's motivations for heading to the central court was to seek out rare treasures to aid in healing. The central court, as the heart of the 5 continents, abounds with abundant cultivation resources. Xuanwu Kingdom. "Brother Yi, it has been a while." A young man clad in a python robe approached to greet Yi Hensheng. Their familiarity suggested a long-standing acquaintance. After exchanging pleasantries, the youth glanced at Chen Changsheng beside Yi Hensheng and inquired, "Brother Yi, who is this?" "I am Chen Changsheng, a helper summoned by the Night Moon Kingdom," he replied. "By the way, are we not to participate in the Tianjiao conference? When shall we embark on our journey?" Observing Chen Changsheng's naive expression and his feeble aura, the young man in the python robe furrowed his brow and then pulled Yi Hensheng aside. "Brother Yi, what is the situation?" The individual appeared to have recently emerged from seclusion. "Furthermore, where is your protector for this journey, Brother Yi?" In response to the young man's inquiry, Yi Hensheng's lips twitched slightly. "Brother Su, this matter is rather complicated. Allow me to elaborate." Subsequently, Yi Hensheng began to pour out the sorrows weighing upon his heart. A quarter of an hour later, the corners of the young man's mouth also began to twitch, for the circumstances surrounding this affair were utterly absurd. "Brother Yi, you have truly endured much." Chapter 71. A farewell to old friends at the Celestial Gathering after a thorough discussion. Yi Hensheng and the young man in the python robe ultimately decided on their approach towards Chen Changsheng, to adopt a stance of indifference. Regardless of the circumstances, the mourner was an old acquaintance of the Wolf King, and it was presumed that his strength could not be lacking, as Chen Changsheng was his disciple. Even if his abilities and experience were somewhat lacking, they still ought to extend him a degree of courtesy. Although the Celestial Gathering was fraught with peril, it was best to avoid unnecessary trouble, and thus, it was unlikely that any significant issues would arise. They would simply take him along to broaden his horizons. With this thought in mind, the young man in the python robe approached Chen Changsheng with a cheerful demeanor. "Ah, so you are the esteemed disciple of the mourner. It is truly a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The mourner has always been shrouded in mystery. If given the chance, I, Su Tian, would certainly wish to pay my respects to the elder. In response to Su Tian's cordiality, Chen Changsheng smiled. My master has always preferred a life of seclusion. But since it is you, Brother Su, who wishes to meet him, I believe you would oblige. After all, my master has some ties to the Xuanwu kingdom. Oh, is that so? Indeed, I have heard my master mention it in passing, but the specifics elude me. In that case, I must seek an opportunity to visit the elder. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Tian arranged for Chen Changsheng to take a rest. Although the outward gestures of courtesy were meticulous, in reality, Su Tian had no intention of including Chen Changsheng in their activities. Faced with this situation, Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. His purpose for entering the central court was not to vie for the title of the foremost genius. Avoiding trouble was undoubtedly the best course of action. After a few days of sojourn in the Xuanwu kingdom, the super teleportation array was finally prepared. The prodigies from both the Night Moon Kingdom and the Xuanwu Kingdom gathered at the super teleportation array. Interestingly, the leading figures from both nations were not of pure bloodline. The Night Moon Kingdom, renowned as the Demon Clan dynasty, was represented by Yi Hensheng, a genuine human. Meanwhile, the leader of the Xuanwu Kingdom was Su Tian, although not of royal blood, had been adopted as a son by the left emperor due to his extraordinary talent and was bestowed the title of Prince of the Joint Crown. As they were about to embark for the central court, the rarely seen left emperor, Zhuo Xinghe, made an appearance. Observing the prodigies within the array, Zhuo Xinghe delivered some motivational remarks before activating the super teleportation array. Although the prodigies from both nations were impressive, they still paled in comparison to the extraordinary talents from the central court and other regions. The purpose of this celestial gathering was merely to expose them to the wider world. Zhuo Xinghe had no expectations for them to shine. As Zhuo Xinghe prepared to turn away, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Despite the altered aura and the now youthful appearance, Zhuo Xinghe would never forget that visage throughout his life. Meanwhile, concealed within the crowd, Chen Changsheng noticed the gaze of Zhuo Xinghe. A smile broke across his lips, radiant and bright, at the sight of an old acquaintance. In a swift motion, before Zhuo Xinghe could utter a word, the super teleportation array activated, and over a dozen prodigies vanished from their original positions. Swallowing hard, Zhuo Xinghe, as a sovereign, felt his body tremble. He was alive. He had truly emerged from the ancient Forbidden Lands. Although his appearance had changed slightly, the demeanor and intensity in his eyes remained unchanged. The funeral bearer, Chen Changsheng, the fleeting national master of the Xuanwu Kingdom, had returned. With this thought, Zhuo Xinghe immediately commanded, "Bring forth the necessary personnel. Reactivate the super teleportation array. I must personally attend to the central court." Upon hearing the emperor's decree, an elderly man stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, there seems to be an issue with the super teleportation array. To restart it may require 2 months." As he spoke, beads of cold sweat formed on the old man's forehead, for he was equally perplexed as to why the teleportation array had malfunctioned. Fortunately, the prodigies had not encountered any issues. Had they faced difficulties, even 100 lives would not suffice for him to atone for it. Zhuo Xinghe did not cast blame upon the individual responsible for the teleportation array, for he understood that Chen Changsheng was undoubtedly behind this disruption. With his profound mastery of formations, executing such a subtle maneuver would be effortlessly within his capabilities. Then expedite the repairs. I wish to see the teleportation array restored to its normal function as swiftly as possible. With that, Zhuo Xinghe turned and departed. His heart was tumultuous, a storm of emotions surging within him at the thought of the one he had believed to be lost returning once more. In the spatial passage, a transparent bubble enveloped the group, swiftly traversing the void. The prodigies stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, gazing silently ahead, appearing as if they had lost the ability to speak. Chen Changsheng found this behavior entirely understandable. After all, prodigies valued their dignity. An incessant chatter during the journey would be unbecoming. Disregarding the decorum maintained by the others, Chen Changsheng settled into a corner. casually offering a pill to the lethargic little white dog cradled in his arms. As he stroked the dog's fur, his thoughts began to churn. During this return to the world, Chen Changsheng realized how profoundly the laws of heaven and earth affected cultivators. Most cultivators had entered seclusion, with the stronger among them retreating into deeper isolation. Reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng murmured softly, "To seek out an entirely new cultivation system is no simple task." He had not anticipated that the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth would not only diminish the potency of the original cultivation systems, but also shorten the lifespans of those within that framework. No wonder the Central Court was hosting the Prodigy Conference. It seemed that the old relics could barely endure any longer. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng glanced toward the group of prodigies not far away. These individuals emanate a myriad of distinct auras. Intriguingly, the essence they project indicates a considerable divergence from their previously cultivated systems. To put it more plainly, they serve as experimental subjects for the formidable ones exploring the pathways of cultivation. Should they succeed, they would ascend to great heights. If they fail, they face the ultimate demise. As the intricate narrative of the situation began to unfold, a smile crept onto Chen Changsheng's lips. For he understood well that the method for cultivators to validate the efficacy of their techniques is quite straightforward: a duel. Victory signifies the correctness of the technique, while defeat indicates its fallibility. Thus, it seems that this gathering of prodigies may lead to a cataclysmic clash. Chapter 72. The Gathering of Talents After a Protracted Journey. Chen Changsheng and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the sacred grounds of Kunlun in the central courtyard. However, as soon as their feet touched the ground, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed from a distance. Saintess of the Purple Mansion, today, I of the Golden Light Cave, dare to seek your counsel. A young man, his vitality surging, manifested a radiant sun behind him. In response, a veiled woman merely glanced at him with indifference. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she ascended slowly into the air. Buzz! Crash! A breathtaking vision of a cerulean sea materialized behind her as her right hand extended forward, unleashing a powerful manifestation accompanied by a sweeping attack. The disciple from the Golden Light Cave was sent flying with a single strike. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd furrowed their brows in concern. Yet, Chen Changsheng's exclamation shattered the tense atmosphere. Impressive! Instantly, the hundreds of prodigies present turned to him in unison, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and disdain, nearly overflowing. They all acknowledged her prowess, but must he be so unabashedly vocal about it? As fellow talents, could he not exhibit even a modicum of pride? To react so dramatically before a confrontation was rather embarrassing. Caught off guard by their gazes, Chen Changsheng blinked and replied, "What are you all looking at? Isn't she formidable? She conjured a manifestation during a fight. Isn't that remarkable?" Upon hearing his words, Yi Hensheng felt a sharp throb at his temples. "Brother Chen, please refrain from further commentary. In this age of transformation, any technique that deviates from the original cultivation system may indeed produce manifestations. Is that so? Then do all newly created techniques generate manifestations?" The moment he spoke, the disdain in the eyes of those around him intensified. It was evident that he was a complete novice, having emerged from some obscure corner of the world. Not at all. Only techniques with great potential can yield manifestations. The greater the potential, the more powerful the manifestation. Then she is indeed quite impressive. She has manifested something. Upon hearing this, Yi Hensheng nearly lost his composure, feeling the urge to silence Chen Changsheng, who was proving to be an embarrassment. "Brother Chen, this is the gathering of talents. Talents are those who can achieve what ordinary individuals cannot. In other words, everyone here possesses a manifestation. Surely you do as well? Not that I know of. I haven't fought recently, and had you not mentioned it, I would have been oblivious to this fact. Ye Hensheng Sikit. Why did I ever bring you along? After a lifetime of misdeeds, encountering you seems to be my penance, as if you were sent by the heavens to torment me." After explaining the general rules to Chen Changsheng, Yi Hensheng and the others swiftly departed. Meanwhile, the other prodigies from different regions merely smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned with the presence of this unrefined newcomer. Feeling ignored by the crowd, Chen Changsheng clicked his tongue and turned to walk in another direction. In the recent circumstances, Chen Changsheng was genuinely unaware, and his praise was heartfelt. Yi Hensheng found such behavior embarrassing, primarily because they placed excessive importance on the notions of decorum and reputation. In the face of time, all matters seemed trivial, especially the absurdity of decorum and reputation. With his infinite lifespan, how could Chen Changsheng possibly concern himself with such trivialities? This is 300 pounds of divine source. Please accept it. The shopkeeper personally handed a beast-hide pouch to Chen Changsheng. After counting the contents, he turned to leave. In just 2 centuries, the entire cultivation world underwent immense transformations. The once universally accepted currency in the cultivation realm shifted from spirit stones to divine sources. This term, divine source, emerged only in the last century. Prior to that, it was referred to as spirit source. With the development of the Kunlun sacred land and the emergence of the sacred ruins, spirit sources began to proliferate. Initially, they were merely regarded as a new resource for cultivation, but as the rules of heaven and earth evolved, their significance became apparent. The former cultivation system faced rejection, and all were in pursuit of a new paradigm. Gradually, it became evident that the efficacy of spirit sources surpassed that of spirit stones. Eventually, the term spirit source evolved into divine source, which became the exclusive resource for the prodigies of the realm. Gazing at the 300 pounds of ordinary divine source in the beast-hide pouch, Chen Changsheng remarked, with a 10-to-1 exchange rate, "I feel I've lost quite a bit of money. It seems I shall need to recoup my losses elsewhere." With that, he lifted his gaze towards a nearby stone gambling house. As the rules of heaven and earth shifted, ordinary divine sources began to surface in the former spirit stone veins. However, certain exotic divine sources were exclusively found in the ore's mine from forbidden zones. The stone skins enveloping the divine sources shielded them from all forms of detection, prompting various powerful factions to venture into the stone gambling business to ensure profitable returns. In such establishments, one might make a modest profit, but the individuals behind the scenes would never sustain losses. Coincidentally, Chen Changsheng possessed considerable knowledge regarding divine sources, formerly known as spirit sources. After all, several centuries prior, divine sources held little value. The ores extracted from forbidden zones could be procured for a modest amount of spirit stones. To thoroughly investigate the properties of divine sources, Chen Changsheng excavated a mountain's worth of ores. He deemed the divine sources obtained largely inconsequential, thus gifting half to Ali, while the remainder was buried beneath a grand formation to serve as the foundation for his array. At the Kunlun stone house, countless cultivators were selecting stones of various sizes, as these stones might contain exotic divine sources. The adage, "one cut brings poverty, one cut brings wealth," echoed continuously within the stone gambling house. "Boss, I wish to purchase this stone." Chen Changsheng's voice resonated throughout the establishment, causing all present to halt their activities and regard him with incredulous expressions. As Chen Changsheng sought to acquire the stone, the emblem of Kunlun Stone Workshop, the crowd murmured in disbelief, suggesting he had lost his senses in the gamble. "That is merely an ordinary rock, placed at the entrance as a mere decoration. What are you thinking?" Soon, the steward of Kunlun Stone Workshop arrived, his expression dark and foreboding. "My friend, are you perhaps here to cause a disturbance? Do you even know how to speak properly?" Chen Changsheng replied, "I have come here to gamble on stones. Is it not entirely reasonable to purchase a stone?" Despite his words, the steward's demeanor remained grim. For the massive stone bore only the inscription of the workshop's name and possessed nothing extraordinary. In such circumstances, if the individual before him was not seeking trouble, he might as well gouge out his own eyes to use as stakes. "Very well, this stone requires a weight of divine essence for exchange. A sum of 1,000 pounds of divine essence will suffice." Chapter 73, 80 with one hammer. The source of the exotic fire dragon. Upon hearing these words, Chen Changsheng glanced at the stone before him and remarked, "Isn't 1,000 pounds rather inexpensive? This stone weighs at least 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. In response, the steward sneered dismissively and said, "Theoretically, This stone should indeed be valued at 4 to 5,000 pounds of divine source. However, considering your sincere intent as a customer, I am inclined to offer you a discount." Ignoring the steward's sarcastic tone, Chen Changsheng resumed his meticulous examination of the stone sign. After a thorough analysis, he nodded and said, "This price seems fair, but I only possess 300 pounds of divine source. Might you grant me an extension? I can gather the funds and return to purchase it later." At this, the steward's expression darkened instantly. "Dear customer, that solution seems rather impractical. Today, you have two options. Either produce 1,000 pounds of divine source to purchase this stone, or we shall have to expel you." Noticing the tense atmosphere, a crowd quickly gathered around, for witnessing such spectacles is always entertaining. Despite the steward's threats, Chen Changsheng remained unfazed. He had encountered numerous formidable figures and was undeterred by these minor threats. His reluctance to act too forcefully stemmed from a desire to avoid conflict, particularly as he was, after all, attempting to purchase from their establishment, which felt somewhat improper. Just as Chen Changsheng contemplated rummaging through his belongings to find something to use as collateral, a voice rang out, "I will take 1,000 pounds of divine source." Turning to look, he found that the speaker was none other than the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion. Upon her arrival, the steward immediately donned a smile and said, "I have the honor of meeting the Holy Maiden. Might I inquire, is this gentleman your acquaintance?" "Not all," came her succinct reply. This left the steward in a perplexed position. "Holy Maiden, the Purple Mansion has always maintained a cordial relationship with the Kunlun Holy Land. If that is the case, why would you assist this troublemaker?" In response to Wang Defa's inquiry, the Holy Maiden replied coolly, "The stone shop exists to sell stones. If I wish to purchase this stone, is that not permissible? Of course, if it is the Holy Maiden who wishes to buy, then it shall be 800 pounds of divine source." With a swift motion, the Holy Maiden tossed a leather bag filled with coins into the steward's hands. However, Chen Changsheng was displeased. "Wait, what is the meaning of this? I never said I did not want this stone. This seems somewhat excessive." Hearing Chen Changsheng's protest, Wang Defa retorted with a stern expression, "Young man, do not be ungrateful. Were it not for the Holy Maiden intervening, you might not have exited the Kunlun stone shop today. Should you not express your gratitude to her?" As Wang Defa admonished Chen Changsheng, the Holy Maiden gracefully approached him and said, "This stone is a gift for you." The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Chen Changsheng stood in bewilderment, equally taken aback. The abrupt turn of events left not only the onlookers bewildered, but also Chen Changsheng in a state of confusion. "According to my recollection, I should not be acquainted with this maiden of the Holy Land. Why then did you present me with this stone, 800 pounds of divine essence? That is no insignificant sum. If measured in spirit stones, it amounts to a staggering 800,000 spirit stones." In response to Chen Changsheng's bewilderment, the radiant eyes of the Holy Maiden remained unwavering. 800 pounds of divine essence is merely a trifling matter. Should you choose to pledge your allegiance to the Purple Mansion, I would be willing to offer 8,000 pounds of divine essence. A collective gasp escaped the crowd upon hearing this price. 8,000 pounds of divine essence could well purchase the life of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. 8,000 pounds seems a tad insufficient. I shall instead offer 800 pounds for this stone. With that, Chen Changsheng grasped the Holy Maiden's hand and placed a leather pouch into her palm. "This contains 300 pounds of divine essence. The remaining 500 shall be owed to you, which I will provide shortly." With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng produced a hefty iron hammer, spitting into his palm as he declared, 80. With a resounding crash, he struck the stone, chipping away a corner. Witnessing Chen Changsheng's crude actions, Wang Defa's expression darkened. This behavior hardly resembled that of extracting divine essence. Although divine essence is indeed resilient, it cannot withstand such brutal force. This fellow seems intent on causing a ruckus. Once the Holy Maiden departs, I shall deal with him. Accompanied by Chen Changsheng's peculiar rallying cry, the sign of Kunlun Stone Workshop lay in ruins. After a series of 9 strikes, the once intact stone was reduced to merely the size of a basin. At this juncture, the crowd nearly unanimously concluded that Chen Changsheng had come to stir trouble at the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Yet, The holy maiden's gaze remained entirely unchanged. She had encountered this man at the teleportation array, where everyone else had expressed astonishment at her unusual manifestation, except for him. To be precise, he lacked that look of surprise, which typically arises in two scenarios. Either he is stronger than I, or he has encountered someone even more formidable. In either case, this individual is worthy of cultivating a relationship. 800 pounds of divine essence is hardly a steep price. After delivering the final blow with all his might, Chen Changsheng exclaimed, 80, as the rallying cry echoed. An unusual crimson light erupted from the stone. Frequenters of the stone workshop, who were accustomed to gambling, shouted in excitement. It has risen. Upon witnessing Chen Changsheng genuinely extract divine essence, not only was Wang Defa rendered speechless, but even the holy maiden displayed a hint of surprise. The stones within the workshop had been meticulously selected by masters, and the likelihood of extracting divine essence was exceedingly rare. This individual, indeed, was no ordinary person, as he had successfully harvested divine essence from what appeared to be a worthless stone. After breaking through the outer layer of the stone, Chen Changsheng rummaged through the contents and ultimately retrieved 2 pieces of fiery red exotic divine essence. The 2 pieces of divine source, one large and one small, were strikingly different in size. The larger was comparable to a man's fist, while the smaller resembled the size of a bird's egg. After assessing their weight, Chen Changsheng turned to the saintess of the Purple Mansion and remarked, I am not entirely certain about the market value of these exotic divine sources. Since the Purple Mansion also possesses a stone shop, perhaps you, esteemed saintess, could provide an appraisal. Upon hearing this, the saintess of the Purple Mansion glanced at the exotic divine source in Chen Changsheng's hand and responded, the Kunlun Holy Land once extracted a mountain-sized mine from the sacred ruins. Ultimately, they procured a divine source resembling a fire dragon, entirely red in hue. Consequently, this type of exotic divine source has been designated as Fire Dragon Source. 1 pound of Fire Dragon Source is equivalent to 100 pounds of ordinary divine source. After considering the price provided by the saintess, Chen Changsheng nodded and tossed the bird egg-sized Fire Dragon Source to her. Despite its diminutive size, the divine source boasted a remarkably high density, weighing no less than 5 or 6 pounds. In terms of value, this piece was precisely sufficient to settle his debts. Chapter 74. The Inner Courtyard of the Stone Gambling, Chen Changsheng. I am called Zhuoxinghe. Having repaid the debt to the Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion, Chen Changsheng cheerfully placed the Fire Dragon Source into a leather bag, which he then handed to Wang Defa. This leather bag was specifically crafted for divine sources. While its spatial capacity was modest, it could counteract the terrifying weight of the divine source. Otherwise, an excessive quantity would crush a storage ring under its formidable pressure. Manager Wang, I recall that to enter the courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop, one must provide a guarantee of at least 10,000 pounds of divine source. I believe I have sufficient assurance now. May I enter? Upon witnessing Chen Changsheng extract a divine source from a piece of waste stone, Wang Defa's demeanor towards him transformed significantly. With the ongoing Talented Heroes Conference at the Kunlun Sacred Land, countless prodigies had gathered from various corners. A person capable of such feats and possessing such insight must surely have an extraordinary background. How could Wang Defa afford to be negligent towards such an individual? Of course. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Under Wang Defa's warm invitation, Chen Changsheng entered the courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop. The Holy Maiden of the Purple Mansion followed closely behind. However, just because these two could enter freely did not imply the same privilege for others. Soon, the entire Kunlun Sacred Land was abuzz with news of an unnamed prodigy seeking to gamble stones in the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Such excitement naturally attracted other prodigies. Within the inner courtyard of the Kunlun Stone Workshop, the number of stones was lamentably sparse compared to the outer courtyard. In this vast space, there were only a little over 10 stones to choose from, yet each possessed an extraordinary quality. Some stones resembled a welcoming pine tree, swaying gently in the breeze. Others were no larger than a fist, yet their shapes were remarkably rounded, rolling about freely when placed in a dish. After carefully observing the stones in the inner courtyard, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. The aura emanating from these stones was exceedingly dense. If his instincts were correct, they must have been extracted from the depths of the sacred ruins. What treasures these stones might yield remained uncertain to him. Young master, may I inquire which stone has captured your interest? Wang Defa eagerly suggested. I believe that welcoming pine is quite exceptional. To be candid, I have personally heard the sound of wind rustling through leaves emanating from within that stone. In response to Wang Defa's sales pitch, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and replied, I am more aware of the wonders within the sacred ruins than you, yet I also understand that 9 out of 10 stones are empty. Here, the stones are priced at a minimum of 5,000 divine source per pound, with many fetching tens or even hundreds of thousands. If you were to permit credit, I might be inclined to open 3 or 5 pieces. At this, Wang Defa rubbed his hands together, a forced smile plastered on his face. Dear guest, you jest. We operate on a modest scale. Credit is simply not feasible. However, for someone of your stature, 100 to 180,000 divine source is merely a trifle. Come now, inform your superiors that the matter I presented is beyond your authority. With tens of millions of pounds of divine essence, I hardly possess such wealth. I intend to use items as collateral. Upon hearing this, Wang Defa immediately chuckled and replied, No problem. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he instructed his subordinates to serve spiritual tea and then respectfully withdrew. Seated in the pavilion, Chen Changsheng continued to observe the surrounding stones while savoring the tea, entirely unperturbed by the ethereal grace of the sacred maiden of the Purple Manor. After a while, the usually silent sacred maiden spoke. With your capabilities, you should not be overly concerned about the quantity of divine essence. What you truly seek lies within it. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned to the sacred maiden and inquired, What do you mean, dear maiden? As the saying goes, wealth, companions, law, and land. Resources are always paramount on the path of cultivation. My purpose in visiting the Kunlun Stone Workshop is undoubtedly for the divine essence. After all, who would ever find an excess of divine essence undesirable? In response to Chen Changsheng's justification, the sacred maiden of the Purple Manor calmly stated, Others may come to the workshop for divine essence, but you're different. Why? Because your gaze is remarkably tranquil. That fire dragon essence is no less than 50 pounds, equivalent to 25,000 pounds of ordinary divine essence. Such a resource in cultivation cannot be overlooked, even by prodigies. Yet, when you beheld the fire dragon essence, you did not even blink. This indicates that, to you, 25,000 pounds of divine essence is inconsequential. Everyone in the Kunlun sacred land knows that the stones within the inner courtyard of the workshop are worth a fortune. At such prices, even the most exquisite divine essence cannot recoup the costs. The only opportunity lies in unveiling the sealed treasures within the divine essence, which is precisely what you are after. After hearing the sacred maiden's analysis, Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is both sound and logical. Indeed, I have come for the treasures contained within the divine essence. You are aware that the ores within the forbidden zones have a high probability of yielding divine essence, which often encapsulates remarkable items. For instance, some unknown spiritual herbs possess the power of resurrection. I seek such herbs, which is why I am here. By the way, after conversing for so long, I am yet to learn your esteemed name. Xing, came the response from beneath the sacred maiden's delicate veil. Xing, what a lovely name, he said. I am Zhuoxingha. I thank you, Miss Xing, for your earlier assistance. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the teacup held by Xing, and a potent aura emanated from her. Zhuoxingha is the name of the current left emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom in the eastern wilderness. Although Xing resides in the central courtyard, she is not ignorant of such matters. Do you not hold Xing in regard, young master? Ha ha ha. Indeed, Miss Xing possesses extraordinary insight. My apologies from Su Tian. Without hesitation, Xing took action, for the individual before her was still deceiving himself. Su Tian was the leader of the prodigies from the Xuanwu Kingdom. Upon encountering this peculiar man, I embarked on a thorough investigation. To my surprise, I discovered discrepancies in the roster of the eastern wilderness. Specifically, it appeared that an additional individual had emerged among their elite group. Bang! Bang, bang. Chen Changsheng and Zening engaged in over 100 exchanges, refraining from utilizing spiritual power, relying solely on their physical prowess. Ultimately, during the 136th exchange, Chen Changsheng effortlessly subdued Zening, grasping her delicate arm with his left hand and gently encircling her swan-like neck with his right. With a furrowed brow, Chen Changsheng remarked, "Why does this young lady constantly yearn for conflict?" Despite being subdued, Zening remained composed. The Xuanwu kingdom values physical strength, and within its ranks of elites, none could rival the intensity of her physical form. "Why are you absent from the elite roster? Who exactly are you?" Just as Zening posed her inquiry to Chen Changsheng, a multitude of other elites arrived to witness the spectacle, and they were greeted with the sight of the two in a rather intimate position. The crowd reacted with delight. Is this truly as thrilling as it appears? Chapter 75. Elder Jiangfeng of Kunlun's sacred land. The scene between Chen Changsheng and the saintess of the Purple Mansion left many young prodigies in attendance utterly dumbfounded. The saintess, widely regarded as one of the three great beauties among the younger generation in the central court, found herself in an unexpectedly awkward situation. However, Chen Changsheng remained remarkably composed as he released his hold on Zening. "Dear friends, do you not understand the principle of refraining from inappropriate gazes? I am merely engaging in a friendly exchange with Miss Zening. Is it not rather impolite for you to stare so intently?" Upon hearing these words, several prodigies hastily apologized and lowered their heads. Yet, some others were noticeably agitated. "Miss Zening, is this man treating you with disrespect? If so, we shall ensure he pays for his transgressions." In response, Zening cast a cool glance at them, offering no reaction. The enigmatic man before her was indeed somewhat shameless, yet her disdain for those around her, whom she deemed hypocritical, was far greater. A man of stature, regardless of his virtues or vices, should act decisively rather than dither. If they truly wish to defend her honor, they ought to act immediately instead of seeking her opinion. Their repeated inquiries merely reflected their fear of his evident superiority in their previous exchange. Moreover, this was her personal matter that did not require anyone's intervention. Though he possessed considerable physical strength, she was confident in her own abilities to contend with him. Noting the discomfort of the prodigies as Zening ignored them, it became apparent that the instigator, Chen Changsheng, had now begun instructing the group of young talents. "Brothers, how can you pursue a lady in such a manner? You have just committed a grave error in the art of war." As Chen Changsheng casually engaged in conversation, most of the onlookers scoffed at his audacity. However, with a crowd this size, a few curious individuals began to take notice. "What do you mean?" The answer was simple. To win the heart of a woman, one must rely on their own charm and character. You are all aware of Miss Zening's exceptional background and talent. Such a woman does not place great importance on material conditions, for there are few men in the world who can surpass her. At this juncture, the significance of personal charisma becomes apparent. Take the recent incident as an example. You should have acted without hesitation. Any sign of doubt makes you appear timid and uncertain. How, then, can such a man capture Miss Zening's attention? Chen Changsheng's unconventional discourse piqued the interest of those who had previously dismissed him, and gradually, more and more individuals gathered around him. Now you see where the error lies. After absorbing Chen Changsheng's insights, many young prodigies suddenly experienced an enlightening moment of clarity. One of the individuals casually inquired, "Brother Chen, what if the opponent were exceptionally formidable? And if they are strong? In the sacred land of Kunlun, would your adversary resort to lethal measures over such trivial matters?" Furthermore, the esteemed individuals present are all paragons of their generation. Although there may be slight discrepancies in their prowess, it is unlikely that such differences are insurmountable. Surely, none of you lack the ability to defend yourselves? Upon hearing these words, the chests of the gathered prodigies involuntarily puffed up a bit. They were all exceptional talents. While it was undeniable that some were indeed stronger and more outstanding, they were confident in their own capabilities after years of rigorous training. Noticing that the attention of the many prodigies had shifted, Chen Changsheng could not help but smile slightly. This little girl from the Purple Mansion always seemed to take an interest in him, which could lead to unnecessary complications. To resolve this predicament, Chen Changsheng felt compelled to offer some guidance to the girl's admirers. Given that the average age of the participants in this gathering of prodigies was barely a century, it would be rather easy to manipulate these youngsters. Once she was sufficiently distracted by her numerous suitors, she would naturally have no time to focus on him. Chen Changsheng, what brings you here? Just as he pondered how to continue his ruse, a voice emerged from the crowd. Turning around, he discovered it was Zhuo Jing, a member of the prodigy group from the Xuanwu kingdom. Zhuo Jing, the third princess of Xuanwu, possessed a talent that was commendable, placing her in the mid-tier among her peers. Ah, it is the third princess. Chen Changsheng greeted her politely. I am here discussing matters of cultivation with my fellow friends. By the way, have Su and the others not arrived yet? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Zhuo Jing replied, Su Tian and the others are currently adjusting their states in preparation for the prodigy conference 3 days hence. I heard that a nameless prodigy was planning to engage in stone gambling here, so I came to witness it. Since you arrived early, do you know who this nameless prodigy is? I'm unaware. I merely came to stroll around the Kunlun stone workshop, and suddenly the crowd grew. I did not catch sight of any nameless prodigy. After gaining insight into the situation, Zhuo Jing conversed with Chen Changsheng for a few more moments before quietly awaiting the appearance of the nameless prodigy. As for those who were receiving instruction from Chen Changsheng, they did not perceive him as the individual intending to gamble on stones, for his attire was exceedingly ordinary, lacking the air of someone with a substantial background. Although his prowess was evidently formidable, as demonstrated in his encounter with Xining, the stones within the Kunlun Stone Workshop would not offer discounts merely because one was a prodigy. Thus, the only person present who understood the truth was Xining. Yet, the sacred maiden of the Purple Mansion possessed her own pride. She would not willingly explain herself to these individuals. At that moment, Wang Defo approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Upon seeing this man, the atmosphere among the prodigies grew solemn, including the typically aloof sacred maiden of the Purple Mansion. For the newcomer was none other than the second elder of the Kunlun sacred land, Jiang Feng. In the past, during the contest for the position of the Holy Master of Kunlun's sacred land, Jiang Feng suffered a slight defeat at the hands of the current Holy Master, Jiang Bufan. Although he was vanquished, Jiang Bufan, the Holy Master of Kunlun, once remarked that had it not been for the whims of fortune, the outcome between us would remain uncertain. Beyond this event, another occurrence significantly elevated Jiang Feng's renown. 600 years ago, the nefarious rogue Wu Li emerged from the central court, casting a shadow over the faces of the younger generation there. Ultimately, Wu Li encountered the equally youthful Jiang Feng, and the two engaged in a fierce battle that lasted for 3 days and nights, concluding in a stalemate. Nonetheless, this confrontation quelled the misdeeds of the rogue Wu Li for a full century. To this day, Jiang Feng remains the sole individual to have fought to a standstill against the notorious Wu Li. Chapter 76. The exorbitant price of 2 million divine sources. As Chen Changsheng engaged in his conversation, Jiang Feng approached him directly, disregarding the crowd that had tidied themselves in anticipation of showcasing their best selves. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Feng bypassed all and made his way straight to Chen Changsheng, who was chatting amiably with others. My apologies for the lack of hospitality at Kunlun Stone Pavilion, young friend, Jiang Feng said. Chen Changsheng paused his conversation, clasping his hands in greeting. You overstate the matter, Elder Jiang. It is indeed an honor for me to visit Kunlun Stone Pavilion. As they walked towards the pavilion in a familiar manner, many talented individuals stood in stunned silence. Although they all bore the title of prodigy, in the presence of true dignitaries, they felt insignificant. Jiang Feng was also a prodigy, one of the most distinguished from the previous era, who had survived the trials of time. In terms of talent, status, lineage, and strength, none present could claim equality with him. Pouring a cup of hot tea for Chen Changsheng, Jiang Feng smiled and inquired, I have heard that you wish to open a few stones for some amusement. Do you have any particular targets in mind? In response, Chen Changsheng smiled and replied, I have indeed selected a stone, but my finances are rather limited, making it difficult to procure such a significant amount of divine sources. Therefore, I must resort to using some of my lesser possessions as collateral. Would Kunlun Stone Pavilion accept such items? Ha! You young friend. While divine sources are indeed valuable, they can be quite cumbersome to carry. To be honest, I do not even possess 100,000 divine sources myself, Jiang Feng replied warmly. Among the onlookers, one individual stood with reddened eyes, Princess Zuijing of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Clenching her fists while observing Chen Changsheng, she felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. This man had deliberately concealed his circumstances, disregarding the members of the prodigy group entirely. Recalling the attitudes of the crowd towards him just days prior, her expression darkened. Once their conversation concluded, Chen Changsheng addressed Jiang Feng. Elder Jiang, it is getting late. May I proceed with selecting the stone? Of course, please follow me, Jiang Feng said, leading Chen Changsheng. After browsing through the stones, Chen Changsheng ultimately selected a small, smooth stone that continually rolled within its jade platter. Unlike the other stones that remained still, this particular stone, no larger than a fist, exhibited an intriguing ability to roll incessantly. Observing Chen Changsheng's choice, Jiang Feng took the opportunity to elaborate. This stone is known as the Rolling Pearl and was sourced from the depths of the sacred ruins. Interestingly, it is sealed within another divine source. Initially, the Kunlun sacred land intended to slice this stone, but due to its peculiar circumstances, it was sent to the stone pavilion instead. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng picked up the rolling pearl and asked, "Is that so? What makes this stone so special? Since you dare to venture into the inner courtyard for stone gambling, you must be well versed in the mining of stones containing divine sources," Jiang Feng replied. The stone encasing the divine source is impervious to spiritual energy and divine consciousness. However, this particular stone exhibits a unique quality, allowing both spiritual energy and divine consciousness to penetrate, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. In response to Jiang Feng's explanation, Chen Changsheng examined the zipanzu in his hand and remarked, "Among the various stones, there exists a type known as black carbon stone. This material also absorbs divine consciousness and spiritual energy, and its form is ever-changing, making it difficult to grasp. More intriguingly, the weight of this stone bears a striking resemblance to that of the divine source. When the black carbon stone is enveloped in a layer of stone skin, it creates the illusion of containing a divine source within. If the outer layer of this zupanzu is exceedingly thin, concealing a black carbon stone within, it would indeed give rise to the phenomenon of divine consciousness penetrating yet disappearing. It is precisely due to the inherent risks that the Kunlun sacred land has refrained from excavating this stone." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Jiang Feng chuckled. "You make a valid point, my young friend. However, the stone workshop is a place of gambling. If we could ascertain the contents within, why would the Kunlun sacred land not extract it ourselves? Would you not agree?" Elder Zhang's assertion was indeed correct. Yet one must ponder how much divine source this zipanzu requires. 2 million divine sources. Jiang Feng calmly announced an astronomical figure, gazing at Chen Changsheng with a smile. The stones in the inner courtyard of the stone workshop are reserved for powerful beings. A young man daring to gamble here must possess an extraordinary background. Otherwise, I would not have taken the time to entertain such a junior. Hiss at the mention of this astronomical number. All the talented individuals present inhaled sharply. Even Zening frowned at the price. 2 million divine sources far exceeded the resources at her disposal. Although she is the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion, her accessible resources amount to only around 300,000 divine sources. Even if she were to liquidate her entire fortune, she could scarcely reach 500,000 divine sources. It had long been rumored that the stones in the inner courtyard of the stone workshop are exorbitantly priced, yet she had never anticipated such a staggering cost. 2 million divine sources, a price that was not excessive, but rather quite reasonable, just as the crowd marveled at the exorbitance of the price. Chen Changsheng's indifferent voice broke through. "The crowd? Do you truly wish to hear what you are saying? 2 million divine sources is reasonable. I could sell you one. Would you like to purchase it?" Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Chen Changsheng waved his right hand, casting a shadowy mass to the ground. Bang! The shadow struck the soft grass, creating a depression, as Chen Changsheng carelessly remarked about the zipanzu. "Elder Jiang, please appraise it. Upon discerning the object on the ground, Jiang Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Purple gold copper mother." Sensing the astonishment in Jiang Feng's voice, Chen Changsheng finally shifted his gaze from the Zupanzu to Jiang Feng. "Why are you so surprised, Elder Jiang? The Kunlun sacred land is vast and affluent. Surely, you must possess some purple gold copper mother." The purple gold copper mother is indeed a sight to behold. It is the pinnacle of materials for forging weapons and the finest substance for crafting alchemical furnaces. However, the scarcity of purple gold copper mother is well known, and encountering a piece as large as a basin is a rarity that I have never witnessed before. It is fortuitous that I chanced upon this treasure right at my doorstep. Elder Jiang, I trust you to assess its worth. The crowd murmurs in disbelief, wondering why such a marvel is not found at their own thresholds. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng contemplated for a moment before offering a price of 800,000 divine sources, a sum deemed quite reasonable. "Boom," Chen Changsheng casually remarked, and then tossed forth another piece of metal. The emergence of this metallic object caused even Jiang Feng to lose his composure. "Young friend, for where did you acquire this?" he inquired. "I unearthed it while tilling the land," Chen Changsheng replied. Jiang Feng was taken aback, thinking, could you not fabricate a more plausible story? Unfazed by the two types of metal he had presented, Chen Changsheng remained indifferent, for he possessed an abundance of such materials. The thunder beasts, by their very nature, are endowed with an innate ability to explore various metallic ores and feed upon them. Having vanquished the thunder beasts of the 10,000 great mountains, their treasures naturally fell into Chen Changsheng's possession. Chapter 77. The enormous fat worm, Chen Changsheng, unwilling to divulge the origins of the item, left Jiang Feng without inquiry. After confirming the metallic object on the ground once more, Jiang Feng spoke. The Xianming Iron Essence, a supplementary material used by supreme beings to forge weapons. Its texture may not be particularly hard, yet it possesses an unparalleled advantage, the ability to merge most different types of metals. This metal is priceless and exceedingly rare, sought after for millennia, making it difficult to assign a fair market value. Listening attentively to Jiang Feng, Chen Changsheng continued to observe the rotating bead. Elder Jiang, simply observe and take heed. The Kunlun sacred land, with its vast resources, would not intentionally undervalue such an item. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng scrutinized the young man before him and, after a moment's hesitation, said, "Since you have spoken so, I shall dare to offer a price. For this Xianming iron essence, roughly the size of a human head, the Kunlun stone pavilion offers 4 million divine sources." At this proclamation, the breaths of the gathered crowd grew noticeably heavier, for such an astronomical figure was unfamiliar even to the prodigies present. 4 million divine sources, a sum only a power as great as the Kunlun sacred land could possibly afford. Acknowledging Jiang Feng's offer, Chen Changsheng nodded and remarked, "The price is somewhat low, yet still reasonable. After all, this is merely a supplementary material, including the Xianming iron essence. My collateral at the Kunlun Stone Pavilion should amount to 480,000 divine sources. To be precise, it should be 482,500 divine sources. Subtracting the cost of the rotating bead, I will have 282,500 divine sources remaining. I will set this sum aside. Tomorrow, I intend to open another stone, but for today, I shall proceed with this one." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng handed the rotating bead to Jiang Feng. Observing the young man's calm demeanor, Jiang Feng chuckled. "Your generosity is such that even some lords of the sacred lands may find it hard to match. It is indeed a fortuitous event to be able to assist you in opening the stone." With that, Jiang Feng accepted the rotating bead from Chen Changsheng's hand. Simultaneously, the unparalleled great formation of the Kunlun Stone Pavilion began to gently activate. Within the divine sources, peculiar items often emerged. The protective formation would help avert unnecessary troubles. Moreover, with wealth attracting desire, should any extraordinary treasures arise from the inner courtyard stones, the formation would shield against prying eyes. Exhaling slowly, Jiang Feng released a breath of turbid air, his formidable presence instantly unfurling. With a cultivation level at the 6th realm, Even Chen Changsheng could not help but raise an eyebrow. The previous golden core system faced suppression by the laws of nature, prompting many prodigies to forge new paths and create innovative techniques. 600 years ago, the pressures of these laws began to intensify. Ali's foundational practice, the 8-9 profound art, was a unique method that remained unaffected by these constraints, which contributed to his dominance over the younger generation in the central court. Jiang Feng's ability to stand on equal footing with Ali indeed signified that he had carved out his own path. A stream of sword light emanated from Jiang Feng's pointed sword, each beam brushing against the surface of the Zuopan pearl. With each pass of the sword light, a minute quantity of stone powder was dislodged from the pearl. The stone skin of the Zuopan pearl is exceedingly thin, making this method of extraction undoubtedly the most effective. Other techniques risk damaging the precious contents within. As the stone skin continued to wear away, a golden radiance began to emanate from the Zuopan pearl. By merely observing the brilliance, the onlookers discerned that this was the highest grade of divine source, golden divine source. A single pound of this golden divine source could equate to 1,000 pounds of ordinary divine source. Such quality would represent an immense fortune in anyone's possession. However, at present, no one's attention lingered on the golden divine source. The Zuopan pearl's diminutive size meant that even if it yielded golden divine source, it could not possibly recoup the exorbitant price of 2 million divine source. The only remaining hope was to see if something lay hidden within the golden divine source. With a swift stroke, the final beam of sword light swept across, completely stripping away the stone skin of the Zuopan pearl, without causing any harm to the precious golden divine source within. There was indeed something inside, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, jolting everyone from their astonishment at Jiang Feng's remarkable technique. They beheld that the interior of the golden divine source was hollow, and within it wriggled a plump, white silkworm. Upon seeing the creature, Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, for he had never encountered such a being. Just as he pondered this unfamiliar worm, Chen Changsheng's voice broke through. Elder Jiang, the stone has been successfully opened. May I have the contents now? Chen Changsheng's words brought Jiang Feng back to reality. Of course, it now rightfully belongs to my young friend. Accepting the divine source ball from Jiang Feng, Chen Changsheng shook it, grinning at the plump silkworm inside. I never expected to find you here. It seems fate is indeed peculiar. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the previously silent saintess of the Purple Mansion expressed her curiosity and inquired, do you know what this creature is? I certainly do, though I suspect you do not. To put it plainly, the combined worth of Xianming iron essence and purple gold copper mother pales in comparison to just one of its legs. Well then, the day is drawing to a close, and I must return to rest. We shall open another stone tomorrow. With that, Chen Changsheng tucked away the divine source ball and strolled confidently towards the exit. Young friend, wait. However, as Chen Changsheng lifted his foot, Jiang Feng called out to him. Elder Jiang, is there something else? May I inquire if the recently unearthed item is for sale? Certainly, but I fear the price may be beyond your means, Elder Jiang. Oh, your words carry a certain intrigue. While the Kunlun Holy Land may not claim the title of the foremost in the central court, its strength and heritage are well recognized. I am quite curious to know what price would be unattainable even for the Kunlun Holy Land. Noticing the pride in Jiang Feng's tone, Chen Changsheng smiled subtly and responded, Elder Jiang has misunderstood me. I did not imply that the Kunlun sacred land is beyond my means, but rather that it is you, Elder Jiang, who lacks the necessary resources. If you desire that which I possess, you must offer 1/3 of the Kunlun sacred land in exchange. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's countenance darkened instantly. My young friend, you cannot be serious, he exclaimed. I assure you, I am not jesting. Elder Jiang, your astonishment stems from your ignorance of the true value of this item. Were you to comprehend its worth, you would realize that 1/3 of the Kunlun sacred land is, in fact, a most reasonable price. However, it seems you lack the authority to make such a decision, which is why I assert that you cannot afford it. Jiang Feng retorted, that price is beyond even the lord of the sacred land. It is not a matter solely determined by one individual. To propose trading 1/3 of the sacred land for a mere insect is sheer folly. Chapter 78. the golden silkworm goo of the witch clan. The embryo of immortality, seeing Jiang Feng's cold expression and his silence. Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly, refraining from probing further into the matter. After all, even if Kunlun's sacred land was willing to offer such a price, he might not agree to part with it. By the way, Elder Jiang, with such a precious treasure, I hope it won't attract unwelcome attention, Chen Changsheng remarked. In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Jiang Feng composed himself and replied, during the Talents Conference, no one is permitted to act against the Talents. Violators will be deemed provocateurs against Kunlun's sacred land. We shall pursue them relentlessly, but conflicts among the Talents are permissible. That is indeed preferable. Having offered such a remarkable item, I too fear the gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. With Elder John's assurance, I can rest easy. Moreover, the stone in the inner courtyard will not be replaced tomorrow, right? I have my eye on another stone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes twitched slightly. The birth spirit emerged from the Panju, and although he was unaware of its origins, it was evident that something sealed within the divine source was far from ordinary. Losing such a treasure would undoubtedly sting Jiang Feng's heart. Now, with Chen Changsheng expressing interest in another stone, a sense of unease stirred within him. Young friend, you yist. At Kunlun Stone Workshop, we conduct business with integrity and would never indulge in such underhanded tactics. Today, as circumstances will remain unchanged tomorrow. Indeed, Kunlun Stone Workshop is fair-minded. We shall meet again tomorrow. With that, Chen Changsheng strode out of Kunlun Stone Workshop with an air of confidence. Yet, none of the onlookers dared to entertain any nefarious thoughts. The ability to casually produce considerable amounts of celestial gold, combined with physical prowess that overshadowed even the esteemed Purple Mansion Saintess, alongside an unknown background, formed a formidable combination. Anyone considering an affront towards Chen Changsheng would need to weigh their options carefully, especially under the ongoing talent conference. Eastern Wilderness Courtyard. Chen Changsheng returned to the small courtyard prepared for the Eastern Wilderness talents at Kunlun's sacred land. After securing the doors and windows, he finally retrieved the divine source orb from Kunlun Stone Workshop. Gazing at the plump golden silkworm writhing within the divine source, Chen Changsheng murmured, I never imagined there truly exists a living golden silkworm goo in this world. If only the witch clan in the 10,000 Great Mountains had you, they would not be in such dire straits. Indeed, the plump silkworm within the divine source was none other than the goo deity of the witch clan, the golden silkworm goo. Years ago, Chen Changsheng had inadvertently arrived in the 10,000 Great Mountains and subsequently faced various conflicts with the Thunderbeast clan. Having spent considerable time there, he naturally gained a profound understanding of the goo insects of the witch clan, particularly the golden silkworm goo. According to the witch clan's ancient texts, the golden silkworm goo was the nemesis of all insects in the world. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng drew forth the fractured Jinwu sword and gently sliced open the divine source orb. Swish! Crack! The moment the divine source orb shattered, the golden silkworm goo lunged directly onto the Jinwu sword, and a faint sound reached Chen Changsheng's ears. The nearly indestructible Jinwu sword bore a minuscule dent, no larger than a grain of rice, gnawed by the golden silkworm goo. Upon witnessing this, even Chen Changsheng could not help but express his astonishment. It is worth noting that the Jinwu sword was the weapon of the former left emperor of the Xuanwu kingdom. Aside from singular failure in the ancient Forbidden Lands, over the years, Chen Changsheng had not encountered anything capable of damaging the Jinwu sword. Now, the golden silkworm goo had effortlessly created a breach, showcasing its formidable power. The sound of gnawing echoed in the room, as the seemingly innocuous golden silkworm goo voraciously consumed the Jinwu sword. Though Chen Changsheng felt a pang of sorrow, he refrained from acting rashly. According to ancient texts, the golden silkworm goo was nourished by primordial ferocious beasts, and his modest stature might not withstand its might. Carefully placing the Jinwu sword upon the table, Chen Changsheng hastily retrieved various herbs and tools for inscribing formations. The golden silkworm goo was a creation of the Wu clan, which had, of course, documented methods to subdue it. Before long, an ancient and intricate formation was drawn. Sprinkling special herbal powder and activating the formation, Chen Changsheng slowly extended his right hand toward the feeding golden silkworm Gu. As if sensing his call, the plump golden silkworm Gu lifted its small head to perceive the surroundings. In a flash, before Chen Changsheng could react, the golden silkworm Gu had already appeared in his palm. With a sharp bite, its tiny beak pierced through Chen Changsheng's formidable defenses and burrowed into his hand. Observing the bulge protruding from his arm, the excruciating pain caused Chen Changsheng's mouth to twitch. After a prolonged ordeal, the golden silkworm Gu finally crawled to the location of Chen Changsheng's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, it pierced through his atrium and began to spit out silken threads within one of the heart's chambers. The damage inflicted upon his heart caused Chen Changsheng to spew forth a mouthful of blood. The agonizing pain drenched his forehead in cold sweat. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. The risks of nurturing the Gu within oneself were indeed immense, but the potential rewards were unfathomable. After an indeterminate period, the golden silkworm Gu finally emerged from Chen Changsheng's chest. The flesh torn asunder by the creature healed at an astonishing rate. At that moment, Chen Changsheng felt a profound connection to the golden silkworm Gu, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. A thought echoed within his mind. Hunger. The golden silkworm Gu's yearning was vividly conveyed to Chen Changsheng. Observing the slightly fatigued creature, he presented a fist-sized thunder pill before it. Without hesitation, the golden silkworm Gu dove into the thunder pill, feasting upon it with fervor. Having satiated the hunger of the golden silkworm Gu, Chen Changsheng finally had the opportunity to observe the changes within his body. Within the leaden and mercury-like essence of his blood flowed newly formed golden threads, emanating from his heart and spreading throughout his being. Golden silken threads, impervious to divine weaponry, served as an unparalleled healing elixir. Contemplating this, Chen Changsheng picked up the Zhenwu sword beside him and made a small incision on his fingertip. Before much blood could drip, a faint golden thread approached the wound. The golden silk swiftly stitched the wound, and once the suturing was complete, the scar vanished at a visibly rapid pace. Confirming that the golden silkworm was indeed as miraculous as described in ancient texts, Chen Changsheng could not help but burst into laughter. It seemed that I now possessed another card for preserving my life. Once the golden silkworm silk enveloped my entire body, even if my head were severed, survival would still be within reach. The mastery of the 9 and 8 mystical arts, coupled with a plethora of attribute points, had already rendered my physical form exceptionally resilient. Now, with the added regenerative capability, the prospect of death seemed nearly impossible. Feeling a moment of pride, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze to the system panel. The current cultivation system was exceedingly intricate, and even someone as erudite as Chen Changsheng found it challenging to assess his strength based on realms alone. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, the various attribute points could still provide him with a degree of insight. P.S. Originally intended for the 9th. I mistakenly marked it for the 10th instead. The schedule has already been set, so dear readers, please await tomorrow. I shall not err again. Whispers, Chapter 79, Distorted Defenses. Chen Changsheng's Concerns, Host, Chen Changsheng. Strength, 300, 4th Realm. Speed, 300, 4th Realm. Defense, 520, 6th Realm. Mana, 240, 4th Realm. Lifespan, 640. The data from Chapter 67 was incorrect and has been rectified. Upon examining the data displayed on the system panel, Chen Changsheng found himself scratching his head in confusion. Since his last awakening, the suppression of the laws governing the universe had gradually intensified. True to his nature, Chen Changsheng would not easily succumb to such indignities. Thus, a century ago, he dismantled his original cultivation system in favor of a new one. In confronting his self-created cultivation framework, Chen Changsheng found himself adept in his practices, with each attribute soaring rapidly. However, after over 100 years of cultivation, he remained perplexed regarding his actual level of prowess. Judging solely by the numerical values, his strength and speed should have long since reached the transformation realm, corresponding to the 5th stage of his former cultivation system. Yet, the system still designated him at the 4th realm. As for his defensive attributes, They had only recently increased by 20 points, thanks to the assistance of the golden silkworm goo, elevating him from the 5th to the 6th realm. In his perplexity, Chen Changsheng inquired, "System, is the span of my self-created cultivation system truly that vast?" The system replied to the host, "Your self-created cultivation system is not yet complete and does not suffice as a standard for measuring strength. The criteria employed by this system represent the most expansive and powerful among the existing cultivation frameworks. Ultimately, only the strongest cultivation system will endure. However, the host should understand that the labels assigned do not influence your innate strength. This is also why the system did not initially establish any labels." After listening to the system's explanation, Chen Changsheng grasped the situation. In simpler terms, the standards of the entire world had become utterly chaotic. For instance, previously, an increase of 100 attribute points was deemed successful for ascension from the golden core to the nascent soul realm. Yet now, an equivalent elevation from the 3rd to the 4th realm might require an increase of 150 or even 200 points. Consequently, while the realms may appear identical, the disparities in strength were indeed monumental. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Changsheng mused, "No wonder they are organizing the Talented Ones Conference. In such circumstances, there truly is no better solution than engaging in combat. However, I seem to have an aversion to fighting." Muttering to himself, Chen Changsheng then turned his gaze toward the frail little white dog. Faced with this pet, his previously buoyant spirits grew solemn. The sight of it triggered memories of a certain individual and several past events. Years ago, following the trail of the Bronze Ancient Palace, Chen Changsheng had relentlessly pursued the truth to the central court. Although he had ultimately confirmed the fate of Niansheng, as time passed, the heart he had once set at ease was once again ensnared by lingering concerns. 240 years were spent traversing from the courtyard to the east wilderness, followed by 320 years of slumber, not to mention the subsequent years of languishing existence. In total, a span of 760 years has elapsed, and this does not even account for the years that preceded it. If we were to include those earlier years, Niansheng has undoubtedly surpassed a millennium of life. A millennium is an extraordinarily lengthy duration, and it represents the utmost limit that the majority of cultivators in this world may ever encounter. The question remains, has this girl, Niansheng, truly perished, or does she yet live? Reflecting upon this, Chen Changsheng shook his head, cradling the little white dog in his arms. "Xiaohei, oh Xiaohei, in this vast sea of humanity, where shall I uncover any clues regarding Niansheng? Moreover, this girl truly ought to send word home, regardless of the circumstances. She certainly does not make it easy for anyone to rest easy." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's lamentations, the little white dog emitted a feeble whimper, responding to Chen Changsheng while expressing its own dissatisfaction with its name. Observing the dog's expression, Chen Changsheng smirked. "A name is merely a moniker. Its significance is inconsequential. I am aware that you are entirely Snow White, yet I insist on calling you Xiaohei. Can you not acquiesce to this modest request? Furthermore, who is the being that left you in the Bronze Ancient Hall? I am not overly concerned about the ominous troubles, as I have discovered that formidable entities are silently resolving these issues behind the scenes. However, I do worry about those giant hands recorded in the Bronze Ancient Hall. The Witch Clan amidst the 10,000 Great Mountains was undoubtedly one of the 18 races entrusted with guarding the Bronze Ancient Hall. You have just witnessed the ferocity of the golden silkworm goo. Even such a race was subdued by those giant hands. Ultimately, it was only with the aid of the ominous forces that we managed to repel them. If, one day, those giant hands were to descend once more, how would I respond? Others may not live long, thus they may not witness the arrival of the giant hands. Yet I can see them. I still have a long time ahead of me." Chen Changsheng lamented to Xiaohei, but the feeble little dog had succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon witnessing this, Chen Changsheng affectionately patted Xiaohei's head, grumbling, "You ungrateful little creature, you fall asleep while I am conversing with you. Once you recover, I shall certainly indulge in a dog meat hot pot. Yet, I wonder what method I should employ to save you. Chen, are you there?" A voice interrupted Chen Changsheng's soliloquy. Recognizing the somewhat familiar tone, He immediately surmised that it was Yi Hengsheng and his companions arriving. Rising to take a seat directly facing the entrance, Chen Changsheng languidly replied, "Come in. I have not locked the door." As his words faded, Yi Hengsheng and two others entered. These two were Wang Sutian, standing shoulder to shoulder, and the third princess of Xuanwu Kingdom, Zhuijing. Yi Hengsheng's expression bore a hint of seriousness, accompanied by a touch of astonishment, while Su Tian's face displayed an eager anticipation, clearly eager to challenge Chen Changsheng. However, among the trio, the most intriguing was undoubtedly Zhuijing. Her gaze towards Chen Changsheng was tinged with a hint of anger, and her demeanor conveyed a sense of inquiry. The three of them stood silently before Chen Changsheng, who neither invited them to sit nor urged them to leave. The atmosphere grew awkward in an instant. After a prolonged silence, Chen Changsheng gently stroked the soft fur of Xiao He and spoke. "If you have something to say, please express it directly. However, I ask that you speak one at a time and refrain from causing too much commotion. Additionally, please do not beat around the bush. I find it bothersome." Upon hearing this, Yi Hengsheng clasped his hands and said, "I have heard of your deeds, Brother Chen, and I must admit that I was previously remiss." Stop. Yi Hengsheng's words were abruptly interrupted by Chen Changsheng. Chapter 80. A rebuke to the third princess of the Xuanwu Kingdom and the three beauties of the central courtyard. Did I not instruct you to refrain from beating around the bush? Why do you persist in your disobedience? My origins are not for you to inquire about. Should you be curious, I suggest you consult your master. If she is willing to divulge the information, it will indicate your entitlement to know. If she chooses to withhold it, then you shall have to conjecture. If you succeed in your guesswork, it will signify your cleverness. If not, it shall reveal your lack of wit. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Hengsheng's lips twitched a few times, yet he ultimately refrained from further questioning. Having settled matters with Yi Hengsheng, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze toward the eager Su Tian and spoke. "He wishes to inquire about my origins, but what is it that you wish to know?" "I wish to challenge you." Su Tian calmly articulated his intentions. In response to this request, Chen Changsheng nodded approvingly. Youth is marked by audacity and ambition, indeed. However, at present, you lack the qualifications to challenge me. What must I do to attain such qualifications? It is quite simple. Are you aware of the three renowned beauties of the central courtyard? Indeed, the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion, Zining, the lady of the 72 beacon fires, Gongsun Huayu, and Yao Yingying of the No Regrets Pavilion. These three are universally acknowledged as the most exquisite beauties of the younger generation in the central courtyard. Their beauty is unparalleled, and their prowess is unrivaled. To say they are both talented and beautiful is no exaggeration. You speak truthfully. Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement, seemingly impressed by your understanding of the power dynamics in the central courtyard. Only by defeating all three of them will you earn the right to challenge me. At this pronouncement, Su Tian's eyelids flickered. Are you truly that formidable? As for my strength, I cannot say for certain. I have encountered only one of these three beauties. The circumstances of the other two are known to me only through hearsay. Yet, there's one thing I am confident of, should I desire. I could easily best the holy maiden of the Purple Mansion. Faced with Chen Changsheng's nonchalant demeanor, Su Tian's gaze hardened. Very well. I shall defeat all three of them, and then return to seek you out. Having dealt with two rather trivial adversaries, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the visibly displeased Zhuijing. As her turn approached, Zhuijing, without waiting for Chen Changsheng to speak, directly confronted him. Why do you feign weakness and observe our misfortunes? Even if you, what qualifications do you possess to address me? Before Zhuijing could finish her retort, she was met with a disdainful look from Chen Changsheng, which extinguished her anger in an instant. For reasons unknown, Zhuijing found herself unable to meet Chen Changsheng's gaze. You are the third princess of the Xuanwu Kingdom. It is not excessive to acknowledge your exalted status. However, you lack the authority to question me. The title of princess holds value only among the people of the Xuanwu Kingdom. It bears no weight beyond its borders. Here, in this assembly of prodigies, the foundation of your voice must emanate solely from your strength. I understand your sentiment. You merely believe that I regard you as a jester. Though I harbor no inclination toward such matters, you may perceive it as you wish, for in my eyes, You are no different from a jester. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Jing bit her lip tightly. Throughout her life, she had never endured such indignity. Observing Jing's demeanor, Chen Changsheng scoffed. What is this? Are you on the verge of tears? TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this the caliber of the celestial prodigies of the Xuanwu kingdom? Surely, you're not still weaning. I hereby challenge you. The intense humiliation provoked a roar from Jing. In response to her outburst, Chen Changsheng's disdain became even more pronounced. You only serve to make me perceive you as more juvenile. But considering your imminent tears, I shall indulge your desire. Su Tian, let her witness the harshness of the outside world. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's command to take action, Su Tian hesitated momentarily. What? Are you afraid to strike? The Zhui Emperor conferred upon you a title of equal rank, recognizing your talents and gifts. Your choice of the Xuanwu kingdom can be likened to a fine bird selecting a sturdy tree. Yet the Zhui Emperor did not intend for you to serve as a mere dog for the Xuanwu kingdom. Do you comprehend the significance of the Celestial Prodigy Conference? It is a contest of the grand path, where all beings within sight are foes, devoid of allies. You must contend not only with the prodigies of your own era, but also with those of the preceding age, such as the Emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom, Zhui Xinghe. After all, he too is a cultivator. As long as neither of you falters on this path, your fates will inevitably intertwine. What do you intend to do then? In light of Chen Changsheng's remarks, Su Tian began to ponder deeply. Meanwhile, Jing grew anxious. Su Tian was a genius of the Xuanwu Kingdom, and if he were to be swayed by Chen Changsheng, the consequences would be dire. You speak nonsense. My father holds Su Gu in high regard. How could he possibly act against him? This is the truth. You do not represent the Xuanwu Kingdom, nor does your father. The Xuanwu Kingdom can thrive without you, or even without your father, but it cannot exist without a guide. For without a guide, the only path left for the Xuanwu Kingdom is annihilation. Both your father and Su Tian aspire to be that guide, each desiring the other to assume that role, who ultimately claims it is a matter of destiny. Having concluded his words, Chen Changsheng resumed petting his dog. Su Tian silently approached Jing. Third princess, please. Observing that events had reached an impasse, Jing, in a fit of pique, declared, What nonsense about a guide. I shall prove that I am superior to all of you. With that, she turned and exited the room, preparing to confront Su Tian outside. As the grand performance commenced, Chen Changsheng's interest peaked. He promptly retrieved a small stool and hastened to the entrance, seating himself while arranging an assortment of fruits and snacks beside him. The commotion naturally drew the attention of the other members of the Eastern Wasteland as Prodigy Group. Su Gu, if there is something to discuss, please take a seat and elaborate. Indeed, the third princess has a penchant for throwing little tantrums. Do not take it to heart. Some prodigies from the Xuanwu Kingdom began to persuade the two, but this only displeased Chen Changsheng, who was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Su Tian, why are you standing there in a daze? Are you not embarrassed enough? Their group of prodigies comprises merely one or two individuals, yet here in Dongwang, we have brought along over 10 mere layabouts. With such a plethora of idlers, you ought to tidy them up a bit. Otherwise, onlookers might mistakenly think you've come simply for a free meal. As Chen Changsheng fanned the flames, the prodigies from Dongwang grew incensed, with 3 to 5 of them immediately seeking to teach Chen a lesson. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could approach him, a figure surged forth, sending them all flying. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Tian. Observing the familiar faces that had been sent sprawling, Su Tian calmly stated, One of me from the Xuanwu Kingdom is sufficient. You may return. Chapter 81. A brutal beatdown of the guardian of Xuanwu Kingdom. The tragedy of ordinary cultivators upon witnessing Su Tian's choice. Yi Hensheng let out a soft sigh and proceeded towards the celestial talents of the Night Moon Kingdom. Ever since arriving at the Kunlun sacred land, Yi Hensheng had been deeply concerned for the safety of the celestial talents. It was not a matter of his companions lacking excellence, but rather the formidable prowess of the younger generation from other regions. As Chen Changsheng had articulated, this celestial talent conference was a contest of the Tao, wherein no one would regard your identity with any consideration. Insufficient strength in such a tumultuous arena could lead to a perilous fate. Previously, Yi Hengsheng had hesitated to express his concerns out of camaraderie. Now that the situation had become clear, he resolved to adopt a more ruthless stance. Boom! 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 Su Tian and Yi Hengsheng joined forces, initially showing restraint against their adversaries. However, as their attacks grew increasingly fierce, the others began to unleash their true potential. It became evident that both Yi Hengsheng and Su Tian were indeed the pinnacle of their respective nations' talents. Even in a 2-against-10 scenario, they not only held their ground, but also forced their opponents into retreat. Observing the distant skirmish, Chen Changsheng lifted the drowsy Xiaobai before him and remarked, "Xiaobai, after such a long period of inactivity, I finally emerge only to disturb the bloodline of the past and my disciples. Is this not somewhat unseemly?" Xiaobai let out a weak whimper, seemingly lamenting the interruption of its pleasant dreams. In response, Chen Changsheng rolled his eyes and said, as a dog, "You should possess ample energy. Why are you lazier than a tortoise?" Ignoring Chen Changsheng's ramblings, Xiaobai yawned and slowly closed its eyes once more. With a resigned sigh, Chen Changsheng stood up while cradling Xiaobai and declared, "Very well, sleep as you wish. To consult you on such matters is indeed a burden for a dog. However, shedding tears among kin is ultimately preferable to spilling blood at the hands of outsiders." With that, Chen Changsheng's figure vanished from sight. As internal strife erupted within the Eastern Wild celestial talents, the Guardians naturally sought to intervene. Yet, Chen Changsheng had no intention of allowing anyone to disrupt his plans. "Perhaps you should wait a moment longer before proceeding. I fear for your safety if you venture forth now," he advised, positioning himself to obstruct the 3 figures from entering the battlefield. Confronted by this celestial talent of the Night Moon Kingdom, the brows of the 3 guardians of the Xuanwu Kingdom furrowed in concern. "Who exactly are you? Why provoke discord among the Eastern Wild celestial talents?" questioned the eldest among them, a mid-stage transformation god elder. "Moreover, I do not recall hearing of a figure named Chen Changsheng from the Night Moon Kingdom." However, Chen Changsheng appeared disinterested in engaging with the elder, choosing instead to silently attend to his dog. As the battle intensified in the distance, the 3 guardians found themselves increasingly restless. "Since you refuse to speak, I shall have no choice but to subdue you and present you to His Majesty." With that proclamation, the mid-stage transformation god elder summoned a gourd-shaped artifact to launch an assault against Chen Changsheng. Before them stood a quaint gourd, swelling in the breeze, which then unleashed a myriad of winds sharp as blades. Yet these powerful gusts, capable of severing gold and jade, could not disturb Chen Changsheng in the slightest. Casting a glance at the 3 individuals, Chen Changsheng spoke coolly, "Left Star River has no intention of participating earnestly in this gathering of prodigies, does he?" As he spoke, Chen Changsheng's right hand formed a grasping gesture, and in an instant, a formation enveloped the group. With his current mastery of formations, conjuring one in the blink of an eye was merely a fundamental skill. Boom! Once the formation shielded them from external scrutiny, Chen Changsheng withdrew a colossal bone and struck fiercely upon the elder's treasure. With but a single blow, the precious gourd was rendered into fragments. Confronted with this situation, the 3 eminent figures retreated 2 steps in terror, for they had never anticipated that a junior could possess such formidable strength. Clutching the bone of Tao Tai in his right hand and holding the small black creature in his left, Chen Changsheng advanced step by step towards the trio. In truth, under the current circumstances, the prowess of the divine transformation cultivators was significantly limited. Not only would they struggle against the guardians of other prodigies, but they would also likely find themselves outmatched by the top-tier talents, still adhering to their original cultivation systems. How could they possibly compete with those prodigies under the suppression of the heavenly path? As Chen Changsheng provided an analysis of their predicament, he simultaneously dealt blows to the 3 with the Tao Tai bone. Of the 3 divine transformation experts, 2 practiced external cultivation, while 1 focused on internal refinement. Typically, their combined strength would be formidable. However, they were unfortunate enough to encounter Chen Changsheng, who excelled in both internal and external cultivation. In terms of magical artifacts, Chen Changsheng wielded the Taotai bone, and his mastery of formations was unparalleled in the contemporary world. When it came to physical prowess, he had cultivated the 8-9 profound arts, mastering over 90% of the body, refining techniques of the Xuanwu kingdom. Furthermore, he possessed an additional 500 points in defense attributes obtained from the system. This meant that Chen Changsheng overwhelmingly outclassed them in nearly every aspect. Had it not been for the suppression of the heavenly path, the three might have had the qualification to exchange blows with him. Yet, under such constraints, they could only endure the beating. After 20 breaths, all three divine transformation experts lay defeated upon the ground. Gazing upon the youthful figure of Chen Changsheng, their eyes brimmed with resentment. To be bested so effortlessly by a junior after centuries of arduous cultivation was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. Do not regard me with such looks. This is the lament of ordinary practitioners in the realm of cultivation. Your attainment of the divine transformation level testifies to your once formidable talent. Yet, the path of cultivation is endless. Should you pause, those who follow will swiftly surpass you. The three responded with silent acknowledgement, their eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. They were acutely aware of the heavenly path suppression on the current cultivation system. Yet creating an entirely new system was no simple feat, having reached the divine transformation realm. Their lifespans were already dwindling. If they dispersed their powers to rebuild, failing to reach their current level in a short time, they would soon meet their end. Setting aside the path of reformation, the former renowned powerhouses have another avenue to explore. That is to transform the existing cultivation system and create a new one. However, this endeavor is considerably more challenging. The original cultivation system has been refined through countless trials, making it difficult to alter at will. Hearing the sounds outside the formation gradually subside, Chen Changsheng cast aside an object, stating, "Do not concern yourselves with the matters of the talent conference. Your sole responsibility is to ensure the safety of those injured youngsters here. I have made some adjustments to the teleportation array of the Xuanwu kingdom. It will likely be a month before it can be utilized. After a month, you shall be able to return." With that, Chen Changsheng dismantled the formation and vanished from the sight of the three. Yet, the elder in the mid-stage of divine transformation stared incredulously at the object in his hand. Chen Changsheng had thrown him a token, a unique emblem belonging to the national master of the Xuanwu kingdom. However, this token had mysteriously disappeared 800 years ago. Chapter 82. The distinction between prodigies and ordinary talents. The elusive Chen Changsheng, the battle of the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy Group, concluded swiftly. Once Su Tian had thoroughly incapacitated the others, Chen Changsheng returned to his original seat with a leisurely demeanor. Upon his return, he resumed his casual enjoyment of the spectacle, displaying no signs of concern. Observing this, Su Tian narrowed his eyes. Given the significant commotion caused by the prodigy group, it was inevitable that the Guardians would intervene. Yet, even after the battle had ended, the Guardians remained conspicuously absent. This situation was all too telling. TSK. Despite being companions, how could you be so ruthless? Faced with the fallen prodigies, Chen Changsheng feigned indignation. Naturally, such shamelessness incited the ire of those present, who could barely contain their fury. Villain, though it remains unclear how you managed to manipulate Brother Su and Brother Yi, rest assured, this matter shall not conclude so easily. The Night Moon Kingdom and the Xuanwu Kingdom will undoubtedly seek retribution. Upon hearing one prodigy's threat, Chen Changsheng let out a derisive laugh. It seemed that your hatred for me ran deep. Otherwise, how could you concoct such a wicked jest, hoping to bring about my demise through laughter? Do you not realize where you are? This is the central court, situated millions of miles from the eastern wilderness. Surely you comprehend the futility of your situation? Even if I were to deal you a fatal blow, the eastern wilderness would find me beyond their reach. The only reason I struck you was to spare you the embarrassment of venturing out. If you cannot even best two opponents, what right have you to participate in the prodigy assembly? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, a flicker of shame crossed the faces of the severely injured prodigies. Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were well acquainted, having engaged in sparring during their time in the eastern wilderness. However, all present now recognized that, despite any perceived disparities. The gap between top-tier prodigies and ordinary talents was indeed vast. Witnessing the shame reflected in the eyes of the prodigies, Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. It is not uncommon for young individuals to harbor pride, but if they remain oblivious to their shortcomings even after enduring a severe beating, they are truly beyond redemption. With this in mind, Chen Changsheng spoke. Now you understand your own limitations. For the time being, focus on recuperating here. To prevent some of you from clinging to false hopes, allow me to share a little secret. In your eyes, these two individuals may appear as the strongest of the younger generation. However, their caliber at the prodigy assembly would not be remarkable. One could easily find a dozen or more of their equals. This does not even account for the heirs of sacred lands and ancient clans. Should you encounter those prodigious talents, your kind would be utterly inadequate against them. The crowd. While we acknowledge the veracity of your statements, your candor is rather overwhelming. Could you not show us a modicum of respect? After listening to Chen Changsheng's words, the numerous prodigies struggled to rise from the ground, silently retreating to their chambers. While Chen Changsheng's actions were indeed fraught with criticisms, the crowd chose to bury their grievances deep within. Even if 10 could not best 2, no matter how compelling the reasoning, they found themselves lacking the audacity to voice their thoughts. Once the prodigies had departed, Chen Changsheng waved his hand, saying, "You too may return as well. The prodigy conference will take place the day after tomorrow. Prepare diligently. Your outcome today may very well mirror your fate in the future." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and returned to his room. Observing Chen Changsheng's retreating figure, Su Tian and Yi Hensheng were filled with questions, unable to discern the true nature of the man before them. He conducted himself with shrewdness and displayed formidable strength. By demeanor alone, he was undoubtedly a masterful elder. However, participation in the prodigy conference necessitated the assessment of bone age. While there may exist secret arts to alter one's aura or to rejuvenate the flesh, the immutable truth of bone age remained. At least, that was the understanding of the two. When Chen Changsheng's bone age was tested, it revealed he was no more than 25 years old. Consequently, Su Tian and the others had not regarded him with much seriousness. A practitioner who had yet to reach the quarter-century mark could scarcely possess substantial strength or experience. In the eyes of other cultivators, Chen Changsheng was still merely a child. As myriad thoughts raced through his mind, Yi Hensheng let out a bitter smile, saying, "Brother Su, it is only upon venturing out that I grasp the concept of there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. No wonder my master is never fully satisfied with my progress. Initially, I believed this to be a means of tempering me, but now I see I have much ground to cover." In response to Yi Hensheng's words, Su Tian gazed at the firmly shut door of Chen Changsheng's room and replied softly, "As the ancients proclaimed, only after understanding shame can one muster courage. Recognizing the gap between myself and others is essential for my pursuit. I shall not concede to their temporary superiority, for I know that one day I will catch up and stand before them." With that, Su Tian too turned and returned to his chamber. The following day, Chen Changsheng was to visit the Kunlun stone workshop, where the majority of prodigies would gather, including the saintess of the Purple Mansion. The events transpiring in the Eastern Wilderness courtyard did not elicit any reaction from the Kunlun sacred land. In fact, it seemed that no one took notice of the internal strife within the Eastern Wilderness group. With so many prodigies converging in the Kunlun sacred land, countless altercations occurred daily. Who would pay heed to the discord of the Eastern Wilderness dinner bucket faction? However, it is noteworthy that Chen Changsheng's actions had stirred a sensation throughout the Kunlun sacred land. His casual display of power, amounting to several million divine sources, culminating in the emergence of a mysterious being within the Kunlun Stone Workshop's inner courtyard, naturally drew considerable attention. Some illustrious maidens sought to engage Chen Changsheng in conversation, while heirs of noble families expressed a desire to spar with him. Amongst the multitude, few are aware of Chen Changsheng's origins. To be precise, they are entirely oblivious to which continent of the 5 continents he hails from. The reason is quite simple. His name does not appear on the roster of the Eastern Wilderness Heroes group. Moreover, the group had previously dismissed him due to his tender age. Thus, they were reluctant to include him in their activities. Consequently, very few people know that Chen Changsheng originates from the eastern wilderness. After a dreamless night, as the sunlight graced the earth once more, Chen Changsheng stretched and rose from his bed, gently stroking the slumbering little black. He commenced his morning routine before preparing to head to the Kunlun stone workshop. Little Black's condition had severely weakened its foundation. Without the divine medicine found within the sacred source, this ailment would likely prove quite challenging to remedy. Chapter 83. The 72 Paths of Dust and Smoke. Curiosity killed the cat. Ah, indeed, the sacred land of Kunlun is always bustling with life. Chen Changsheng gazed around with curiosity, while Yi Hensheng, trailing behind him, lowered his head in embarrassment. It was undeniably humiliating to be in the company of this fellow. The events of yesterday's extravagant gambling at the Kunlun Stone Pavilion had already spread throughout the sacred land, attracting numerous top talents and influential figures awaiting Chen Changsheng's arrival. Yet, this fellow seemed unfazed, wandering about without a care. When the Kunlun Stone Pavilion sent someone to summon him, he audaciously remarked, "Why should the emperor be anxious when the eunuchs are not? I'm not in a hurry, so why should you be?" Upon hearing this, the messenger's face darkened immediately. It must be noted that the messenger was an outer elder of Kunlun, not a top-tier figure, but still a person of some standing. Chen Changsheng's bluntness had caused the elder to storm off in anger. "Boss, how much for this item?" Chen Changsheng inquired, picking up an object from a small stall. The stall owner, seeing a potential customer, beamed with delight and replied, "Ah, esteemed guest, you truly have an eye for treasures. This is my prized possession. 300 years ago, my master risked his life to bring it out from the sacred ruins. If it weren't for the fateful encounter with you, I would." "Stop," Chen Changsheng interrupted. "I am not interested in the item's backstory. Simply tell me the price." 200 pounds of divine essence, the stall owner declared. At this, Chen Changsheng silently set the item down and began to leave. Seeing the prospective customer about to depart, the stall owner panicked. "Dear guest, my price is negotiable. Do make an offer. I'm afraid I cannot afford that price. Just yesterday when I passed by, you quoted 20 spirit stones. Now you ask for 200 pounds of divine essence. Do you take me for a fool?" Realizing his ruse had been uncovered, the stall owner awkwardly smiled and said, "Ah, so you are indeed a connoisseur. Had I known, I would not have made such a blunder. Please state your price, and I assure you, I shall not haggle. I prefer not to spend money, but I can offer you something in exchange," Chen Changsheng replied, producing a jade tablet and inscribing a strange symbol upon it. Upon seeing the symbol on the jade tablet, the stall owner's expression shifted dramatically. Rising to scrutinize Chen Changsheng carefully, he tentatively asked, "I seem to be experiencing some irritability lately, making my vision somewhat unclear. Might you possess any medicine that can restore clarity?" At this, a slight smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips, confirming his suspicions. The Earthquake Highlands, a scene of the ancient beauty of the Western Mountains. In response to Chen Changsheng's words, the stall owner squinted his eyes and softly murmured, "Facing the great sea, the waters of 3 rivers flow for eternity. Are you inquiring about my path?" With a chuckle, Chen Changsheng picked up the previously selected broken scale. "This is something you need not concern yourself with. Take it back. In due time, someone will understand." With that, Chen Changsheng turned and departed. The stall owner stared momentarily at Chen Changsheng's retreating figure before hastily packing up and leaving as well. Observing Chen Changsheng blissfully toying with the shattered scales, Yi Hensheng felt an unbearable itch of curiosity. He was eager to comprehend what had just transpired. Noticing Ye's expression, Chen Changsheng coolly remarked, "If you have any questions, do not hesitate to voice them. Keeping them bottled up is rather distressing." Upon hearing Chen's invitation, Yi Hensheng gathered his thoughts and cautiously inquired, "Brother Chen, may I inquire about what just occurred?" "You may learn a fragment," Chen Changsheng replied, lifting the broken scales. "These belong to an old acquaintance. I was just exchanging signals with him. If all goes well, he should seek me out soon." Pausing for a moment, he revealed a meaningful smile. "I suddenly feel you might wish to know a bit more. Are you interested? If Brother Chen is willing to share, I am certainly eager to listen." The signals we just exchanged are specific to the 72 paths of dust and smoke. At this revelation, Changsheng's curiosity vanished without a trace, and he felt the urge to slap himself in frustration. The 72 paths of dust and smoke were the mortal enemies of the Kunlun's sacred land, led by the notorious villain Wu Li, who had wreaked havoc in the central court for years. Those associated with the 72 paths were regarded as foes by the Kunlun sacred land. Reflecting on this, Changsheng forced a bitter smile. Brother Chen, do refrain from jesting. Such words cannot be uttered lightly. Who is jesting? This is news more genuine than gold. Since you are so curious, I possess even more explosive information. Would you care to hear it? I am no longer curious, not at all. Changsheng quickly shook his head, understanding that the more secrets one learns, the swifter one's demise. Observing Ye's anxious demeanor, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, deciding not to tease him further. Little one, always inquiring about everything. It's enough to scare you. At the Kunlun Stone Workshop, after a leisurely day of exploration, Chen Changsheng and his companions finally arrived at the stone workshop. The previously sparsely populated inner courtyard was now bustling with activity. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng, a young man with striking features approached briskly. You must be Brother Chen. I am Jiang Ping of the Kunlun Sacred Land. I was unable to welcome you personally yesterday due to prior commitments. I hope for your understanding. In the face of the sacred son of Kunlun, Chen Changsheng responded with a warm smile. It is a great honor for me to be personally attended by the sacred son. I have come today to engage in stone gambling and hope for your guidance, Brother Jiang. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ping turned his attention to Changsheng and his companion. These two gentlemen must be the talents from the Eastern Wasteland. I did not expect Brother Chen to hail from the Eastern Wasteland. Why is your name absent from the roster of talents there? He chuckled heartily. Brother Jiang, you flatter me. In the Eastern Wasteland, exceptional talents abound, and my meager skills are hardly noteworthy. Thus, I am merely a filler, a minor character who naturally does not qualify for the list of the celestial talents. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's explanation, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Jiang Ping's eyes. If someone of Chen's caliber cannot be included in the ranks of the Eastern Wasteland celestial talents, it seems this group is truly formidable. I must seek an opportunity to witness it firsthand. Please follow me, esteemed friends. There are a few more companions here whom I would like to introduce. With that, Jiang Ping led Chen Changsheng and the others toward an elegantly adorned pavilion. Inside the pavilion sat 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. Among them was someone Chen Changsheng recognized, the saintess of the Purple Mansion, with whom he had dealings just the day before. Chapter 84, A Gathering of Geniuses. The mysterious Magu upon arriving at the pavilion, Jiang Ping gestured towards the most refined young gentleman on the far left and remarked, Brother Chen, this is Mei Yongxi, the heir of the Langia Pavilion, renowned as the Qilin talent. Hearing Jiang Ping's words, the elegant man offered a slight bow to Chen Changsheng. After appraising the heir of Langia Pavilion, Chen Changsheng began, in the central court, where extraordinary talents and auspicious spirits converge, if one were to inquire about the mightiest force. Perhaps no one could provide a definitive answer. However, if the question pertains to who possesses the most discerning information throughout the central court, it would undoubtedly be the Langia Pavilion by the banks of the Jinsha River. To traverse the paths of heroes across the world, one must pay homage to Mei Lang of Jiangzhou. It is indeed a privilege to witness the esteemed Mei Lang of the Langia Pavilion today. Ha! Brother Chen is too kind. This mere reputation of mine is simply due to the goodwill of many friends. Mei Yongxi responded modestly. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mei Yongxi, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the man beside him. This individual presented a stark contrast to Mei Yongxi. While Mei Yongxi exuded an air of refinement and approachability, this man was robust in stature, clad primarily in garments of animal hide and wool, distinctly different from the styles of the central court and the eastern wilderness. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng formed a hypothesis. Before Jiang Ping could speak, Chen Changsheng interjected, This brother's attire and demeanor are markedly different from those of the central court. He appears to hail from the southern plains. I have heard tales of the southern plains. It is said that within its expanse emerged an exceptional prodigy. who at the tender age of 5 could rend tigers and leopards, and by 18 was bestowed the title of the first warrior by the 36 tribes of the Southern Plains. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the burly man grinned widely and replied, "I am surprised by your knowledge of the Southern Plains. The Central Court does not place much emphasis on physical cultivation. During my time here, I have struggled to find a worthy opponent. I have heard that there exists a powerful nation in the eastern wilderness that values physical prowess. Might you be from the Xuanwu Kingdom?" In response to the man's inquiry, Chen Changsheng smiled gently. "Though I hail from the eastern wilderness, I am not from the Xuanwu Kingdom. If you seek to witness the talents of the Xuanwu Kingdom, I would direct you to this gentleman beside me. Brother Su is a royal prince of the Xuanwu Kingdom, known as the One-Letter Companion King, and he is among the most exceptional prodigies of the entire kingdom." Upon hearing this, the burly man turned to Su Tian. "I sense a formidable aura emanating from you. Your fighting spirit soars higher than the eagles in the sky. Your battle intent is fiercer than the wild wolves on the plains. I wish to engage you in combat. My name is Borjigin Bachalu. You may simply call me Bachalu." In response to the invitation, Su Tian clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Su Tian, the One-Letter Companion King of the Xuanwu Kingdom. I, too, am eager to spar with you. In the grasslands, Bachalu signifies a warrior, and since you dare to bear this name, your strength should be commendable." As the intensity of their martial spirits escalated, Jiangping hastily interjected to defuse the situation. Who would have thought that Brother Chen not only possesses considerable wealth, but is also remarkably knowledgeable? Brother Su and Brother Bachalu found an instant rapport. Truly a commendation of heroes recognizing heroes. Given Brother Chen's extensive knowledge, why not take a moment for him to speculate on the identities of the remaining companions? In the face of Jiang Ping's challenge, Chen Changsheng merely smiled, undeterred. Genius often bears an air of aloofness. Those who have not attained a sufficient level typically disregard others. With a private chuckle at Jiang Ping's little schemes, Chen Changsheng turned his gaze to the last gentleman, who exuded an unmistakable aura of nobility. Among the assembly in the central courtyard, only the holy son of Yao Wang possessed such presence. 8 decades prior, a child was born in the holy land of Yao Wang, heralded by a sky ablaze with crimson light. By the age of 3, he had comprehensively absorbed the sacred texts of the Yao Wang sect, and by 5, he had triumphed over many disciples. At 8, he stood unrivaled among the youthful generation of Yao Wang. By 10, there were no contenders left worthy of his effort. Am I correct in my assessment? The one revered as the exiled immortal, the holy son of Yao Wang, responded with a smile. Brother Chen jest. For the title exiled immortal is but an empty moniker. Should you not mind, you may simply call me Fuyao. Fuyao? Like the great rock soaring with the winds, ascending to heights of 90,000 miles. What a splendid name. Having paid a compliment to this enigmatic holy son, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the 2 ladies. However, upon encountering the 2, he furrowed his brow. While he had already been acquainted with the fairy Zening, the origins of the other lady remained unclear to him. Might the fairy offer a hint? I lack the grand lineage of others. I hail from a humble sect that you would not know. The fairy's assertion was misguided. For Chen Changsheng possessed a fair understanding of the courtyard's dynamics. How could she ascertain that he was unaware if she refrained from speaking? In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiry, the lady with a round face and sesame-like features spoke. I am Ma Gu of the Qianshan Sword Sect. Upon hearing this name, those present began to ponder. The Qianshan Sword Sect lies 3,800 miles from the Kunlun Holy Land. It is a small sect, with each generation producing but a single successor. Chen Changsheng correctly recounted the history of the Qianshan Sword Sect, knowledge gleaned from dealings he had with them 6 or 7 centuries prior. Interestingly, the Qianshan Sword Sect had already begun to decline by that time. Given the passage of so long, it seemed improbable that the sect had endured. Just as Chen Changsheng contemplated this conundrum, Mei Yongsai interjected. According to the records of Langya Pavilion, the Qianshan Sword Sect had vanished 300 years ago. It is astonishing to encounter a descendant of the Qianshan Sword Sect today. It appears that the intelligence of Langya Pavilion shall require reevaluation. Unfazed by Chen Changsheng and Mei Yongsai's accurate revelations regarding her origins, Ma Gu's expression remained impassive as she spoke softly. At this gathering of the celestial heroes, my sole intention is to restore the mountain gate, devoid of any desire for rivalry with others. Are you not eager to engage in stone gambling? If we do not commence soon, I shall take my leave. Alas! Upon hearing this, Jiang Ping slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "How could I have nearly forgotten Brother Chen's important business? Today marks the occasion for Brother Chen to showcase his prowess. To delay such a significant matter would indeed be a grave misstep on my part." With that, Jiang Ping led Chen Changsheng to a few rough stones, where several prominent figures were already assembled, clearly having employed various means to probe the stones before Chen Changsheng's arrival. P.S. I am unwell, and the second chapter will be delayed by an hour. Chapter 85. Assault on the Kunlun Sacred Land. The manifestation of Tao patterns upon the arrival of Chen Changsheng. A flicker of anticipation illuminated the eyes of many formidable beings. The materials within the forbidden grounds remained impervious to scrutiny, yet this young man, in his inaugural attempt at stone opening, unveiled something remarkable, an undeniable testament to his exceptional abilities. The only uncertainty that lingered was whether this individual possessed genuine skill or merely stumbled upon fortune. Should he indeed wield such a unique technique, Chen Changsheng would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of esteemed guests among the great powers. Dear friend, how did you fare last night? Are you satisfied with the accommodations we arranged at Kunlun Sacred Land? Jiang Feng greeted Chen Changsheng with a warm smile. After a night of inquiry, Jiang Feng had gathered substantial information regarding Chen Changsheng's background. This individual had accompanied the Eastern Wilderness Prodigy Group, yet he did not belong to any faction of the Night Moon Kingdom or the Xuanwu Kingdom. Consequently, the likelihood of Chen Changsheng being courted increased significantly. Thank you for your concern, Elder Jiang. I slept exceptionally well last night. However, I must ask that you do not lament too much when I procure another fine treasure from the stone workshop today. Merely a couple of stone materials. Kunlun Sacred Land can certainly afford it. Should you choose to join us at Kunlun Sacred Land, I would be more than willing to bestow all these materials upon you. Jiang Feng offered, extending an olive branch. Chen Changsheng smiled, but chose not to engage in the topic. Observing this, Jiang Feng bore no resentment and simply accompanied Chen Changsheng as he selected stones. A genius who could be easily recruited would hardly be deemed a genius at all. After a thorough examination, Chen Changsheng came to a halt. Elder Jiang, these 9 peculiar stones are indeed extraordinary. However, I fear I cannot discern their true nature merely by their exterior. Might I be permitted to employ some methods? Of course, as long as the integrity of the materials is not compromised, all methods are permissible, Jiang Feng replied. With his permission granted, Chen Changsheng entrusted his small companion to Yi Hensheng and began to weave his hands gracefully in the air. Golden patterns materialized out of thin air. At this spectacle, without a moment's hesitation, she began to observe the Tao patterns that Chen Changsheng inscribed into existence. These patterns represented the manifestation of the heavenly principles, accessible only to the most extraordinary beings. While the sacred land possessed a few Tao patterns, only a select few could truly comprehend them, and they were rarely displayed. Now, witnessing Chen Changsheng's understanding of Tao patterns, astonishment swept through the onlookers. All present seized the opportunity to delve into the intricacies of the patterns he created. The holy son of Yaoguang emitted a radiant golden light from his eyes, striving to engrave Chen Changsheng's Tao patterns in his memory. Subsequently, a divine aura enveloped him, and his feet began to lift gently from the ground, evoking a sense of transcendent ascension. Beyond the holy son of Yaoguang, others displayed their prowess as well. The holy maiden of Zifu conjured a magnificent phenomenon behind her. The tranquil sea transformed into tumultuous waves, and the azure sky reappeared above the ocean. The harmonious blue sea and sky represented the complete manifestation of the holy maiden of Zifu. Aside from these 2 individuals, the circumstances of the others pale in comparison. They do not exhibit any extraordinary phenomena around them, clearly having concealed their abilities intentionally. However, in terms of aura, the manifestations of these prodigies are certainly not inferior to those of the 2. Go! With a wave of his right hand, Chen Changsheng completed the intricate golden talisman and directly infused it into 9 pieces of stone. As the talisman merged, the 9 stones revealed 9 indistinct images. An Elda Liman, nearly bald, pointed excitedly at a phantom. I want that weapon. Whoever dares to contest me will face my wrath. A spectral divine sword emanated boundless sword energy, its mere presence causing a prickling sensation against the skin of the onlookers. Such a divine weapon stirred immense excitement among several prominent figures. Additionally, the images displayed by the other 8 stones were equally remarkable, albeit less distinct than that of the first stone. Moments later, as the talisman dissipated, Chen Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow. The intricacies of the talisman were profound. Managing to carve out a small portion was already an exhausting feat, in fact. During the era of the ancient Forbidden Land, Chen Changsheng had already discerned the existence of the divine source. However, at that time, he was in a perilous situation, merely striving for self-preservation, let alone delving into the stones beneath the unparalleled formations of the ancient Forbidden Land. Considering the connection between the talisman and the divine source, it was only natural for Chen Changsheng to test his understanding of the talisman, and to his surprise, it proved effective. Elder Jiang, I have chosen my stone. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the crowd understood that the opportunity for comprehending the talisman had passed. Although all present were esteemed powers and extraordinary prodigies, the fleeting manifestation of the talisman, coupled with the fact that it represented merely a minuscule portion, meant that they had gleaned little from the experience. Oh, which piece has the young friend selected? Jiang Feng's gaze towards Chen Changsheng grew increasingly fervent. For every time Jiang Feng believed he had witnessed Chen Changsheng's limits, the latter would unveil a new ability. To put it more plainly, Chen Changsheng was akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove. Such a genius was one that the Kunlun Sacred Land must strive to recruit. I have chosen this piece, the Welcoming Pine, Chen Changsheng declared, identifying his selected stone. Upon this pronouncement, some of the elder relics exhaled in relief. Though they had vocally expressed their determination to claim a particular piece of stone, rules are rules. Since Chen Changsheng arrived first, it was only fitting that he made his selection first. The Kunlun Sacred Land would not tolerate a breach of the regulations governing the Kunlun Stone Workshop. Now that Chen Changsheng had made his choice, the remaining 8 stones will be subject to fair competition. Boom! The entire Kunlun Sacred Land suddenly trembled, a voice resonating in the ears of all present. Kunlun Sacred Land, I have come to exact my vengeance. Where is that scoundrel Jiang Feng? Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Feng's expression instantly turned icy. In a flash, Jiang Feng appeared above the Kunlun Sacred Land, while numerous powerful figures rushed to provide support. The grand formation of the Kunlun Sacred Land was being relentlessly battered by a giant. 72 masked masters were fully engaged in deciphering the grand formation. Wooly, do you still dare to come here? Today, I shall spare you no mercy. Do you truly believe I fear you? If you possess any prowess, come forth and battle me for 300 rounds. Oomph. Jiang Feng let out a cold snort as an ancient bronze sword materialized in his grasp. Witnessing Jiang Feng's serious demeanor, Wooly merely smirked, directly shattering a fissure in the grand formation before slipping through it. The arrival of the 72 smoke signals took everyone by surprise. At that moment, Jiang Ping turned to Chen Changsheng and said, Brother Chen, one of the 3 renowned beauties of the central courtyard, Gongsun Huayu, hails from the 72 smoke signals. How about we compete to see who can capture this cunning woman first? It will be quite delightful to serve her tea and refreshments. However, before Chen Changsheng could respond, the rarely noticed Magu interjected, Would you dare to drink the tea I serve? Chapter 86. The 3 beauties, Gongsun Huayu and Chen Changsheng have been captured? Boom! Without hesitation, the moment Jiang Ping heard Magu speak, he immediately turned and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The formidable shockwave shattered numerous trees in the inner courtyard. Simultaneously, many prodigies sealed off all escape routes for Magu. Mei Yongxi gazed at Magu with a calm demeanor and remarked, Miss Gongsun, the Qianshan sword sect has been extinct for 3 centuries. The information from our Langya Pavilion has never been erroneous. It is indeed unwise for you to impersonate the heir of the Qianshan sword sect and come to the Kunlun sacred land. In response, Ma Gu maintained an expressionless face. As expected of the Qilin talented one, with so many prodigies gathered here, I presume you have orchestrated this affair. It is truly regrettable that the scheme from 3 years ago failed to eliminate you. Hearing Ma Gu's words, Jiang Ping retorted coldly, "May brother, why waste words with her? Since she dares to come to the Kunlun sacred land, we must ensure she does not return." Wait, just as Jiang Ping was about to act, Ma Gu suddenly called out to everyone. "What? Do you have any last words?" "Not last words, but I wish for you to examine your own situation. Although you have long suspected my identity, have you not noticed anything amiss?" Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sudden dizziness. Faced with such a situation, the holy son Yaoguang furrowed his brows, emanating a dazzling radiance before retreating from the inner courtyard. Following suit, Jiangping and the others made the same move. Observing the grotesque Ma Gu below, the holy son Yaoguang spoke, "This is Gong Sun Huayu's sleep gu. Those afflicted will fall into a deep slumber within 30 breaths. However, the application of the sleep gu has its limitations. As long as one is awake, they must exit the coverage of the sleep gu." With a pause, the holy son then turned his gaze towards the unconscious Chen Changsheng in Ma Gu's grasp. "Her objective this time does not seem to be us." "Ha. As expected of the holy son Yaoguang, you have deduced everything correctly. I have been in need of a consort for my stronghold, and I shall take this pretty boy with me." With that, Ma Gu produced a white jade formation platform. The intricate array patterns began to spread outward. Seeing this, Yi Hensheng shouted, "She has tried to escape. Stop her." In an instant, 7 prodigies launched their attacks simultaneously, attempting to thwart Gongsun Huayu's escape. Boom! Puffed! Gongsun Huayu spat blood and was sent flying, yet the formation had already been activated, enveloping Gongsun Huayu and the unconscious Chen Changsheng in a radiant glow. Clutching her shoulder that had been pierced by the holy son Yaoguang, Gongsun Huayu chuckled, "Dear little ones, your strikes are quite painful. I shall remember this grudge." After taunting them, Gongsun Huayu vanished completely with Chen Changsheng. Sensing the situation unfolding, Wu Li struck Jiang Feng back with a powerful punch. "Win tight. Pull hard. Wu Li, I shall deal with you." The unparalleled prodigy, nearly within grasp, was snatched away, igniting a surge of fury within Jiang Feng. "Oh dear, there's no need for such ire. With so many in the Kunlun sacred land, taking away 1 or 2 is hardly a significant matter." As he spoke, Wu Li activated the long-prepared teleportation array. Witnessing Wu Li's figure vanish, Jiang Feng unsheathed his sword, cleaving through the fabric of space and plunging in. Boom! 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 The ferocity of the clash reverberated through the very essence of space. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Feng emerged from the rift, disheveled. The ancient bronze sword was stained with blood, and his once resplendent attire lay in tatters due to the spatial rupture. The scoundrel has been gravely injured. The Kunlun sacred land and the 72 smoke wolves are now locked in a relentless vendetta. After issuing his command, a trickle of blood seeped from Jiang Feng's lips, and then he vanished into thin air. "Brother Yi, rest assured, the safety of Brother Chen will be meticulously safeguarded by the Kunlun sacred land. Should that villain dare to harm Brother Chen, I shall honor him with the heads of the 72 smoke wolves." With a grim countenance, Jiang Ping offered reassurance to Yi Hensheng and his companion. In response, Yi Hensheng, filled with concern, exchanged a few anxious words. However, given the gravity of the situation, the group soon dispersed, each returning to their own abode. Once he found himself alone, Su Tian furrowed his brow and remarked, "Brother Yi, what of Chen Changsheng and the 72? Before he could finish, Yi Hensheng raised a hand to halt him. "Brother Su, our primary concern must now be the safety of Chen Changsheng, correct?" Understanding the implication in Yi Hensheng's gaze, Su Tian quickly comprehended the underlying message. Outsiders may remain oblivious to Chen Changsheng's circumstances, but he was well aware. Chen Changsheng had considerable ties to the 72 smoke wolves, making it improbable that he would be targeted by them. Moreover, given Chen Changsheng's profound understanding of the 72 smoke wolves, how could he have fallen so easily into Gongsun Huayu's grasp? While to outsiders, it might appear as a premeditated scheme by Gongsun Huayu coupled with Chen Changsheng's negligence. To those privy to the truth, the situation appeared distinctly peculiar. Realizing the crux of the matter, Su Tian sighed. This is indeed the true realm of cultivation. One misstep can lead to utter ruin. Sometimes, words are unnecessary, and merely a glance can spell eternal damnation. With that, Su Tian and Yi Hensheng returned to the eastern wilderness courtyard. In the ensuing hours, they needed to feign urgency. Should their pretense falter and reveal a flaw, the consequences would likely be dire. In an unknown cavern, a thud echoed as the severely injured Gongsun Huayu collapsed to the ground. Ouch, that hurts terribly. After consuming a healing pill, Gongsun Huayu continued to wail. Surrounded by 7 top-tier prodigies, her survival was a testament to her extraordinary prowess. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since been laid to rest. Once her injuries had slightly mended, Gongsun Huayu, limping, made her way towards the unconscious Chen Changsheng. Gently licking the saliva that was about to spill, Gongsun Huayu chuckled. It is worth the tremendous effort I expended to bring you forth. To casually squander 4 million divine sources is indeed an unprecedented windfall. Let me see what treasures you possess. Just as Gongsun Huayu was about to reach for the items nestled within Chen Changsheng's embrace, a powerful hand firmly clasped her wrist. My dear, even after sustaining such grievous injuries, you still yearn for riches. Are you willing to forsake your life? Startled by Chen Changsheng's sudden awakening from his stupor, Gongsun Huayu was taken aback. In her panic, she swung her hand towards Chen Changsheng. However, even at her prime, Gongsun Huayu was no match for Chen Changsheng, let alone in her weakened state. Within 3 moves, Chen Changsheng effortlessly subdued Gongsun Huayu. Chapter 87. Farewell to the old friend Chen Changsheng. Have I become my son? After subduing Gongsun Huayu, Chen Changsheng glanced at the surroundings outside the cave. Only after confirming that it was safe did he begin to remove Gongsun Huayu's garments. Faced with Chen Changsheng's actions, Gongsun Huayu was instantly flustered. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? Chen Changsheng retorted casually, already stripping away the obstructive clothing. Having completed the initial preparations, he extracted several silver needles from Gongsun Huayu's neck. As the needles were withdrawn, the formerly unattractive Gongsun Huayu underwent a swift transformation. Her dark skin turned fair and smooth, and her pockmarked face vanished without a trace. The once broad visage morphed into a perfect oval shape. However, her exquisitely beautiful face lacked any color, which added a touch of morbid beauty. Having dismantled Gongsun Huayu's disguise, Chen Changsheng remarked coolly, "This disguise technique is far from flawless. When employed, it does not allow for much expression. It might fool some naive youngsters, but it would easily be seen through by a skilled opponent." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng tapped a few times on Gongsun Huayu's shoulder. The skin-tight scales were effortlessly peeled away by him. Gongsun Huayu was taken aback by Chen Changsheng's skillful actions. The protective scales she wore had been crafted through secret methods, and without unique techniques, they could not be removed. Moreover, this disguise technique was a trademark skill of the 72 Wolf Smoke. How could he possibly know it? After extracting shattered bones and trimming away some flesh, Chen Changsheng began to channel his spiritual energy to rejuvenate Gongsun Huayu's skeletal structure. Once the bones had regrown adequately, he retrieved a jar and extracted some white ointment to apply to the wounds. The moment the ointment made contact with the injuries, numerous flesh buds began to proliferate wildly. Noticing that Chen Changsheng bore no ill intentions, Gongsun Huayu's spirits lifted. What kind of ointment is this? Its efficacy surpasses even the finest healing salves of the sacred grounds. You treat me so well. Could it be that you have feelings for me? In response to Gongsun Huayu's incessant chatter, Chen Changsheng silently continued to tend her wounds. After half an hour, he finally completed the treatment for all of her injuries. Jiang Ping, Bachalu, Fu Yao, Zining, Mei Yongxi, and 2 elite talents, Yi Hensheng, had all exerted their utmost effort. Had it not been for the protective scales forged from Thunder Beast hide, Gongsun Huayu would likely have perished long ago. However, judging by her injuries, It seemed that the strongest among the seven was the holy son of Yaoguang, for only he had managed to breach the defenses of her scales. Moreover, from the recent skirmish, Chen Changsheng sensed that he had not yet unleashed his full power. Ah, I feel much better now. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. I should properly thank you, but... Bang! Gongsun Huaiyu, attempting to launch a surprise attack, was swiftly knocked over by Chen Changsheng's palm. He then sat firmly on her back, pinning her down. Stop fussing. I'm trying to think. It appears that this scheme has been discerned by someone. Gongsun Huaiyu, are you truly that formidable? Although my injuries have yet to fully heal, it seems unlikely that you could effortlessly subdue me. After a moment of existential doubt, Gongsun Huaiyu commenced with his subtle maneuvers. With a swift motion, a fist extended before him, opening to reveal a cascade of minute insects. Cultivating these goo worms is no simple task. Do not squander them on me. To toy with goo worms in my presence, you are still rather inexperienced. Gongsun Huaiyu, are you perhaps a celestial envoy sent specifically to counter me? How is it that you consistently neutralize my techniques? And why do you seem to possess knowledge of all my abilities? After a brief interval, Chen Changsheng lifted the suppression he had placed upon Gongsun Huaiyu. Well then, lead me to the lair of the 72 wolf smoke. In response to Chen Changsheng's request, Gongsun Huaiyu scoffed, Dream on. Even if you have rescued me, I shall not take you there. Casting a glance at Gongsun Huaiyu, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, It seems you have yet to receive the latest news. What latest news? You will find out in due time. With that, Chen Changsheng grasped Gongsun Huaiyu's right hand, directing his gaze towards the 3 copper coins adorning his wrist. Concealed within the 3 golden-winged sleeves, they bear 5 yin and 6 yang. Kuan represents yin, while Qin signifies yang. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams establish the constants. These 3 copper coins symbolize your identity among the 72 wolf smoke. Surely, you are aware of this. With a start, Gongsun Huaiyu instinctively retreated 2 steps. The identities of the 72 wolf lords are shrouded in mystery. He recognizes only a fraction, with the complete list known solely to his master. Anyone privy to such secrets is likely one of the 72 wolf lords. Yet today, all of them are present. Who could this person be? Do not ponder too long. My origins are beyond your imagination. Should you refuse to disclose the lair of the 72 wolf smoke, I shall seek it out myself, and you may come to regret it. Contemplating Chen Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huaiyu asserted, Since you are so eager to witness the lair of the 72 wolf smoke, I shall oblige you. However, I hope you do not come to regret it. With that, Gongsun Huaiyu produced a directional array platform. Upon witnessing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and stepped directly into the center of the array, unperturbed by any possible trickery from Gongsun Huaiyu. This method of transmission was one he had meticulously developed himself. As the founder of this technique, no one understood it better than he did. After numerous intricate transmissions, Gongsun Huaiyu led Chen Changsheng to a secluded valley. Within this valley lay a hidden village, where the houses were neatly arranged, the fields were fertile, and the scenery was picturesque. The intertwining paths through the fields echoed with the sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking, making it truly resemble a paradise beyond the mundane world. Upon Gongsun Huaiyu's return, the villagers in the fields greeted him warmly. However, upon encountering the unfamiliar figure of Chen Changsheng, the villagers instinctively paused their agricultural labors. Among them were individuals of considerable strength and prowess. Master, I have returned. Gongsun Huaiyu joyfully waved at a farmer diligently tending to the land. Upon hearing her words, a smile blossomed on the farmer's face. Yet this expression quickly froze upon his gaze, meeting Chen Changsheng. Casting aside his hoe, the farmer hurriedly approached Chen Changsheng, his right hand trembling as it reached towards the latter's face, only to halt mid-air. Master, what is the matter? Gongsun Huaiyu sensed something amiss and instinctively inquired. With glistening eyes, the farmer replied, Huaiyu, he is the descendant of your grandmaster. In terms of lineage, you should address him as Shishu. Chen Changsheng. Surely, he does not believe me to be dead. Have I become my own son? Chapter 88. The Difficult and Protracted Path. Troubles left behind. The words of the peasant left Chen Changsheng utterly bewildered, and beside him, Gongsun Huaiyu wore an equally perplexed expression. How did the once plump lamb transform into a revered master? Observing the growing crowd of onlookers, Chen Changsheng calmly remarked, "This is not an appropriate place for discussion. Might we find a more secluded spot? How could I have overlooked such a detail?" With that, the peasant led Chen Changsheng to a wooden cabin. Once the doors and windows were secured, the peasant gazed at Chen Changsheng with fervor and turned to Gongsun Huayu, saying, "Huayu, what are you waiting for? Do hasten to pay your respects to your master." In response to the peasant's insistence, Gongsun Huayu's face was etched with reluctance. At that moment, Chen Changsheng raised his hand and interjected, "Let us postpone the formalities. Come closer. I have something to impart to you." Upon hearing this, the peasant wiped away the tears in his eyes and exclaimed, "Indeed, my master was a person of deep sentiment. He must have left many final words before his passing. Fear not, my junior brother. I shall fulfill my master's last wishes." With that, the peasant leaned in closer. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng seized the peasant's ear and pulled his earnest head towards himself. His tone shifted to one of cold detachment as he said, "Ali, did I not make it clear to you long ago that you are not my disciple? Has it been merely a few centuries that you have dismissed my words as mere whispers?" Taken aback by the familiar tone, the peasant paused, looking up to see that same unmistakable gaze. While a man's appearance may alter, his eyes betray no falsehood. For the eyes are the windows to the soul. There may be countless individuals resembling one another, yet no two hearts are identical. "Is it truly you, sir?" The peasant stammered. "What do you think?" replied Chen Changsheng, releasing Ali's ear. In the face of Chen Changsheng's penetrating gaze, Ali resembled a wayward child, radiating discomfort. Meanwhile, Gongsun Huayu stood in astonishment, unable to close his gaping mouth. He had once heard his master speak a mysterious figure who had imparted all his skills, yet this figure had never acknowledged having a disciple. Though the situation had not been explicitly stated, it was evident to even the simplest observer that the Chen Changsheng before them was indeed that enigmatic master. Observing Ali's expression, Chen Changsheng gestured to Gongsun Huayu, saying, "You may step outside. I have matters to discuss with your master." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Huayu cast a questioning glance at Ali. "What my master says is as good as my own words. Please step outside." Despite his myriad of uncertainties, Gongsun Huayu chose to heed his master's command. Thud! Once Gongsun Huayu had exited, Ali knelt before Chen Changsheng. "I have failed to uphold my promise and have imparted your teachings without permission. I beseech you to mete out your punishment." As he gazed at Ali, kneeling on the ground, Chen Changsheng sighed softly and shook his head. "I do not hold you accountable for the matter of the cultivation technique. What perplexes me is why you fail to heed my admonitions. I once told you, if you wish to carve a path through the cultivation world, you must not leave yourself any vulnerabilities. Yet, look at your current state. Not only have you taken on disciples, but you have also created a secluded paradise. Do you truly believe that no one in this world can see through your little ruse? Those sacred lands and esteemed clans have stood upon this earth for countless years, their depths far beyond your imagination. If one day they discover this place, how will you respond?" In response to Chen Changsheng's inquiries, Ali merely lowered his head in silence, for he understood that the creation of this hidden paradise was indeed a grave misstep. The Thunder Beast clan once thrived in power, yet it was still brought to ruin by the hands of the seemingly weak him. Now, the 72 Wolf Fires are but a shadow of the Thunder Beast clan. While the influence of the sacred lands is incomparably stronger than what I once faced, I am genuinely curious. How could you dare to act in such a manner? Hearing this, Ali's lips quivered slightly as he whispered, "They are the orphan remnants of my brothers who fought alongside me. For a time, their identities were exposed, and if I did not intervene, they would face certain death. Have I not told you that upon embarking on the path of cultivation, you must relinquish emotions? If you cannot let go of this emotion, why did you step onto this path in the first place? Have you managed to accomplish that, sir?" Ali raised his gaze to meet Chen Changsheng's. Faced with Ali's clear eyes, Chen Changsheng found himself momentarily speechless. According to the system's regulations, he could enter a slumber once he had surpassed 1/10 of his total lifespan since awakening. Thus, the quickest and most effective method of gaining strength was to continuously sleep. Yet, throughout the millennia, Chen Changsheng always lived to the very limit of his waking time before embarking on the next slumber. Consequently, his rate of improvement has significantly slowed. The reason he chose this slower path was that he could not relinquish the emotions that resided in his heart. He did not wish to become a cold machine, nor did he want his departed friends to perish in endless waiting. After a long pause, Chen Changsheng spoke again. To cultivate while holding on to emotions is a path fraught with pain and length. It is precisely because I understand the suffering involved that I wish to spare you from it. Yet you have ultimately tread upon my old path. Do you now comprehend why I repeatedly rejected A-Man? While A-Man and I shared feelings of affection, your bond with those outside is akin to a familial love that surpasses blood ties. The pain inflicted by these two forms of emotion upon the heart is sharper than any blade. I could not prevent A-Man's demise, and you too cannot avert theirs. In the struggle for the great Tao, blood must inevitably be shed. Have you truly considered this? In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Ali offered a bitter smile. Sir, I can no longer turn back. Sighing softly, Chen Changsheng helplessly replied, Rise. Since turning back is not an option, you must tread carefully on the path that lies ahead. With every life lost outside, a fresh wound is etched upon your heart. Share your experiences from these years. How did you come to hold a deep-seated enmity with the sacred land of Kunlun? Upon hearing this, Ali gathered his thoughts and began. In the past, Jiang Bufan requested the master to emerge from seclusion. However, the master vanished without a word, which incensed Jiang Bufan greatly. Unable to locate the master, he directed his ire towards me, attempting to force the master to reveal himself. As time passed, the conflicts multiplied, and we have been at odds for a full 700 years. He ascended to become the lord of the Kunlun sacred land, while I became the leader of the 72 signal fires. With a clearer understanding of the situation's origins, Chen Changsheng's fingers lightly tapped upon the tabletop. Chapter 89. The transformation of Master Uncle into Master Ancestor. The most suitable cultivation system by your account. It seems I am unlikely to evade this matter. Among those who knew me in the Kunlun sacred land 7 centuries ago, it appears that only Jiang Bufan remains. Should I reappear before him, he is bound to uncover my secret. Once that secret is revealed, I shall become a pariah in the eyes of the world. In light of this topic, Ali lowered his head, refraining from further conversation. Ever since he met Chen Changsheng, he had chosen to keep his name from spreading. Initially, he believed this was due to Chen Changsheng's indifference to fame and fortune. Now, he finally comprehended the underlying reason. Over 700 years ago, Chen Changsheng had already attained the transformation of spirit stage, meaning he had lived for several centuries by that time. Now, after more than 700 years have passed, Chen Changsheng still walks among the living. Moreover, unlike those withering relics, he is vibrantly alive. In light of this situation, there exists but one explanation. Chen Changsheng embodies his name. He has indeed achieved longevity. Observing Ali's silence, Chen Changsheng smiled gently, saying, Enough of this solemnity. My visit indicates that I am not concerned about you knowing this secret. Let us deliberate on our next course of action. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng speak, a smile graced Ali's face, for Chen's words affirmed his trust in him, treating him as kin rather than an outsider. Sir, what are your intentions? Ali inquired. What else is there to do but to eliminate the threat? Chen Changsheng replied. While I cannot guarantee success against the Kunlun sacred land, taking down a Jiang Bufan should present no significant challenge. He is currently the master of the sacred land, making it impossible for us to confront him there. Our only recourse is to draw him out using the struggle for supremacy. To achieve this, we must work in concert, both from within and without, he continued. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's intention to return to Kunlun's sacred land, Ali hesitated, saying, Sir, might this course of action be perilous? It is indeed somewhat dangerous, Chen Changsheng acknowledged. However, since this predicament arose because of me, it shall also be resolved by me. Surely, you do not believe I am one to cast my troubles onto others, do you? He. How could you be that kind of person, sir? Others may not know you, but I do. You act with integrity, seeking only a clear conscience. It is rare to find someone like you in this world. Stop. Chen Changsheng interjected with a roll of his eyes, cutting off Ali's flattery. Cease your sycophancy. I have no taste for such. Go summon your disciple. I have some words of wisdom to impart, and I would like her to listen to our discourse, for it will benefit her future cultivation. What discourse? Ali instinctively asked, only to be met with Chen Changsheng's piercing gaze. Do you believe your current cultivation system is flawless? Or do you think your skills surpass mine, rendering me unworthy to engage in discourse with you? How dare you take on disciples without fully grasping your own practice? Truly shameless. In response to Chen Changsheng's words, Ali repeatedly offered his apologies before hastily fleeing the room. Within those confines, the once mighty Gongsun Huayu stood like an obedient child, rendered speechless. The origins of Chen Changsheng were simply too formidable. He had been taught by the very person who was now participating in the Tianjiao conference. It must be noted that eligibility for this prestigious gathering mandated that one's bone age must not exceed 100 years. The mere fact that Chen Changsheng was able to partake in the Tianjiao conference indicates two possibilities. First, he possesses extraordinary abilities that allow him to alter his bone age. If this were the case, Gongsun Huayu would merely be astonished by his astounding prowess. However, what truly frightened her was the second possibility, immortality. Such a concept has been a mere hypothesis throughout history, yet now it had materialized into reality. The mere thought sent chills down her spine. Observing Gongsun Huayu's expression, Chen Changsheng spoke softly, "My dear, if you have surmised certain truths, it is a testament to your keen intellect. However, knowing is not the same as speaking indiscriminately. Do you understand?" At this, Gongsun Huayu nodded vigorously. "I understand, sir. I shall not speak out of turn." Noticing her flustered demeanor, Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, choosing not to further frighten her. After all, she was but a child under 100 years of age, and his playful teasing stemmed from the joy of reuniting with an old acquaintance. Having startled Gongsun Huayu, he continued, "The world is undergoing tremendous changes, with countless prodigies pioneering new paths of cultivation. At the Kunlun Sacred Land as Tianjiao Conference, I observed many remarkable individuals, some harnessing the power of acupoints, others delving into the 8 extraordinary meridians, and even those who approach their craft through the realm of intention. The Grand Elder Jiangfeng of Kunlun Sacred Land is a master of this domain, embodying an unparalleled sword intent. Given the plethora of prodigies I have witnessed, whom do you believe excels above the rest in these doctrines?" Confronted with this inquiry, both Gongsun Huayu and Ali found themselves at a loss for words. In this era of rising talents, nearly every prodigy represented a distinct system of cultivation, though some were stronger than others. Determining the supremacy of any particular system proved to be a daunting task. After a moment of contemplation, Gongsun Huayu tentatively posed, "Sir, I cannot answer this question. Do you, perchance, have an insight?" "I regret to say that I do not, nor is it necessary for me to know," he replied. Gongsun Huayu was taken aback. "If even you are uncertain, why the air of mystery? You must understand that the path to reaching the pinnacle is never singular. The myriad paths of the world shine like stars in the night sky. Each path, when cultivated to perfection, can lead one to the summit. While the golden core system may be dismissed by the heavens, this does not imply its fallibility. It merely signifies a misalignment with the present era. When you become fixated on identifying the most powerful path, you have already strayed from the true course. What you should seek is a path among these doctrines that is the most stable and harmonious with this age. After all, only those who endure until the end may truly claim victory." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Ali's eyes flickered with various emotions, and the doubts regarding his cultivation began to show signs of easing. Meanwhile, Gongsun Huayu suddenly comprehended and said, "Sir, are you suggesting that we should not confine ourselves to the heights or depths of any particular realm? For instance, within a certain cultivation system, the second and third realms may appear somewhat inferior compared to others. However, upon reaching the fourth realm, the situation undergoes a dramatic transformation." He chuckled softly, and Chen Changsheng, smiling, pointed at Gongsun Huayu, saying, "Ah, Ali, your disciple possesses a certain insight." At Chen Changsheng's praise, Gongsun Huayu felt a flicker of pride within, for this commendation came from his esteemed master. After calming his excited heart, Gongsun Huayu continued, "Sir, which path within the Grand Way is most suitable in this day and age? Surely, it is the path of our cultivation," he asserted. "I have delved into the realms of vital energy, meridians, acupoints, and the realm of intent. Based on these aspects, it is indeed possible to forge formidable systems of cultivation. Yet none align perfectly with the essence of this era. The only path that truly resonates with our time is the cultivation of the body." Refining the body? No, not merely refining the body, but cultivating it. Chapter 90. The Precious Nature of the 9 and 8 Mystical Arts. A discourse among 3 generations of master and disciple upon encountering this entirely new term. Gongsun Huayu's face was adorned with a plethora of question marks. Despite being a contemporary prodigy and having traversed diverse experiences, he had never before encountered the concept of cultivating the body. Noticing Gongsun Huayu's bewilderment, Chen Changsheng remarked coolly, "Do not ponder too much. This term is of my own invention, and you have certainly never heard it before." "Ah, I see. May I inquire, esteemed teacher, what distinguishes body cultivation from physical cultivation?" "There is indeed a distinction, and it is quite significant. Before the laws of heaven and earth underwent substantial alteration, the predominant systems of cultivation on this land were divided into 2 categories: internal cultivation and external cultivation. Internal cultivation primarily focuses on the opening of the dantian and the formation of the golden elixir. The advantage of this system lies in the potency of one's spiritual consciousness and spiritual power. While the golden elixir system boasts clear advantages, its drawbacks are equally pronounced, namely, a frail physical form that is heavily reliant on innate talent. However, regardless of how exceptional one's talent may be, it ultimately reaches its zenith. And once that limit is attained, the path of cultivation comes to an end. In contrast, the other system of cultivation is external cultivation, which is what you commonly refer to as body refining. The path of body refining is less dependent on talent and places greater emphasis on resources and arduous training. To strengthen the physical form, one must engage in daily rigorous training. Upon achieving mastery, one can, through sheer physical prowess, move mountains and fill seas, especially if one employs methods to compensate for deficiencies in spiritual consciousness. In battles between cultivators of equal level, the outcome may be uncertain. However, among the survivors, there will invariably be body refiners. Body refiners possess formidable survival capabilities, yet their shortcomings are equally evident, particularly concerning resources. The resources for cultivation are finite, and you should be well aware of this. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huayu felt a tempest raging within him. What Chen had articulated could merely be regarded as common knowledge within the cultivation realm. Yet this was the first time he had encountered someone who so meticulously analyzed the 2 systems of cultivation. Those prodigies had often disregarded such knowledge, focusing instead on how to forge even more powerful techniques, including their own. Contemplating this, Gongsun Huayu eagerly inquired, "Sir, you have yet to elucidate what kind of system body cultivation entails." "I have already conveyed this to you. Each of internal and external cultivation possesses its own merits and demerits. Thus, the combination of both should ideally lead to perfection, should it not?" "Huh?" Gongsun Huayu's countenance was filled with confusion. It is common knowledge that one cannot simultaneously attend to both internal and external cultivation. Countless individuals within the cultivation community have attempted to pursue both, yet they have all met with failure. Indeed, Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. It is true that traditional internal and external cultivation cannot be pursued concurrently. But do you know where the problem lies? At this, Gongsun Huayu honestly shook his head. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng pointed to his own abdomen and said, "The issue lies above the dantian. For internal cultivators, the first task is to open the dantian and form a vortex of spiritual energy. Subsequently, they must establish the foundation of the great Tao, condense energy into elixirs, and ultimately, the elixir transforms into an infant. To put it simply, the inner cultivator channels all their energy into the dantian, which is also the reason for their physical frailty, as much of their physical strength has been siphoned away. In contrast, The body refinement cultivator aims to distribute their power throughout every part of their body, leading to a fundamental conflict between the two cultivation systems. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Huayu pondered for a moment before speaking. If what you say holds true, it seems there must be a solution to this dilemma. By increasing the acquisition of cultivation resources, wouldn't that allow for a balance of both approaches? In theory, yes, and there have been individuals who have attempted this. Long ago, a prodigy meticulously maintained a balance between internal and external cultivation, expending countless resources to achieve a harmonious blend of both. However, when faced with adversaries, this formidable genius was effortlessly defeated. The reason for this defeat was not due to a lack of strength, but rather because the balance within was too fragile. As the discussion reached this point, Gongsun Huayu realized she was no longer qualified to debate with Chen Changsheng, as her understanding and experience were insufficient to navigate these complexities. At that moment, Ali, who had been deep in thought, spoke up. "Sir, I have some insights I wish to share if I may. Feel free to speak, and let your disciple witness this as well. You have largely walked the right path, yet you always seem to fall just short of the final step." Upon hearing this, Ali extended his right hand, and a stream of golden energy erupted from his fingertip, coalescing into a human form. This figure, shaped from golden energy, lacked facial features. Yet the meridians and dantian within were exquisitely clear. Ali directly depicted the condition of his own body with spiritual power, including the pathways of his cultivation technique. Young one, pay close attention. Such an opportunity is rare. To reveal one's entire condition is something even between father and son may not be done. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Gongsun Huayu quickly observed her master as cultivation route. A first-hand demonstration of technique from a sixth realm cultivator was a privilege even the Holy Land's disciples did not receive. Sir, if the issue of balancing internal and external cultivation arises from the dantian, then the solution should be sought there as well, correct? Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction at Ali's words. Very astute. You've pinpointed the crux of the matter. Your cultivation system is based on the 8-9 profound art. This art fundamentally leans towards body refinement techniques. Yet unlike other body refinement methods, practicing the 8-9 profound art necessitates the opening of the dantian. It utilizes the spiritual energy from the dantian to temper the physical body. This approach has indeed pioneered a new frontier in the cultivation world. For body refinement cultivators cannot use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine themselves. However, this method does come with a slight drawback. Since the internal spiritual energy is devoted to tempering the body, it limits the means of combat against adversaries, as certain spells and evasion techniques require spiritual energy to activate. If others were to devise such a technique, they would naturally regard it with indifference, for body cultivation practitioners are accustomed to this. However, the formidable being that conceived the 8-9 mystical arts found it unsatisfactory and thus created numerous, immensely powerful supernatural abilities to rectify these shortcomings. For instance, soaring golden light and heavenly law manifesting earth. Therefore, the most precious aspect of the 8-9 mystical arts lies not in the technique itself, nor in those formidable supernatural abilities, but rather in the subtle methods of refining the corporeal form with spiritual energy. As he spoke, a slender golden needle coalesced at the tip of his right finger. Release your defenses and allow me to assist you in taking this crucial step forward. Chapter 91. The Forbidden Land Strikes, Destiny Revealed. In response to Chen Changsheng's request, Ali did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately lowered his defenses. Under such circumstances, if Chen Changsheng harbored even the slightest ill intent, the leader of the 72 signal fires would not only suffer severe injuries, but might even face death. Swish! The blade swiftly pierced Ali's abdomen, and the golden needle punctured his dantian. After this action, Chen Changsheng quickly arranged a formation around the house. Buzz! As soon as Chen Changsheng withdrew, Ali's physical form began to wither at a visible pace. Witnessing this, Gongsun Huayu exclaimed in astonishment, "What have you done?" Ignoring Gongsun Huayu's inquiry, Chen Changsheng focused intently on Ali's reaction. Ali had traversed the path of internal and external cultivation further than Chen himself. Yet he remained stagnated at the sixth realm due to a crucial deficiency. Now, Chen had assisted Ali in rectifying this gap. With years of accumulation spanning over 7 centuries, Chen Changsheng was exceedingly curious about how far this would enable Ali to progress. Maintain your composure and do not panic. Do not deliberately restrain or alter. Rather, harmonize with the changes in your body, and it shall guide you to the most suitable method, Chen Changsheng advised. Upon hearing his words, Ali relaxed his control over the surging power within. As he relinquished his grasp, the internal energy began to flow in a rhythmic manner. Spiritual energy, vital essence, and mental strength. Every form of power was voraciously consumed by Ali's body. Once absorbed, these energies converged in the dantian, ultimately surging forth from its opening. Blood-red, golden energy erupted continuously, forming a vast ocean within the dantian. As this peculiar energy returned through the meridians, Ali's body underwent another transformation. Boom! A boundless wave of energy knocked Gongsun Huayu to the ground, causing even the formation set by Chen Changsheng to tremble. The once withered physique rapidly filled out, and unlike before, although the skin appeared exquisitely delicate, its strength had multiplied exponentially. Suddenly, Chen Changsheng and Gongsun Huayu found themselves enveloped by an extraordinary phenomenon. Gazing at the infinite golden ocean surrounding them, Chen Changsheng could not help but exclaim, "My dear girl, this cultivation system is truly tailor-made for your master. Look over there." Still bewildered and struggling to comprehend the unfolding situation, Gongsun Huayu instinctively followed Chen Changsheng's pointed finger. 9 indistinct figures emerged above the golden ocean, each crowned by a radiant sun. Then, a broad bridge appeared out of thin air, spanning across the golden waters. As the bridge manifested, the golden ocean roiled once more, unleashing towering waves. Boom! The overwhelming force propelled Chen Changsheng and Gongsun Huayu from the spectacle, while simultaneously shattering the formation he had established. A figure larger than any celestial embodiment appeared in the valley. At this moment, Ali's dark hair danced wildly, each strand radiating brilliance. Thunder rumbled through the clear sky, and all cultivators sensed a shift in the rules. In the ancient forbidden land, the black mountains trembled slightly, revealing a colossal eye hovering above. After 30,000 years, someone destined to awaken the heavenly mandate had finally appeared. A sigh echoed throughout the ancient forbidden land, followed by another voice. Oof! What of awakening the heavenly mandate? Only the strong can truly bear it. Without a guardian, even the chosen one shall meet their demise. With that, a coffin soared from the depths of the ancient forbidden land. As the lid opened, a strikingly handsome young man opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, he smiled and declared, "What a chaotic era! What a heavenly mandate! This mandate rightfully belongs to me." With that, the handsome young man strode towards the central court. In the holy ruins, a resounding boom echoed as a divine source, comparable in size to a room, erupted, and a man with wings on his back gazed skyward. This time, the heavenly mandate shall return to the ancient clan. As the words fell, a silver spear and a golden tome flew from the depths of the holy ruins to his side. After 5,000 years of silence, it was all for this day. The chosen one emanated the aura of profound arts. Seize the heavenly mandate and bring back the profound arts. Hearing the voice from the depths of the holy ruins, the winged man coldly replied, "With me, I am invincible. The chosen one is of no consequence." As Ali resonated with the heavens and the earth, many buried existences became aware. Yet, the architect of it all was admiring his own masterpiece. Child, do you now understand what it means to cultivate the body? It is not merely about strengthening the physical form or absorbing spiritual energy, but rather about unearthing one's potential. Spiritual power, vitality, and mental strength, these 3 forces, after being tempered by the physical body, transform into a new kind of energy. Through this physical refinement and the blending of mental strength, the cultivator gains greater mastery over this power. Ultimately, by incorporating certain secret techniques of the profound arts, The dilemma of spiritual energy failing to enhance the physical body is resolved. Thus, the body, cultivation, and consciousness are all equally developed. This is true body cultivation, a harmonious integration of the inner and outer self. Listening to Chen Changsheng, Gongsun Huayu stared in awe at his immensely powerful master. It was only now that Gongsun Huayu understood why his master held Chen Changsheng in such high regard. This reverence was not merely for strength, but for his unparalleled talent. What kind of genius could conceive such a flawless method of cultivation? From every angle, this cultivation system exhibited no weaknesses. Perhaps this was the true essence of invincibility. Pulling himself from his astonishment with immense willpower, Gongsun Huayu swallowed hard and said, "Master, I truly do not know how to praise you. How did you conceive such a method?" Faced with the admiring gaze of Gongsun Huayu, Chen Changsheng smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I cannot take credit for this achievement. The initial framework of this cultivation system was proposed by your master. What I have done is merely to refine it slightly and identify a trivial yet crucial point on his behalf. The phenomenon of the 9 immortals supporting the sun is unparalleled throughout history, and your master will undoubtedly traverse this path far and wide. No one can compare, not even myself." As he spoke, Ali retracted the extraordinary vision and knelt before Chen Changsheng. He had not anticipated that the absurd words from years past still lingered in the teacher's heart. "I know I am unworthy to be your disciple, but I shall forever regard you as my teacher." With that, Ali respectfully bowed 3 times. Observing this, Gongsun Huayu promptly followed suit. "Though I, too, lack the qualifications to be your disciple, I still regard you as my venerable ancestor." As he watched the two kneeling before him, Chen Changsheng neither rejected nor accepted their gestures. It would be disingenuous to deny the joy he felt in having such an outstanding disciple. The reason for his reluctance to openly acknowledge this relationship stemmed entirely from his unique circumstances. Nonetheless, certain truths in this world do not vanish simply because they are unacknowledged. The sentiment is what truly matters. Chapter 92. The boundless sea of suffering. Turning back is the shore, raising as a granddaughter after a long pause. Chen Changsheng finally spoke. "Rise. Do you not find it cold kneeling on the ground? A new cultivation system has emerged. As a pioneer on this path, do you not intend to bestow it a name?" Upon hearing this, Ali and Gongsun Huayu rose from the ground. "Master, this cultivation system could never have manifested without you. We beseech you to grant it a name." In response to Ali's request, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment and replied, "Based on the current situation, this cultivation system comprises 2 grand realms. Upon attaining the first grand realm, one will find a golden ocean within their dantian. Perhaps we could name it the Sea of Suffering?" "The Sea of Suffering?" Ali repeated the term, then smiled. "The boundless sea of suffering, turning back is the shore. Entering the realm of cultivation is akin to an endless struggle within this sea. Master, your choice of name is indeed a department. If the first grand realm is named the Sea of Suffering, I believe the 3 minor realms within it should be called Spring, Eye, Divine Bridge, and Other Shore. My dantian resembles a vast ocean, and the point where you pierced is akin to a spring eye, continuously surging forth with power. Naming it Spring Eye is most fitting. Within the Sea of Suffering, turning back leads to the shore. Should one refuse to turn back, they must construct a divine bridge to reach the other shore. Once the divine bridge is established, the powers of the Sea of Suffering can be summoned at will. Upon reaching the other shore, one enters the next realm and departs from the Sea of Suffering." Hearing Ali's proposed names, Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. "What do you intend to name the next grand realm?" "Dongtian." "Why so?" "Upon reaching the other shore realm, I progressed further and discovered another treasure within my body. This treasure is the birthplace of spiritual power. According to the original cultivation system, this spiritual energy would be drawn into the dantian. However, upon transitioning to the new cultivation system, these new powers inexplicably converged at the site of spiritual energy's genesis. Moreover, a space has been opened there. This space is extraordinarily unique. I have yet to unlock its full potential. Thus, I have named it Dantian, signifying boundless potential." After listening to Ali's description, Chen Changsheng also made some adjustments to his own cultivation methods. Although Chen Changsheng had conceptualized the spring eye, laying the foundation for the entire cultivation system, in subsequent explorations, Ali would likely surpass Chen Changsheng. The reason is quite simple. Over the span of 700 years, Chen Changsheng spent over 200 years accompanying a man on scenic excursions. An additional 300 years were spent in slumber, while the remaining 200 years were spent leading a leisurely life. Cultivation was merely a pastime for Chen Changsheng, something he pursued in his idle moments. After rectifying some erroneous paths, Chen Changsheng's momentum began to surge, with powerful phenomena faintly manifesting within him. However, the anomalies arising from the sea of suffering were deliberately suppressed by Chen Changsheng, rendering the curious Gongsun Huayu unable to witness them. With a deep exhale, Chen Changsheng spoke. From the current situation, upon entering the realm of the cave heaven, the first step is the birth of divine consciousness. Thus, let us name this first stage divine consciousness. However, the second stage presents a peculiar circumstance, and I have yet to devise an appropriate title for it. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng willed it, and a perfect replica of himself emerged from his body. Witnessing this, Gongsun Huayu's expression instantly drooped. Must you all be this way? Why does gaining strength seem as effortless to you as eating or drinking? Gongsun Huayu lamented. I have observed the entire emergence of the cultivation system, yet even now, I remain bewildered about the source of the bitter sea realm. This is rather disheartening. After all, I'm also a prodigy. Why do I feel so inferior compared to you? Almost like mere cannon fodder. After a moment of internal grumbling, Gongsun Huayu began to scrutinize Chen Changsheng's doppelganger. This doppelganger, in essence, represented the entirety of Chen Changsheng's divine consciousness. It bore a resemblance to the nascent soul of the previous cultivation system. Yet unlike the ethereal and fragile nascent soul, Chen Changsheng's divine consciousness avatar was remarkably solid. To put it plainly, it was an entirely different Chen Changsheng. Reflecting on this, Gongsun Huayu muttered under his breath, stingy. After all this time, you still haven't shared the secret of the bitter sea realm. Names are trivial. One could simply assign any title. Since it resembles the original so closely, why not call it true self? However, the words, though casually spoken, caught Chen Changsheng's attention. That's an excellent name, he remarked, his eyes lighting up. The second minor realm is not merely a manifestation of divine consciousness. It harbors a certain profound essence. To reach the third minor realm, one must likely delve into this aspect. As for whether to transcend the true self or to sever it, that decision lies with you, Ali. Perhaps you may uncover a third option. In response to Chen Changsheng's guidance, Ali clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your insights, esteemed sir. I have begun to cultivate some understanding within my heart. On the day of my breakthrough, I shall not disappoint you. As for the period of seclusion, I hope to rely on your assistance. With that, Ali prepared to retreat to his place of meditation, but Gongsun Huayu grew anxious. Master, I have yet to grasp the essence of this new cultivation system. Would you teach me before you depart? Upon hearing this, Ali shot Gongsun Huayu a look of exasperation. You're usually quite clever. Why are you being so foolish today? While I may possess some skill, my master is right here. How could I possibly teach you? Have you lost your senses? Ignoring Gongsun Huayu's plea, Ali vanished from the room. Gongsun Huayu stood momentarily stunned as he watched his master leave without a word, which was uncharacteristic of him. Soon, he regained his composure and grasped Chen Changsheng's arm. Sir, would you kindly teach me? Faced with Gongsun Huayu's somewhat coquettish tone, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, I am not your master, so why should I instruct you? But you are acquainted with my master. Furthermore, your bond is one of life and death. Thus you could be considered my elder. She continued, Isn't it quite natural for an elder to offer guidance to a junior? Observing the whimsically spirited Gongsun Huayu, Chen Changsheng chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Very well, for the sake of your calling me elder, I shall offer you a modicum of guidance. With that, Chen Changsheng and Gongsun Huayu exited the room. With Ali in seclusion, the responsibility of overseeing the 72 signal fires naturally fell upon Chen Changsheng. As for Gongsun Huayu, He truly regarded her as a granddaughter to nurture. Chapter 93. The Little Secret of Gongsun Huayu in the Sacred Land of Kunlun. Gongsun Huayu sat cross-legged while Chen Changsheng leisurely perused a book beside him. Time passed unmeasured until a magnificent vision suddenly materialized behind Gongsun Huayu. A blue lotus emerged gracefully from the sea of suffering, eventually blooming in its entirety, with 3 9-colored lotus seeds radiating a sacred brilliance. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Changsheng slightly turned his gaze and smiled, remarking, "A natural divine ability, quite intriguing." As his words fell, Gongsun Huayu opened his eyes. "Master, I have reached the realm of spiritual awareness. Not bad. With your current prowess, you should be able to withstand 50 strikes under the hands of the sacred son of Yaowang." Upon hearing this, the previously exuberant Gongsun Huayu's expression instantly soured. "Master, is the sacred son of Yaowang truly that formidable? It is not merely as I say. He is even stronger than my words suggest. The armor you bear is crafted from the scales of the Thunder Beast clan, known for their extraordinary resilience. Given the quality of your armor, it is beyond your current capabilities to damage it. Yet, the sacred son of Yaowang pierced it with a single strike. Had he not shown mercy, you would have lost your life." "What?" Gongsun Huayu's face was etched with confusion. "When did he show mercy? I recall his strikes being quite fierce. It would not be an exaggeration to say he attacked with full force. Whether he truly struck with all his might is uncertain, but he definitely held back. At that time, the 7 great talents besieged you, and you managed to fend off the attacks from the sacred son of Kunlun, Jiangping, and the sacred maiden of Zifu, Zining. You withstood the remaining 5 solely with your formidable physique. Su Tian and the others were aware of my relationship with the 72 Wolf Smoke. Thus they merely inflicted injuries without killing. However, the other 3, Mei Yongxi Bachu and Fu Yao, are all exceptional talents. You must understand that such prodigies possess numerous lethal techniques. Just breaking a few of your meridians with hidden force would likely not pose much of a challenge. Yet, none of them resorted to such actions, which is rather peculiar." Listening to Chen Changsheng's analysis, Gongsun Huayu began to perceive the strangeness of the situation. The reason he had failed to notice it earlier was due to the succession of significant events. Reflecting on it now, it indeed felt somewhat odd. "Master, what do you think this is all about?" "I do not know. I have only met them once and do not understand them as well as you do. How can I fathom their thoughts? However, there's one thing I'm more concerned about. What were you doing in the Kunlun sacred land?" I had already conveyed a message to the people of the 72